Chapter 244. Back to planet Earth. In the house where everyone gathered for parties and other random events. After the incidental barbecue, some began to train, others to take a nap, others continued eating, and some had many doubts to resolve. I understand. Therefore, that handsome boy is your son in another timeline, but you had him with Vegeta Jr.'s dad because you didn't know dad in that timeline. Does that make him my half-brother? Asked Bra, which tried to understand this strange case and familiar problem. Yes, something like that, answered Bulma, that naturally didn't feel comfortable explaining this strange situation to her elementary school daughter. So, does that also make him my half-brother? Vegeta Jr. asked, who like Bra tried to understand what was happening. Yes. Something like that. I died on this timeline and your father had a child with Bulma. Okay. Yam replied to his son, showing as usual her violent and jealous side when that matter aroused. Something complicated and messy to understand, but the crucial question that Vegeta Jr. and Bra wanted to know, especially Bra, was, then. That makes Vegeta Jr. and me. It makes you very important children. Stop bothering your mothers and go bother the cat, who never does anything, and when he does something it is a bad or a stupid thing. Said Broly, forcibly changing the subject to not continue delving into this taboo. I can hear you, bastard. Shouted Beerus, who from the comfort of the hammock in which he was stretched out protested for the accusations that seemed to be directed at him. I know, that is precisely why I said it. Get the hint, fucking Nini. Shouted Broly, showing once again his unconditional hatred towards the gods and his uselessness. And what are you doing here? Weren't you training Vegeta's and Bulma's son? Beerus said, asking that question in the most hurtful way possible. Obviously on purpose, proof of this was his broad and malevolent smile. A poison-laden question that Broly dodged with another accusation. His name is Trunks and I'm training him right now with another of my bodies while you are doing nothing. Shouldn't you be investigating the identity of the evil Kai? I've already done something. We have called Shin, he will come at any moment with information, replied Beerus, satisfied by the arduous and complicated work he had delegated to Whis, which he had delegated to Shin. Therefore you have done less than nothing, said Broly, openly showing his infinite pessimism upon hearing that Shin was the one in charge. Would Shin really be able to do something right for the first time? Soon, very soon they would know. Right now. Pardon me, do you have a moment, Lord Beerus? Asked Shin, who teleported directly to Bulma and Broly's garden. Oh. It's the Supreme Kai. Goku yelled, who stopped training with Vegeta for now upon see a familiar face. Yes, of course, you can come in too, don't be shy, Broly said sarcastically, hinting that his house was like a hippie commune lately. Everyone met there and even lived there from time to time, be they humans, aliens, time travelers, useless gods. Surely these were the negative effects of being an altruistic good host. Well, we apologize for making you come all the way out just to find us, Sumpri Kai was said, apologizing for giving some work to a god, something they weren't used to. Hey, I've got something I want to ask you. Are you aware of any gods near you vicinity who may believe in particularly aggressive and extreme ideologies? Asked Beerus, revealing the reason why Shin's nap had been interrupted. Extreme ideologies. Shin said, trying to think about what they had asked him. He hadn't used his neurons for a long time and was having a hard time starting to think just like a 19th century computer. Great, you haven't even explained to him the reason he came here, for you're a fucking genius. We suspect that a Kai has usurped Goku's body, has used the time rings and is now killing humans and Kai, and you didn't even explain the situation to him until now. Surely Shin has brought us very important information about the problem we have thanks to this. I have never seen such professionalism, said Broly, using a terrifying and overwhelming sarcasm that could destroy the universe if it took physical form. What? Is this true? Shin screamed when he found out what was the reason behind that difficult question. And at the same time Beerus, who tried to turn a deaf ear to Broly's criticism, kept asking for Shin's collaboration. Yes. We are looking for an individual who may think that the extinction of the human species is a positive thing. Something along those lines. Ring any bells? A god that detests humans? Now that you mention it. That does remind me of a god I'm acquainted with. Shin said, who with some difficulty tried to remember if he knew of any Kai that matched that description until he finally found someone. Now I remember. Remind you of someone? Beerus asked, not expecting such efficiency from Shin. Although on the one hand he was happy about this, if Shin was right he could shut Broly's mouth for a few hours. He was already tired of his destructive criticisms about him and his co-workers. Who is it? Asked Whis, also surprised like Beerus. Everyone gathered there eagerly awaited the answer from the almost none-respected Supreme Kaioshin. Would be so easy to discover the culprit of all these crimes. Of course it would be the best for everyone, except for the criminal. However, among all Broly was the one who expected that answer the most, so much that he had even stopped reading Shin's mind to avoid spoiling himself. Come on Shin. You've already been influenced by me at this point. All my criticisms, always constructive ones, must have had some effect on you. You should be able to perfectly match Zamasu with that description. I refuse to believe that someone who has achieved such a high position in the hierarchy of the universe if not for the absolute convenience of the script written by Akira Toriyama. Come on, for once in your life don't disappoint me. Even though I don't expect anything from you, Broly thought as he crossed his fingers and tail. And Shin's answer was none other than Kibito. He has a tendency to say some discriminatory things about humans and an absolute disappointment. It's Zamasu. Damn muscle abortion addicted to expired LSD. How can you be so subnormal? You talked to him months ago. How can you not suspect about him after what he said? Fucking Munger with extra chromosomes. Shouted Broly, showing such immeasurable anger that transformed into true legendary Super Saiyan God full power beyond. Something that scared and very much to all those who were eating and talking quietly in the garden. Plof. Plof. PLO. Clash. Plath. Palm. And not only that, due to his violent aura even the birds that flew through the sky fell to the ground. However, that wasn't the first time that Broly became this kind of super angry monster and surely wouldn't be the last time. Zamasu. Who is that Zamasu? A Kai from Universe 10, he's supposed to be serving as apprentice of the Supreme Kai. But, how do you know that I saw him recently? Said Shin after recovering his voice after his almost heart attack suffered due to Broly's intense bloodlust focused on him. It's true Broly. How do you know about that? Ached Whis with some concern. There are various means by which Broly could have known that, such as reading Shin's mind, using his uncanny ability to know things or because among other things I put on you years ago a spy skill to know what you every time. Shouted Broly, which of all the possible options he could have alluded to, explained the most disturbing and criminal of all. Something possibly caused by his anger, or maybe another reason. But no matter why he did it, the fact is, that statement made everyone's hair stand on end without transforming into Super Saiyan. And why did you do something like that? Shin protested, feeling completely outraged for obvious reasons. Since when had Broly been spying on him and to what extent had he been spying on him? Has he seen him naked? Has he seen him sleeping during work hours? It was impossible for him to stop thinking about that. Exactly. That is gross immorality and a violation of privacy. Not to mention that you are spying on Supreme Kai. And do you want me not to suspect that you aren't planning anything suspicious? Said Beerus, who finally found the perfect excuse to continue accusing Broly of crimes against the gods and divine laws. And all thanks to Shin's misfortune. He is undoubtedly useless, but his uselessness was being useful to him for a change. But before blatant crime charges became more popular and doubts about Broly's intentions and possibly questions about others' privacy crimes continued, Bulma came to her husband's rescue by saying, "Calm down, I guess Broly has a good explanation for why he did that. Right? Of course, everything I do is for one reason and I have two reasons. The first reason is that this idiot usually puts himself in danger, and since he's weakling has a high probability of dying, and if Beerus dies he dies, and if Beerus dies Whis would disappear from this universe. And although in the event that Whis disappeared I would have one less freeloading in my house, I would also lose one of the few people I know that is able to use his brain correctly. And believe me, I need people like him by my side. I'm afraid that I will be infected with the idiocy that everyone release except Bulma and Gohan." Of course, Broly said with a quite offensive argument for almost everyone, although in reality his speech was very difficult to counter. However, at the same time an argument that others liked, like Bulma, Gohan and of course Whis ho ho ho. It's a pretty compelling argument. And what is the second reason? See if for just once in his life Shin is able to do something useful or at least regular to give him this fucking award. Said Broly, showing an award about him patting Shin head as if he were a dog to disintegrate it, at the same time. But after today he has already been banned from the competition. Forever. Some criticism, constructive criticism, that greatly hurt the already battered pride of the poor and pitiful Supreme Kai, which tried to defend himself. Broly, I think you're exaggerating. Guessing that it is Zamasu based on that description isn't so easy. That's not easy. Fuck. Look at it for yourself, Broly shouted, contesting Shin's arguments as he projected once more with his third eye everything that happened during the training match between Universe 7 and 10. A projection that showed without a doubt that Zamasu had proposed that they should kill all humans and other mortal races. An incontestable empirical evidence that showed that this guy was extremely suspicious and Shin extremely stupid. So obvious that no one tried to defend him no matter how hard they tried to find some argument. Shin The truth is that, there are a lot of clues that point that he is the culprit. Pimple. I hate to agree with Broly, but you really deserve a beating, said Beerus. That more than anyone didn't want to agree with Broly, but it was impossible. That was something impossible to defend without suffering a cognitive dissonance. But like the average communist who argues that Cuba isn't a dictatorship, Shin tried to defend himself against the accusations. Wait. Okay. Zamasu may seem a bit extreme, but do we have enough evidence that he is the culprit? Broly, remember that years ago we... Of course, after hearing Trunk's story, I went to Universe 10 and began to monitor him to see if he is the culprit, since there are extreme clues about it. Especially when was you who told him about Goku. Look. Since then he has become obsessed with him and watches his fights in the GodTube every fucking day with a face full of envy, hatred, obsession and frustration, said Broly, showing another recording. This time one that showed how Zamasu looked like an obsessed. All the videos uploaded to GoTube by a certain Pussy Destroyer 69 in which Goku fought in the tournament of power organized by Kompa and Beerus. An irrefutable proof that Shin again tried to disprove, yes, but that doesn't mean that. And then we have this one that happened recently. The son of a bitch has traveled to our universe looking for the Super Dragon Balls and also went to ask Zuno if it was possible to exchange his body with a mortal. Do you need more clues? Said Broly while projecting the occasion in which Zamasu went to threaten his lackey Zuno to know everything about the Super Dragon Balls. Wow. I think that, no more clues are needed. It's him, Shin said, who had no choice but to admit his complete defeat. He's certainly an idiot, just like everyone thought. And that idiocy that wasn't recognized from the first moment made the angry Broly explode again. Fuck guys. I only gave you a fucking task. I only gave you a fucking after giving you practically all possible hints. You just needed to put them together, use your fucking half Masuda brain, which don't have brain, and research a little instead of sitting in my garden doing nothing. Shouted Broly, which turned into his most powerful form once again due to his extreme anger, destroying the shirt that Bulma had put on him earlier. His anger towards the useless gods of his universe increased exponentially, the same as his power and the poisoned words directed towards them that he launched at will. And although Shin had lost all will and right to defend himself, Beerus tried to excuse his uselessness. Broly, you have spy skills, but in our case. In your case. Broly had completely lost control and his eyes only radiated violence and the desire to kill subnormals to free the world of its stupidity. And obviously his eyes were solely focused on Shin and Beerus, and maybe Vegeta for some reason. Broly-sensei. Calm down, honey. Don't kill them, Dad, you will stain the floor. Shouted Gohan, Bulma and Bra, that stuck like limpets to Broly's rocky body to entice him to calm down. Something that more or less worked since Beerus and Shin were still alive. You know there are Dragon Balls on 2 planets in your district, you could gather them together and ask who the fuck is the culprit, or at least obtain some method to find him. In your fucking universe there is a guy who knows everything, you could have asked him. But nothing of that would have been necessary if you used your brain to remember that a Kaioshin apprentice said that all humans should be exterminated. Shouted Broly again, while trying to cancel his transformation and calm down so as not to harm his wife, daughter, disciple and house. Shin and Beerus' lives were worth nothing compared to that possible damage. Man. Said like that. No wonder Broly always gets angry with the uselessness of the gods, Bulma said as she tried to dress her husband's top one more time. But she anticipated too much, his anger hadn't yet been quenched. Fuck. Do I have to do everything? I don't just save the day over and again while you don't make a shit. But you also suspect of me and question everything I do. If it wasn't for me all of would be devoured by your own shit. Said Broly, finally unleashing all his accumulated rage, and breaking the shirt again due to his transformation. Although fortunately it seemed that the storm had already ended. Broly had sat in his chair to try to calm down. Come on honey, calm down. It is the 12th shirt you destroy this week, Bulma said as she gave another shirt to Broly. Also to calm Broly before her husband, following his instincts, would cut Shin and Beerus' skulls to shit inside them. Therefore she embraced his face against her body to make sure he doesn't kill them with his magic eyes. Excuse me Bulma. You know that so much uselessness drives me crazy, get by my side before they infect me. I need some peace of mind said Broly as he embraced Bulma and tried to not make eye contact with Beerus, Whis and Goku for some reason. Finally the violent storm of anger and accusations ended. And like all storms after its ending, they left a trail of destruction and sequels in the places and people who suffered them. And this storm was no different in this regard, especially in Beerus's mind. Okay. Now I don't know if I was being paranoid or not, or if Broly planning something or not. Damn it, stop making me doubt like this. Thought Beerus, who no longer knew what to think and believe. Broly really want to help them? Was planning something against everyone? What the hell is he doing and thinking? Never Beerus. It's boring if you don't suspect anything. The key is suspense, thought Broly, hiding his malevolent smile behind Bulma's body, who was still hugging his angry amorous bear. Either way, everything had become clear now. Beerus and Shin are lazy and useless. Broly had every reason to be angry. Zamasu is the culprit. And someone had to try to keep this chaos afloat. That was a mission tailor-made for Whis. Well, I think many things have become clear. Zamasu seems to be the culprit and... But suddenly his scepter lit up, interrupting his pro-productivity speech. What's wrong, Whis? Asked Beerus, who also saw the abnormality in his assistant's scepter. Something that used to mean something not very nice. I'm getting a transmission from somewhere else. It's from the Grand Priest. Answered Whis, giving some very good news. Maybe good news, but not for Beerus, who shouted, what? Did you say the Grand Priest? Hello Grand Priest. It's been a while since I've heard from you. Yes. Understood very well. I'll be an ouch, said Whis, finishing the call with his father and explaining the content of the conversation. My. This is quite the problem indeed. What's wrong? Did he need something? Ached Beerus, as he shallowed some mellow cola to refresh himself after all this bullshit. Yes, he needs Goku, answered Whis, pointing at Goku. HRM. Me? Asked Goku, don't understanding why that dude needed him. A question that was immediately by Whis without hesitation. Zeno-sama would like an audience with you. So you are to come to the royal place immediately. Puff. An unexpected news that made Beerus spit all the mellow cola over Shin. What did you say? Beerus screamed in panic upon hearing that crazy news with extreme and terrifying implications. The time has finally come. The moment when my plan really begins, thought Broly, still hiding his sinister simile behind Bulma's embrace. Chapter 245. Zeno-sama would like an audience with you. So you are to come to the royal place immediately, said Whis to Goku, who looked at him with a somewhat stupid face. Puff. An unexpected news that made Beerus spit all the mellow cola over Shin. What did you say? Beerus screamed in panic upon hearing that crazy news with extreme and terrifying implications. Why does he want to meet me? I wonder if this has something to do with that tournament. Asked Goku, only thinking about his tournament and other fighting stuff. I haven't the faintest clue, answered Whis, therefore they should find out together going there. A rather disturbing mystery, considering that the most important being in all the universes, a being who can erase universes with a wave of his hand, was interested in him. Therefore anyone would want to know why and pray that it was a good thing. However, Goku is different. At any moment Trunks could finish training and then they could go to his future to fight against a very strong guy. And if he had to go with Zeno, maybe he could miss that opportunity. He wanted to fight that guy, not to talk to Zeno. I'm kinda busy right now, so tell him I'll meet him some other time, answered Goku while trying to go to another place to continue training. An answer that maddened the already upset and concerned god of destruction, who was almost unable to put into words all his rage and fear. Yo. You freaking moron. When the king of all things says he wants an audience with you immediately, you drop everything you're doing and you go. Stupid. Shouted Beerus, trying to restrain with all his might the urge to strange Goku until his tongue turned blue. However, he couldn't, since Zeno-sama wants to see him, surely alive. Therefore, Goku, seeing that he couldn't refuse that order, asked to Whis, is it far? Even for me, a one-way trip would take 2 days, Whis answered to Goku, knowing that he wouldn't like that answer. And was right. 2 days. I don't have the time to be running off to somewhere that ridiculously far away. We already know who supplanted me and destroyed Trunks' world, and there are only a few hours to go to fight him. I can't miss that. Shouted Goku, crying and pleading like a little child in the 90s forced him to go to school before the chapter of Dragon Ball Z finished. Don't make me repeat myself. Shut up and get going already. Shouted Beerus, playing his role as a responsible but choleric mother. That was without doubt a great predicament for Goku. If he spends 2 days to see Zeno-sama, it is very possible that he won't be able to fight Zamasu. However, if he doesn't go to see him, it is very likely that all the universes will be destroyed. He was unable to decide what to choose. Therefore, Goku begged the gods for someone to find a solution that would allow him to have both options at the same time. Aram, if it's alright with you, I can take you there. I can use instant transmission to get there, says Shin as he wiped the mellow cola that Beerus spat in his face. Really? Said Goku, very happy to discover that his prayers were answered. What? I can't believe it. Shin is finally useful for something. I didn't believe that I would live to see this day, even though I am immortal, said Broly, using all his sarcasm power to mock Shin. A sarcasm that hurt our incompetent supreme god, who tried to ignore Broly. And not only him. Goku, Whis, and above all Beerus tried to ignore all his hate to focus in their immediate great problem. Perfect. If you're with him I'll be a lot more rally, said Beerus until certain concern came to his mind doing moonwalk one moment. Goku goes to see Zeno-sama, and Goku is an idiot with no manners who talks to Zeno-sama as if he were anybody. Something like that is very likely to anger Zeno-sama, and if Zeno-sama gets angry. Fukuck. It is very likely that the cause of the supposed cataclysm isn't Broly for being Broly or Black Goku with his still unknown but known plan, but the real Goku due to his stupidity. A huge concern that changed his speech in no time. WHAS. I want you to tag along too. Don't let him do anything stupid. Although it is almost impossible. The fate of the entire universe rests on your shoulders. Very well. And what about you, Lord Beerus? Said Goku, who wanted to know if all the gods would accompany him in this stupid trip. You kidding me? I'll pass on that. Answered Beerus, refusing to take that trip with the same passion with which he refuses to work. Coward, said Broly to Beerus, pointing out the reason why Beerus refused to go. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. By the way Broly, can you put that spy wick in Goku to see that he does? Responded Beerus, don't giving a fuck about Broly's criticism. Beerus was only interested in surviving and now know if he would die in few moments if Goku spoils everything in this trip. Not only are you a coward and a slacker, also an hypocrite. Spying people is no longer so horrible. If you want to see what Goku does at Zeno's house so much, you can go with them. Said Broly, criticizing Beerus once more that day. No way. Desperate moments require desperate measures, answered Beerus, without showing any kid of embarrassment. Doesn't matter whatever he said few minutes ago, his survival is more important than his integrity, moral or pride. And neither Broly, Whis or anybody could change that, no matter what they told him. Why don't you do Broly? I'm curious to know what the palace of that Zeno is, said Bulma, either because pitted Beerus in some way and because really wanted to see how the king of all the universes lives. Can you stop deciding about my life without consulting me? Said Goku, that he felt like a small child in the doctor's office while his parents talked to the doctor about his problems in his name. Alright. Come closer Goku, said Broly, who gave in due to Bulma's intervention. Therefore, Goku, that at this point his opinion didn't matter to anyone, approached to Broly, who put his hand on his head and did something strange that almost no one understand. What have you done to him? Have you used that strange energy that only you and Gohan have? Asked Whis, that was aware about the existence of NEN and KIEN. He didn't feel anything, but precisely why he sensed that Broly had made use of the strange ability that only he and his student knew how to use and feel. And obviously wanted to know what can he do with this obscure power. That's right. It is a subpart of my Ninkian ability. I have split a part of my domain created with KIEN and I have hooked it in Goku. In this way I can know at all times what happens around the 20 kilometers area that I have stuck to Goku wherever he is and is also undetectable. Although I had already installed it in Goku for years, he said and thought Broly, explaining some of almost infinite abilities. That's why you always know when I do something bad, said Bra, that after hearing that explanation he was able to relate that ability to certain episodes in her life. Certain episodes in her life in which Broly called her on the phone a few seconds after committing an illegality to punish her. Yes, although I have more methods, said Broly, reminding others that he can read minds, see the future, past and present and know things like Zuno. Basically Broly was like Santa Claus but without giving gifts and with bad intentions. It is a very strange and terrifying ability. Can you do something like that too, Gohan? Asked Whis to Broly's disciple. Until now the NEN and KIEN were only interesting concepts in Whis' mind, but recently, the more he knew about that strange energy the more intrigued and concerned he became. No, nothing like that, each one of us can create his special ability based on his specific type of NEN and personality. It's quite difficult to explain, but my abilities are much simpler than Broly Senii, answered Gohan, who didn't like too much his ability like Kite of Hunter x Hunter. The NEN is quite an intriguing concept, said Whis to himself as he tried to understand the NEN with the new information he received. In some aspect it's inferior to divine power, however its proprieties and strange applications are very dangerous. So dangerous that not even an angel like him was able to detect and understand their powers. A very interesting topic that more than one wanted to talk about. However, Beerus reminded to everyone that they should have other priorities now, less talk and more walk. Go quickly before Zeno-sama gets impatient. Yeez, said Goku without much enthusiasm as he gathered around Whis and Shin. So when the three of them were finally together and holding hands. Kai. Shin teleported them to Xenosama Palace. Broly, can you broadcast what is happening with Goku in the same way that you have shown us the memories of Trunks? Asked Beerus and Bulma while they catched some popcorn and soda. Yeah. I have to work again as a projector, answered Broly as he pointed his third eye towards the screen and said, oh by the way, Gohan, dress up for training. I will need your help with Trunks. What? You need my help? Said the responsible, scientific and businessman Gohan, who didn't expect to do physical labor at this stage of his life. Chapter 246. Form Realm. In the middle of the infinite and monotonous dimension of Broly. In certain devastated part full of cutting marks. Two adults with tattered clothes talked after an intense training session. Gohan-san. What do you think of my ability? Is it too simple? Said Trunks to his alternative sensei seeking his approval and advice. This was the first time that did something like that, therefore, he wanted the opinion of someone with more experience. The opinion of someone other than the partial and egocentric Broly. It is simple and straightforward but also strong and effective, especially if you catch the enemy by surprise, answered Gohan, who after the training they have known better than anyone that Trunks' ability will be extremely useful despite. At least more useful and less shameful than some of his abilities. That's right, not everyone can have skills as impressive as mine. However, just like Gohan says, it's a good skill. With your new mastery of divine energy, the Broly super body multiplication, your new ability that you have learned and everything else that I have taught you, I think you will be able to fight that Black Goku quite well in case Goku and Vegeta can't accompany you. In fact, I made him extremely strong. He will be able to kill Black Goku by himself before Zamasu arrives to fuse. Although, no problem, I have already created countermeasures. Wawa wawa. Said and thought Broly, trying to pretend not having evil plans on his mind. It's all thanks to you Broly, without you I would never have become so strong. Much less in such a short time, Trunks said, thanking with all his heart the help that his alternate stepfather had offered him without asking anything in return. Or at least that was what he believed. Is nothing. If I sent you to the future to die at the hands of Black, Bulma will kill me, or at least she will be angry with me forever. But it doesn't matter, you have been a good student like Gohan. It is evident that you learned from his other version. Come on, you have earned a 30-minute break, but then we will continue, in an even more extreme and cruel way than before. Do you want a soda? Said Broly, once again changing temperament and personality at high speed to keep Trunks in tension. But Trunks had already gotten too used to it, that forced eccentricity no longer scared him. Thank you Broly-san. Trunks thanked Broly to immediately change the subject. Gohan-san. How is your married life? Broly told me that you're a father now. It's true. Yes, that's right. After you left many things changed. I started a family business which I combine with my career as a scientist. I met Videl, whom I married years later, and now she is the mother of my little daughter Pan. If you noticed, she's the baby that was flying, said Gohan, explaining to Trunks his daily life with pride and happiness. I see. I'm glad for you. After all, this is the life you always wanted, away from fights and conflicts, said Trunks, upon hearing about Gohan's life. He was really happy to hear that at least this Gohan had been able to fulfill his dream. Trunks was so happy that was almost about to cry. And Gohan, that more or less was able to understand Trunks' mood, tried to redirect the conversation. Ha, don't believe it, there are always conflicts, that's why you always have to be in shape, today's events prove it. And how did you do after going back to the future? Did you manage to settle down too? When I returned to my time, the first thing I did was kill C-17 and C-18, restoring peace to the world. Later I killed Cell, who tried to use the time machine to do the same thing that happened here. After that I had some years of peace and happiness with my mother and the others, until one day Babidi and Dabura tried to resurrect Bu. To defeat them and prevent Bu from resurrecting, the Supreme Kaioshin made me his apprentice and trained me with the Z-sword, and as you could see, was possible for us to prevent the resurrection of Bu and defeat them, although that cost the lives of Shin and Kibito. And shortly after Black Goku came, turning the world into another apocalypse that surpassed the one caused by the androids, answered Trunks, turning the atmosphere even heavier than before Gohan's question, although it was obvious that at some point his explanation would be obscured due to the events that had brought him here. Therefore, Gohan tried to reassure him in some way, apologizing for asking, I see, I'm sorry. And seeing that Gohan's felt bad for reminding him of those bad times, tried to reassure him this time, don't worry, I have lived most of my life like this. And answering your question. Yes. It can be said that in part one settled down. With a very brave girl named Mai, we both resisted against Black, to suddenly obscure the mode of everyone as he remembered the last confrontation between Black and Mai before coming here, although it is very likely that now she is. But not again. Not in Broly's ward. She is not dead, said Broly while pouring another drink to Trunks. Now an alcoholic drink, to dry the sorrows. What? How do you know? Shouted Trunks in anticipation. So abrupt was his reaction that through the glass that Broly had served him few seconds ago. A little detail that Broly overlooked this time, therefore he explained to him everything. I scanned your memories and was able to determine that she only suffered a concussion. The moment you return to your timeline you can heal her with your Kaioshin apprentice powers. Shin has done two useful things. Maybe I should forgive him. No. What a relief. Mai is fine, said Trunks, who almost cried from happiness, ignoring the part about Shin and his uselessness. You surprise me, Broly-sensei. You are more collaborative than usual, and more considering your relationship with Trunk. Even I begin to believe that you have hidden an evil plan in the midst of all this kindness, said Gohan, who understood his sensei perfectly although he didn't want to believe it and still had no proof. Accusations that Broly tried to deny, although they were true. Is this really the image you all have of me? I'm not as bastard as you think, I have my good side. Also, apart from the reasons I explained before about why I am helping you so much, which I don't want to repeat. I feel somewhat guilty about Trunks' non-birth in this timeline. Besides, if Trunks has a girlfriend, my daughter will be less motivated. She's like her mother. And Trunks, who after knowing that Mai was alive became much more positive, continued with the conversation no more about his alternative stepfather and his new family. It's true. I saw a girl very similar to Mom when she was little. It is by chance you. That's right, and for your sake stay a little away from her, said Broly like a stereotypical overprotective parent. The relationship between the two had improved but everything had some limitations. And Broly's limitations were to prevent something like that to happen, something so chaotic that it could destroy the reality, like two Lokis falling in love with each other. Although he trusted Trunks, but not Bra. Broly-sensei, you are more paranoid than Beerus, said Gohan, that wanted to think that Broly was joking about this matter. He wanted to think that his teacher didn't really think that this madness was possible. He prayed that one day Broly would confess that this was nothing more than a comic relief. However, that day never came. I see, I guess I'm not good enough for your daughter. Ha ha ha, said Trunks, who with a lot of sense of humor and knowing that Broly didn't appreciate him excessively continued with the joke in which Broly pretended to be an overly protective father. Because Trunks thought it was a joke. If not for the age difference, that she is genetically your half-sister, that she is your counterpart in this timeline, that would make Vegeta my in-laws, even though that Vegeta is dead. And some other additional taboos, you would be the best match for her apart from Gohan. Don't think that I praise you excessively, there are simply few competitors in this game for now. Although seriously, I am concerned about this fixation she has for your paternal lineage, said Broly, talking openly with his two disciples about his more mundane concerns, the love relationships of his elementary school daughter. What? Trunks exclaimed, who didn't quite understand what Broly said. He understood the part in which Broly praised him and at the same time didn't. Also understood that his future son-in-law had to be someone exceptional and that fit perfectly with Bra and her circumstances. However, he didn't understood what the hell his father and his lineage had to do in this story. Luckily, Gohan was there to answer that question. He means that Bra is always with Vegeta Jr., the son of Vegeta and Yam in this timeline. You know what I mean. An answer that completely broke all the parameters set in Trunks' mind. That was too much to assimilate in such a short time, so much so that he tried to clarify his ideas orally to see if he couldn't only understand it, but also accept it. Oh, I see. It's definitely something unexpected. My sister. And my brother. Then. They are. But it wasn't only difficult for him, but also for Broly, which ended that conversation before he began to think even more about that problem. You know, let's drop this topic. Now for some reason that I don't want to comment, we will train very hard. We don't have much time, more or less. Goku is about to return from Zeno's shack, Beerus wants to go kill the Zamasu on our timeline and the time machine is almost ready. We are in the minute of discount and we haven't yet scored a goal. So give everything before the game ends. Yes sir. Answered Trunks and Gohan at the same time, who understood that talking about Bra and her possible suitor had awakened the monster that Broly always tried to hide. The real hell began now, and if they dared to complain or show dissatisfaction there were still more horrible hells waiting for them. In the garden of the Capsule Corp mansion. The Z Warriors and other guests watched in a tent created by Broly, a movie that Broly was projecting with his third eye. A movie that showed the crazy adventures of Goku in Zeno's house. Goku, then you can use a pet name for me too. What should it be? Said Zeno, showing great sympathy and appreciation for Goku. The sympathy that an idiot with the mental age of a primary school child usually shows towards another idiot like him. Huh. Gee, I dunno. How about Omni-chan? Goku replied without swallowing his tongue out of fear, something that almost everyone who saw and heard what was happening was doing right now. Others like Xeno's guards instead looked at Goku like he was trash that they had to eliminate. Others like Shin, did the best they could do. Plof. Fainting so as not to disturb. And others like Beerus, well, only Beerus. Gaiage Goku. What the hell? Tried to strangle the Goku that was seen in the movie. I remind you that this is a projection, you cannot stop him, said Broly upon see that Beerus was trying to catch the Goku he was projecting. However, while Beerus tried unsuccessfully to kill Goku from Earth and prayed that Xeno-sama didn't kill them all right now. Xeno-sama gave his opinion about his new nickname Omni-chan. Yeah, that's swell. So after this matter was resolved, Goku asked about the only thing that mattered to him, so Omni-chan, you didn't call me over to talk about the Universal Tournament? Maybe later, but let's play first, said Xeno, who had other plans in mind with his new friend Goku. Plans that didn't convince Goku, that only wanted to fight against powerful people, not play with the spoiled children. Sorry, I am busy right now. But once I'm free I'll come play with you, so just wait a bit, okay? Wah. What? What the hell has he done? Wiu. Shouted the guard N1, outraged by what he just heard. Watch you mouth. Shouted the guard N2, about to jump on Goku's neck for what he had just done and said. Stupid idiot. Do you want to kill us all? Shouted Beerus from planet Earth, destroying the 12th screen. Broly materialized during the few minutes that broadcast had lasted. How could they not be this upset? That idiot said no to the king at all. That's a blasphemy that couldn't be tolerated. Seriously, control yourself. The others cannot see anything, said Broly, putting some order in his house. And at the same time Xeno did the same in his palace in a more intimidating way. Silence or I'll annihilate you. Oh, our sincerest apologies. Shouted the two guards and Beerus too, destroying the 13th screen by bowing to the Xeno of the broadcast. Do I have to repeat it? Protested Broly again as he materialized another screen. And while Broly rearranged the television screen and tied Beerus to prevent him from continuing to bother others, Xeno continued his conversation with his beastie Goku. So will you come play once that other stuff's finished? Asked Xeno with anticipation. Yeah, and I'll bring over someone who'll probably be an even better friend for you, answered Goku, although he had no idea who to introduce him to. He was talking just to talk. Fucking moron. Who the hell do you want to introduce him to? Beerus yelled as he broke his chains to try to kill Goku again. I will not repeat it. One more time and I'll break your legs. Said Broly, announcing his ultimatum. However, while all this was happening, the conversation between Goku and Xeno continued. Then have this, said Xeno-sama, giving to Goku something. And that something was a button. What is it? Asked Goku, that although he understood that it was a button, he didn't know what its function is. Push that button, and I'll come right away, answered Xeno. Wow, thanks. Said Goku, accepting this present with a wide smile. A gift that unleashed the beast again. Oh my god. Why did you give that to that idiot? I have a feeling that if there is a multiversal cataclysm in the future, it will be caused by Goku's stupidity, shouted Beerus, breaking the chains that Broly put on him again. Although this time he didn't try to kill the Goku that appeared on the screen. He was too overwhelmed with that last scene to even raise his arms towards the guy who possessed the most dangerous weapon. He was afraid to even touch that button by chance in case he tried to kill that idiot, even if it was a reproduction. I support that theory. Well, technically it may be true, said Broly, who sadly couldn't break Beerus's legs because he didn't do anything to the screen. And while the children were prodding Beerus with a stick, who seemed to have passed out or perhaps was paralyzed due to the fear, Xeno and Goku finally said goodbye to each other. Can I head back then? Asked Goku, that he wanted to go home, as if he were a child in a dentist's office. You'll keep your promise? Said Xeno, another powerful being who behaved like a little child. Yeah. Well, I'm off, said Goku, saying goodbye to the king altogether while carrying the passed-out Shin on his shoulders. So after a few minutes in which they waited Shin to wake up, since he was their transporter and wasn't even useful in that, they returned to planet Earth. We're back. Shouted Goku with happiness. There's nothing like coming home, to leave home to go to an apocalyptic future to fight against a guy who had stolen his body in another timeline. Imbecile, you almost killed us all. Shouted Beerus, that was finally able to strangle the real Goku with his bare hands. He had dreamed of this moment only a few minutes ago, although they had been the longest minutes of his life. Come on, Beerus-sama, you are exaggerating, again, said Goku, trying to talk while Beerus tried to kill him. A protest that only angered Beerus more, that even squeezed him harder than before. That I'm exaggerating, you say? You know you have been about. Until. Meek. An infernal honk that originated a few inches from their ears and that spread throughout the city in few seconds ended that stopped that assassination attempt. An infernal honk whose origin was in the air horn that Bulma held in her hand. Thank you for your attention. The time machine is ready, said Bulma, ending the first chapter of this month. Chapter 247. Chapter 248. Thank you for your attention. The time machine is ready, said Bulma, ending the discussions and aggressions that were being committed in the previous episode. So fast? Asked almost everyone. Everyone knew that Bulma is a genius capable of creating a particle accelerator with clips, but even so, they believed that making a time machine work again wouldn't be so fast. With my time compressor everything can be done very quickly. Not only has it given me time to generate enough fuel for several round trips, I have also created some devices that will allow us to communicate with each other regardless of the timeline or time in which we are. And of course I have also enlarged the inside of the time machine without modifying the size of the time machine, and I created another time machine just in case, said Bulma, showing her new creation, the intertemporal mobile phone, the only product she could bring with her. The time machine was still in the garage. Now she's strong enough to bring her here, but why the hell would she have to do something so unnecessary? It was more practical to guide them to the garage instead. Using a time compressor while modifying and creating a time machine. You don't stop playing with the taboos of this universe, said Beerus, who tried to turn a blind eye as much as he could but wasn't easy. Bulma's family, whether in this or another timeline, were the greatest criminals he had ever met. Even so his life was in the hands of those criminals, and if he dared to do something to them Broly would finish him. I didn't expect less from you, Mom, said Trunks, who left the form realm with Gohan right now. When Bulma told to them that everything was ready, the Broly inside the form realm finished the training and kicked them off his property after beating them up in a last sparring match. Although thanks to his healing powers Broly, Shower and new changes, Gohan and Trunks seemed to have come out of a spa instead of the World War II. Trunks, have you finished your training yet? Said Goku, Bulma and almost all the other Z warriors gathered in the garden. You look much more powerful than before. I didn't expect less from you, said Vegeta, that was even capable of increasing his pride due to evolution of his alternative son. It seems that we have among us another Saiyan with divine energy, said Whis, that with a single glance he could notice the growth of Trunk. Now he was at a level equal to or even higher than that of Goku, Vegeta, Ginger and Yam, the students who with so much care was cultivating. Yes, another problem, said Beerus, who learned in the hard way that the existence of a powerful Saiyan wasn't always a good thing for the stability of his universe. And even worse for his peace of mind. That's why he wanted to lose sight of them as soon as possible, even if it was only for a few minutes. Let's leave these observations for later. I think we all have things to do, especially the boy. Although the most excited of all was. Yes, I really want to fight my evil self, said Goku, very excited to depart now, but suddenly someone looked at him resignedly. Why are you looking at me like that, Bulma? I know you just want to fight and that stuff, but it's still unclear if someone other than Trunks can go to the future. In the case in which you, Vegeta, Gohan or Broly accompany Trunks, there could be an accident with unimaginable consequences. Either making time travel impossible, sending you to another time and place, killing you. It's not entirely certain that you can come and go, much less fight Black, said Bulma, explaining to Goku's the harsh reality almost as if she were a mother explaining to her son that Santa Claus didn't exist. So, will you send Trunks alone to the future? Asked Veed, worried about losing Gohan in case he went to the future to help his friend. Don't worry Videl, they all have 500 bodies, we will send 499 there and leave one here. In the event that they die due to an accident related with the time travel or at Black's hands, they will still be alive in our timeline. They will only need some time in the time compressor to regenerate those 499 remaining bodies. And we also have a time machine to spare, so Trunks can go back to his future on his own if there is a problem during the trip. That's why I created another machine. I hope it isn't necessary to use it, but it is better to be proactive, said Bulma, explaining to Videl and the others that despite the potential danger they really didn't have to worry. And don't worry about your Gohan, we'll send Goku and Vegeta as test guinea pigs first. If they die the losses won't be so serious. Besides Trunks has something to say to your Gohan, said Broly, also reassuring Videl, but only Videl. Hey! That's cruel. Protested Vegeta and Goku, that felt like canaries inside a mine. You are right. There is no danger then, said Videl, relieved to realize that there was no chance of becoming a widow. Unlike Chi-Chi, she cares about her husband. And at the same time his husband cared about his friend Trunks. Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you? With my ability I could. Gohan-san, isn't necessary. You've already done a lot for me, you don't have to fight my battles now. You should stay here and protect this world while the others are out. It's not impossible for Black to come here too, said Trunks to his alternative teacher in a speech that involved more than it seemed to our time traveler. As long as Trunks had memory, the Gohan of his timeline was the one fighting against C-17, C-18 and all the adversity every day. Was that Gohan, who forced himself to be strong and combative even though it was something he had never liked, and unfortunately he lived and died in his arms in that way, without living a single day of peace. And for some reason Trunks didn't want to see the Gohan who had achieved everything his Gohan had yearned for went with him to fight in the ruined world where he once died. A subtext that Gohan understood, although it was difficult for him to accept that he couldn't go to help him. Okay, good luck. Although I will be very restless for not being able to do anything. Don't worry about anything, we can see everything that happens in Trunks' future thanks to Bulma's new invention and my spying ability attached to Goku. You can cheer them on while you eat popcorn, and of course, I have to work as a projector again, said Broly as he prepared all the stuff for his new film. I see that you have everything under control here. Whis. Let's go to Universo 10's Kaioshin realm. We'd better destroy Zamao's now while we've got the chance, said Beerus, that wanted to get rid of a threat to his life as soon as possible. And since he couldn't kill Broly, he settled for killing Zamasu. But won't that change the future and create another new timeline? Asked Whis, pointing out that they were committing another illegality. So what? If we don't do something, everyone will wind up dead, said the great defender of intergalative law. You are very flexible when it comes to saving your life, Broly said with his usual sarcasm. Your sarcasm no longer affects me, replied Beerus, who that he learned that the best way to avoid Broly's sarcasm, jokes, criticisms and other annoying stuff was to pretend that shit didn't affect you. Won't you stay to see the show? Zamasu will take time to return to the house of the supreme useless of the 10th universe. He's just now asking Zuno about the Super Dragon Balls, said Broly, not with the intention that they would stay to see the show. He only wanted to show them that he was still in control of the situation. No thanks, I'm sick of so many movies. Let's go, said Beerus, prioritizing work over leisure, an extreme measure solely fostered by his survival instinct. Therefore he and Whis leave the planet with Whis' wormhole technique. It seems that the operation to kill Zamasu through time has started with two teams leaving at the same time. Come on guys, get on board my ship, said Bulma, showing everyone the way to the garage where she had placed her time machine. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis were traveling to Universe 10 for professional reasons, and somewhat personal, inside me magical cup. And obviously, to liven up this relatively long trip they talked this and that. Goku only causes problems. He first let himself be possessed by a psychopathic Kai, and now despite all the warnings he almost killed us all several times. He is a complete idiot, said Beerus, who hadn't yet recovered from seeing Goku in the cinema, in a hyperrealistic horror movie where his stupidity could have killed everyone, on or off screen. Terrifying scenes that was unable to erase from his head. So you could see everything what happened in Zeno-sama's palace, like Broly-san said? Asked Whis rhetorically, although it is evident that Beerus and company could see what they did in a different dimension. He wanted his cat to confirm it. Yes, absolutely everything. I almost had several heart attacks every time Goku acted like an idiot, Beerus replied, showing traces of post-traumatic stress. So after hearing that confirmation, Whis explained his thoughts about Broly's ability. It is quite incredible that you could see it all, since that palace was built so that only those who have been invited can go or detect something inside. Even if you observed us through an ability, it should have been cancelled or at least paused inside the palace. However, this mistake about the Big Head's palace anti-spy spell wasn't what really disturbed him, and what is also worrying is that not even Dai Shinkan, nor Zeno-sama, nor Zeno-sama's assistants were able to sense that you were spying on us. That made me think that we could also be spied on by Broly 247 and we wouldn't even be aware. That's a terrifying idea. And, at the same time, gives me headaches, said Beerus with obvious concern. Even if he's a lazy glutton, he's not stupid. From the moment Broly explained and demonstrated his spying ability on Goku, an ability that he was unable to detect, he already realized that was possible, but the fact that the most supreme beings in the multiverse weren't even able to detect it made it even more terrifying. That means that no one is safe from Broly's spying ability. Why do you say that, Beerus-sama? Asked Whis, somewhat puzzled. There was something else besides the terrifying ability that made Beerus worry. In fact, there are many things to worry about, especially about Broly, but those problems weren't unknown until now. If Broly has such a terrible ability, why the hell did he show it to us? Answered Beerus, scratching the fur of his head in hopes that this will help him think better. He could have said that he found out about Zamasu through other means, like reading Shin's mind, that he used his answer talker ability or something like that. What is the point of revealing this terrifying ability to us when he already knows that we suspect that he's planning something very dark? This obviously will make us be more alert or create countermeasures such as speaking telepathically as we do now. It's weird, undoubtedly, answered Whis, that also asked himself the same question few minutes ago. Did he do it to show sincerity in the event that we ever found out about this ability by other means? It's weird, absurd, and annoying. Sometimes some data come to light that makes him seem the culprit, then we know other data that make him seem innocent, then everything indicates that the culprit may be someone else and then he says or does something that makes him a suspect again. And so over and over again. I swear I don't understand this. What the hell is happening here? Said Beerus with great confusion. He felt like an autistic freshly woke up with hangover trying to understand a cologne ad in a contemporary art museum with trap music in the background. Nothing made sense to him. Luckily, Wiss's mind was far more sophisticated than a cat's, therefore he was able to analyze the situation much better. I understand what you mean. If Broly really had an evil plan and wanted to do something in the future, with his intelligence and means at his disposal, I doubt that we would even realize about it. Obviously we could have gotten to smell something due to certain details, clusters of coincidences and even leaks, since gigantic long-term plans tend to present vulnerabilities. However, all these details that have made us suspicious of Broly have been too obvious. Too obvious? Asked Beerus, without understanding what its owner meant, or at least not quite. That's how it is. It's as if Broly purposely exposed all the clues pointing to him, or at least he didn't care if they were exposed. I doubt someone like him can be that clumsy, and I find it even more difficult to believe that so many misunderstandings have arisen one after another that lead us to suspect him, answered Whis while remembering all the moments when Broly said or did suspicious things. So. You are suggesting that he is playing with us, said Beerus, that after listening to Wiss's reflection drew that conclusion. It is very likely. In the case that he's really planning something, maybe he deduced that someone, maybe we, would discover something eventually. That's why he dropped small clues near our feet that would make us suspect him by exposing his own plan. At the same time he would also make us suspect that he's not the mastermind, that he's not planning anything, or that in reality nothing is happening. After all, why would the culprit expose his own crime? That's what everyone would think, which would make him seem less guilty in our rational minds, making us believe that we are misunderstanding the situation. And as if he didn't know anything about it, he will refute our suspicions, proving his innocence with his fabricated and plain evidence that he already planned to show us even before exposing his own implication. Showing himself collaborative to unravel the mystery, but creating distractions, false data, and maybe pointing out other possible culprits during the investigation. Thus leaving us in a constant state of alert that makes us doubt about everything every time, said Whis, explaining his extensive theory of the whole situation in a single dialogue, as if he were Kurapika in the Succession Contest arc. An informational bomb that exploded too hard in Beerus's mind, a mind already overloaded by all that had lived and thought today. Sick bastard. Even so, all this seems very complicated and far-fetched to me. And also very risky. Why would he choose this option when there are safer ways to hide his presumed evil plan? Perhaps he is so confident that he believes that his plan has a 100% probability of success, that even if we realized it we would be unable to stop him. Or that he simply enjoys seeing us doubt and dance in the palm of his hand, Whis replied, stating his conclusions about Broly's ability, behavior, and intentions. I would be terrified if any of those three possibilities is the true one. Anyway, from now on we will communicate telepathically, said Beerus, as he tried to think in something else, like kill Zamasu, the other bastard that probably was planning to kill him in the future. Of course, Beerus-sama, answered Whis as he continued his journey in his wormhole where him, Beerus and I wonder what would happen if you knew that the correct answer is all three options at the same time. Wah. And someone else continued his journey towards the Universe 10. Meanwhile, but another timeline and in the future. In the middle of a ruined city, next to the ruins of the legendary Capsule Corp. A time machine suddenly appeared in the air. This is the future? Asked Goku as he go out the time machine, quite sad to see the city in such state. Yes, it seems that my mother's worries were unnecessary. There have been no incidents, time travel has been successful, answered Trunks, relieved to see that they hadn't died as Broly had theorized. I am glad to hear that, Trunks. Be very careful and try to fight away from the time machine, said Bulma through your intertemporal and dimensional communication device, that like any other mother ordered the children to go play away from his car. So this is Earth in the future. Damn it all, said Vegeta, quite angry to see that the world he once almost tried to destroy and save was in such a state. Either for one case or another someone was better than him or destroyed what he had achieved. Wow, this is awful. Over in that mountain is that black. He started to move. Looks like he spotted us, said Goku, who sensed his other self evil and somewhat unknown ki. A disturbing ki that was heading towards them and that would reach them in a few seconds if it continued to advance at that speed. That meant that the conflict with the genocidal Goku was imminent and that they should be prepared to fight as soon as he appeared. But Trunks, where are you going? Shouted Vegeta upon see that his alternative son wasn't warming up, instead he was rescuing a woman. Mai's still alive. Broly was right, said Broly as he hugged Mai, which was unconscious on the floor due to the blow to the head he received from Black before Trunks left this timeline believing she was dead. However, as his alternate evil stepfather told him, she was only injured, so if she ate a senzu bean she would recover instantly and without sequelae. The problem right now was that Mai, being unconscious, couldn't eat a bean by herself, therefore Trunks, his boyfriend, in a technically consensual way and without the possibility of being reported for sexual harassment helped her swallow that bean for her with a romantic mouth-to-mouth maneuver. A medical and romantic process that one of the spectators didn't understand. Wah! He's sticking their lips together, said Goku, that didn't understand what he was seeing, unlike his elementary school son Goten, that was seeing everything. That's Broly's ability again. Haven't you ever done that before? Vegeta asked confused. Goku was joking or something like that. Done what? Answered Goku, who didn't seem to be kidding. Haven't you ever kissed? Vegeta asked very confused, as he had never been before. Gods capable of destroying entire universes at will, time travel, or talking animals were understandable and normal things to him up to this point. But that a 40-year-old man with 2 children and a granddaughter doesn't know what a kiss is was something surreal. Of course not. Goku answered almost outraged. Why the hell would he do something so strange, unnecessary, and disgusting? Aren't you married? Asked Vegeta, who at this point didn't know what to think about his rival. Huh. What's that got to do? Said Goku, not understanding Vegeta's strange questions. What is the relationship between what Trunks is doing with that girl and his marriage with Chi-Chi? And, never mind, said Vegeta, who wanted to bury in the depths of his brain this surreal moment so that he wouldn't lose the little respect he had for the intelligence and common sense of his rival. A surreal moment that was burned into everyone's soul for all eternity. Gohan, it's a fucking miracle that you and Goten were born, said Broly to his disciple. Yes, I know, I think everything happened thanks to my mother, said Gohan as he watched his mom's embarrassed reactions. Thank God, another event interrupted the most embarrassing moment of the Sun family. My! Shouted Trunks with joy upon seeing that his granny, her real age is around 100 years, girlfriend awoke after a server contusion. Trunks! Shouted Mai, very surprised to see her Trunks here. Thanks God! Trunks said as he hugged his girlfriend like he had never done before. He was so happy to see that she was okay that he couldn't hold back his tears. What are you doing here? Didn't you go to the past? Asked Mai, quite confused while hugging him too. I did, and thanks to my mother over there, I was able to come back, Trunks replied as he wiped away his tears and helped lift the love of his life. So it worked after all. But then why'd you return? Asked Mai, which understood he wanted to come back for her, but a part of her didn't want Trunks to come back for her. The last time they tried to flee they were almost killed by Black. She was afraid that this would happen again, but that they wouldn't be so lucky. She wasn't too afraid to die. If it hadn't been for the wish she made to Shenron by mistake, she would have already died of old age or for another cause related to be a villain that tried to conquer the world. However, Trunks' life was different. He was young, kind, sacrificed like nobody else and had saved the whole world on more than one occasion. The life of someone like him shouldn't be sacrificed for hers. These were some of the things she wanted to say to him, though at the same time she was very happy that he had come for her. However, someone else spoiled that emotional moment. That's what I would like to know too. Although that's not my main question right now, asked someone that suddenly appeared above them. Chapter 249. That's what I would like to know too. Although that's not my main question right now, asked someone that suddenly appeared above them. A person who looks too much like the idiot protagonist of the group, but unlike him he didn't have an idiot face. He really does look just like you. It's disgusting, said Vegeta to his rival while pointing to one of his top 10 most annoying faces. I had already seen it in the Broly video, but feels kinda weird, said Goku as he pointed what seemed to be his evil twin brother. Yeah, Spider-Man meme XD. Yes, without a doubt, who had just appeared is Black. The villain of this saga. One of the Zamasu that possessed the Goku of other timeline. The guy that only loves himself. What are you two doing here? Said Black to Goku and Vegeta, two guys who undoubtedly died decades ago in this timeline. How was it possible that they were here? But while Black asked himself these questions, Goku, who couldn't shut up, exposed everything they knew to his enemy. So, you're Black. We know who you really are, you're actually the guy, Zamasu. Yeah, we know everything. Like how you use the Dragon Balls to transfer yourself into my body. Well, someone's done their homework, said Black, that although he was surprised and angry because part of his plan, he was also grateful that his enemy explained everything they knew to him. In this way would be easier for him fight and manipulate them and not be manipulated. After all, information is power. Meanwhile, in the past. Everyone was still watching the live broadcast thanks to Broly's third eye projector. "You see, I was right, as always," Broly said, pointing at Black, who just confessed being the culprit. "Just like he said minutes ago." "Yes, we know," the others answered apathetically. They knew that during the following months and perhaps years Broly would continue to remind them of this day. The day he was right once again. Back to the present future. Trunks, Mai, Vegeta, Goku, and Black were still in the prelude of the slaps, therefore speaking for the sake of speaking. "I guess this means while I'm at it, I'll have to avenge myself," said Goku, talking to himself about his himself of other timeline that was possessed by the Kai of other timeline and universe he don't know about. Without a doubt, this was the moment when Goku's mind was most active and confused. But the Gokus that knew how to use his neurons correctly had more concerns than seeing himself. He wanted to know what the fuck was happening. "How did you get here? The two of you from this timeline died long ago. We've got no obligation to answer any of your questions," said Vegeta, doing the most sensible thing. Don't give his enemy information that could be used against him. All manga and anime characters should do like Vegeta, at least this time, to avoid counterproductive and avoidable plot twists. Certainly, they hadn't given him all the information, but Goku's recklessness and the reduced range of possibilities made it easier for Black to make a good diagnosis of the situation. "I don't know how you did it, but it's clear it was you, Trunks. There are no Dragon Balls in this timeline, so you couldn't resurrect them. That means, did you travel back in time?" said Black as he descended so that these poor and unworthy mortals could contemplate his magnificence and above all, to be able to get the information they needed through the use of violence. Violence that he would exert against Trunks with greater severity than against the rest. After all, he had unfinished business with him, besides that he had been the one who had exposed his perfect plan. That's why he would be his first victim today. "Sun-san. Dad. This guy is mine, please take me to some safe place," said Trunks as he stood with determination between Black, Goku and Vegeta and advanced towards Black, whom was killing with his gaze. The message was clear and evident even to two selfish warmongers who only wanted to fight strong guys. "Black wants to kill me first, but I want to kill him even more. It's my personal vendetta, don't interfere for now." "Okay. Leave it to me," said Vegeta as he carried his alternative daughter-in-law to another place. "Trunks, be careful, tell us if you need help," said Goku as he watched Black go near Trunks. Although he understood that this battle had to be fought by Trunks, he also wanted to play. Trunks, my favorite punching bag. I thought you brought these two to fight for you. Are you so eager to take another beating?" said Black face to face with Trunks, looking at him like a pedophile would look at a child without pants who had bent down to pick up a candy that he would later use to kill the fucking kid, and would steal the candy too. However, Black the pedophile didn't know is that Trunks had come of age. "I'm afraid it won't be like that, Black, or Zamasu, whatever your name is." And pum. Broom. 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 He was wearing invisible iron pants and the candy he had thrown on the floor was the super steroids he ate today. Therefore, he let him know with a super punch to the stomach with which he was able to make a tourist visit throughout the city as he demolished the already demolished buildings in his path. Guach. What happened? How has it gotten so strong? He hasn't even transformed, Black thought as he tried not to vomit the tea he drank a little while ago. He wasn't the Trunks he was having one-sided fun with a few minutes ago. Something changed and Trunks, who walked towards him, was ready to explain it. "Our roles are about to be reversed. Get ready to pay for everything you've done," said Trunks with great rage, with the intention of beating all the bad guys on his timeline again after training in the past. Once again in the past. Everyone continued to watch the live broadcast with great anticipation. They were all so focused on what was happening that they seemed to have forgotten how to speak. Except for, "This is Trunks. Do as I told you. Killing him would be too easy. You have to torture him physically and mentally. You have to make him feel helpless and miserable until you turn him into a withered shadow of what he once was. Destroy him until he begs for mercy, and once he does, keep pounding him. Take your time, if you kill him right away I'll have to intervene too early," shouted and thought Broly, behaving like a super cruel soccer fan who liked to celebrate the severe injuries of his rival team more than the goals of his team. "Dad, shut up, we want to see the movie. And stop moving. You blur the screen," protested Bra, speaking on behalf of everyone, which were trying to sit Broly on his seat, as if he were a pirate satellite dish that had been detuned. Back to the future. Black was trying to recover, both physically and mentally. "How is it possible? Where did you get all this power? Just a few hours ago I beat you up. How could you have progressed so much without even transforming in Super Saiyan?" asked Black, trying to get information from his enemies again. Trunks wasn't stupid enough to reveal those details, but overconfident people often make these kinds of mistakes. He lose nothing by trying. You don't need to know. The only thing you need to know is that if you don't show 100 of your power you won't even know how you died, answered Trunks, who threw down his characteristic capsule corp jacket to show that he will fight seriously. Moreover, Black, who despite having an ego bigger than Naruto's filler chapters wasn't an idiot. He understood perfectly he couldn't go at half throttle against this new and improved Trunks. If you insist so much. Therefore Black transformed to increase his power. I will crush you with all my might, even though you are only an insignificant worm. But with a very strange or at least unique transformation. Has his hair turned pink? I didn't know this transformation, said Goku, who tried to remember if Broly had ever told him about this transformation. Broly have transformed into a Super Saiyan, but the audience had never seen or knew that a Saiyan's hair could turn pink. Fortunately, the narrator and at the same time the protagonist of this story was there to explain these details even if no one had asked for them. It's an equivalent to Super Saiyan Blue from what I can see. Although in his case he has turned pink for being a fag, or because his divine energy is different from what Saiyans can obtain, since he was a Kai before, Broly said with a voiceover that seemed to be generated directly in the heads of Goku, Vegeta and Trunks. That's how it is. Broly, without any approved device for interdimensional and temporal communications, was speaking telepathically with the time travelers. Something that caused relative amazement in cinephiles but concern and at the same time relief in Trunks, Goku and Vegeta. Not even traveling to another timeline in the future they could get rid of Broly. Broly, where are you talking to us from? Vegeta asked, of the three the most worried about being in the presence of Broly. And what does it matter? The important thing is that I can solve your doubts in real time, answered Broly, this time without using voiceover. Anyway, Broly, or at least his voice, had come to stay in this desolate future. And since they were forced to have it in their heads, at least they could take advantage of it. By the way, how can he transform? If he stole Goku's body, shouldn't he have your multiplication ability active? Asked Vegeta while looking from side to side. He doesn't rule out the possibility that Broly was close, about to play a prank on him at the least expected moment. It wasn't the first time that his family suffered jokes of this kind, this month. As for that, although this is technically the Zamasu of our timeline, it is very likely that this Goku's body is not. He surely stole the body from another timeline, such as the timeline created by the first Trunks, and he obviously didn't learn my ability, answered Broly's voice as he explained in the past the characteristics of his ability and why it prevents the transformation into the Saiyans that aren't Broly. I see, it seems we weren't worrying for no reason, said Vegeta to himself as she smiled with confidence. But while Vegeta was already ending this war in his mind and Goku was trying to understand concepts too advanced for his intelligence of an 8-year-old boy. Trunks and Black started their match. Pom. Pam. Kraz. Prosh. Prom. And from the looks of it, Trunks had a huge advantage. Pom. Pam. Kraz. Prosh. Prom. Or rather. He was giving Black a brutal beating. Trunks hit him over and over again without giving him even time to even react. Pom. Pam. Kraz. Prosh. Prom. The only moments in which he wasn't hit by the angry Trunks was the brief moment in which Trunks flew towards him to hit him even harder. Pum. Crash. And finally, after receiving a brutal blow that buried him in the ground, and Trunks took advantage of that moment to catch his breath. Black had time to speak and reflect. I can't let the plan die here. Not here, not now, not by some lowly human bastard like you, said Black as he tried to get out of the pit of misery he had sunk into. But Trunks had no intention of letting his situation improve in the slightest. It is what is going to happen, get used to it. It is the price you have to pay for your bad deeds. Crash. Therefore, the beating continued. I don't know how to feel about seeing the spitting image of myself getting his ass handed to him like this, said Goku, that couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and disappointed. He had come here hoping to fight his evil self, not his weak evil self. And like all tyrant, genocidal, cowardly and narcissistic when cornered, Black did the only thing he could do. Justify why he shouldn't be beaten with unreasonable arguments. It's the humans that rule this world who are in the wrong. These humans will inevitably war with themselves over and over and over again until bleed this planet dry. This world has no need for parasites like humans. The existence of humanity is the one true evil. And we who are trying to make things right. We are justice. Arguments that convinced absolutely no one, especially those who suffered from those ideals. You are trash. Trunks said as he hit him harder than ever. Pum. Boom. This time sending flying close to the eternal secondary character, who didn't miss the opportunity to insult him. Fuck. It was impossible for him to bear this urge. He has the same face as Goku and is even more irritating. Justice. You are just an incapable garbage who had no choice but to steal the body of a mortal that you say you hate so much to carry out your goals, said Vegeta with his classic crossed arms position, staring at Black on the ground like he was dog poop. Incapable garbage? I was the one who defeated all the gods. Protested Black, as he got up off the ground to prevent Vegeta from looking taller than him. A fairly widespread complex throughout the long history of genocides, especially in this manga. You didn't actually defeat the Hikaizen yourself, thought you just killed the Sunpri Kais and they disappeared together along with them, right? That was a pretty gutless move, Goku said, who couldn't bear to have his body brag about defeating a Hikaizen with such an unsportsmanlike method. Regardless of how I accomplished it, I'm the lone remaining god left in this world, said Black, following to the letter the guide to be a good genocidal justice liberator. The end justifies the means, and even if that end isn't reached, the means are also justified. Something that shows that you are more than trash, incapable and hypocritical, you are also a coward, said Trunks, who also joined the roast after relaxing his muscles. But Black didn't allow his wise comments to influence him. He already had his dogmatic thought formulated, and neither science nor reality would make him change his mind. Does matters. I am the only god in this universe. Which means that I rule. You say that humans aren't needed in this world. But curiously, both mortals and gods believe that gods that follow and inflict you kind of twisted justice aren't needed in this world. Who do you think is right? Said Vegeta, who was really enjoying this moment. Seeing Goku's face despair like that gave him an almost indescribable pleasure. And once again Black continued with his monologue, which wasn't amusing anyone's silence. You feeble human. A god is absolute. As god, everything I do and say is absolute justi. Poem. Crash. For this reason Trunks interrupted him with a kick to the mouth. No, you are just trash, Trunks said, ending that debate in the same way that we all want the political debates to end. Gwa. This is impossible. I was supposed to be the strongest, whimpered Black, who began to accept the harsh reality a bit. You were strong, and strangely you have become more powerful than the last time we fought. However, you were never the strongest and you never will be. The reason you have lost is because the real strongest being trained me with the aim of making you pay for everything. And the funny thing is that I didn't even need to use all my power to leave you in this pathetic state, said Trunks, who was trying to discharge with his hurtful words all the hatred that wasn't able to express with his fists. The strongest one? Who? Asked Black, who didn't even have the strength to get up. All the strength he had left only helped him stay on his knees while Trunks looked at him like a king would look at a criminal he was about to execute. Broly-san told me to torture you as much as I could until you begged me for mercy. You deserve a punishment, but that death. However, I can't keep looking at the guy who killed my mother for another second. The fact that you are still alive one more second is torture for my soul, said Trunks as he approached the kneeling Black, grabbed his hair, looked into his eyes with hatred and FAUU. Threw him to the sky. And immediately afterwards. Flap 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 flap. Performed a completely unnecessary hand movement to prepare his signature final energy attack. Burning attack. Begani. The attack with which he killed Mecha Cell in the original version, the attack with which he killed Dabura a few years ago. And now the attack with which he would kill Black. Fiwum. Unless someone helped him avoid it. Shouted Trunks, Gaki and Vegeta. Because it is precisely what happened. Someone saved Black at the last second. But who? Who would ally with this guy who wants to kill all living beings in all universes except himself? That was a close one. But thanks to this, we've gotten one step closer to the ultimate body, haven't we? Said the guy who had just saved Black's life, and that was a guy that Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks had seen before, although Goku didn't remember him thanks to his fish memory. That guy is Zamasu. Shouted Vegeta and Trunks at the same time. Of course. Only Zamasu would be able to ally with Zamasu. This was somewhat shocking, although understandable, but it wasn't the most worrying thing for the trio of Scions. Shit. Black's fully recovered. Said Trunks, very angry. He had worked hard to cause those wounds. Now he would have to start over. Thanks. You saved me back there, said Black, being grateful to the only person to whom he showed gratitude himself. If you perished, then everything we've built would have been for naught. After all, the Humanity Zero plan requires the both of us if I to be seen through until the end. Said Zamasu, that like his other self he only knew how to talk about his stupid plan. Wait, this is the same dude that Broly showed us in his projection. Wait. Is him the real Zamasu? How is it possible? Shouted Goku, that finally realized what was happening. Broly, explain please, said Vegeta to the omnipresent voice of Broly for him to take over this job. After discovering that he didn't even know what a kiss is, Vegeta didn't want to test his rival's stupidity again. He must be the original Zamasu of this timeline. Certainly, a genocide megalomaniac like him could only team up with himself. Has he teamed up with other Zamasu from other timelines or just Trunks? Said Broly, highlighting one of the mysteries or conveniences of Dragon Ball Super. Why did Zamasu only recruit himself once? He could have made it more universes and with this increase his chances of success. But Vegeta, Goku and Trunks weren't the only ones trying to understand what was happening, the two Zamasu also wanted to be up to date. Is that Son Goku and Vegeta? What are they doing here? Asked Zamasu to Black. Beats me, they just appeared all of a sudden. Still, you sure took you time, answered Black to Zamasu. Well, I have been investigating all the other parallel worlds, said Zamasu, showing the case where the time rings are stored to everyone. So what did you find? Asked Black, that like his other self he acted as if the three Saiyans weren't there, even though they had recently given him a brutal beating. Compared to the world you came from, they have no major obstacles. They should be easily conquered. Soon, very soon, all mortals throughout the 5 parallel worlds shall be wiped out, Zamasu replied as he opened the case to deposit his ring inside, when suddenly. What? Something startled him upon looking inside. Impossible. There's one more ring now. Said Zamasu said, I don't understand how that's possible. The last time he looked before traveling to the different universes there was one less ring. What? Shouted Black, reacting in the same way as himself. The reason why a new ring had been added to the collection was evident and Zamasu knew it, however he didn't understand how that was possible. A new parallel world has. That must be because your past self must have been killed by Mr. Beerus, or maybe because I traveled to your past to train, said Trunks, solving the mystery for the two Zamasu, hoping they would stop talking to beat them to death again. It is the second option. It's obvious, even if the idiots of TOEI animation said otherwise. The reason why Beerus killed the Zamasu of his timeline is because Trunks warned us about Zamasu's plans to kill all mortals and gods. And Trunks traveled to our timeline due to the actions of the Zamasu from the future. Therefore the nexus point was caused by Trunks' time travel, which prevented Zamasu from taking over Goku's body in our future. In this way there is a timeline where Zamasu achieves it and another where Ent because Trunks never travel for that reason, said and thought Broly, who has always loved to expose the mistakes of TOEI animation and his nonsense that only make the story worse. What? Both Zamasu exclaimed upon hearing that one of his himself was killed in another timeline. But immediately Black realized that Trunks' statement had given him a clue of what time that Goku and Vegeta were coming. I see. You guys come from the past. That doesn't matter, Black, we just need to kill them and that's it. Although our plan has been exposed, the HIATUS from other timelines cannot come here, at most they can alert the Kais from other timelines about our assassination attempt and... Although I don't know how, perhaps they could also bring mortals to this timeline as they have done so that we can exterminate them. And that will only make you stronger. Ha ha ha. Who knows, maybe we can even defeat the HIATUS without having to kill the Kaioshin depending on the quality they bring us. Our plan has surely suffered a deviation, but the end remains the same. A multiverse without humans in which only Zamasu reigns, said Zamasu in another of his very long monologues that for some reason nobody interrupted with a kick in the mouth or groin. We'll still have to be careful, Trunks has gotten a lot stronger and we don't have the numerical advantage on our side either, said Black, doing something he wouldn't think he would ever do with a mortal. Tell himself that he's dangerous and shouldn't underestimate. Has a new bad guy joined in to fight then? Said Vegeta while doing a little warm-ups. Perfect, we can finally fight, said Goku, as or more excited than a child who hears the school bell announcing free play time. While Black and Trunks sorted out their unfinished business, Goku or Vegeta could have fun with the newcomer. Finally at least one of them could fight. Or that was the plan. Goku-san. Dad. Don't get in the way. I'll take care of both, Trunks said once again, who seemed to want to monopolize all the fun. And once again Goku and Vegeta had no choice but to give in. They had promised that they wouldn't intervene until Trunks had problems or asked for it, and luckily or unfortunately he seemed to have the situation under control. Still they couldn't help but sigh and think aloud, what have we come here for then? You already know. To help him only when he's in trouble. And for he something else, answered Broly's omnipresent voice, which for a few seconds at the end of the sentence became somewhat sinister for an unknown reason. Chapter 250. Goku-san. Dad. Don't get in the way. I'll take care of both, said Trunks once again, who seemed to want to monopolize all the fun. Black, Zamasu, doesn't matter how he's called or how he looks like. It didn't even matter if they were one or two or how that was possible. He had in front of him the people responsible for all this disaster. Those who had taken everything from him, including his mother. And they must pay for everything. Poor idiot. You alone. Do you really think that a mere mortal can defeat the true gods of this universe? Said Black, mocking of Trunks now that his himself with healer specialization were about to do a PvP arena combat 2v1. The true god of this universe has been about to die in my hands a second ago. Do I need to remind you? Trunks said without the intention of mocking about Bulk, his undeserved arrogance or the beating he had given him a few seconds ago in any way. He was physically incapable of joking even at his expense, he just wanted him to stop saying so much bullshit. His voice was disgusting. However, not even that harsh phrase and the tone that Trunks used made a dent in Black's pride, which surpassed Vegeta's in the present but in the future that was in the past Trunks. Now it is different. Therefore, once again Black went looking for Trunks to fight. Bomb. Pum. A battle in which. Palm. Uich. Shouted Black, who felt as if his stomach had been repositioned in his ass because of Trunks' punch. Black was getting beaten up again by Trunks. Boom. Son of a bitch. Shouted Black, who couldn't hit Trunks, he dodged his attacks by very little margin. However, although Trunks clearly had the advantage in both strength and speed, just as he had so far. Something was a little different than before. For some reason Black was reacting better than before Zamasu saved him. He couldn't do anything against Trunks but at the very least he was able to mitigate the damage Trunks did to him. What happened? Has he gotten much stronger than before? Trunks thought as he increased the speed and power of his attacks to destroy Black more quickly. But he wasn't only one who realized about that. Vegeta. Is Black faster and stronger than before or is it just my imagination? Said Goku to Vegeta looking for a second opinion. My eyes don't lie then. Has he been hiding his strength until now? Said Vegeta to Broly's omnipresent voice, he hated him, but that son of a bitch always knew everything. No, it must be the Zenkai. It sounds familiar, right Vegeta? Answered Broly's omnipresent voice, that as Vegeta suspected had the answer to his question. The Zenkai? Seriously? At this stage? I thought the Saiyans lost that ability when they reached the Super Saiyan state said Vegeta, that I did not understand how that was possible. He hadn't been able to activate this natural ability for decades, and neither had Goku. It's like that for normal Saiyans like you and Goku. Zenkai is an ability that allows our body to quickly reach the limit of our physical and spiritual potential. However, it seems that is having an unexpected effect with Black, who at the same time is also Zamasu, a Kai. It is as if Goku's old body is synchronizing with Zamasu's soul and divine energy. And surprisingly the effect is extremely synergistic, Broly's omnipresent voice answered. Omnipresent voice that also reached Trunks, who kept beating Black. I already understand it. That's why sometimes he let me hurt him and then retreat. Damn you. If he has more of these Zenkais it could be a problem. I have to kill him as soon as possible without giving him a chance to recover thought Trunks, that once again put in the background the desire that he had to make Black suffer to make him disappear once and for all from this world. However, that was something he should have done from the start. Not so fast, shouted Zamasu as he focused his two green hands towards Trunks to perform one of his Kai abilities. A telekinetic power with which to briefly paralyze Trunks. What? I cannot move shouted Trunks, which was interrupted at the best moment. The moment he was going to give Black the knockout blow. And Black, relieved, happy, hurt and resentful, was not going to miss this opportunity, he. The chance to attack Trunks with all his might. No Trunks! Shouted Vegeta, that could not repress the concern he felt for his alternate son. Watch out! Goku screamed upon see the potential danger. However it was useless, nothing could stop Black punches now. Pum. Prom. Aitich. Die Trunks. Said Black as he performed a very powerful energy attack a few inches from Trunks. Boom. A devastating attack that created a wide and deep trail of destruction in the direction behind Trunks. However. Exclaimed Black upon see what he had in front of him. Although Trunks was injured by that last attack, did not affect his fighting ability at all. Boom. Quite the opposite, the fury had completely awakened his murderous instincts. Uich. As much as to destroy part of the left zone of your enemy with an energy attack. Oh no! Shouted Zamasu upon see the deplorable state in which his counterpart was. He must do something quick or else his himself would die even if Trunks didn't to finish him off like he was about to do right now. Begone! Kai. However, quickly Zamasu teleported near Black, and the two disappeared in the same way. Kai. Boom! What? Where have they gone? Trunks asked rhetorically, very frustrated for being once again interrupted in the best part. However, as compensation his questions was quickly answered. Kai. To heal his wounds, obviously, answered Zamasu, which teleported again near Trunks, although at a safe distance from the dangerous Saiyan. And obviously he didn't come alone, at least not technically, Black came with him and was fully recovered. Each time my damaged cells regenerated they become more and more my own. My divine mind and Saiyan body are becoming more connected. If we repeat this process a few more times there will no longer be anyone who can stop me. And all thanks to you, Trunks said Black, with the same arrogance as always after receiving another beating and being saved at the last moment. However, there was something that could not be denied, after each beating he grew stronger. And after that near-death experience, his power had increased considerably, so much so that he began to be a threat. Something that began to disturb the spectators at the foot of the track. Even though Trunks is stronger than the two of them together, he's having a lot of problems, said Vegeta, somewhat disappointed with the situation. You can't blame them, they work very well as a team, after all they are the same dude, said Goku, defending Trunks from his demanding alternate fathers. This has become more complicated than I thought, but no, it is not the time yet, said Broly's omnipresent voice, who said something that Vegeta and Goku didn't understand. So they continued with their conversation. Come on Trunks, let us fight too, said Vegeta, who believed that this was the best time for his son to put pride aside and accept his help. You can have Black but at least let us fight with the original Zamasu or whatever, said Goku, which was so desperate that even tried to negotiate. And certainly those were some pretty convincing arguments that were about to make Trunks change his mind. Or that would have happened if bastard number 1 hadn't intervened. What's wrong Trunks? Do you quit so fast? Is this the only thing you know how to do when you can't control a situation? Run away. Sit down and ask for help. Are you going to always let others fight your wars? Are you going to let others sacrifice themselves for you? Again. Said Broly's omnipresent voice, hitting Trunks right where it hurt the most. Right in a wound that would never heal, no matter how hard he tried. Poison-laden words that they achieved their goal. Son-san, Dad. I promised Broly-san that I would defeat Zamasu, all Zamasus. That was the condition that he put me to become stronger. And not only for that. I need to do it, it's personal, Trunks said, full of determination again. Well done Trunks, that's the spirit, thought the omnipresent voice of Broly as he rubbed his hands. It's personal for me too, they stole my body and he's doing bad things with it. And you're beating him up, said Goku, who no longer knew what to say, so that Trunks let him play too. However, Trunks didn't even listen to him. All his attention was back on the two Zamasus and, on the technique he was about to use to solve his numerical handicap. What the? Exclaimed Black and Zamasu upon see that. Trunks had suddenly multiplied. Now there were 2 Trunks instead of 1. 2 Trunks. That's something new, but I doubt they are both as powerful separately as the original, said Black, that was really impressed more or less. You have learned some very interesting tricks from this Broly. He is definitely a guy that I will have to study before I kill all the humans in every world, said Zamasu, who had just imposed on himself extra work to ensure that everything went perfectly in the next phase of his project. One of the many things that set him apart from the other Kais. Wait. This Zamasu comes from our future but he doesn't know Broly at all. Since when is that bastard so inconspicuous? Vegeta thought, who thought he had heard something very strange, something that for some reason didn't make sense considering how infamous Broly was, especially with the Kais. However, since Broly was the mass grave of all the nonsense, he ignored that unimportant detail and continued to enjoy the fight. Meanwhile the 2 Trunks was about to fight the 2 Zamasus. With the skill Broly taught me I can divide my body, but also my power proportionally, something that leaves me more vulnerable. However, I need to do it to separate them. By logic Black is much stronger than Zamasu Kai, but even so I shouldn't underestimate him. He is without a doubt the strongest and ruthless Kai, besides his powers are a real nuisance, and if I'm not strong enough he will be able to escape. 65 will go with Black and 35 with Zamasu, Trunks thought as he pondered his strategy. And then, Trunks started the next round with an energetic attack. Phew 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 phew. An energetic attack with which he had no intention of hitting either Black or Zamasu, but the ground around him. Boom! An energetic attack that raised an incredibly thick smoke screen. A smoke screen? What a poor trick, said Zamasu, disgusted by all that dust and sand that had risen, dust and sand that would surely stain his face and divine clothes. When suddenly, he noticed something strange. Pum! Something hit him hard on the back. Crash! A blow that sent him flying against some buildings, thus separating him from Black. And when that smoke screen cleared, Zamasu could better appreciate what had happened. Trunks was fighting Black, preventing them from being together. Right where he had been hit, another Trunks looked at him with contempt, and next to him. Another Trunks? What? How is it possible? There was another. Zamasu thought in dismay as he tried to understand what had happened. What had happened is that Trunks used a smoke screen to hide that he had created a third clone of 15 power from his 35 and teleported him to attack Zamasu by surprise. Since all their senses would be focused on the two Trunks they had located before the smoke screen was created, they would not realize that a third Trunks could be created and would attack them by surprise, and at such speed, it was as if he teleported behind him. After all, they are only aware of the two kiss away from that third Trunks, which would act as the distraction. And now that third Trunks merged with the other one who wasn't fighting Black, and was flying in the direction of Zamasu. Without doubt a great plan to separate the weak healer to prevent him from healing the tank and DPS and kill him at the same time. However, the healer on this occasion did not consider himself weak. Do you think I'm weak because I don't have a Saiyan body? You are very wrong. Said Zamasu to the Trunks that was about to attack him as he performed again his telekinetic trick to immobilize Trunks. Such annoying powers, if I had all my strength, Trunks thought as he escaped from Zamasu's control, which was recoiling like a cockroach. This would certainly be a very annoying rival to kill if he was subject to so many limitations. The limitations on the strength of this body by dividing into two, and of course the limitations that Broly had imposed on him. Until now. Trunks. If your opponent uses strange weapons and powers, you can also use your sword. You have my permission, said Broly's omnipresent voice, who considered that it was the opportune moment for Zamasu and Black to feel despair. And those were words made Trunks very happy. All right, Trunks said as he unsheathed his characteristic sword that he usually carried on his back. Chapter 251. Trunks. If your opponent uses strange weapons and powers, you can also use your sword. You have my permission, said Broly's omnipresent voice, who considered that it was the opportune moment for Zamasu and Black to feel despair. And those were words made Trunks very happy. All right, Trunks said as he unsheathed his characteristic sword that he usually carried on his back. Something that made Zamasu laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you really think an ordinary weapon L will change anything? Said Zamasu, mocking Trunks and his grungy sword. That's his secret weapon to defeat him. Should he be afraid or something like that? We can check it. Ah. Said Trunks, charging towards Zamasu with all his might with the firm intention to stab Zamasu's rotten head with his sword. However, Zamasu didn't seem to be impressed or scared by that direct attack towards one of its vital points. Idiot, controlling a weapon is much easier than controlling a human body. Trunks was simply charging straight at him with the sword pointing to his head, so Zamasu only needed to take control of the sword with his telekinesis in order to deflect the attack or even reverse it towards Trunks. But suddenly Zamasu realized something strange. For some reason he couldn't control Trunks' sword. Damn. What the hell is happening? It's not late yet, I can dodge if. Plash. However, before he could even finish that thought, he noticed something strange in his chest. His head had been stabbed by something that was still stuck in it, yet Trunks' sword was still a few meters away from him. Not only that, his charge had stopped, as if he had achieved his goal. What the hell was happening? It's not an ordinary sword, Trunks said as he revealed his great secret. Suddenly, after saying those words, Trunks' sword that was several meters from Zamasu lengthened several meters and appeared stuck in Zamasu's head. Or rather, Trunks' elongated sword that had already been driven into Zamasu's head previously became visible to others. And after that, he returned to its normal size, dropping Zamasu's body to the ground. Plath. And at the same time also the jaws of all those who weren't Trunks and Broly. What? Shouted Vegeta, Goku, and above everyone Black upon see that sudden instant dead by such an unconventional method. An invisible sword that stretches? Since when do you have something like that? Said Black, stunned again upon discovering another secret ability. You gave it to him, Broly-san, asked Vegeta, who suspected that this unconventional ability was due to his archenemy. Yes and no. This sword is 100 owned and created by Trunks. I only gave him the means to create it in the same way that I also gave Gohan the means to create his curse ability, answered Broly, making a very shocking statement. A very shocking statement for those who understood its implications. You mean that? Yes, I have given my alternate stepson a gift that his alternate father could never give him with. I created in his body an EN node so that he would be able to use my technique. He is a conjurer and his ability is to create a sword with extraordinary but also ordinary characteristics. And among other things it can increase its dimensions. Making it invisible is something that every other conjurer can do with IN, but he has applied it very well. He has only used the IN in the part that he has lengthened of the sword, turning invisible so that Zamasu wouldn't realize his ability and that he was about to be impaled on the head by it. For him the sword never lengthened, answered Broly, doing a little summary of the ability that had granted to Trunks and Vegeta not. Something that according to Broly made him a million times better father than Vegeta. I didn't expect less from my son, says Vegeta, who intelligently avoided competing with Broly in that no sense. And meanwhile Trunks 35 wiped the blood from his sword and looked in the direction of the battle between Black and Trunks 65 well, one less. He had already finished the weaker and at the same time annoying of the two Zamasus. Now only Black was left, and his 65 was crushing him again. He just needed a little help to finish his revenge and he was planning to give it to himself right now. Now I just have to merge with my other 65 and... Slash. Nevertheless, suddenly someone attacked him from behind with an energy sword. Clash. An attack that he couldn't completely avoid, the most he could do was avoid being attacked at vital points. What the hell? Trunks shouted as he walked away from his mysterious assailant. He never expected that in that devastated world with only one living enemy someone would attack him from behind. However, what he never imagined is that whoever attacked him would be precisely the one whose skull he had pierced a few seconds ago. You have a very interesting weapon there. Do you mind if I keep it? Said Zamasu, which despite failing his surprise attack wanted to make himself shine with that empty phrase. Wait, how can you be alive? I clearly pierced your head, asked Trunks, representing Goku and Vegeta too. And of course Zamasu replied, in fact he was eager for someone to ask him. It is a fairly simple answer. I know that I'm powerless compared to you people. However, unlike my other self I would never lose my divine abilities in exchange for power. That's why I became immortal. I see. It's quite unfair to tell the truth, Trunks said that unlike Vegeta and Goku, he took that hard hit quite well. For a simple reason. Fortunately I brought senzu beans in this body as well. Otherwise I would be forced to share damage and loss of energy with the rest of my body, Trunks thought as he ate the life-saving article from this manga, thus healing their wounds and restoring all energy. Another quite annoying item, Zamasu said, feeling quite frustrated. He had earned those wounds with a lot of effort and one of his infinite lives. That's why. FLAU. What? My senzu. Shouted Trunks upon notice that something was missing in his pocket. Instead they were in the hand of Zamasu, who had teleported them. Convenient, aren't they? My divine powers. Do you understand why I didn't want to give them up? Zamasu said as he destroyed the entire bag full of Zensu bean with a simple energy attack. Now Trunks was left with methods to recover while Zamasu means were unlimited. Bastard! Shouted 35 Trunks in outrage upon see that he had been caught off guard again. He was beginning to understand why Broly hated the Kais so much. And seeing Trunks' bitter expression, Zamasu couldn't resist, so like every villain who thought he was invincible, celebrated his victory before his time in the most cliché way possible. HUA. Our plan is perfect. There shall be no mistakes. Hua hua hu. Slash. 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 Until he was cut into hundreds of pieces without warning. You may not be able to die no matter how much it hurts you. But as long as you are unable to heal and assist Black, I will continue cutting you until I have no strength left. Then we will see what to do with you and your immortality, said Trunks as he kept cutting Zamasu again. Again. Again and again in hundreds and thousands of pieces, tearing him apart at a speed greater than his regeneration capacity. Therefore, although Zamasu was immortal, the only thing he could do was wait for his body to regenerate. Damn! I cannot do anything. Zamasu thought, even though his brain was cut into small pieces as he tried to move his limbs and use his powers without success. And Zamasu should feel lucky. In this state the fact that he could think was already a miracle only possible for the Super Dragon Balls. Slash. 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 And while Trunks kept slicing Zamasu as if he were grated cheese. Another battle was taking place not far from there. A battle that was also not in favor of the Zamasu team. Crash. Damn human. You and all of your kind only deserve to die. Zamasu yelled once more, complying with his usual pattern. A pattern that consisted of insulting the opponent when he lost. Keep wasting saliva. Trunks said as he brutally punched Black in the mouth. Plum. Crack. 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 completely destroying all his teeth, something that would make quite difficult for him to keep talking. UHH. Zamasu screamed in agony as he vomited the remains of his teeth. To immediately try to find a solution to their desperate situation. Damn. I cannot take any more. I need to heal. Jamaj. He tried to ask Zamasu for help just like on the previous occasions. However, apart from his difficulties to speak, he encountered another major setback. Zamasu was being torn apart at an alarming speed, a state in which he couldn't help him. It seems that your ambulance isn't going to arrive on time. And I don't have a car to take you to the hospital, said Trunks as he attacked Black again. Pum. Wow. When did Trunks learn such ingenious phrases? Asked Goku, that sometimes dreamed about saying things like this. He quickly learned everything I taught him, so I decided to delve into other matters for his training, said Broly, fondly recalling the 3 weeks of his favorite subject. Fight cool way motherfucker. Crash. Pum. Palm. But while Goku asked Broly for ingenious phrases to say at opportune moments, Black kept trying to survive Trunks' beating. Crash. Pum. Palm. And he was really desperate. It was only a matter of time before he died. Jamajed. I have to do something. I have to. So he bet it all on a single card. AH. He accumulated almost all the energy he had left in his body and threw it at Trunks in a single energetic attack. However, he didn't throw it at the Trunks who was abusing him. Shit. That forced the Trunks who kept cutting Zamasu non-stop to stop for some seconds to avoid that mortal attack. And that was all it took Zamasu to recover. Now or never. So when he was able to use his telekinetic abilities, he tried to bring all the parts of his body together as soon as possible to help regeneration go faster. And Kai. He teleported once more to Black's side. No way. Trunks yelled 65 as he attacked both of them at once. Boom. But Kai. Despite receiving serious injuries, the two Zamasus were able to escape like rats. Damn. Have they fled again? Shouted Goku, which was beginning to get tired of the cowardice of Black and Zamasu. They aren't far from here, said Vegeta, pointing in the direction of Zamasu and Black, who hadn't hidden their Ki yet. A somewhat unnecessary data, since both could detect them, that's why the three flew at full speed towards their direction. And along the way Broly gave them the first big warning of that day. Trunks, from now on you can use all your power. Don't reserve anything. Goku, Vegeta, be prepared. I have a bad feeling. A very serious warning that gave the trio of Saiyans chills. Broly is worried. What the hells is happening? Is another joke? Meanwhile, not far from there. Despite Trunks' multiple assaults, Zamasu was able to fully regenerate thanks to his immortality in no time. And thanks to his healing abilities as Supreme Kai's helper, he was also able to heal Black. Although more than healing him, he resurrected him. His condition was so fucked up that he looked like a corpse. However, that brutal defeat didn't affect Black positivity, motivation and entrepreneurial spirit. Good job, although it took you a long time to get rid of it. I think that. But the other Zamasu for the first time didn't share his opinion. Shut up. You never said anything about something like this happening. If we team up, we'll be able to turn all universes into exactly how we want them to be. That's what you told me. Isn't it? But if you're not the strongest being in existence, then that whole plan goes to shit. Said Zamasu to Black, being somewhat realistic for the first time. His plan was doomed from the start. But Black, who couldn't take no for an answer, continued with his plan full of loopholes. Calm yourself, brother. We still have our last resort left, do we not? That's right. Answered Zamasu, that got back in sync with his other self. It's true, they could still do something to solve this big problem. Last resort. What is he talking about? Asked Trunks, that he was finally able to reach the location of his enemies and heard everything. Trunks. Kill him now. Shouted Broly's omnipresence voice in alarm after making sure that Trunks would be unable to carry out that order. Why? What were they doing that was so dangerous? They were just putting on some earrings in their ears. What? Shouted Vegeta, amazed to see that both Zamasus had attracted each other as if they were magnets of opposite poles. Something quite ironic. Is too shining, shouted Goku, who covered his eyes due to the blinding brightness that the clash between the two Zamasu had caused. No way. Trunks yelled when he saw what was left behind that glow. You should rejoice, mortals. For it is an honor to behold this form. The one true God of all universes, Zamasu is finally born, said a new variant of Zamasu born due to the forbidden love between two Zamasus or due to a fusion. One of two possibilities. Chapter 252. Now, you foolish mortals, it's time to pay for defying God, said fused Zamasu, which we'll call Alabama Zamasu from now on, whose narcissism and arrogance had increased exponentially after the fusion. What is this? Asked Trunks, that had never seen or heard anything like it, especially about this aberration against nature. Have they fused? Asked Goku, who had a little déjà vu. That's right, there are more ways to use the fusion than a ridiculous dance like you guys do. Specifically, the Kais have the powerI earrings, which allow the fusion between two individuals who put them in different ears. Although it's not a very good method for mortals. If two mortals use this fusion method will only last a few minutes, and the stronger they are, the less the fusion will last. That's why I taught you the ridiculous dance, it's the most compatible for you. If it's used with at least a normal Kai, it will last an hour. And if a Supreme Kai uses it, the fusion will be irreversible. Therefore, in an hour their fusion will end, said Broly's omnipresent voice, which became even more omnipresent, since this time it also reached the ears and brain of Alabama Zamasu. What? Just an hour if I'm not Supreme Kai? Gaosu never mentioned that. Where does this voice come from? And how the hell does he know that? Said and thought the disappointed Alabama Zamasu as he looked from side to side in search of the origin of that annoying voice. Who the hell is he? He had killed all the Kais on this timeline and there were no mortals strong enough to stand up to him except Trunks, unless he knew. Had Trunks brought more people from his past? And if so, who's he and where was he hiding? And while Alabama Zamasu kept playing hide and seek with the voice in his head, Trunks drew his sword again to continue what he had started an hour. I don't think he can wait that long, or that he's going to sit idly by in the meantime. Besides, one target is less troublesome. Wait, Trunks, don't underestimate the fusion. If it's the same fusion that Goku and I know, the power and abilities of this kind of Zamasu must be incredibly powerful, Vegeta said upon seeing that Trunks showed so much confidence when facing Zamasu's aberration in front of them. His alternate son likely didn't understand the fusion characteristics, and that could be his downfall if he underestimated him. As an alternate parent, it was his duty to alert his alternate child. The fusion doesn't add the power and abilities of the fused, everything becomes exponential. And he has fused with himself, his fusion surely is very weird and compatible, Broly said, continuing his absurd competition to determine who's the best alternate father for Trunks, in which he was the only one competing. Okay. I understand, Trunks answered, more cautious after hearing those warnings. Just 1 hour. Enough to kill everybody. Said Alabama Zamasu, that was tired of admiring her body, for now, and attacked again. No way. Shouted Trunks, who flew towards Alabama Zamasu to cut him with his sword again. The strategy was simple. Charge towards him at full speed and behead him with his unpredictable and invisible nin sword. The distance was correct and the timing too. Trunks only needed to make a lateral movement with his sword and Alabama Zamasu would be cut in two from his right shoulder. However, when he was about to slice him, an invisible force stopped his hands, not just preventing him from delivering the final blow to his enemy, also made him lose control of his own body. An opportunity that Alabama Zamasu didn't miss to attack Trunks with a powerful punch in the face. Pum. A painful attack, but that didn't make Trunks retreat, who again brandished his sword against his hated enemy to cut him from bottom to top. However, just as Zamasu moved his hand in the direction of his hands. Again. Trunks yelled, seeing that his attack had been stopped once again. This was undoubtedly the work of Alabama Zamasu and his empowered telekinetic ability. Oh no. He's reflecting the trajectory of all his attacks, said Goku, worried about the development of the combat in which Trunks didn't let him intervene. Trunks' sword can be lengthened and become invisible, without a doubt it's a fearsome weapon, since it's impossible to predict its range. However, if the sword was stopped or deflected before pointing in the direction of its opponent, those annoying and unpredictable characteristics didn't matter. That was precisely what Alabama Zamasu was doing with his telekinesis. And although Trunks fell twice on the same stone, he got up quickly, fading his sword to launch an energy attack from his hands, this. An energy attack that was answered with another energy attack by Zamasu. Boom! The two attack collided, creating a huge explosion. Kai. An explosion that Zamasu used as a distraction to attack from behind with a roundhouse kick to Trunks in the ribs, who crashed into the rubble of the city. Boom! He did. For the first time after Trunks' return, Zamasu was able to surpass Trunks in martial, tactical and magical power. And that obviously made the narcissistic Kai euphoric. So this is the power of the powerI, so this is fusion. Kukukuku. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Marvelous. Magnificent. Wahahaha. Wahahaha. Said Alabama Zamasu, screaming like a fucking cliché megalomaniac villain while Trunks cleaned his clothes from the dust of the rubble in which he had been buried. Trunks. Let us help you. Not. He's still no match for me, said Trunks, who shattered Goku's heart in 1,000 pieces again. However, Trunks didn't even realize that insignificant detail, his priorities were more important. And that was obviously killing Alabama Zamasu. Therefore, following Broly's advice, he used all his power and abilities. Kaioken X20. With that iconic ability, Trunks' power and speed increased, and once again Trunks charged towards Alabama Zamasu, this time with the intention of cutting Alabama Zamasu perfectly in two, from the head to the penis. Nanny! Shouted Alabama Zamasu, stunned by Trunks' new speed and power. This power-up wasn't within his calculations, so he wasn't quite prepared to stop Trunks' attack as he had done until now. But... clank clack. Clank clank. Ah! With great precision, strength and above all, luck, Alabama Zamasu was able to stop Trunks' attack a few inches from his face with great difficulty. His effort was so great that all his muscles were in tension, the veins in his head throbbed as if they were pumping blood on their own, and even had to grit my teeth. He had managed to stop him, but the struggle continued. Until... die bastard. Trunks activated another of the abilities that his sword enclosed. Suddenly the sword that Alabama Zamasu was trying to stop multiplied its weight several billion times. And Alabama Zamasu... slash... was cut in two. Damn! Shouted Goku and Vegeta, regretting that his chance to fight had possibly expired. Finally. Trunks said, celebrating this victory with some caution. He learned from his mistakes and didn't dare to assume that this was the end. A wise decision, since Alabama Zamasu's sliced body regenerated in no time. What a relief. My immortality is perfectly intact, said Alabama Zamasu, relieved to see that the immortality of one of his selves had been applied to this other body. This was certainly great news for him, but not for Trunks. Damn it! Shouted Trunks, that just like before tried to slice Alabama Zamasu into 1,000 pieces to prevent his regeneration. Slash. 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 SLAH. However, this tactic was no longer as effective as before. Not only Alabama Zamasu already know this tactic, now his regeneration speed was higher than before, and above all his combined martial and magical power allowed him to avoid many of Trunks' attacks and counterattack at the same time. Cut me as much as you want, in the end I'll be the one who survives. Ha 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 ha. Nothing can beat me in this state. I am perfect. Shouted Alabama Zamasu with his typical cliché villain with a new super power-up statement. However, that didn't discourage Trunks, who kept cutting with his sword and blasting Alabama Zamasu with his energy attacks, whom except for dodging the attacks that could put his immediate fighting ability in trouble, played completely on the offensive. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. Begone fucking mortal. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. Die cockroach. Both attacked each other over and over without any strain, hitting each other, cutting each other, blaming each other and insulting each other over and over again in an almost endless sequence. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. You and your race is a caner in my universe. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. You are the cancer cell that the whole body wants to get rid of. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. And while that was happening, Broly and the Toyboy maintained by their women commented on the game. This is bad. On top of his battle power rising. He's an immortal with unlimited energy and stamina too, said Vegeta, watching how the deadly wounds that his alternate son inflicted lasted less than a second on the disgusting body of Alabama Zamasu. Even though Trunks is stronger than him using his Kien and Kaioken, his energy and stamina will be exhausted sooner or later. Black is totally going on the offensive, attacking with everything he has without caring about the fatal wounds Trunks is inflicting on him. But Trunks can't afford that luxury. Goku's set upon figuring that sooner or later Alabama Zamasu will win over the exhausted Trunks. And even if he manages to hold out for an hour and kill Black later. What the hell do we do with Zamasu? We can't kill him, and he can escape with his teleportation ability and the time ring. He can go practically anywhere at any time, said Vegeta, pointing out another of the problems they might face after overcoming this great initial problem. Curse. Why did Trunks have to inherit your pride? If he had let us fight, this wouldn't have happened, said Goku, very upset for not being able to fight today. Therefore he paid his frustration with the possible indirect responsible of this situation. Now is it my fault? Vegeta protested, who was just as frustrated as Goku, or even more. It's always your fault, said Broly, who never missed his chance to mess with Vegeta. The situation was quite bleak, so much so that even Goku was forced to think of a strategy that possibly contained a strategic retreat. This is bad. At this rate we will have to go back to the past and find a method to beat him. Wait, maybe the Maphoba. Clash. Slash. Pum. Pash. Prosh. And finally the clash ended, for now, in a fairly equal way. Slash. Pum. Although Alabama Zamasu would be the real loser by court decision, of course he had taken more fatal blows than Rocky in Rocky 1. However, he was in better shape than Trunks, who was the one who gave rather than received. Damn immortality. If it weren't for it you would have died dozens of times, said Trunks, extremely disgusted with the cheat ability of Alabama Zamasu. Not only was he impossible to kill, every time he was mortally wounded his Zenkai activated, becoming stronger every time. Therefore the repetitive and cliché villain Alabama Zamasu said again, it's perfect. It's too perfect. It's better than I'd even imagined. This overwhelming power. This is it. This is what I've been searching for. The era where powerless gods reign freely is over. And while that was happening, in the timeline where our protagonists resided, the public reacted to Alabama Zamasu's repetitive and heated speech. Well, at least that's positive. No offense Shin, said the Broly on the normal timeline to Shin that didn't look at him with much affection. Don't worry Shin, we all know that you aren't as useless as Broly wants you to believe, said Yamcha, trying to comfort one of Broly's bullying targets, just like him. Although that comment depressed Shin even more. Again in the apocalyptic timeline of Trunks. Alabama Zamasu was still exalting himself as he had never done before, at least not in public. He just only needed to suck his own cock to surpass the level of narcissism and megalomania that I was demonstrating right now. The countless gods of all the planets, the Kai of the North, West, South and East, the 12 universes, Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction. None of them are needed anymore. I'm the only intelligence that need exist any longer. But unfortunately for him, he bumped into the sole of his shoe. If you are the only intelligence in the universe, you mean your only recourse relive yourself is to get sucked by a goat? An alligator turtle? Yourself? Yourself? Well, it's quite likely, you're a guy who not only team up with himself and fuse with himself to kill everyone other than him and himself. Ah wait, you are born from a fruit. I haven't said anything. Chapter 253. The countless gods of all the planets, the Kai of the North, West, South and East, the 12 universes, Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction. None of them are needed anymore. I'm the only intelligence that need exist any longer. Said Alabama Zamasu, whose level of narcissism and psychopathy had exceeded every known limit. But unfortunately for him, he bumped into the sole of his shoe. If you are the only intelligence in the universe, you mean your only recourse relive yourself is to get sucked by a goat? An alligator turtle? Yourself? Well, it's quite likely, you're a guy who not only team up with himself and fuse with himself to kill everyone other than him and himself. Ah wait, you are born from a fruit. I haven't said anything, said Broly's voice. However, this time his voice didn't ring directly into their brains. Undoubtedly, some sound waves enter his outer ear and travel through the ear canal to the eardrum, transmitted disc vibrations to the malleus, incus, and stapes to amplify the sound, send them to the cochlea to create an electric signal that the auditory nerve carries to his brain that turned into Broly's voice. And that means, Broly! Shouted Vegeta, Goku upon seeing the definitive Deus Ex Machina that sometimes turned out to be on their side. That's right, Broly had arrived illegally on Trunks' timeline by unknown means. Broly-san. What are you doing here? No. How did you get here? Shouted Trunks that, like Vegeta and Goku, had many questions to ask, but since his brain was more developed than that of the two native Saiyans, he had the ability to ask them. That voice. Are you the guy who spoke to me telepathically? Zamasu said upon seeing that new face but familiar voice. Everyone had a lot of questions that hoped Broly could answer, but not only those who were on Trunks' timeline had questions to answer. Again in the usual timeline. Everyone was still in front of the screen, enjoying the live broadcast of another timeline. When all of a sudden everyone looked up at the broadcast transmitter with their mouths wide open. Everyone says that the television make you look fat, but I'm perfect. As always, said Broly, who was leering at himself through the screen as always. Honey. Can you not Tell. That sort of things when there are children ahead. Bulma yelled as she covered Bra's ears. The girl was already quite precocious, the less exposure to these issues the better. Forget about that, what do you do in the future of Trunks? Asked Shin, that couldn't ignore this new illegality committed in front of his eyes although he allowed a few them today. I can be wherever and whenever I want and when I want. In fact, I put one of my bodies in a time machine without anyone noticing just in case. I wasn't going to leave Trunks and those idiots in the future with a time machine owned by my wife that costs billions. Besides, I was a little worried about them, answered Broly, lying about his true motives and means in a credible way as always. I see, said everyone, that didn't know whether to believe him or not. Or at least which part to believe and which not. Again on Trunks' timeline. Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta were trying to assimilate the situation again. Broly had appeared before them. That would normally have major drawbacks, especially for Vegeta. But given the situation they were in, no one complained about his dangerous and unpredictable presence. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are saved, said Goku, that despite knowing that was already 100% sure that he couldn't fight didn't complain. Although he could fight Zamasu for years, he would be unable to finish him since he didn't know a method to seal him or similar. However, Broly surely had methods to deal with someone like him. Without a doubt, the trio were relieved to have him around this time. However, Trunks was significantly dejected compared to Goku or Vegeta. He had made a deal with Broly and wasn't able to fulfill it. Broly, sorry for. You have done quite well. I'm sorry my instructions to harden your personality and ability have caused this situation. If you had used all your power from the beginning, surely you would have been able to defeat Black with ease. Although Zamasu is another matter, because you don't know skills to defeat immortals. But don't worry, Daddy Broly is here precisely for that. Let a real man take care of this, Broly said with his usual humility as he materialized armchair, tables and food for Vegeta, Trunks and Goku to enjoy the show. Seriously, why did I come here? Said Vegeta and Goku as they ate what had been offered to them. Who are you? Another Saiyan? With 3 eyes? How can be that I don't know anything about you? Asked Zamasu, that didn't understand what was happening. He recently came back from doing his research and never saw that peculiar guy. The only explanation he found is that this guy was so insignificant that wasn't even worth investigating. However, that confident attitude and the way Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks behaved in his presence him didn't seem point to that theory. So, what was happening? Because as a researcher you're a fucking shit, or because if I don't want someone to know about me is unable to know anything about me. It's one of my almost unlimited skills, which I use so that little shits like you don't intrude on my and my family privacy. It even covers traces in the past. I have so many strange abilities, mostly thanks to the world of Medaka box, that once in a while one is surprisingly useful. You get it now, you damn darn frenulum, said Broly, solving doubts, bragging about being the fucking master, displaying information that could compromise him and insulting at the same time. A fairly conclusive explanation, so after ignoring those insults and analyzing the situation, Alabama Zamasu with his usual narcissism and psychopathy said to Broly, I see. I will have to be more careful in the future. If there are more disgusting humans with abilities like these, my plan to eradicate all humanity from all the universes won't be a complete success. That stinky garbage might be able to survive by hiding underground like the insignificant worms that they are. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Plash. However, Alabama Zamasu couldn't keep laughing like a psychopath because his head was completely destroyed. Destroyed by a tail stand hit so fast that he couldn't even perceive. Stop laughing like a cliched psychopathic villain, is fucking embarrassing, said Broly as he shook the blood and guts from his tail. What just happened? Alabama Zamasu asked, very confused instantly after his head was regenerated. Without a doubt he had died and his head had regenerated. But how? Why? When? I have popped your head with my tail as if you were a chimera ant. Be more vigilant from now on when I kill you. I hate to explain these details to the clueless, said Broly, showing great contempt and boredom when talking to Alabama Zamasu, as if he was dealing with an annoying and insignificant being. Something that obviously hurt the pride of the narcissist Alabama Zamasu, therefore he complained, Gur. Damn mortal. How you d. Slash. Or at least he tried, since his head separated from his body before he could finish his sentence. Plof. This time I cut your head off using telekinesis. Can you do something similar? I don't think so, Broly said, explaining to Alabama Zamasu the process with which he had died this time. Although this time he waited for Alabama Zamasu's head to regenerate before explaining this. This guy is not normal. Whoever he's very strong. Damn, maybe he's stronger than me, Alabama Zamasu thought, still sweetening reality to his liking. What happened? Are you afraid? Sissy bitch. Can't you do the same? Said Broly, taunting Alabama Zamasu to perform the same feat. Grrjj. Of course I can do the same. Shouted Alabama Zamasu, who had never felt so insulted and belittled. Of course Alabama Zamasu responded to that provocation. How could he not do? As Kai, one of his characteristic abilities was his powerful telekinesis. The fact that a mortal dared to say that he was more capable in that field than him was an insult that he couldn't allow. Ha! He tried to do something more gore, twist Broly's neck. Ah! But... Owawahu! It was impossible. Ah! No matter how much force and pressure he used, Broly's skin he didn't even flinch. Wahuhu! It was like trying to twist a column of reinforced concrete with tweezers made of cotton. Impossible! Shouted Alabama Zamasu, who was almost out of breath after that attempt. What are you doing? You are trying to hold the urge to shit? If you want we can take a little break, said Broly, implying that he hadn't even noticed that Alabama Zamasu applied pressure to his body through telekinesis with the intention of breaking his neck. No way. This is impossible. This is impossible to happen. I'm the greatest god. I'm the most powerful. Alabama Zamasu thought as he tried to process that great insult to his pride and power, what he believed should be happening and what was really happening. All this created in Alabama Zamasu a feeling of utter helplessness and confusion that reactivated his little biting barking dog mode. Prepotent bastard. You think these cheap tricks can scare me? I'm an immortal god, Alabama Zamasu yelled as he charged towards Broly to hit him with all his might in his annoying third eye. Pum. But. Crash. Nanny. Shouted Alabama Zamasu, since before he could even touch Broly his arm was detached from his body, as if it had been run over by a truck. And Broly without even flinching grabbed Alabama Zamasu by the head with one hand and said, do you think I care about immortal Kais? I'm fucking invincible. And now I will destroy your torso with my little finger. And with a single hit of his pinky to the chest. Plath. His entire body was blown to pieces. Not only did he destroy his torso, but his entire body turned to minced meat. Oops, sorry, I also destroyed your legs. I thought you were more robust, for a moment I forgot that you were a pathetic Kai. Ha 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 ha. Broly said with extreme condescension and malice. Right now everything in Broly was so terrifying that even his allies began to fear for their lives. Fuck, said Goku, that couldn't believe that a pinky stroke could contain so much force. What a bastard. Said Vegeta, who came to think that neither he in the past nor Frieza together were as motherfuckers as Broly right now. Monster, said Trunks, terrified of both things at the same time. However, if they were terrified, Alabama Zamasu was even more, so much so that even began to consider the remote possibility that he had overestimated himself. It's not possible. What's happening? How can you overcome my power in this way now that I am fused with myself? Said Alabama Zamasu, which was subconsciously moving away from Broly while asking that question. His great self-confidence had been completely shattered after those insults and inexplicable deaths and he hadn't even realized it. What's happening? It's very simple. That you thought you could do whatever you wanted in a multiverse without HIATUS. That you could go anywhere and quench your homicidal and narcissistic instincts without consequence. However, you made a big mistake. And that mistake was killing my alternate wife and allow my alternate stepson to alert us to everything you had done and planned to do. Direct consequence of this? You have summoned the monster who eats HIATUS with cereals for breakfast. Me. And he had never been so fucking angry and eager to kill Kais. Broly said as he transformed into true Legendary Super Saiyan, full power beyond due to the extreme rage was experiencing. The power he gave off was so great that even affected the movement of the planet, creating tidal waves and causing several volcanoes to erupt. His killing intent was so dense sinister that the light around him turned gray and the matter decomposed, and of course Alabama Zamasu and all the living beings around Broly began to tremble with fear, even those who observed him in another timeline through a screen, especially Shin. What's happening to me? I'm shaking. Shaking in fear. Me? A god? Zamasu thought as he watched, stunned as his legs didn't respond to him, not even to his subconscious that told his body to flee from there. Not even seeing how that monstrosity called Broly approached him and grabbed his head with both hands was he able to move. He was paralyzed, no muscle in his body did what he wanted. Get this words through your narrow and flattened head. From now on I am your god. A vengeful and cruel god, said Broly while squeezing Alabama Zamasu's head as if it were a stress ball. Ah. No. Ah. Wah. Awawa. Plath. A stress ball filled with blood. Chapter 254. On the normal timeline. Inside a wormhole, Beerus and Whis returned from their business trip. In the end, Broly was right. He was not wrong about anything. "I hate it," said Beerus, traveling in the passenger seat, more angry than usual. "You are right, Beerus-sama. He will surely remind us of for years," said Whis, who knew very well what awaited them for years. "It took less time than I thought. That Zamasu proudly confessed everything he planned to do, and even tried to kill his master in front of me. Did he think that I would let him live with such crimes or something like that?" asked Beerus, who did not understand that nonsense. Definitely that apprentice Kai was crazy. Perhaps it was a stupid and desperate attempt to convince us that he was doing the right thing and that's why we should not kill him. Or he just blindly believed in his own delusions. Either way, he confessed everything himself. Destruction was his only end, answered Whis, exposing possible interpretations of Zamasu's absurd behavior. An interesting case study, but of irrelevant interest for Beerus and Whis. That crazy criminal was already dead and was of little use to do a psychoanalysis of him. After all, they weren't psychologists. There were other things that worried them more. Fortunately, he only became obsessed with Goku. Agra. I get chills just thinking if Zamasu had possessed Broly's body. We have to be grateful that Shin never mentioned Broly and that he did not fight in the blissful Compa tournament. Otherwise, said Beerus, shaking with fear and covered in cold sweat. And he was not exaggerating or pretending. The fact of imagining a crazy and every Broly, well, more crazy and evil, uncontrollably killing all gods and mortals in all the universes and timelines with his unlimited power and crazy abilities spoiled his appetite. On the other hand, he was so relieved that Zamasu became only obsessed with the idiot Goku that didn't even know what god should he thank. Yes, though, isn't that strange to you? The impact that Broly caused on Shin as a mortal who surpasses the Kais should have been greater than that of Goku. The most logical thing would have been to mention Broly when he wanted to set an example before Zamasu and Gaosu. And the reason why Broly did not participate in the tournament was due to of laziness or something else. With everything that has happened, doesn't seem very suspicious that he has motivated Goku to win every fight in the tournament? Said Whis, once again shaking Beerus's tired cat brain. Not again, Whis. I had managed to get rid of that headache. But I agree, once again Broly is a suspect again, said Beerus, who felt that he was trapped in an infinite loop in the worst moment of his life. He had recently been shivering and pouring cold sweat from all his pores at the thought that an evil Broly might want to kill them all. After that he achieved peace of mind when he realized that this would not happen, and now this possibility existed again in his mind. And surely once we investigate those suspicions we will discover that they have some logical explanation. And that will surely make us wonder again if this is all an incredible coincidence or if Broly had planned everything from the beginning. Even the fact that we find these clues and the clues that contradict the other clues, said Whis, determined not to let his lazy cat enjoy his little victory. GRJJRJJ. We'll ask Shin telepathically later why he didn't mention Broly. As for the tournament, I doubt we will achieve anything. He can make any credible excuse, said Beerus, as or more depressed than when they went to kill Zamasu a few minutes ago. Because of Broly, even destroying Kais had stopped being fun. Either way. For now let's pretend not to suspect anything new. Or we better try to forget it. This additional unnecessary worry will get us nowhere. After all, not good to worry about things that you cannot solve or worry about things that have a solution, said Whis, trying to de-stress Beerus. You are the one who created this concern in me. Shouted Beerus, who didn't know if Whis was doing this on purpose or not. Ho ho ho. Whis replied with an irritating laugh, trying to feign ignorance. On the normal timeline. In Broly's makeshift TV theater. Whis and Beerus appeared after their excursion. Oh, they are back. Said Krillin, who always used to be the first to speak. So. Have you eliminated that Zamasu? Asked Ginger. Yes, of course. Who the hell do you think I am? Yamcha asked, who also wanted to feel that he was useful in something. So I was right? Asked Broly while stroking an evil stuffed cat that looked like Beerus that he prepared for this moment. The moment when Beerus would say certain sweet magic words. Yes, you were right, answered Beerus, feeling completely defeated and hurt as he acknowledged the truth to Broly. Of course I am right. I'm always right, how could I be wrong now? Did you seriously doubt? Said Broly while throwing the stuffed cat in the shape of Beerus in the trash. Speech and symbolic fact that made Beerus mad but tried by all means to contain his fury. Aish, someday. Here we go again, said everyone who was not Beerus and Broly. However, aside from this classic episode of domestic quarrels between Broly and his wild cat, everyone there was supposedly watching a live stream of the battle between Trunks, Vegeta, and Goku and Zamasu. Or that was what they had told Whis and Beerus before leaving for Universe 10. However, the fact that Chi-Chi was covering Goten's eyes, Bulma was doing the same with Bra, Mutant Rashi with Jinji, C-18 with Marin and Yam did not do the same with Vegeta Jr. and that the screen was full of censorship. Forced the angel to ask, "What are you looking at?" "To be honest, I think a snuff movie," answered Bulma, that despite having asked Broly to put censorship, she still did not let Bra look. One more time in Trunks' timeline. Alamaba Zamasu was hyperventilating on the ground when suddenly 1 trillion gravity increase. Spash. His body and the earth around him were crushed by a gravitational pulse that practically compacted them to a two-dimensional size. "Ah!" shouted Alabama Zamasu after fully regenerating. However, only his body had regenerated, his spirit was still flattened. His morale was as low as his body, which was still kneeling on the ground. "It took you 2 seconds to resuscitate, you are improving. Good boy," Broly said while stroking Zamasu's head, treating him like a dog. One more line in the long list of humiliations that Alabama Zamasu had received from Broly in the few minutes that he learned of his existence, yet this one was so humiliating that kindled Alabama Zamasu's fighting spirit again. "Ahich! Die monster!" shouted Alabama Zamasu as he performed a sword hand with the intention of slitting Broly's throat. Now Broly was crouched down with both hands busy stroking his head. It was now or never. Plof. But, his hand was stopped by Broly's tail with extreme ease. "You know, the one that taught me this only knew how to apply it to spheres. But I have improved it," said Broly without paying attention to the fact that Alabama Zamasu had tried to kill him, as if he hadn't even noticed. And suddenly, from the hand with which Alabama Zamasu was touching Broly's tail, a strange energy spread throughout his body, which made all of Zamasu's molecules spin at an absurd speed. Crash. 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 Destroying his body in such a bizarre way that even Vegeta was forced to look away. "Ahich!" shouted Alabama Zamasu after fully regenerating again. This time more mentally destroyed than on previous occasions. "Ha ha ha. I always wanted to try it on someone. It is fortunate to have found such a convenient test dummy. How should I kill you now?" "This is the problem of having so many options available, you don't know what to choose," Broly said as he took out of his personal dimension a list so long that could even be seen from space. "No, not again," gave Alabama Zamasu while trying to flee to avoid another unspeakable death. He had never prayed to anyone being a god, but, right now he would love to be able to pray to someone to be saved. "I know, expand you from the inside out," said Broly as he pointed his finger at Alabama Zamasu, who was trying to escape. A futile attempt. Gugug. No. Gugug. Ahich. Ufk. Plov. Ha ha ha. Just like a birthday piñata. And now. Wait, let me think, Broly said while checking his list. It was extremely long and the part he was reading was not sadistic enough for his liking. And fortunately that time in which Broly decided his next execution method, gave Alabama Zamasu time to regenerate and reflect this cannot be happening. This is impossible. My plan, my perfect plan. My perfect plan to rid the universe of the plague known as humanity, the greatest cancer that exists, that destroy and infect everything like. A beautiful reflection that was interrupted by Broly, who had already decided how his next death would be. "Cut the crap, Zamasu, I'm tired of hearing your poor ridiculous excuses to justify being a fucking trash. I don't give a shit if you really believe it or not, but stop repeating that lie over and over again." A comment that once again hurt the susceptible fanatic. Until now Broly had hurt him in many ways but he had never hurt his ideology, and that was something he was not going to allow. "So am I trash? You and all other humans are. Every time that I have observed you you have. Slash." However, as Broly warned, he wasn't going to let Alabama Zamasu go on talking nonsense. That's why he warned him with a tail blow that cut his cheek. Splitting his head would be more satisfying, but he didn't want to wait for him to regenerate. "Don't yell at me, you fucking child. Don't get me wrong, I'm not debating whether your concept of eliminating humans is justice. It is not necessary to discuss something so extremely stupid. What I'm saying is that you don't really care about that, it's just an excuse to justify your genocide and take over, just like many other totalitarians before you. Even in that you are not original," said Broly, who was willing to destroy him in every way, physically, spiritually and argumentatively. In fact, destroying the ideals of others was what he most enjoyed doing. Few things satisfied him more than showing that he is right and that others are not. Are you suggesting that I am lying to myself when I tell the truth? I fight to free all universes from the scum known as humans. Only in this way the true peace will exist. Zamasu said while trying to understand exactly what part of his ideology or actions taken Broly was criticizing until he thought he found the reason. Oh, I see. Is it for killing the Kais too? Is this the argument that you cling to say that I lie? Let me tell you, it's not something I wanted to do, but what other option did I have? If I hadn't, those idiots would have tried to stop me from saving all the universes. It is very unfortunate that I had to kill my brothers, but you have to be realistic, you always have to make sacrifices for a higher cause. Their deaths, although tragic, will slash. But once again Broly interrupted him when his patience ran out with another blow of tail on the other cheek. Ha 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 ha. You sound just like a fucking shitty communist liberator. Zamasu, despite how vomitive and hypocritical is your excuse that UN justifies your means to justify your genocide of all intelligent life. I didn't even talk about that. In fact, killing the Kais is the only decent thing of all. I mean that your actions speak for you, there is not a trace of that justice or good intentions in all your work, said Broly, who was rolling his imaginary sleeves and warming up all the muscles of his body to start the beginning of the end of the being known as Zamasu. What? Chapter 255. If you really wanted to apply your twisted sense of justice effectively without killing any of your brothers, you could have asked the Super Dragon Balls to automatically kill all humans in all universes and timelines at once. However, you didn't. Okay, now you will surely tell me that if you had done that the Kais would try to resurrect them, or that at least they would repopulate the universes with new mortals. However, you could also ask that all the gods share your ideals, this way you and all the other useless could have joined to kill all the humans together and you all would have made sure no other human was born again. These were your best ways to carry out your excuse of justice in a painless way and without killing your beloved superior race. But you didn't. And do you know why? Broly asked as if he were a television lawyer approaching the box of the defendant whom he had asked to testify. However, Alabama Zamasu didn't know what to answer, both his brain and throat had been paralyzed upon hearing such questions. He couldn't even answer with another nonsense or insult as he had done until now. He didn't even know how to process this alien information. Clasp. Because that's the only thing you are. A fucking disgusting sadistic megalomaniac, Broly said with contempt and condescension as he slapped Alabama Zamasu on the cheek to get him out of the trance in which he was immersed. And after coming out of the trance, as he still didn't know what to answer, he resorted to doing the only thing he knew, screaming and taking offense. GRJJ. What the hell do you know about me? I have. Plump. Crash. But once again his shitty speech was interrupted, this time by a punch to the mouth that completely destroyed all of his teeth. Tell me, why did you steal the body of Goku, the mortal you thought was the strongest? You hate humans, you consider them inferior, you want to kill them, and you still possess the body of one. Aren't you a bit of a hypocrite considering his sense of justice? What kind of explanation you have for that? Asked Broly again, getting a little closer to Alabama Zamasu in a very intimidating and authoritative way to condition him to respond. And Alabama Zamasu, who already had all teeth and the ability to speak, responded with a trembling voice as he tried to back away, it is obvious, to carry out my plan I need. Clash. Slash. But once again Broly interrupted him. This time moving his jaw with telekinesis to force him to bite out his own tongue. Let's see what's the story of the pedantic Zamasu. Zamasu was a little Kai who was born in Universe 10. Of all the Kais he was the strongest, the most determined and perhaps one of the most intelligent as well, although obviously only by illusions. And like all the other Kais who are in the academy, he dreamed of becoming a Kai with a high position and responsibility with which to be recognized by all. Be an important figure at the top of the universe to do important and great things. He was dying to be a Kai of some rank, which are very scarce jobs since there are only 5, but there was no problem, you were the best, it was impossible that they didn't choose you as one of them. Compared to you the others were trash with no fighting ability or ambition, which is true. And so it was, you were chosen as Kai of the North, you could finally carry out a lot of important tasks such as sitting all day with the obligation to do nothing while watching humans do whatever they want, said Broly, materializing a book as he sat on the back of Alabama Zamasu and used him as if he were a chair to read it more comfortably. And to make this story more fun. Poof. Broly increased his weight several million times. Aga. Crushing Zamasu, thus causing minor damage, such as breaking his spine. Zamasu finally understood reality, he had tried so hard for nothing. All his hard effort and excellence among his peers only turned him into a human voyeur, nothing more, nothing else. However, even though you hated your situation, the stupid Kai system, and began to hate the mortals, you still held on. You thought that maybe when by accumulating years of experience in the guild you could do something useful, something worthy of the position you have always dreamed of. But no, even though they made you the next supreme Kai, the rules were set in stone. Your only function, your only purpose, your only use is to be a spectator. That combat power, intelligence and ambition that you were so proud of had no use in your great and important work that any other weaker, stupid and conformist Kai could do. You should only be impassive on your planet drinking tea and looking at humans while the HIATUS were correcting the imperfections of the universe. Said Broly, closing his book while with telekinesis was forcing Alabama Zamasu to eat it, with front cover, back cover and bookmarks included. Tried to say something Alabama Zamasu as he tried his best to get out from under Broly's hard and heavy ass. That's why your resentment against humans began. You don't actually hate them, you just envy them, you envy those inferior beings who could do whatever they want, while you, technically someone superior to them, could only and should look at them with envy. That's where your inferiority complex began, which your narcissistic self-defense mechanism misunderstood as a superiority complex. And that false superiority complex turned into hatred and resentment towards what you envied, so much so that you made up excuses to kill them all like the sadistic son of a bitch that you are. And of course, that false superiority complex betrayed itself as soon as you found out about Goku, a mortal who was far more powerful than you would ever be, said Broly, who began to feel uncomfortable with his new chair was tilted, raised and moved abruptly without pressing any button. And that was because Zamasu, using all his energy and willpower, was trying to escape from that painful and degrading position. That's why. Boom. 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 Plasf. Og. Broly made his limbs expose so that his chair returned to the perfect position, at ground level, eating sand. Until now the charade in your mind remained solid because you hadn't found or didn't know that there are humans superior to a Kai. Okay, maybe they could do whatever they wanted and you could just stare at them without doing anything, something that was torture and a degradation for you. Why should I do this? Fuck. I am the strongest Kai. I'm overqualified to play this shitty role. But it didn't matter, you were still superior to them. Despite that, everything was still fine. Being a Kai is the best, and specifically being you, the most powerful Kai, was the best of the best. They were weak and idiotic but free to do whatever they wanted, and you were strong and intelligent but limited to your role. Something unacceptable but that you could still tolerate. After all, you were still above them in everything. However, what happened when you discovered the first mortal who was stronger than you? Exactly, you couldn't take it anymore. Therefore you envied his power and freedom and wanted to become him, Broly said as he got up from his uncomfortable and stinky chair, with which he wasn't satisfied at all. Finally. Thought Alabama Zamasu with joy, finally he could stop dying from suffocation and internal bleeding endlessly. But most important of all, he would stop feeling so humiliated after being relegated to furniture, OHNO. Plaf. However, it was a false alarm. Broly had only gotten up to reposition his pants. And from there. Having everything you ever wanted, you allied with the only being that a megalomaniac who thinks he's the best could, yourself. With one who didn't possess Goku to keep what you had lost by your side, you aren't a conformist person, really. Then the story is known to all, you started killing humans. I will insist. You could have made a wish to the Super Dragon Balls to do that for you, a death without pain and without having to stain your hands too much. A ruthless, inconceivable, barbaric and cruel act, but that you could still justify from the perspective of your supposed justice by choosing the fastest, most effective, efficient, clean and painless way to achieve that peace you long for. But you didn't do that, you chose the most inefficient and cruel way possible, going to each planet and killing them with your own hands one after another with cruelty, laughing while you ended their lives. You just wanted to kill humans for fun, because you are just a disgusting sadist. You wanted to submit to death what you once envied, Broly said as he heated his chair to several million degrees. It was a little cold at this time and he didn't want to catch a cold. FFR. AA. AA. AH. AH. Alabama Zamasu screamed in agony as he charred and melted at the same time. And I will insist. You could have used the Super Dragon Balls to convince the other Kais that your excuse of shitty justice was correct and thereby avoid killing them. But you didn't, you killed them all as soon as you could until not one was left. And do you know why? Because you are a resentful person who couldn't forgive those who imposed the rules on you that you didn't like. You didn't even forgive those who followed them the rules. Who simply sympathized with them, that didn't agree with your point of view or simply because they seemed to be suspected of not thinking like you. Because you are a megalomaniac who believed himself superior to all Kais and therefore also had to disappear like humans, other inferior beings. And obviously you killed them with your bare hands because you are a sadist, although you didn't kill the HIATUS directly because you are a powerless coward. I will repeat myself, you are a genocidal, envious and false scum whore whose only objective was to be at the top by himself, although in order not to be alone you ally yourself with yourself, and make up a poor excuse to justify how scum you are. You are just a pathetic being without any virtue. God. You are no different from a lesser demon, Broly said while freezing his chair to absolute zero. It was too hot for his liking. Crack. 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 Crash. A chair that broke into small ice shards, just like the self-image that Zamasu had built lying to himself. It was an unanswerable truth. Zamasu, he's just trash. After that, in the usual timeline, everyone was still hooked on TV like never before. Wow, everyone sighed after witnessing that shocking and atrocious spectacle. None of those present, including angels who had lived almost as long as the universe, gods of destruction who destroyed planets on a whim, ex-genocidal psychopath scions, ex-killer androids, ex-corrupt martial artist, a hardcore pervert, Bulma, Bra, and a normal cat. None of those evil beings had ever seen someone destroy a person at so many levels. I think that speech has hurt him more than anything he has done so far. Yamcha, who knew perfectly the feeling of someone exposing all his flaws one by one in the most cruel and ruthless way possible. After all, he had lived countless couple breakups. And that's considering he have done things I'll have nightmares for years. Said Beerus without exaggerating in the least. What he had seen was horrible. It isn't ruled out that it could happen to him in the future, and he sleeps for many years in one go. Again in Trunks' timeline. Alabama Zamasu, just like a disgusting cockroach with the Wolverine gene, resurrected again. However, the sparkle in his eyes lit by his delusion of grandeur seemed to have disappeared. It was as if something in the immortal Alabama Zamasu had died forever. He seemed to be in a vegetative state. Anyway, enough talk for now. Fortunately, Dr. Broly was there to give him all his moral support and help him overcome his depression. EI. Stop daydreaming. We have a few minutes left before your fusion is over. And remember, we have a very long list to complete, said Broly, grabbing Alabama Zamasu by the hair so they could talk at the same height, while looking at him with an extremely sinister expression. An expression so sinister that managed to get him out of the existential crisis in which he had sunk to welcome him to a much worse hell. Chapter 256. Once upon a time. Ahich. Wah. In a very, very, very distant future. Wawa. In a ruined kingdom or maybe a city. Ahich. 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 Wawa. A Kai temporarily resides for work reasons, who died and died and died and died agonizingly over and over again, screaming like a pig in the slaughterhouse as he fought with a porcupine. No. Ahich. Oh. Oh. Ah. Kaya. Grudge. And near him, a huge, muscular guy with 3 eyes enjoyed that grotesque spectacle, relaxing in his chair while eating sushi and crossing out lines from his list. And now, how should I kill you now? Ah. I know, by decompression. And immediately afterwards Zamasu's body began to deform, swelling in an exaggerated way, as if he were trying to destroy himself, and although he did not do it voluntarily. Bojtard. Ahich. Ploof. Definitely exploded. And in that way Zamasu died and rose again in the endless cycle of King Mufasa, an endless cycle of atrocity and gore that had already lasted almost an hour. Almost an hour in which Zamasu had time to die more than 1,000,000 times thanks to the time distortion used by Broly. A long and at the same time short interval of time in which Zamasu even cursed be immortal, in which the mothers stopped overprotecting their children by allowing them to watch the repetitive 18 movie, in which the children who saw something so horrible for the first time were sensitized to that kind of extreme violence, in which some adults fell asleep from boredom. As if the snuff movie they were watching was actually a National Geographic documentary. And despite all this, Broly still found it funny. Oh well, you've recovered already. Give me a moment, I have to look at what other comic deaths were on my list. I want an interesting one, said Broly upon seeing that Alabama Zamasu resurrected again, but not paying attention to Alabama Zamasu at all. The 90 of his attention was on his list of millions of ways to die, the other 99 to his sushi, the other 0,00099 to a fly that was several million kilometers away, and finally a 0,0001 to Alabama Zamasu. Die monster! Screamed Zamasu with bloodshot eyes and madness in his voice as he created an energy sword in his hand with which he charged towards Broly to cut his throat. Although he had already tried dozens of times with catastrophic results, he did not give up. What else could he do? Wait for Broly to kill him for the umpteenth time again without resisting? The result would be possibly the same, evidently, but that was not Alabama Zamasu's style. Stop bothering while I look at my Excel printout, said Broly while stopping Zamasu's sword with his personalized chopsticks without even looking at Zamasu to stop that attack. Chop. Therefore adding a new type of humiliation to Zamasu's also long list, which had been trapped due to those wooden chopsticks with illustrations of Broly killing Alabama Zamasu's surrealist bastard. And that insult aroused Broly's inspiration. Ah, I know. Crushed by an anvil, said Broly as he materialized a giant anvil on top of the paralyzed Alabama Zamasu. An anvil that inevitably. Clank. Plath. Crushed Alabama Zamasu, killing him on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Just like the coyote from Coyote and the Roadrunner. Anyway, let's choose the next one, Broly said as he focused his gaze on his lists again. And as usual, Alabama Zamasu was resurrected again to get back on Broly's killing waiting list, although this time Alabama Zamasu experienced another outrage to his pride. Imposable. Is it made of Kachin? You materialized Kachin. How the hell did you do it? Alabama Zamasu asked angrily upon seeing that Broly had used, in his own way, one of the characteristic abilities of the Kais to kill him. When Kai's abilities have become so cheap that even disgusting mortals like him can use them. Can't you let me kill you without bothering, fucking racist? Substitution of blood for acid, Broly said as he used another of his bizarre techniques to kill Alabama Zamasu. AHH. Wagagagag. GGJJ. This time, just as he had done, substituting an extremely potent corrosive acid for his blood. Therefore, make his body dissolve from the inside out. Ugh, that was disgusting. And the next one will be, Broly said once more as he crossed out another line and looked for the next one. And once again after resurrecting, Alabama Zamasu tried again to kill Broly. AHH. Plash. Crack. Pum. Without success and dying again. Do you still think you can win? Oh, I know what you're thinking. I am immortal, whatever he does to me, he can't definitely kill me while I still have a chance to do it. And not only that, every time he kills me and I resurrect, I get stronger. I just need to tire him out and wait for him to make a mistake. No matter how painful and humiliating this fight is, in the long run I will be the winner. Said Broly as he put his list aside and asked again after stopping the Alabama Zamasu ambush, I'm right. GRJJ. Alabama Zamasu grunted as he felt himself being looked down upon again. However, what bothered him the most is that Broly was right, that was his plan and he didn't seem to care. That made him think. He is overestimating himself in excess and underestimating him in excess, or he knows everything and has everything under control. Even taking into account that you ignore that your fusion will only last a few more minutes, that when your fusion ends you will not be able to fuse again in an hour, and that when that happens one of your cells will cease to be immortal. Do you really think you can do something to me in all you execrable excuse of life? Said Broly, verbally abusing his victims, as always. Come attack me. I won't even defend myself, just try to kill me, said Broly upon seeing that Alabama Zamasu refused to accept that the suffering he had endured for almost an hour had been absolutely useless. He said it while spreading his arms and legs and looking up at the sky, as if he had become a human target full of openings. Not only that, he also disabled all of his defensive abilities, ki, and nen from his body to be really vulnerable. Great. I will attack you with all my might. I don't care if the whole world is destroyed with you, said Alabama Zamasu, accepting Broly's invitation. It was humiliating that he underestimated him in this way, but he was not going to miss an opportunity like that even if it was a trap. AHH. Therefore, he began to increase and gather all the energy of his body in the classical way. No way. Shouted Trunks, Vegeta, and Goku, woke up from their nap on Broly's massage chairs upon feeling that powerful ki from someone other than Broly. Alabama Zamasu ki had become so extremely powerful after so many Zenkais thanks to that torture session that was several times higher than any of the three after using the Kaioken X20 plus all the other cheats. If something like that touched them, could kill them right away. Alabama Zamasu had turned into a monster. If I were you, apart from committing suicide for being so pathetic, I would concentrate all my power in a fixed point. If you scatter your power to attack the planet you won't even tickle me, said Broly without moving from its previous position but provoking even more Alabama Zamasu. AHH. An Alabama Zamasu so furious that he launched the most powerful energy attack in his history, which he did not even name. A highly concentrated energy attack who targeted all the upper body of his enemy with the intention of volatilizing all his vital organs. Boom! It was such a powerful attack that not even a god of destruction would come out unscathed or even die if he decided to receive it fully as Broly had done. Nevertheless, Broly was not a pathetic god of destruction. Imposable! Shouted Alabama Zamasu, Vegeta, and Beerus upon seeing that their enemy didn't even have a wound on his body. And while they were disappointed, outraged, and to the point of fainting, Broly was extremely furious. Fucking shitty useless KAI. You can't even hurt me. I have to do everything by myself. His intention was for Alabama Zamasu to seriously injure him to prove something, but since the useless Alabama Zamasu couldn't do even that. Clash. What? Everybody screamed upon see what Broly had just done. With his own hands Broly had pierced his own chest, ripped out his heart and ploo. Crushed it with a squeeze. And automatically, his deadly wound healed itself. It can't be. You two are, Alabama Zamasu said, so shocked and desperate by what he had just seen that was unable to finish his sentence. What he had just seen, what he had just learned had destroyed his plan. Yes, I am immortal, actually much more immortal than you. Unlike you, I heal myself from everything. From absolutely everything. Said Broly as he wiped the blood from Alabama Zamasu's cheek with his tail. And due to that action he realized a terrifying truth. What? Is my cheek bleeding? This wound, he did it to me when, Alabama Zamasu said and thought upon noticing that his two cheeks had cuts and were bleeding. The scary thing wasn't that both of his cheeks were slashed without him noticing, after all until now he had died without knowing how thousands of times. The truly terrifying thing is that these injuries had not been caused by Broly now but almost an hour ago. It seems that you have finally realized. How many times have I destroyed your head since I made that cut on your cheeks? How many times have I destroyed your body? And yet why hasn't that wound healed like the rest? Why aren't they healing right now the way your fingers regenerate after blowing them up? Asked Broly with an evil while immolating all the fingers of Zamasu's body, including those of the hands and feet. Biom. 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 No, impossible, this can't be true. Said Alabama Zamasu absolutely puzzled and distraught upon see that his fingers were regenerating and the wounds on his hands caused by the explosions were healing but his cheeks keep bleeding from his wound, the blood hadn't even clotted until now. His despair was so big that did not even feel pain when his 20 fingers were destroyed. That's right, I have a skill called irreversible damage that a colleague taught me that makes everything I do irreversible. When I use it, if I hurt something it cannot be cured, if I destroy something it cannot be repaired, if I kill someone Heshit cannot be resurrected. Not even an immortal escapes that rule, said Broly with an even more malevolent smile than before. No. No. This can't be happening. Such thing is impossible. Shouted Alabama Zamasu like a crazy bitch, who recoiled back due to the extreme fear that Broly had just awakened in him. So far he had managed to keep his mind relatively stable despite the situation he was in by being certain that in the long run he could be the winner thanks to his immortality and Zenkai, but Broly was not only much powerful than him. He seemed to be invulnerable to all but his own. And besides, he was immortal like him and can kill immortals like him with ease. You get it right? You cannot kill me in any way while I can eliminate your existence whenever I want. The only reason I've left you alive until now is because it's fun to watch you die. But that's not the only way I have to kill immortals, Broly said as he continued to prolong the agony of Alabama Zamasu, Amaterasu. Some black flames that Alabama Zamasu could not extinguish no matter how much ki he used. On the contrary, they seemed to burn with more force. This fire never goes out. It will continue to consume you until there is nothing left, and you are immortal, so there will always be fuel. Welcome to a life of torture, said Broly while using the flaming body of Alabama Zamasu to cook a veal chop. However, in the face of such suffering, despair and humiliation, the stubbornness of Alabama Zamasu did not give up. His survival instinct, trained with millions of deaths the previous minutes, made every neuron in his brain work at the 6,699 of his capacity to get out of it alive. And found a way. Chop. 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 Oh, well thought out. You have been intelligent and dismembered your body with telekinesis and moved as far as possible all the parts that were on fire. If you had been a little slower, the flames would have spread throughout your body and it would be your end. Congratulations. You have survived another death sentence, said Broly while sarcastically applauding Alabama Zamasu's prowess, which was regenerating on the ground. And once he regenerated again, he would try to kill him again. I have to flee from here, Alabama Zamasu thought desperately. Until now he had stayed on Earth receiving that torture because he believed he could win. But that had been proven to be impossible. He had no chance to defeat that monster and he could kill him whenever he wanted. So while was still regenerating and Broly consulted his list to choose a new twisted death sentence, Alabama Zamasu teleported his time ring onto his finger and escaped to another timeline. In another place other than Earth. Alabama Zamasu suddenly appeared. Ha 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 ha. I am still alive. I am still alive. Alabama Zamasu yelled like crazy as he hugged and kissing himself. He was still alive and most importantly, far from Broly's reach. The dream that he and many others shared. The true happiness. And after a few seconds in which he tried to calm down and overcome part of his trauma, he showed the characteristic smile and attitude of a megalomaniac cliché villain again. Who could have imagined that a monster like you could exist among those disgusting mort? Until he remembered Broly's speech in which he dismantled his charade and became even crazier. Okay, he was right, I'm not doing it for justice, and I don't care. I just want to kill everyone. You may be invincible, but you have made a serious mistake, Broly. And that has been not to kill me in one of those millions of attempts. With the time ring on my finger I can go to any timeline, collect once again the Super Dragon Balls and repeat the same thing I did with Goku. Ha 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 ha. With your body I will no longer need to kill the pathetic Super Kais to eliminate the HIATUS. I will be able to kill them personally. My plan will be even more perfect. I have to thank you, Broly, for that incredible gift you have given me. Wawa wawa. Wawa wawa. Wawa wawa. Wahahaha. Said Alabama Zamasu, invaded by madness after having surviving to the greatest crisis he had ever imagined experiencing. Not only had he survived through thick and thin. He had managed to keep his mind, his spirit, his essence, his ambition intact even after suffering the greatest failure of his life. Everything he suffered at the hands of Broly would have killed anyone else at all levels. But not him. He had become the incarnation of the Phoenix. Not only had he survived, he had become even more powerful and more resolute. And would become even more powerful after possessing Broly's body. Thanks, Broly. Thank you for this wonderful gift. Wawa 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 wawa. Alabama Zamasu said to himself as he thought about how to implement his new plan. You're welcome, but I didn't do it with that intention. The only thing that is redeemable in you is how positive you are. You try to turn your problems into opportunities. Kaiwa. Chapter 257. Thanks, Broly. Thank you for this wonderful gift. Wawa 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 wawa. Alabama Zamasu said to himself as he thought about how to implement his new plan. However, he wasn't alone in that place. His dear friend Broly was right behind him, whispering in his ear in a very haunting way, you're welcome, but I didn't do it with that intention. The only thing that is redeemable in you is how positive you are. You try to turn your problems into opportunities. Even if it's impossible. Kaiwa. Shouted Alabama Zamasu with outright terror upon seeing again the most monstrous, sadistic and cruel being he had ever had the misfortune to meet. Just by hearing his voice his heart stopped beating and his brain suffered a stroke, thus accumulating one more death to the marker. Zamasu only knew Broly since a few minutes ago, even so from his point of view it is as if he had tortured him for years. And even though the last time he saw him was a few seconds ago, just like a Vietnam War veteran with post-traumatic stress had thousands of flashes that contained all the horror that he had to live and witness in that hellish place. Why are you so scared? Have you seen a monster or something? Broly said as he looked from side to side, pretending not to know why Alabama Zamasu had just pissed in his pants. How did you find me? How have you been able to follow me through time? Alabama Zamasu asked as he tried to get up from the ground, although it wasn't easy, his legs didn't stop shaking. How the hell had he managed to follow him here? And how the hell did he know that he would be exactly in this timeline and era? How the hell had he found him? Asai, Zamasu, you never traveled in time. Broly patted Alabama Zamasu's head and showed him something very familiar that took out of his formless realm. See, this is the real time ring. The one you have in your hand is a fake that I exchanged. Instead of time travel, when you use it you get trapped in a perfect illusion that makes you think you've traveled in time. Did you really think that I wasn't going to confiscate this toy? Ha 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 ha. Said Broly as he returned the time ring to his private dimension and undo the illusion in which he had locked Alabama Zamasu. Then he realized that he had never left the Earth from Trunks' timeline. He was still in the same city, devastated by himself, while Goku, Trunks and Vegeta began to look at him with some pity. A pity that wounded him in the soul as if burning daggers were stabbing him. Therefore, after realizing that the earlier outburst of optimism and megalomania had only been a ridiculous and humiliating sight to all who witnessed it, Alabama Zamasu began to unravel. Why? 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 Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why had Broly been killing him over and over again in the most twisted and painful ways possible? Why had he been humiliating him like this? Why had he destroyed the perfect image he had of himself? Why only after experiencing millions of deaths did he show him that he could do absolutely nothing against him? Why did he let him experience hope again to plunge him back into even deeper despair? Why? 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 It doesn't make sense. Except because his plan is to kill him and everyone, has killed his alternate wife, had destroyed his alternate stepson's life, and his biggest crime, ruin his barbecue. Why was he bothering so much to destroy him? Why was he doing all of this to him? Why? Evidently. Because it is extremely fun. Seeing how a pathetic, arrogant and narcissistic piece of shit who thinks he is the best like you shows that despair by understanding and accepting that he is incapable of doing anything against the true most powerful being of all. Me. It's just delicious. I'm lovin' it. Kaya ha 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 ha. Wawa ha ha ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Wha ha 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 ha. Shouted Broly, who laughed like an extremely overacted perverse and mad cliché villain with an overdose of methamphetamine, cocaine, and dog urine. Just like Zamasu used to do. And he didn't like seeing himself in that strange mirror, nothing at all this guy. He's a fucking unhinged without restraint, a psycho without shame, a sadist without empathy, narcissist without mirror, a monster without a leash. He's crazy. He's disgusting. He's a fucking scum. He's like I have to run away from here right now. And the most efficient and effective way to escape Vav. Kai. What the hell is happening? Alabama Zamasu screamed in bewilderment and despair as he realized another terrible setback. Kai. But it was useless. Why? Why doesn't work? Said Alabama Zamasu, helpless and almost out of breath as he looked at Broly fearfully. He was unable to understand what this brewer's droop was due to, but it's very possible that he knew who the culprit was. And worst of all is that a part of him didn't want to know the answer. Why? Do you think you can do something in my presence that I don't authorize? Know your place, inferior being, said Broly, looking at him with the same contempt and disgust with which someone would look at an excrement, while as he used his causal invasion to prevent Alabama Zamasu from teleporting and crash. He also used spatial invasion to crush him to the ground, thus breaking some of his bones, and not only his bones. No. This time his spirit was completely destroyed. Zamasu had already understood that Broly was far superior to him in everything and that he couldn't defeat him. He is a narcissistic madman who had believed in his own delusions of grandeur, but wasn't such an idiot as not to recognize the situation. Even so, he always believed that he had a means with which to survive against that monster. His superior intelligence, with which he had managed to get to this point and with which he would possibly find a solution. His incredible power, with which he had managed to kill all the HIATUS indirectly in an entire timeline that grew every moment and that could even surpass Broly at some point. His just crusade to purify the universe, with which feel morally superior and justify all his actions before his enemies. His eternal immortality, with which he believed himself invincible in the face of any eventuality. His great ego and self-esteem, that made him believe that he is the best and that he had no limits. And last but not least, his multiple escape methods like the time ring or the Kai, with which to make a strategic withdrawal in the unlikely event that something goes wrong. These were the pillars that held Zamasu's fighting spirit standing. With only one of them standing, Zamasu could keep fighting and trying to fulfill his ambition. But Broly gladly destroyed each and every one of those pillars, and thus reducing Zamasu into a crybaby. No. Ugh. SNFF. No. SNFF. IGG. Oh my god. Bwahaha. Ing. UGHGGHGGH. Shouted the mentally destroyed Alabama Zamasu while trying to hold back his crying. But it was impossible, the tears wouldn't stop coming out as if they were a cataract, and the increase in gravity caused by Broly didn't help. However, for Broly that wasn't enough. Yes. Oh, let me taste your tears, Zamasu says Broly as he literally, your tears are so yummy, sweet, as he literally grabbed Zamasu by the head and started licking his tears straight from his eyes. Something that undoubtedly traumatized the already cracked Zamasu even more. But he wasn't the only one. What the fuck? Everyone felt chills and even the urge to throw up upon witnessing that brutal, crude and disgusting act of bullying. Even Trunks couldn't help feeling some pity for his mortal enemy. Almost anyone rose instinctively from their chairs in disgust, as if they had seen a nasty bug crawling up their leg. And those who didn't do it weren't because they didn't feel disgust or rejection towards that disgusting act, it was because other emotions invaded the hearts of those who witnessed it. Like Yamcha, Vegeta, and Beerus, who froze in their respective armchairs due to the excruciating fear of imagining that this could happen to them too. Or Bulma and Bra, who started to move away from her side by sideways shifting their chairs. However, the standard timeline Broly wasn't bothered by their normal reaction, he was too busy admiring himself on screen. Oh. The tears of unfathomable sadness and despair. Yummy, yummy. You amuse me so much that I'm even beginning to think about not killing you, said Broly, still evilly licking Alabama Zamasu's left eye tears. When suddenly, apart from fear, despair, helplessness and indescribable disgust among other thousands negative emotions, Alabama Zamasu noticed that he couldn't see with his left eye. And not only that, he had lost sensitivity in some areas of the left part of his body, something that he noticed immediately due to pain to which the other part of his body was being subjected due to the increased gravity. So after using much of his strength and will to turn his head and thus see what was happening to the left part of his body, his despair increased even more. What is this? What are you doing to my body? Asked the crybaby Alabama Zamasu upon see that from his left eye a strange black energy was spreading to the rest of his body, devouring everything in its path. And Broly, obviously, with a lovely and creepy smile, explained to his toy what was doing with him. I am slowly taking your body to a dimension of mine in which time only exists for me. Being trapped by me in there means living death. No matter how immortal you are, you won't die but you won't live either. Your destiny is be part of my collection and entertain me for all eternity. No. Alabama Zamasu shouted when he realized that this was a fate worse than death. And due to that extreme fear, he tried to survive once more despite knowing that everything was useless. Clash. So, just as he did with the Amaterasu, he started parts not infected with telekinesis and sent them as far as he could. Fume. Therefore, regenerating from one of those parts. Good idea to cut part of your body to stop the infection. You are a persistent cockroach. You know you are doomed, but still you cling to life. I congratulate you, but you run out of time, Broly said as he made a stopwatch appear and counted down, 3, 2, 1, YA. And instantly, just as Broly predicted, the fusion between Zamasus and Zamasu ended. However, it didn't end as everyone expected. Chapter 258. 3, 2, 1, yeah. And instantly, just as Broly predicted, the fusion between Zamasus and Zamasu ended. However, it didn't end as everyone expected. Instead of separating as if they were magnets from the same pole as in all fusions, it was as if two people hit with gum tried to get away from each other without success. But this time those two Zamasus were the same gum. This is what usually happens when the fusion finish. It's disgusting, asked Trunks, still trying to understand how fusions worked. I don't think so, at least when we fuse we simply separate. Is it different when it's done with those earrings? Ached Goku, who was also ignorant in this matter. And obviously Broly, the living encyclopedia, tried to answer his questions. No, it would have to be the same, however, this is different. That is if. And once again in the usual timeline. As if both Zamasus are rejecting the fusion to end, said Broly, in both timelines at the same time. Is that even possible? Beerus asked the scientists in the room if they could answer that question. Fusion or not, both of them are still Zamasus. It's possible that over this past hour they've likely become bound at cellular levels, said Bulma and Gohan, giving their scientific approval to this somewhat unusual fact. Does that mean they will become one again? Asked Yamcha, that he began to be tempted to find himself on another timeline and merge in the hope of becoming stronger. Possibly. Technically it's worrisome, but not much, answered Broly, not paying attention to this fact as he refilled his cola jug. Once again in Trunks' timeline. The Zamasus continue to resist ending their sticky relationship. We are one. They were still glued to each other and did everything possible to prevent separation. It was as if Siamese twins with two heads and one body were butting each other in the hope that both heads would merge together. Something strange, funny and at the same time disgusting. Luckily Broly was there to end this toxic relationship. Whatever, don't fight. We will cut the child in two and slash. And as if he were King Solomon or Moses, separated the two Zamasus, killing them collaterally. Well Trunks, you can kill the bad Goku, I'll keep the psychopathic Kaioshin as a trophy. It doesn't bother you, does it? Broly asked as he grabbed the half-body of the Zamasu Kai and stored him in his private dimension without having received Trunks' reply. I don't care. He's the one I wanted to kill from the beginning. Replied Trunks, ignoring that Broly had stolen one Zamasu, but he didn't care. The Zamasu with the body of Goku who had killed his family and destroyed his home was the one with whom he really had the grudge. Therefore, as he tried to do in previous chapters. FIU. Burning attack. Boom. Thus destroying Black's body, reducing him to pieces. Mother. I have finally avenged you, said Trunks, closing another bitter stage in his life with another revenge. Or maybe not. If I can object, said Broly, pointing to the ground, or more specifically to the remains of Black. What? Everyone either in Trunks or Standard Timeline shouted. And they didn't scream for no reason. Those charred and severed pieces of flesh and bones began to move and grow as if they had a life of their own until each of them became a Black. What the hell is happening? Shouted Goku, disgusted to see even more evil versions of himself. This guy isn't supposed to be immortal, shouted Vegeta, that apart from not understanding what was happening, he didn't want to see so many Gokus in one place. Is that your multiplication technique? Has he learned it during the battle? Trunks asked Broly, trying to find a justification. I'm afraid none of that. His immortality and regenerative capacity has evolved after the fusion, and Black has acquired it too, obviously, answered Broly, who had gotten used to pointing out the obvious. However, that stopped being a novelty for our heroes and viewers, since another alarming event occurred regarding all the Blacks. All of them became Alabama Zamasus. Without fussing again with his other self, that Blacks became Alabama Zamasu, with all his power and capacities. And Alabama Zamasu, just as shocked as the others, regained hope, and with it his madness. Ha 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 ha. All of them have become the Zamasu from before. There are dozens of them. This isn't good, said Trunks with his usual pessimism. Yes, that's not good, he will make me work more than necessary, said Broly while snapping his fingers. Boom. A snap that detonated all Alabama Zamasus. And of its thousands of pieces that were scattered throughout the city, new Alabama Zamasus began to emerge. How many are there now? I lost the count in the number 100, said Goku, who was starting to feel intimidated. This was out of his control right now, it was impossible for him to defeat so many. You see, it's like I said, his regeneration has evolved. I am right again, said Broly, that has always wanted to prove and remind everyone that he was always right. This not the time for that. Shouted everyone at Broly, either out or in the screen. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew that couldn't be my end. I definitely am the chosen true god of this universe. Wah 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 wah. Shouted all the Alabama Zamasus synchronously, who seemed to have forgotten what had happened to them a few minutes ago when they got a power-up. Fortunately for everyone but him, Broly was there to remind him of his place. You just don't learn, do you? Feel the power of a real god. Shubaku Tensei. In this way a black sphere formed in the sky and began to generate an attractive gravitational wave that only affected the Alabama Zamasus. What the? What's happening? That thing is absorbing us, shouted the Alabama Zamasus, who tried by all the possible means not be drawn into that dangerous sphere. But was useless. It didn't matter if they flew with all their might in the other direction, hold on the ground like grim death, or attacked the sphere with all their might. The sphere kept attracting Alabama Zamasus one after another, crushing each other until they formed a giant mortar of Alabama Zamasus in the sky. As if they were a liquid metal surrounding a spherical electromagnet. If any part of your body is dismembered, that part regenerates separately, thus creating infinite Zamasus each time you are injured. Now that you are together, I wonder. If I destroy all the atoms in your bodies at once, what would happen to your immortality? Do you want to try? Said Broly with his usual evil smile as he pointed his hand towards the agglutination of Alabama Zamasus. What are you trying to do? Shouted the Alabama Zamasus, still not crushed by the other Alabama Zamasus, and that therefore were able to hear and see what Broly was about to do. Omega Disintegration Beam. Said Broly, launching a huge energy attack that even destroyed the space in its path. Phew. The outcome was obvious, there was no trace of Alabama Zamasu, he had been completely destroyed. And I didn't even need to use a special ability, said Broly, who for some reason considered that an energetic attack capable of destroying everything, including space, wasn't a special ability. Back on the standard timeline. Is it over this time? Asked Beerus, quite bored in his chair after waking up. From almost an hour ago he already knew that Alabama Zamasu was dead, he wanted this to end so he could go home to do nothing again. I don't think so, said Whis as he pointed the sky in the reproduction, pointing something very unusual and disturbing. And thanks to Whis pointing it out, everyone else noticed, as generally people don't realize these things until someone points it out in the manga. What's? On Trunks' timeline the Earth's sky had turned greenish and a great multitude of ghostly faces appeared in that lugubrious sky. Faces that looked suspiciously like Zamasu's. They even laughed like a cliché villain just like him. Zamasu's face is everywhere. What the hell is happening? Asked Bulma, who didn't know what to answer. Her knowledge was purely scientific, what was happening right now was beyond her field of expertise. That's why she asked her husband, who specialized in the field of the absurd and paranormal. And his answer was, "Oh, oh. Oh, oh. What does oh, oh mean?" asked Bulma again upon hearing that indeterminate and worrying answer from her husband. Although the tone of voice and facial expression he was using was the most worrying of all, the last time he answered her in the same way when she caught him red-handed when he was teaching Bra to insult when she was a baby, especially to Vegeta. "I'm afraid I have discovered what happens if Zamasu is disintegrated without leaving a single atom. His immortality is still active, but since he had no body, his soul tried to possess something, and since he has determined that all of you are too weak to defeat me and it's impossible to possess me unconsciously, he has decided to possess the universe itself," answered Broly, avoiding mentioning that everything that had happened was his fault. "What?" shouted almost everyone, shocked by that absurd revelation as they looked at Whis and Shin, looking for a second opinion that doesn't sound so absurd. "I think it makes sense," Whis said, who couldn't think of a better explanation. "This is terrible." "Broly, you have to do something," said Shin, alarmed to see his universe from another timeline in that state. I think this has gotten out of control," answered Broly, trying to hide his concern and guilty feeling. Something that made everyone extremely worried. Where the hell had the omnipotent, omnipresent and omniscient Broly hidden when he was needed most? What happens? Didn't you boast of being the most powerful? Why don't you fix the mess you've created? Shouted Beerus to Broly, taking advantage of the best and maybe the last situation of his life to protest against his greatest enemy to date. And for the first time Broly didn't know how to respond to the grumpy cat. Back on the Trunks timeline. The three minor Saiyans were brainstorming to solve this strange situation while Broly defended himself from time to time of his accusations, and now was Goku's turn. "Broly-san, this looks a lot like the illusion you put me into years ago. In that illusion you devised a method to solve." "Goku, that was a movie that I made up, and that method doesn't exist, and of course I can destroy it. But if I do, the risk of destroying the entire universe is 99. I'm not sure I can eliminate only Zamasu. My control of destructive powers is not perfect. Unlike others, I spend my day creating ingredients and other things for people to enjoy. I'm not a fucking genocide," answered Broly, whose words didn't reach the hearts of his viewers, who saw him kill the same guy over and over again for almost an hour without repeating the same method even once. "Then what do we do? At this rate the whole universe will be destroyed by that thing," said Vegeta, that like Beerus was taking advantage of the moment to protest to Broly. "Destroy Zamasu without destroying the universe," Goku said to himself, and thus think better, when he suddenly had an idea. "Broly-san, is Omni-chan still alive here? Are you talking about Zeno?" "I'm sure he does. Shin says that Zeno is the one person that cannot be defeated by anyone," assured Broly, broadcasting Shin's message from one timeline to another. "Great. And would he be able to eliminate Zamasu without destroying the universe?" asked Goku again. "Yes, I suppose so. Zeno is capable of making anything disappear. This is his universe after all, he may be extremely selective," answered Broly again, explaining his theory. It was just a guess, but that answer was all Goku needed to make a mildly suicidal decision. "Great. I think I have an idea," Goku said as he took something out of his pocket. "That thing," Beerus and Shin yelled so loudly upon see that button that they were almost heard in Trunks' dimension. However, not only the native gods of Universe 7 were scared, also Whis, but without destroying anyone's eardrums, is he trying to? However, since no one warned or knocked out Goku to stop him from doing something stupid. Klin. He used the button, summoning the Xeno-sama of that timeline in that world. Biop. See Lank. See Lush. And for some reason he was summoned in the air, he didn't fly and fell headlong to the ground. Again in the standard timeline. Oh, I think this wasn't a good idea," said Broly, putting more sugar in his tea while pretending don't be nervous. "What?" shouted Shin, who fainted for the third time that day. The second time was when Broly hit him accidentally, when he threw a soda can on his head. "That idiot. He has done it. That idiot has done it," shouted Beerus, regretting not having destroyed Goku when he could, but it was too late now. Goku was about to create an apocalypse worse than the one he had tried to prevent. "That's problematic, very problematic," said Whis, who shared the same opinion and enthusiasm as his pet. "I think now things have gotten even more out of control." "Right?" asked Bulma to his husband, which nodded. Once again in Trunks' timeline. "Who are you? Did you call me here?" Zeno asked Goku, who didn't understand what was happening. A few seconds ago he was playing hide and seek with his lackeys, and now he had been summoned to another place by someone who he didn't know. Something very, very strange. "I'm Son Goku. I'm friends with you in my world, answer to his deus ex machina, more or less friend of in another timeline. An explanation with many gaps that for some stupid reason convinced Zeno, who after solving the misunderstanding looked around him. What happened here? It looks terrible. You did this? Asked Zeno to Goku, hinting that he didn't like post-apocalyptic futures or poorly ordered rooms. And that he also seemed to like to punish those who created such disasters. No. He did it. Said Goku, pointing to the sky where Zamasu's faces kept laughing like they inhaled nitrous oxide. He's annoying, said Zeno, pointing the obvious with a less cheerful tone of voice. And seeing that Zeno began to share the same hatred they felt for Zamasu, Goku tried to convince him to do their job without explicitly asking for it. Don't you think you should erase him? He's fussed with one of your universes to do evil things. He's a terrible guy. And Goku with great intelligence and insight achieved his goal. You're right, said Zeno, who agreed with Goku, more or less. Better of without a world like this. World. Shouted everyone either in the Standard and Trunks timeline. What everyone but Goku feared had happened. Zeno was about to make everything disappear. OMG. I knew this couldn't end well. Guys, get close to me. We come back home. Broly said as he teleported everyone close to him, including Mai, to run away with them whether they want to or not. And the time machine. Shouted Trunks, who didn't understand how Broly intended to return to his timeline without his most valuable possession. I have already stored it in my dimension. Let's go back, Broly said as he disappeared with everyone from that timeline. Be gone. Timeline that also disappeared after a few seconds. At the same time in the Standard timeline. Inside the movie theater that Broly had created in the garden. A group of 5 people appeared next to the door. We are back, said Broly as he released Goku, Vegeta, Trunks and Mai and walked towards the other Broly in the room to join again. That's great, all the Z warriors sighed in relief upon see that their friends and their families survived the most absolute apocalypse they have ever seen. A moment of relief and happiness that was slightly clouded by Beerus, who again explained, but this time with a solid proof, why everyone, especially Goku, should avoid having all possible contact with Zeno. And obviously by Broly. If we were going to destroy the universe in the end, I could have done it myself. Because of you Goku, not only the Universe 7 was destroyed, but an entire timeline. All the people in all the universes in the timeline of Trunks perished. Are you happy now? Said Broly, scolding Goku for having committed that great irresponsibility. A comment that in principle was correct, but that earned more than deserved criticism. It's your fault. If you hadn't been arrogant and killed with your anti-immortal abilities or sealed Zamasu, that wouldn't have happened. Shouted Beerus and Bulma, who flew at full speed towards Broly to shout all this to his face. A never-before-seen alliance that almost puts Broly against the ropes. But nothing could surpass the shameless level of Broly, which answered this: we can look for culprits everywhere and we would surely find them. Shin for naming Goku to Zamasu, Shin for causing the situation in which he needed to name Goku, Beerus and Kampa for organizing a tournament in which Goku participated. The dude who uploaded the video of Goku to GodTube that Zamasu watched later, to Zuno for revealing information to Zamasu, Zalama for creating the Super Dragon Ball, all the gods and their stupid system, Goku itself. And of course Vegeta. This time I haven't done anything. Literally nothing at all. Strongly objected Vegeta, which joined Beerus and Bulma's alliance, thus adding more pressure to Broly. And this time Broly was forced to admit his mistake, at least partially, and it may also be a little, very little, my fault. But don't worry, we have all returned home safely and Zamasu has been defeated. Everything has ended well. Our entire timeline has been vanished, Mai and Trunks objected too. Everything has ended well. Fairly well, Broly said, avoiding making eye contact with everything while looking at the horizon with optimism. Meanwhile on Trunks' timeline. Or rather, the former Trunks timeline, which was destroyed by Zeno, was replaced by an infinite white space where there was absolutely nothing. Nothing except who destroyed it, Zeno-sama, that floated from one place to another to kill some time. Everything has disappeared. What can I play right now? Said Zeno to himself while thought deeply about some game to kill his boredom. Until he finally figured the better solution to his great problem. I know. I will float around. Hui, hui. Zeno said as he flew from side to side doing cartwheels and strange movement patterns. When suddenly. Crack. Behind him the space was cracked. Creating a black fissure in that white infinity, which was enlarged by big and powerful hands from which emerged a huge and intimidating being displaying an evil smile. We are finally alone, Zeno-chan. Chapter 259. Zamasu was finally defeated and peace returned once again to the universe. And as tradition, Broly organized a barbecue at home to celebrate their last victory. I just hope nobody ruins my barbecue this time. I swear, if anyone dares to spoil this event, Heshit will see firsthand that what I did to Zamasu was caresses. Broly swore to the heavens while cooking and looking around for potential threats. Meanwhile, the rest of the cast enjoyed this great party full of luxury, drink, food, good company and fun. Especially Mai and Trunks, the ones who had suffered the most in recent years and who hadn't had the chance to taste the celestial food of Broly. "Oh my god. I can't believe how good this is," said Mai while she had the typical gourmet orgasm that we can see in almost any anime and manga. "Right? Try that one too," Trunks said with a big smile as he put more food on her plate. Until recently, they had lived a hell in which they had barely been able to smile, and most of those smiles were forced, to encourage each other so that no one would cry. Every day they had lived among ruins, hiding and eating what they could without knowing if they were still alive the next day, and not only that, Trunks believed that he had lost the woman of his life to Black in the same way that he had lost his mother. That's why seeing Mai smile so genuinely at her mother's house filled Trunks with indescribable happiness. "You have some too, Trunks." "Say ah," said the blushed Mai as she fed her young boyfriend with a lot of love. "Thanks." "Ah," said Trunks, corresponding that romantic scene while eating that delicious delicacy, which for some reason became even more delicious now that Mai had given it to him. A beautiful scene of a couple in the best stage of the courtship that softened the hearts of married couples, which some even imitated them to remember that precious moment they enjoyed when they were younger and childless. Although some weren't so happy. Shite. All handsome guys have a girlfriend or are gays. Sighed Bra while looking jealously at Mai, who had managed to hunt down probably the best single man in the whole multiverse and on which she had set her eyes. "Hey! I don't have a girlfriend and I'm not gay." Vegeta Jr. shouted indignantly upon hearing that he had been discarded in this way, and maybe he also felt something close to jealousy. A very cute reaction that didn't go unnoticed by Bra, who sat on Vegeta Jr.'s lap and said as she approached dangerously to his lips, "Really? Well, I know how to solve that problem." "Stop there, Bra!" shouted Broly and Trunks, who quickly prevented that taboo kiss and separated the horny kids. Something that made everyone laugh involuntarily. Ha 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 ha. Although some were having a better time than others, all were enjoying that pleasant evening away from all worldly problems, until the food ran out and a certain god again reminded everyone that they had just caused the complete destruction of a timeline. "By the way, Broly, are you sure you didn't do all of this on purpose? Did you really not know that this could happen? You really couldn't kill Zamasu earlier to avoid all that problem?" Beerus asked, who as usual attributed sinister ulterior motives in each and every one of Broly's actions and non-actions. "Fuck. You are very insistent on this. I confess. As much as I hate it, I'm not always 100 infallible. Okay. I make mistakes too. That moron was so weak that it never crossed my mind that he might cause this problem in the end. I don't have my near-perfect omniscience active on all day. Do you know how boring everything is when you know everything? It is impossible for you to enjoy anything. I just wanted to have a good time torturing that scum and see what would happen. Is that so difficult to understand?" Broly replied, trying to play the victim. A victim with whom it was very difficult to empathize, even raised indignation among the most idiotic of the group, who never know anything. "Well, not to know everything, you seem to know Zamasu better than he did. It amazed me how you tore his mind apart so ruthlessly," said Whis, who shares the same theory as his cat but questioned in a more subtle way. "Well. It was easy to understand him, after all we are alike," answered Broly without giving much importance while materializing a bag of Pipes flavor Tijuana. Not giving a shit about the reaction it would elicit from everyone. "What?" shouted everyone terrified when they heard that Broly was comparing himself to a genocide. "Their worst nightmares will finally come true. Calm down, idiots. I'm not a fucking genocide. If I wanted to kill everyone and crown myself the lord and master of all universes and timelines, I would have done it decades ago. However, you are all here alive, even those who don't deserve it. And I don't look at anyone," said Broly, staring intently at Beerus and Vegeta. Something they were already used to. "So what do you mean then?" Bulma asked, concerned by that statement. After all, it's not nice to be married to someone who had compared to her alternate killer. "Well. We both think we are the best, only that in my case it's true. We are both gods, only that I am truly one. So we are quite superior to mortals, something that distances us from them both physically and mentally to the point of seeing them as something insignificant and fleeting. And we both want to be on top, just that I am. Basically we want to do what we want without anyone stopping us," said Broly, explaining the misunderstanding he created on purpose to see their idiotic faces and get attention. "Come on, Dad, you know it's not true. You are very different. Although you laugh in the same way, said Bra, that just like her mother she didn't like that her father compared himself to that useless garbage. And while he stroked the head of his daughter, who went to hug him and steal a few pipes, he continued with his speech, we share these points in common, but we live them is very different way. I'm a megalomaniac god, I admit it without any shame, but that doesn't make me hate others or believe that I have the right to kill them except very few cases. Despite that I'm extremely powerful, so much so that I can destroy the universe if I wanted to. Despite that I know almost everything if I want and I can be in almost all places at the same time if I want to. Technically I'm way above all of you, so much so that you might even look like insects to me just like Zamasu. Something totally insignificant and even unnecessary from my objective point of view. I think Beerus here knows what I mean. I see you understand. And you only needed a few decades for that, said Beerus, who nodded knowingly, as if a connection had been created between him and Broly for the first time. Shouted everyone, not understanding what Beerus was talking about. Are you surprised? When you exceed by a wide margin the level of existence of certain beings, you lose your empathy towards them. Do you humans feel a lot of pity and compassion for the life of ants? I don't think so, some even have fun killing them. Do you think humans are very different from insects in the eyes of a Hikaishin? I can tell you no, and indeed, Zamasu believed himself a Hikaishin. And now? Do you think a Hikaishin is different from a human in Xeno-sama's eyes? Do I need to tell you the answer? This means being a god, and indeed, your Broly has the right to look at all of you like insects, said Beerus, explaining to everyone why he does what he does like he does and why he fears Xeno-sama like he does. And you too, said Broly to Beerus, remembering his position in the hierarchical pyramid. However, Beerus was right. This is a universal truth. Those at the peak of power, especially those who have reached that position by force, tend to see those under them as pests, livestock, or entertainment, and sadly those who reach that top always tend to have very little empathy towards others. That is precisely why they reach the top. Darling. Bulma sighed after analyzing her husband from another point of view, a point of view that began to scare her. Nevertheless, in the same way that there are strange and stupid humans who care more about the life of animals than that of people, there are also gods as stupid as them. So stupid from the point of view of a god that they even live, marry, have children and even organize barbecues with them whenever is possible to make them happy and have them around, because simply. I like humans and strange things, with all their defects and virtues, and although others gods may not see it, the human being has many more virtues than defects. Especially you, and, come on Vegeta, for once you too. But above all you too. You are my whole life, said Broly as he hugged Bra and Bulma, the only people he loved as much as himself, which is a lot to say. Broly-san, sighed the Z-Warriors due to that moving confession, beautiful even though they had been compared to insects. Just like Bra, who stopped paying attention to Vegeta Jr. for a moment to hug his father, Dad. And Bulma, who like her daughter got up to caress his hair, darling. Well. I can't deny that there are idiots like him, Whis thought, who felt a bit identified with that last speech. A moving moment that Broly himself was in charge of stopping. If this continued like this, someone would get diabetes seriously. A whole multiverse empty of life in which only I exist. That would be fucking boring. I am so perfect that in a few days I would get bored of myself. Ha 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 ja. He wasn't lying when he said he's a megalomaniac, said Mai, the one who knows the least about that enigmatic being who is her boyfriend's alternate stepfather. And as for being above everything and everyone. I'm not like that psycho, I don't want to rule over anyone. Let everyone do what comes out of their balls as long as they don't touch mine. I just want others to leave me alone with my family, my barbecues, my billions. But there is always something that will threaten that goal. So what is the easiest way to achieve that goal? To be above all. Although I don't mind sharing the top as long as we respect each other, Broly said as he continued stroking the head of his daughter, who had already gotten tired of being pampered by her father in public. It's quite an interesting approach, said Whis, somewhat relieved and worried at the same time. And quite nice coming from you, said Vegeta, that he was even thankful that Broly is the tyrant of the universe. It is. So stop suspecting me. I'm not going to cause the apocalypse or anything like that. I like the universes more or less the way they are, even though I have my complaints about inept gods. Worry more about what Goku could do, he just destroyed a timeline with the push of a button. Said Broly, who passed the hot potato to Goku. He liked being the center of attention, but he had been for a long time. It was time for the previous protagonist of the story to have his moment of glory. Chapter 260. It is. So stop suspecting me. I'm not going to cause the apocalypse or anything like that. I like the universes more or less the way they are, even though I have my complaints about inept gods. Worry more about what Goku could do, he just destroyed a timeline with the push of a button. Said Broly, who passed the hot potato to Goku. Now that you mention it. Ha ha ha. It's true, said Goku, who accepted that constructive criticism with his usual carefree smile. A carefree laugh that riled up the Psycho Cat. No laughs. For not taking this matter seriously, you finally had to summon Zeno-sama. You must never involve him in anything. Goku. Don't use that button again. Never. Unless in this timeline. Yelled Beerus as he almost strangled Goku to make him understand his message once and for all. Don't hang out with that monster. Come on, Beerus-san. I had no other choice. Still, I really didn't think he'd wipe out the entire world, replied Goku, who not only didn't show regret for what he did. For some reason he still didn't understand Beerus's message regarding Zeno. We nearly got wiped out along with it. Protested Vegeta, who teamed up with Beerus in this roast against Goku. That's right, and now Trunks' future is gone, said Bulma, who re-teamed with Beerus to criticize another Saiyan today. But unlike Broly, the poor Goku didn't know how to respond or avoid those brutal criticisms. But luckily for him, the kind and considerate Trunks came to his defense despite being the main victims together with my at least the only ones alive yet. But by doing so, we were able to defeat Zamasu. And we were able to protect the other parallel worlds. So we didn't really have a choice. But not only Trunks, Whis also came out in defense of his favorite student. I suppose having too many parallel worlds wasn't a good thing in the first place. You're right. I guess it's good we had a chance to trim them down, said Beerus, burying his hatchet. What was done could no longer be undone, an entire timeline had disappeared because of them. The only thing they could do now as good utilitarian psychopaths was see the bright side of this genocide. You always have to be positive. What are you saying? These two don't have a future left to go home to. Shouted Bulma, that was unable to see a bright side to this catastrophe, especially if this affected his alternate child. Come on, guys. Everything has a solution in this life, especially if we have the Super Dragon Balls, said Broly casually, as if that was something extremely obvious and that everyone should know. But this seemed not to be the case. Wait. What do you mean? Asked everyone, that for some reason they weren't able to relate both concepts. Why do you think I'm so calm? Because I'm a psycho who doesn't care about Trunks, his girlfriend, and all the lives that have been lost? No, it is not because of that, but because it is a problem with a solution. We just have to gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls again and ask the dragon to restore Trunks' timeline by reversing all the damage caused by Black. In this way the timeline is recovered, the dead are resurrected, and lost materials are recovered. Thus Trunks and Mai can go back to their timeline without creating a new one, with Bulma and everyone else alive. All in one wish, said Broly, explaining his simple plan as he finally freed his daughter from his doting father's hands. A bra which sighed relieved and flew into the arms of Vegeta Jr. again. Great. FIU. Only to be teleported back into her father's arms as a safety measure. Ouch. It's true. We can do that. Shouted all the Z warriors at once upon realizing that this incredible practical option existed to solve the problem in part they had created. Something quite strange, after all they always used the Dragon Balls to fix all the damage they created after each saga. Has anyone heard me before? Said Beerus, being quite against restoring a timeline. Not only because the creation of new timelines was illegal, since could produce problems like the one they had just experienced. Also because this solution threw everything he had said before to the ground. Yes, I am surprised that no one would have noticed this. It's extremely obvious, said Broly, that to this day he still didn't understand why in the official version, whether it was the manga or the anime, no one used the Super Dragon Balls for this. Then can you gather the Super Dragon Balls by yourself, Broly? Asked Beerus, delegating this responsibility to Broly as soon as possible in case someone dared to ask that of him or Whis. But Broly has always had a wild card up his sleeve to annoy gods around him. I could, but we will have to talk to Compa. He has started to gather them again and he already have the 3 of his universe. If I take them off that idiot he will come to bother you and you would again believe that I have an evil plan in hand. I would need someone to mediate the matter. Compa, again. Shouted Beerus, very angry upon knowing that his brother was planning to enter his domain illegally again to take away his toys. Yes, fight, Broly whispered as he caressed Bra's head in an evil way, happy to see that he had sown discord between the two brothers. Everything was already solved, more or less, but it was obvious that this wouldn't be fixed as quickly as everyone wanted. And until this was resolved, Trunks and Mai would have to stay on Earth, in this timeline. However, they didn't know exactly where. It was obvious that Broly wouldn't like Trunks the son Vegeta and Bulma's and his girlfriend to stay at his house, especially considering the variable of Bra. The same thing could be said for Vegeta. He didn't want his father to have another marital crisis with Yam because of him. He also didn't want to bother Gohan, who had just had a baby. Neither did the others, who also had their problems. That's why Trunks, who until now had survived outdoors in an apocalyptic future, wanted to propose an alternative so as not to disturb anyone or make them feel uncomfortable. I see, so this whole thing will take a while. I get it, don't worry about. Give up those stupid thoughts, Trunks. This is your home too, so while you cannot return to your world, both you and your girlfriend are well received. Son, said Broly, which unintentionally and without using any strange ability managed to mute everyone. Even Bra, who was fighting with all her might to escape from her father's lap that was frozen. Nobody expected something like that from Broly, and the least was Trunks, who answered stunned and almost about to shed a tear. Thanks. Dad. Ha ha ha. I beat you, Vegeta. I'm the best daddy in the universe, Broly thought, satisfied with his popularity contest in which only he participated while his daughter bit his hand to try to escape. Someone pinch me, said Gohan, who still couldn't believe what had happened, just like everyone else. You took those words out of my mouth, said Bulma, who never imagined this outcome either. In fact, she was prepared to have a marital fight with Broly in case he refused to receive Trunks and Mai in their mansion. The point is that she had only simulated a mental argument that would never occur, as well as feeling guilty. And also. From the mouth, did you say? Said Broly as he stole an intense kiss with tongue to his wife in front of all his friends, family, and acquaintances. And Bulma gladly received that surprise kiss. Broly. However, this upset a large part of the public. Like Goku, who once again didn't understand what they were doing. This is. But above all Trunks, who didn't feel comfortable seeing his mother snogging with another person. I'm beginning to understand why this girl is the way she is, said Vegeta while looking at Bra. If that girl saw things like this every day, it wasn't surprising that she wanted to experience similar things and that she did not see them as something bad. And as if a romantic event weren't happening in front of him, Goku's egoist interrupted him. Hey, Bulma. Can I use the other time machine? Why? You don't need it anymore, do you? Said Bulma, somewhat annoyed by that interruption. I do thought. Please. Goku replied while trying to avoid Broly's murderous gaze. In the midst of infinite whiteness. A wild time machine appeared, and inside Trunks and Goku looked from side to side in search of something that wasn't white. How's that? Can you see anything? Asked Trunks to Goku, who volunteered to pilot the time machine. There he is. Said Goku, as he pointed to someone. Zeno-sama. Shouted Goku, which came out of the time machine in that white dimension without even knowing if there was breathable air out there. All this to talk to Zeno-sama despite Beerus' warnings. Son Goku. Everything's gone. Answered future Zeno, that for some reason he was extremely friendly with the idiot just like his other him. How about I take you somewhere fun then? Said Goku, once again willing to risk the existence of another timeline. Really? Future Zeno replied, who had already become a close friend of the lower being that only saw for second time. And once again, near the party zone the time machine returned from its trip. Here we are. Said Goku, greeting everyone. And future Zeno did the same, Heya. Although both greetings didn't have the same reaction, especially for Beerus and Shin, who aged several centuries at once. Zen. Zeno-sama. That idiot, that deep moron didn't hear me. What goes in through one ear comes out through the other without going through his brain full of sawdust. Fools. Pay your respects. Zeno-sama, we bow before you. Shouted Beerus, who along with Shin and Whis knelt before their great Gnomness. And as always, Goku, ignoring the situation he had created and its implications, asked Kaioshin. Can't you take us there? In another dimension, in the palace of Zeno-sama. Goku, Whis, Shin and Daishinkan accompany the future Zeno-sama to his usual game room, where the current Zeno received them. Oh. Goku. Zeno greeted, welcoming his best friend to his house. Yo, Ali. Replied Goku. When suddenly the two Zenos were aware of the existence of their other self without knowing exactly how to process that fact. Thus recreating the Spider-Man meme again in this saga. Let's see what happened in the new film. I brought someone who'll be a good friend for you, just like I promised, Goku said to clarify the situation, which managed to fulfill his absurd promise of pure fluke. And all that he owed to Zamasu, from which he got the inspiration for this idea. Heya, said Zeno, playing the mirror with his future self. Heya, said future Zeno, playing the mirror with his past self. They were no doubt in sync physically, but would they also be in sync mentally? Let's play, said Zeno to his future self. Sure, replied future Zeno without thinking to his past self. And in this way the two Stewies, instead of killing each other until there was only one left, they started playing tag. Wah. Wah. Hee. Looks like it all worked, said Goku satisfied, without being aware of the danger to which he had exposed all universes and even timelines if any of those Zeno-sama had remembered that what had happened was illegal. Was this your idea, Whis? Asked Daishinkan, that like the others Zeno-sama also feigned ignorance. No, this was all Goku's doing, answered Whis, who didn't want to have nothing to do with this crazy, dangerous and illegal idea. I see. The mortals of Universe 7 are very interesting, said Daishinkan while observing the two Zeniths, just in case they fought for some reason and decided to kill everyone. Indeed, although some are in excess, sighed Whis, showing some concern about that matter. Is there something that worries you? Asked Daishinkan, although he understood him. Without a doubt Goku was a living bomb capable of destroying everything. In a few years he has almost destroyed all the universes several times and even succeeded one time in another timeline. Who wouldn't be concerned with such a character by his side? However, Goku wasn't the origin of Whis' heavy sighs. For some years a mortal has been giving me headaches. I think he's planning something dangerous, but I don't know exactly what, or if he's really planning something. Is complicated. Yes, it sounds complicated. But you can always turn to your Hikation. After all, is their job to get rid of threats and potential threats, even if they are too uncertain, replied Daishinkan, giving him a somewhat radical advice that violated the presumption of innocence and human rights. And here comes the problem. Beerus-sama can't do anything against him, replied Whis, who had already appreciated that alternative, but that simply wasn't applicable in this case. Oh. That is certainly unusual. Even so, there are protocols to deal with this situation, answered Daishinkan, very surprised and without feigning being surprised in the least. Since the creation of all the universes this was the first time he heard of something like this. After all, the Hikation were the most powerful mortals in the universes, who had become gods and had been trained in mystical arts for millennia by their angels. For a mortal to become stronger than a Hikation before becoming a Hikation was practically impossible. That is why he was so surprised. Even so, that such a mortal could exist and pose a threat to the universes had already been considered eons ago. I know, but it would be unfair to mobilize more Hikation without having any solid proof. After all, there is a possibility that we will risk the lives of many Hikation for nothing, said Whis, who explained the reasons why they hadn't yet acted against that monster in the form of Saiyan. However, Daishinkan sensed that Whis hadn't told him other reasons why they hadn't acted yet. By any chance does that mortal cook very well, Whis? Oh. You got me, Whis answered, who a little blushed, acknowledged that there was a conflict of interest. Of course. I know you too well, said Daishinkan, who overlooked that transgression. After all, today he had overlooked the mother of all transgressions. Well. You're welcome to come visit us any time. Father replied Whis, somewhat relieved, at the same time that he wanted to make him an accomplice of the crime and probably ask for his help in the Broly case. Yes. Someday, replied Daishinkan to this son. It won't be necessary, after all. I'm already here, replied Broly, which was right behind them. But, no one could see, hear or feel his presence in any way. Chapter 261. A year passed after the events of Zamasu and the other Zamasu. Trunks managed to collect the Super Dragon Balls thanks to his almighty alternate stepfather and the Grumpy Cats, and thereby restore his timeline and return to the future. Something that saddened Bra but relieved Vegeta Jr., Yam and Broly for some reason. Still, thanks to the communication device that Bulma built, both timelines were able to communicate with Brolisoft teams from which Gohan kept in contact with Trunks. Both Bulmas shared knowledge about technological advances. And Broly organized conferences to explain what are the advantages of marrying a Broly compared to a Vegeta, in which he only invited both Bulmas, Vegeta and Yam. Nobody attended. And apart from that, nothing else changed, except that Broly was about to be the father again. I cannot believe it. In a few hours I will be a father again. If he's a boy I'll call him Optimus Prime. And if she's born a girl I will call her Megan Fox, said Broly, daydreaming about the birth of his second child with the same illusion as that of a new father. I think it would be better to leave the matter of the name to your wife. Everyone agreed without any condition. And he was highly unbearable, as usual, so much so that only his subordinates in the Desire Realm, who had no escape, were the only ones who could put up with him. Today is undoubtedly going to be one of the most important days of all my lives. Eyes in the top 5. And this week I will have to include another great moment to that top. He. Ho ho. Hua. Wah 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 wah. Hua hua. Said Broly, who transited from being an adorable father, in love with his current and future offspring, to be a psychopathic villain who laughed like crazy while thinking about his next plan to kill Batman. Nothing out of the ordinary for those who knew Broly. however a certain part of his dialogue aroused the curiosity of some of his lackeys. Now that I think about it. How were you before becoming Broly? I've always been curious, asked Orochimaru, a great authority on reincarnations and the like. Everyone knew what the current Broly was like, an unscrupulous narcissistic bipolar ambitious bastard with more power than he should have, but, was he just as bastard and dangerous when he was someone else? My other life? Honestly, I was nobody. Just a random guy who worked on something more or less irrelevant 8 hours a day in front of a computer and that spent his free time consuming fiction with the same computer the rest of the hours of the day before going to sleep, Broly replied without excessive enthusiasm as he talked again about his new favorite topic. As I was saying, Optimus Prime is a very manly and imposing name in my opinion, so I think. Stop here. Nobody. You were nobody. Were you nobody and yet you have achieved all this in this life? What's the reason for this meteoric change? Asked Obito, the least appropriate person to ask that question. But still this is a question that everyone asked. How can one go from being extremely normal man to a conqueror of entire realities that's all day working and scheming? Well. It's not like I was an incapable idiot in my previous life. It's just that I lacked motivation. Assured Broly, who received the message. The topic about the possible names of his future descendant weren't very interesting. Although he wasn't offended, it was normal that his life was more exciting from their point of view. However, that answer didn't convince anyone. That seemed like the typical excuse mothers use to justify their children's poor grades in school and deceive themselves into not admitting that their children are stupids. And as a former headmaster of a college for geniuses, Najimi said on behalf of everyone, motivation. Is that your excuse? Come on, if you had put in a little effort you could have gotten rich and... So what? What the hell would have changed with a few million in my account? Asked Broly. Broly said, interrupting Najimi to prevent her from wasting saliva for nothing. I don't understand you, asked almost everyone. They didn't understand his approach, since when having a lot more money wasn't something that could change someone's life for the better. Had he gone crazy or is distorting reality in his mind so as not to accept that in his previous life was a loser? The typical excuse of, I haven't fallen to the ground, I have thrown myself. You're right. If I had put all my time, neurons, and resources to generate money, surely I would have had an easier and more pleasant life after achieving a total economic freedom one day, which I could have dedicated to my vain cheap hobbies that I enjoyed previously without being rich or to higher ends. But how high would they have been? I'm telling you, a fucking shit among fucking shits, said Broly, which tried to explain why he wasn't crazy or making excuses. He knew perfectly well what his successful subordinates were thinking without even needing to read their minds, since he knew firsthand that they had never been in his situation. That's stupid, said almost everybody. Well, almost not everybody was in Broly's shoes, even so they couldn't completely agree with him. At least you would be higher than you were at first, said Dio, the man that began being a son of a low-scum criminal and that almost became some kind of god if Jotaro hadn't intervened. Certainly, you had room to do many things, said Orochimaru, another character with great ambition that started from the bottom but that achieved many things in his life. Both of them, despite starting from the bottom of the pyramid, had the objective of being above that pyramid despite knowing that it was a practically impossible goal, but that didn't stop them from going as far as possible. That adversity didn't prevent them from fighting for their almost impossible dream, that's why they couldn't fully agree with Broly. Although coincidentally both were ruthless villains who arrived where they were accumulating corpses of enemies, friends and innocent babies. But that wasn't the point. What could I have done to reach my goal, are you asking? To form a biogenetic laboratory to achieve eternal life. With this also cloning myself as is done in Akimetsu to be able to do the millions of things that I need to do by myself at the same time. Also improve my biological capacities above human ones but with a realistic margin according to the reality in which I lived. Those should have been my main goals. Is really possible to achieve all that with a limited life of close to 100 years in my situation and with only one body and mind so limited? Someone of you could say that's not 100 impossible, but would the scientific, material and technological development of my planet and time make it possible before I died? Could I obtain enough funds to pay all that investment? Could I have enough control over this project? Would the governments of the country I am in and those around allow it? I'd have to pretty much dominate the world first before I could even start that project, and that too would take a lot of time. Result, became an old millionaire about to die trying to find immortality, something that has never been seen in history. But considering he got all that, what would be the next? Advance my planet's technology to absurd levels to the space conquest age and leave the solar system before the sun could shallow the Earth. And after that? Finding new races and intergalactic cultures, keep improving technologically, create a super powerful civilization that lives forever, unravel all the mysteries of the universe. Oh yes, many chances. And what's the probability of getting any of those things? What's the probability of getting them all? Close to absolute zero. Would you bet all the money you would win in your whole life in a lottery with a probability close to absolute zero? No, I don't think so. And even if I win at the end, that's still insignificant. After archiving all that, I would just become as depressed and disappointed with everything as I was watching Netflix in my old house, Broly said while projecting a representation of his story through a movie from his third eye. Lately this had become a habit. Does all that seem insignificant to you? Really? The vast majority of those attending that meeting asked, outraged. This was definitely a great story that they would like to see and an incredible accomplishment for any individual. It seems quite impressive to me. Although it's almost impossible to achieve, said Rin, maybe the most normal person in the group and therefore the one more impressed with this mortal fictional accomplishment. However, no matter what they said, that awesome power and position in the universes remained infinitely insignificant and for Broly impressive. Tell me. What are the chances of being able to bathe in the sun with my naked body in my old reality? What are the chances of being able to destroy a galaxy with my hands in my old reality? What are the chances that I would have managed to alter reality with my mind in my old reality? I think that's zero. Answered Rin after thinking only a few thousandths of a second. No matter how optimistic she might be, it was impossible to achieve that in a non-fantastic reality. Exactly. Even if I had managed to become the most powerful being in that universe, I would still be an insignificant being. Someone governed by the same laws as other mortals. Someone insignificant compared to all creation. Someone incapable of fulfilling absolutely everything he wants and how he wants, said Broly with a melodramatic tone that disgusted all who heard him. That's your problem. If you cannot be a supreme being on the fringes and above all in the omniverse, the life is meaningless. All of nothing. Do you really expect us to feel sorry for you? However, despite feeling disgust and desperation, not everyone, upon understand Broly's radical life philosophy. Some tried to reason with him, like Najimi, who one was at the peak in his universe. I think you are being an exaggerated. In this life there's a totally useless action. Exaggerated? Does it seem exaggerated to you not be even a speck of dust in the great immensity? Does it seem exaggerated to be unable to achieve what you imagine? Does it seem exaggerated to live knowing that your own imagination is limited by your bare perception of reality? Does it seem exaggerated that the reality in which you live could be a simple insignificant simulation and you an irrelevant, a random character? Because that's what happened. Any effort to reach the absolute top would have been useless from the beginning. Shouted Broly, destroying the ground and everything around him with his powerful and angry voice. The message was clear, there's no middle ground for Broly, and that wasn't negotiable. And after a few seconds of silence in which everyone finished understanding that no one would make him change his mind, Broly continued with his speech. My body was unable to achieve what my mind wanted, and at the same time my mind was also limited by my body. Whatever I did, whatever I tried, I could never be above all. So I simply decided to follow the most nihilistic way of life possible. Being a lazy bastard, avoiding all possible suffering while building my ideal world in my head until the day I die. A death as irrelevant within the omniverse as that of the possible conqueror of my own shoddy universe that I had no chance of becoming. A fucking loser. A life worthy of admiration, almost all of them said with an evident sarcasm that they didn't even try to hide. That's right, if everything I wanted was impossible and everything I could do to achieve that goal was useless, it was absurd to try. But, coincidentally, one day when I died following my strategy, the destiny gave me the chance of a lifetime. The opportunity to achieve what I had always wanted in a more or less possible way. So I decided to do my best and risk everything to achieve it. Broly said, which ended proudly his brilliant speech at the same point where his adventure began. And that opportunity was your reincarnation and the advantages that you obtained by birth and the infinite wishes of the Dragon Balls. Basically all you archived, it was thanks to luck, said almost everyone with sarcasm again, implying his ascension had been a little bit undeserved. Come on, everything in life is due to luck. Do you really think any of you would be like this today if it weren't for having a practically infinite amount of luck? An invaluable factor for success is being born in the right place at the right time. Who's more likely to be successful or simply to survive? Someone born in the world, country, and time of Kamagawa, or someone born in the world, country, and time of Madara? An invaluable factor for success is being born in a good family. Who's more likely to be successful or simply to survive? Someone with a poor family full of execrable people like Dio, or someone with a good family like Pachi? An invaluable factor for success is being born with good genes. Who's more likely to be successful or simply to survive? Someone with Uchiha genes like Obito, or someone normal like Rin? And that's just speaking of birth factors. Pure luck also radically changes our destiny from there. Dio would have achieved something if it hadn't been for being adopted by George Joestar due to a misunderstanding in which he didn't even participate. Pucci would have managed to practically become a god had it not been for his trip to Egypt. Honestly. Do any of you really believe that you have achieved what you have achieved only with effort and intelligence? If so, I have to tell you that you are arrogant bastards with excessive stupidity. No matter how strong and intelligent an ant born in my world in the year 60 BC in Sudan is, it won't even be able to be aware of itself or do something relevant except for being somewhat better than the other ants and maybe survive some more days than the others, ants, Broly said, revealing an uncomfortable truth about all the realities. Luck is the main factor by which everything is governed. A variation of that luck at birth or during your life changes absolutely everything. Thank you for this amazing motivational speech. If we were born with this knowledge in our brain, we would probably all commit suicide, said almost everyone with sarcasm again. ND Broly, who still couldn't finish his speech before his subordinates were offended for his criticism of personal merit, he continued, it's about luck in this life, is a fucking lottery. However, effort, intelligence and picaresque buy many tickets. I am a living example of that, and you too. If I hadn't chosen my cheats correctly when I was given the first opportunity, I wouldn't be here. The same if I hadn't trained and studied as I have endeavored to manipulate everyone. Nor if I hadn't risked my life as I did by getting the Super Dragon Balls ahead of time or throwing myself to the limit of realities to reach the main reality and orchestrate my supreme plan from there with the risk of being found. How many others were reincarnated in the same way before me? How many have achieved the same thing that I have achieved? That's proof that my intelligence, effort, ambition and guts are superior to the others, but I'll ask again. Do you think any of that would have been possible without all that luck? No, you are right, answered Aizen and Kars. They couldn't contradict his logic. It's evident that all of them had fought hard to achieve their goals, but if Aizen hadn't been born in the Siriidii with such enormous talent, spirit power and a good Zanpakuto, he couldn't have even thought of about his original plan. If Kars hadn't been born as a pillar man, he would never have invented something like stone masks and began his crusade to conquer the sun. Certainly, everything was luck from the beginning. The people say that where there's a will there's a way, but if the way not exist in first place for you, having the will only make you lose. In the end the will and the way must be in harmony, Broly said, finishing his reflection. Okay. And if all you cared about is being the supreme being, where this congenital stupidity that you have acquired by imminently becoming a father again come from? In the previous life you didn't even want to be a father, asked Kamagawa, who thought found a script hole. I have almost reached my main goal, it's obvious that I can also have others. I also want to enjoy what I have learned to appreciate in this life, even if they are technically insignificant things. And unlike other parents in anime, I love my children and my wife. Answered Broly again while kissing a family photo with Bulma, Bra and him. Well, at least you're trying to be normal in some way. It's something we have to celebrate, said Rin, representing the normal people in their reality and maybe all the others' realities. Yes, but reserve the celebration for, sad Broly, when suddenly, 1 minute. Is the time. What? Bulma is in labor? Asked the Association of Women's of the Desire Realm. No, something else, answered Broly while crossing my fingers sinisterly. At the same time in the reality of Dragon Ball, on the standard timeline, in Universe 7, on planet Earth. Broly was preparing the room for the baby with Bra when suddenly Bulma, visibly pregnant, walked through the door. Darling. It's Whis, he seems to need something urgently, said as she gave him the crystal ball that some gods use to communicate with each other. What will they want? Will they have finished my triple chocolate ice cream? I hope it's not because of that, because right now I'm extremely busy, said Broly while materializing a smart massage crib. Right now his body and soul were dedicated solely to his family and future family, there was no place for other matters. And of course much less for the stupidities of the two people with less problems in the whole universe. No idea, but Beerus seemed worried, said Bulma, who insisted her husband take a break and respond to his message. And considering that Bulma, who should be the center of attention now and the most concerned in the world about her own condition, wanted her husband to stop obsessing over the baby and the pregnant woman. Broly had no choice but to answer, therefore he grabbed the communication crystal sphere and said, hello, here's Broly. I hope it's the end of the world, if not. Broly. We have a big problem. You have to come here ASAP. Shouted Beerus, which occupied the entire sphere with its ugly face, a face that reflected great stress and fear. Don't scream so much, there's a pregnant woman right here, protested Broly, who was unable to disconnect for a second from his role as a paranoid father before childbirth. But Beerus didn't care, he was so nervous and in such a hurry that he didn't even argue with him and how unbearable he had become since Bulma was pregnant. There's not time for that. You have to come ASAP and use your strange projector skill. Goku has just done huge stupidity. You will have to be more specific, said Broly and Bulma at once, that could encompass many things. Goku-san just used the button that shouldn't be used to go to Zeno-sama's palace. Alone, said Whis, which was trying to calm Beerus before he had an anxiety attack, or heart attack. Okay, this can be a bit worrying. I am coming right away, answered Broly, who stopped everything he was doing, gave a kiss to Bra, another to Bulma, another to Bulma's pregnant belly and thought while teleporting Bingo. Chapter 262. In the Strange Planet of Beerus. Let me guess, do you want me to spy on Goku again? Seriously, for years you have been accusing me that I want to do something illegal, but at the same time you ask me to commit illegalities. Your hypocrisy knows no limits. Have you thought about becoming politicians? Said Broly to Beerus and Whis, as always maddening all the deities around him. Broly. There's not time for that. Show us what that idiot is doing. Shouted Beerus again, demanding that Broly violate Goku's right to privacy without even having a court order. Anyway. It's not like you can do anything about it. But it will be fun to see your reactions again. Do you want popcorn? Said Broly, want only tried to see the good side to this wasted time instead of refusing as always. He also offered appetizers to everyone, even Beerus even though he had yelled at him and had dared to give him orders. Something very strange in him. I see you very calm today. You haven't even hit, insulted or protested when Beerus has yelled at you and hasn't asked you with a please asked Whis, really worried about Broly's mental state. In a few hours I will be father again Whis. I want that one of the first things that my son or daughter sees at birth is a father without a murderous aura. That's why I try not to get angry with anyone until he or she he is born. Do you want sweet or salty popcorn? Broly said with impeccable Buddhist serenity, it was almost impossible to notice that was forcing his smile. Both please, said Whis, happily accepting the popcorn. In this way Broly's home cinema was back in action, this time in the Garden of Beerus. Once again illegally spying on Beerus and Whis's chieftain's palace. Yo, Owlies. Said Goku, introducing himself to the two Xenos, who were playing a strange futuristic board game. A simple hello that was enough to make Beerus jump out of the chair. That idiot, speaking so rudely to the two Xenosamas. He is still not aware of what Xenosama can do. Every time I see him acting like an idiot in front of him I feel it is going to give me a heart attack. Shoo. Shut up, you screw us the movie. Shouted Broly to silence Beerus with his fist but instantly remembered that he shouldn't be angry, so he changed the subject. Do you want a soda Whis? Yes thanks, said Whis, happily accepting the soda. And obviously while Beerus, Whis and Broly stopped paying attention to the projection, the world kept spinning. And Goku's conversation with the Xenos too. Well. I'm no sure which ally I talked to before about it, but we mentioned having a martial arts tournament among all the universes, right? Whatever happened to that? I'm getting kinda impatient. Said Goku, asking for explanations and even claiming the two supreme beings. I forgot, Xeno replied. Ah. I thought so, said Goku, somewhat disappointed with Xeno's memory, but he forgave him. After all, he also forgets many things. And when he remembered this promise, Xeno-sama realized a certain setback. If we get rid of them, then we won't be able to do that. That's right, answered future Xeno. A disturbing interaction between the two Xenos that Goku didn't find anything worrisome. And although Goku wasn't able to relate the part in which Xeno said, get rid of them, and his tournament among all the universe, the spectators were able to understand it. Oh. That's problematic, said Whis, who suddenly stopped eating and drinking. What? Get rid of what? Shouted Beerus, who slipped from his chair due to all the cold sweat he was giving off and due to the shock and fear too, of course. From the context I think he is talking about the universes. If you paid more attention instead of yelling you would be able to understand the context of this film, said Broly, still eating and drinking with total normality, like he's watching a fiction movie. I already understood. Shouted Beerus, who was on the verge of suffering an anxiety attack for extremely obvious reasons, and Broly's attitude wasn't helping him at all. Then don't ask, Broly replied, taking a sip of his soda with the same zen tranquility as before. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This has gotten totally out of control. All or some of the universes can be vanished again. Shouted Beerus, who walked in circles and scratched all over his body, leaving a trail of purple cat hair on the ground. If many more events related to Xeno and Goku kept happening, he would end up going bald. ND of course. Broly added more fuel to the boiler. Yes, just like millions of years ago, when Xeno summoned all the gods of destruction to play hide and seek, and you fell asleep. Xeno almost destroyed all the universes because of you. At this rate everyone will hate Universe 7, your fault again. What? How do you know that? Asked Beerus, with greater anxiety than before, although it seems impossible. Whis told me. When he drinks he talks a lot, answered Broly, pointing to Whis. Why is? Shouted Beerus, since he made him swear not to tell anyone about that event, especially Broly. Hee. Sorry, said Whis, somewhat embarrassed. The fact that he was reminded of this event had undoubtedly increased Beerus' anxiety exponentially. However, Broly's hint in which he made him responsible for this possible apocalypse accelerated even more overloaded Beerus' heart rate. And how is this supposed to be my fault? Well. Because of you and your twin brother that stupid tournament was held. Because that stupid tournament was held, Xeno came. Because of this Xeno became fond of Goku and gave him that damn button. Due to your family tournament, all the events related to Zamasu were triggered. Due to Zamasu and Goku's fault there are now two Xenos, and surely for being together, both have come to the conclusion that the universes or at least some of them have to be destroyed for some reason. Ergo, you unleash the imminent destruction of the universes by agreeing to participate in that tournament and involving Goku. Is it or is it not partly your fault? Said Broly, giving a quick review of all the events that triggered this problem. A summary obviously skewed to make Beerus look more guilty than he actually was. That would be something he could have contested or at least protested under normal circumstances. However, fear, stress, anxiety and the fact that he was reminded that he already almost destroyed several universes due to his stupidity made Beerus accept the blame of all this new situation. Just like Broly wanted. What? WHIT, wait. Oh no. It's my fault. Shouted Beerus, who was holding his chest for fear that it might explode as he accepted that guilt as his own. He was sweating, his legs were shaking, his throat was dry, his eyes wouldn't stop spinning, he felt vertigo, his brain was unable to think normally, his stomach suddenly empty, but despite that wasn't hungry and felt as if a black hole had been created in his heart. Never had he felt so bad in his life. The beating and torture session that Broly gave him on Bulma's anniversary seemed like paradise compared to the hell he was now undergoing. And just as the popular saying goes, everything could be worse and Broly took care of it. It looks like it is. Which means that after so much suspicion of me in the end, you and Goku were the culprits of that multiversal cataclysm. Beerus 0, Broly 69. Free of charge. I win. As always. Said Broly, who materialized balloons, streamers, Hawaiian necklaces, fireworks, a chocolate fondue and a personalized bookmark to commemorate this event. This is not the time for your stupidities. We have to find a solution. There has to be something we can do. Something to fix this, or at least mitigate it. At the very least we have to save our universe. Whis. You have to, Beerus yelled, looking from side to side for help. They were undoubtedly in an extremely tricky situation, however this wasn't the first time that Universe 7 had been close to disappearing. There was still hope. In the same way as on previous occasions. Fortunately Beerus had great trusted minds around him like Whis or the omniscient Zuno, some of them could have a solution to solve this problem. They just needed some time. Oh, it seems we have an urgent call. Daishinkan wants all the Hikashin, Kaioshin, and Tenshin from all the universes to quickly go to Xeno-sama's palace, said Whis, who just received the message from his father. Oh no! Shouted Beerus, who lost fur from his body faster than ever. They didn't even have time. This couldn't be happening. Not again. Well, I see you guys will be busy. Good luck, I'm going to shave a cactus or something. The fate of the multiverse is in your hands, said Broly, who said goodbye to the duo of gods with total tranquility, like he's not even part of a universe that could disappear. Beerus didn't know what to do. This situation completely overwhelmed him, and the fact a year ago saw a Xeno destroy an entire timeline made everything worse for him. This was undoubtedly the moment when he felt the greatest despair of his life. And as you all know, desperate times call for desperate measures. Wait. Broly, come with us. Said Beerus, pulling Broly by the tail to prevent him from leaving with all his might. For what? You haven't heard that I'm busy. Also, let me go, your hands are sweaty, said Broly, slapping Beerus's hands to get him to release him. I'm not going to let you go. And I don't know what I want you to do. But. You claim to have millions of strange abilities. Use any of those to save our lives. At the very least, make sure Goku doesn't make things worse. If that idiot is still there, I'm afraid that at some point he will screw up everything. Do it for this universe at least. Shouted Beerus, who refused to let go of Broly even though he was hitting him with a rolled-up magazine on his nose. Never. Never ever. Not even in his worst drunkenness he wouldn't have dared to invite such a dangerous, narcissistic and even evil being as Broly to Xeno-sama Palace. It was the equivalent of giving a monkey who probably wanted to take over the world a grenade launcher and a flamethrower and leaving it unsupervised in an ammunition depot during a war. Nothing good could come out of there. However, to win this war it was likely that he would need that dangerous monkey. Beerus was willing to take such risks to save his life, his universe. Well, I've never been to Zeno's palace. And it won't be bad to see the stupid faces of the other HIATUS and HIATUS when they see a higher being like me before them. Okay, I agree to save your ass again. But only if you kneel down and ask me please, said Broly, pointing to the ground near his feet. But even Beerus's fractured self-esteem at this moment had limits. What? No way. I'm not so T. We are late, Beerus-sama. And you already know your reputation among the HIATUS, said Whis, insinuating that it wasn't wise to be the last to arrive. Gur. Please Broly-sama, said Beerus, kneeling before Broly as if he were his servant, losing all his pride in the process. Oh yes, bow down to your master, fucking cat, said Broly, enjoying the small pleasures of life. This is being a great day. Yeah. Now say it singing, on a FA scale. I hope your strange abilities and your ability to manipulate people have some use wherever we go, Beerus thought, who was already beginning to question whether he was paying a very high price for his services. Chapter 263. In Zeno-sama's palace. WH. Wooha. Incredible. These are all the gods of all the universes. Goku yelled suddenly. And it was normal for Goku to be so surprised, since suddenly all the main gods of each universe, and 2 guests, were summoned at the same time. All of them bowed without daring to raise their heads the slightest. The reason? It was simple, they were in the presence of Zeno-sama, a spoiled and almighty child who practically despised them and was willing to vanish them at any moment. They were all freaked out. Everyone except. Hi dilly ho dilly Goku, said Broly, waving to Goku right after being teleported. Broly. Have you also come? Said Goku, also waving to Broly. WTF. Involuntarily exclaimed all the gods and angels of the other universes apart from the 7. And it wasn't surprising that they had that reaction. Obviously each and every one of the gods called there had many questions, such as, why had everyone been summoned so suddenly? Why are there 2 Zeno-samas? Who's that mortal who's playing with the 2 Zeno-samas? And who's that huge guy with 3 eyes who seems to be from Universe 7, and who knows the guy who plays with the 2 Zeno-samas? What the hell Broly and Goku are doing here? Questions that our dear gods wanted to be answered. Even so, their intuition and ability to relate facts told them something without the need to receive an answer. Universe 7, problems. Beerus. He's to blame for everything again. It's been a long time, everyone, said Zeno, saluting all his slaves. Well, it's the first time for me. Pleased to meet you all, said the future Zeno, also saluting all his slaves. And as in any royal palace, after the king had done the hard work of greeting, the prime minister took control of the meeting. You may all lift your heads, Daishinkan said, ending with the humiliation of those who are theoretically the most important beings in their respective universes. Following his orders with relative gusto, the HIATUS, HIATUS, and Tenshin raised their heads and, as usual, waited for the Daishinkan to explain why they had been summoned. Or that's what was planned. But before that he was forced to ask a question, or maybe 2. Belmon. Beerus. Who's that behind you? Asked Daishinkan to the clown god of destruction and to the cat god of destruction. Meanwhile their Kaioshin were ignored, as usual. And as if this is a classroom full of disgusting kids trying to be the teacher's favorites, Belmont answered the question very quickly to stay ahead in this stupid competition. This is Tokpo. Actually, I was thinking of retiring soon, so I'm currently training him as my candidate for the next god or destruction. I brought him along so that he could gain some experience from this. I'm Tokpo, pleased to make your acquaintance, said Tokpo, introducing himself to his impending direct bosses with respect. I see. Well then, hard so that you succeed in becoming god of destruction, said Daishinkan, welcoming the new direct slave, and then he asked the most coherent question to the following universe after this intervention. And you, Beerus? You also plan to retire soon? No, of course not. This. Well. How can explain myself? His name is Broly. And he is, Beerus stuttered, who had no fucking idea how to introduce Broly or explain why he was here. He didn't even know where to start with the introduction of this abnormality. He hadn't prepared an answer to that question. They hadn't given him enough time. Luckily for him, Broly had already devised a plan. Hello everyone, I'm Broly. I have a long list of titles, but among other things I am Goku's friend, teacher, and to a certain extent his caretaker. He always avoids taking his medicine, that's why his wife has asked me to force him to take it. With me he can't cheat or escape. That's why they brought me here. Don't mind me, Broly said as he shook some solvent tablets with Broly's face in a container. But what the hell are you saying? Beerus and Whis thought, who had to bite their own tongues to avoid asking that question out loud. Medicine? For what? I'm fine, I don't need medicine, said Goku with confusion and fear in his eyes, as if he had met an old enemy. An unexpected enemy, whose existence was unknown until a second ago and who didn't even know that he's his enemy. That's not what your wife says and the analyses we have done. Do you remember the heart disease you had years ago? Well, if you don't take this, it's likely that you will suffer it again, said Broly, who continued with his great improvisation and overload of bullshit. It was more than obvious that Goku didn't need any kind of medicine, his heart was in perfect conditions and nobody had prescribed anything to him. However, Goku was aware of his limited memory for these matters. Isn't 100% impossible for him to forget about the existence of this medicine. Even so, Goku, who was still not entirely sure if he should take it or not, took his right not to take medication one moment. I don't remember that, besides If you don't take it now, there's a 99% probability that in 24 hours you will get sick again. Therefore you will be a few days in the bed, without being able to fight in your so-esteemed tournament, and your wife will kill you for missing work and don't take your medicine. You want that? Said Broly, employing the most dissuasively effective methods. Appeal that he couldn't play in the tournament he was organizing, his wife angry and scolding him for days. A mortal combination for Goku. No. But, I hate medicine, said Goku, who was completely cajoled by Broly, but still put up resistance. His dislike and fear of modern medicine wasn't something to underestimate in him. But once again Broly had foreseen this situation. Don't worry, I have dissolved it in my special orange juice. Broly said as he took out of his private dimension a glass of gourmet orange juice that mixed with the drug. An orange juice so sweet and intoxicating that mesmerized all the Hikations, Kyoishan and Tenshin at once. What's this aroma? Asked rhetorically Kusu, the Tenshin of Universe 10 and the oldest Tenshin apart from Daishinkan, who in her long life had never smelled anything like it. This is something created by mortals. How? Said Air, the scientist Kaioshin with glasses of the Universe 3, who began to become obsessed more with the formula of that juice than with the reason for which they had been invoked. That's something normal. Damn Beerus, he can taste something like this and not me. Said and thought Quitella, the Hikacian kid rat of the Universe 4, who oozed envy, hatred and resentment towards Beerus like never before. And while the deities debated over the identity of that strange guest and his juice, Broly was struggling with Goku to force him to drink the damn juice. Drink this, damn it. Even you shouldn't have a problem, Broly said, almost stamping the juice against Goku's face, who was reluctant to take his medicine, turning his face away like a small child. Until finally Goku took the first sip. Woo. And after that it was no longer necessary to force him to drink, he took Broly's glass from his hand and said with extreme happiness. It's delicious. You are like a cat, Broly complained while looking at Beerus and Kampa for some reason. And if the heady aroma of the juice aroused the passion of the local deities, Goku's happy and stately expression after drinking it aroused the curiosity of the supreme deity. What was that? Tastes good. Can I taste it? Asked future Zeno, like a child seeing his older brother enjoy something new. I would like to taste it too, asked Zeno, who didn't want to be the only one left out. These gods, they are so simple, Broly thought as he tried to camouflage his wicked smile for a friendly one and said, it's a juice that I prepare, the best cook of all the universes that there has been and that there will be. Yes, no problem, I had brought a lot. These without medicine, of course. However, Broly didn't deliver the drinks directly to the two Zeniths, he knew the protocol. The gifts given to the Supreme Big Head needed to be supervised first by their two royal nannies. And on this occasion, as someone was delivering drink to them, even Daishinkan supervised that exchange. Okay, there is nothing wrong with them, said Daishinkan, delivering the two juices with telekinesis to the two Zeniths. So after passing the security check, the two Zeniths got ready to savor their first orange juice, and this was undoubtedly an extremely tense moment for all the deities of the universes. None of them believed that that juice that smelled so good could taste bad, nor that Daishinkan and the babysitters were unable to detect something strange that could poison Zeno-sama, and of course no one imagined that a simple juice could kill the invincible Zeno-sama. But, there were still many things that could make Zeno angry. What if there was some fruit pulp left in the drink? What if Zeno-sama had very high expectations that this juice couldn't fulfill? What if he chokes by mistake? Any one of those events could cause a chain reaction that would end all universes. Giving juice to not just one, but two Zeno-samas wasn't a laughing matter. Fortunately his concerns were just ridiculous. It's delicious. Said Zeno with a great smile, he had never tasted something so delicious, although he doesn't need to eat. Yes, it is, a lot. Do you have more? Asked future Zeno, who totally agreed with his other self. Yes. She had prepared a few liters. I do it with special oranges that are only found in Universe 7. If you run out you can contact with said Broly, delivering several liters of that delicious juice, which were taken by the two babysitters to the royal fridge. Something that the two Xenosamus joyfully celebrated. Gratt. Great. Brilliant. Excellent. Brutal. Fantastic. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. All the universes had survived the Great Juice Crisis. This was something that surely the native gods of the universes would have to be celebrating, only in their minds, of course, since they couldn't be too expressive in front of Xenosama. However, they were too shocked by what they had just experienced to think about that. I cannot believe it. He has dazzled Xenosama with his food, Kampa said involuntarily. He was so shocked that he couldn't even control his stupid facial expression. I see. This is something that works with all divinities, said Vados glaring at his brother Whis. Broly, what the hell have you done? And I'm talking about Goku, asked Beerus telepathically to his arch-nemesis and possibly his savior as well. I have given something to Goku, a little thing that will make him stay calm for a while. He won't get us in any more trouble in 2 or 3 hours. Besides, I have made the Xenos favor your universe a little bit, that's if he wants to get more juice from now on. You should thank me, Broly replied telepathically as well, proving that his services were expensive but worth of every penny. Gur. Good job, said Beerus telepathically again, satisfied with the result but upset with Broly anyway. And without further ado, after solving the matter of the two guests, Goku's medicine and Broly's wonderful juice, Daishinkan talked about the first of his agenda. I will now deliver an announcement from the kings of all. Although it's sudden, in 5 click from now, or on the 157th hour of the 3,135,500,603 RD day of the era of our king. WHE shall be holding a tournament of power where members selected by each universe will compete in strength and ability. I knew it. His suggestion to Xenosama back then has really come true, said Kampa, who started cursing the day he came with this absurd idea after his visit to the Salad Plain. And while the other gods of the other universes wondered among themselves what was happening, and Beerus kept losing hair due to stress. The future Xeno asked something to his other self. Gosp. Gosp. Something that didn't go unnoticed by the attentive Daishinkan, who asked to his boss, is there something that matter? The other me says he doesn't understand, Xeno said, unknowingly representing 11 universes with that comment. Huh. Oh, about the tournament of power. Indeed, the Xenosama from the future would never have seen one before. Very well, in that case. How about we have a simple exhibition match right here and now? Said Daishinkan, as always proposing solutions that would please his two rugby ball heads. Oh. Xeno shouted excitedly by that idea. Oh. Future Xeno shouted excitedly by that idea too. Therefore, after receiving his confirmation, Daishinkan snapped his fingers and, let me change this into a stage. Clack. They were all teleported to a new location where there was a huge ring. BYUU. Where the participants of each universe floated next to it on a flying platform, and the Xenos and Daishinkan, from a privileged position, presided over that enormous space. Ah. I got teleported here too. Ah, my head is pinning. Gua, said Goku, which was teleported with his friends from Universe 7 and due to his surprise and his selective dupes fell to the ground. Goku. I told you over and over to be careful. Shouted Beerus to Goku, as always trying to make him understand that he was always putting them on the brink of extinction with his stupid selfishness. But while this repetitive domestic scene took place on the platform of the Universe 7, the other gods and guests paid attention to Daishinkan, who was about to give the following instruction. Now then, will all the gods of destruction please head to the stage? Said Daishinkan, crooking the asses of all the lazy gods of destruction with that sentence. Ha. 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 What? Us? Shouted all the Hikations at one upon hearing that they had been ordered to do something forbidden like fight each other. Hang on a minute. The gods of destruction will be participating in the tournament of power? Asked Rumshi, the Hikacian of the Universe 10, who thought that this didn't make any sense. However, for some reason it did make sense to the second-in-command and the main manager of all the universes. You are all inhabitants of your respective universes as well. So it's only natural that you would fight as their representatives, right? And their all-possible debate ended. Daishinkan, the most powerful fighter in this reality, had been very clear about it. It wasn't a request, it was a direct order that had to be carried out right now. Although he spoke with them in a cordial and even friendly way and rarely demonstrated his power or acted with violence, none of the gods present there dared to oppose him nor to contradict him. At least it is so in the case of the gods. This, in my humble but true opinion. I think it's not a good idea for the gods of destruction to fight in the tournament. Not even now, said Broly innocently while stroking Beerus' head hard to accelerate the shedding of his fur. Broly! What the hell are you doing? All the gods of all the universes shouted telepathically at the same time, especially those of Universe 7. Chapter 264. This, in my humble but true opinion. I think it's not a good idea for the gods of destruction to fight in the tournament. Not even now, said Broly innocently while stroking Beerus' head hard to accelerate the shedding of his fur. Broly! What the hell are you doing? All the gods of all the universes shouted telepathically at the same time, especially those of Universe 7. The guys from the 7th universe are messing it up again. Said all the gods of all the universes at the same time except those of Universe 7, although they would also want to complain with them this time. However, contrary to what other gods believed, Daishinkan wasn't offended. On the contrary, he was very interested in seeing what the mortal who had given his son so many headaches had to say. May I know why you think that? Yes, why? Why? The two Zenas also asked in sync with their annoying squeaky voice, as in Alvin and the Chipmunks. In this way the most powerful beings of that reality gave Broly permission to manipulate them. Zalama is missing, but it is something similar to a Kaioshin, so he won't be taken into account. It's simple, we just have to answer ourselves this question. How do we want this tournament to be? I think the answer is obvious, it must be innovative, fun and exciting. Right? Broly asked, addressing the two Zenas directly instead of Daishinkan, thus conditioning a 100 favorable response and with an inverse probability of receiving an objection from anyone. That's right. Answered the future Zeno with excitement as he looked at his other self to see if he shared his enthusiasm. Although the answer was obvious, after all they are the same person. That's right. Innovative, fun and exciting. I totally agree with you. For that reason I think the Hikation shouldn't participate. With them playing doesn't matter the rules we use in the tournament, the result will always be the same. If we use the same rules as in the tournament between Universes 6 and 7 which consisted of individual team fights until one team is totally eliminated, the result will be quite evident. In the end, the two Hikation will face each other and one of them will win. And if we use a battle royal method in which we all fight against everyone in the same ring, the result will be the same or even worse. The Hikation will begin to fight each other and will unintentionally defeat everyone else as collateral damage. In the end the result will always be the same. Hikations against Hikations. This takes all the excitement out of this tournament. Don't you think? Asked Broly with the same dirty strategy, once again a strategy that was being extremely effective. Oh. Goku's friend is right, said future Zeno after realizing the problem. Yes, you are right. If we know how it will end it won't be fun, said Zeno, agreeing with his other self and Broly. And in this way Broly not only managed to convince Zeno, but also Daishinkan, who made no objection. Your considerations seem quite reasonable. Indeed, the participants in this tournament should be only mortals, Daishinkan said, changing his mind and thus officially stating that the Hikations had been expelled from the competition for being too strong. This was certainly great news for all the Hikations. They had been exonerated from working the kryptonite of the gods. Right now all of them would be celebrating this stroke of luck and toasting on behalf of their savior if it weren't for two reasons. The first one is that they were in front of their bosses, they couldn't openly prove that they are an association of lazy fuckers. Although it wasn't a mystery to anyone. And last but not least, they were too shocked after seeing how that strange mortal had handled two Zenas and Daishinkan so flawlessly, a titanic prowess considering he only knew them from a few minutes ago. He's a natural manipulator, Whis thought as he looked at Broly with more concern than before. And even though having seen Broly manipulate the Zenas so easily was making Beerus feel chills all over his body, he was unable not to rejoice at the short-term gains from such manipulation. Good work, Broly. Without the other Hikation in between, our universe has a high chance of winning. For once I'm cheering you on. And not only that. If all the Hikations fight at the same time, I can imagine what the result will be. A battle so intense, fast, chaotic, destructive, absurd and noisy that it will bore Zeno. And we can't make the tournament boring, right? Asked Broly again with his hypnotic mermaid voice. Yes, it has to be fun, answered future Zeno. Of course, answered Zeno too. How could they agree to watch a boring tournament? Exactly. In fact, I'm afraid that, if the Hikaihazen did a demonstration battle right now as I foresee Daishinkan had in mind, surely the Zeno of the future would have a bad idea about the tournament of power that the Zeno of the present liked so much. And we can't allow that to happen, right? Asked Broly, this time also looking at Daishinkan with his third eye. That is also reasonable. It would be a shame if the event was cancelled before it started, answered Daishinkan, that began to understand why his son thought that this man was dangerous. Not only because he predicted his plans about make the Hakushins fight in a test match. From the moment they gave him permission to speak, that mortal had been completely dominating the situation. His questions he asked, how he asked them, who he addressed, everything he did and said resulted in the answer that he expected, and each answer generates new questions that will end up inexorably leading to the result that he wanted to achieve. Obviously Daishinkan, being minimally intelligent, knew that they were being manipulated by his speech, yet he saw no reason to stop him at this point. Each of his arguments were direct questions towards his superior, to whom he couldn't explain that he was being manipulated in front of everyone, since it would be an insult to his intelligence and position. His arguments were extremely logical, it wasn't easy to contradict him. Certainly his opinions were meant to satisfy Zeno's needs, he couldn't go against them. And last but not least, he was very curious to see where his manipulation was leading. Well done Broly. One less problem to worry about. All the Hakushinks thought with satisfaction, especially Beerus, who was proud that his universe was the one that avoided making them work. After so many millennia, the rest of the universes finally owed something to Universe 7. That's right, it is better not to generate misunderstandings. Also, Beerus is in top form now. I can't allow him to fight the other Hakushins. He would surely win and this would make him somewhat happy. I don't like to see him happy. Wah 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 wah. Said and thought Broly, who masked his evil plan with a good intention. Although that observation of Broly generated a certain problem, now future Zeno wouldn't know what the event consisted of, so he asked, then what do we do? I know, make Goku show us one of his fights. Just like he did in the previous tournament, Zeno proposed taking advantage of the fact that Goku was here. However, last-minute problems occur regardless of whether you are the supreme being or not. This. Zeno-sama. I'm afraid Goku is a bit indisposed, said Whis, pointing at Goku, who was daydreaming on the floor, about to fall asleep. It seemed strange to me that he hadn't said anything in a long time, said Beerus, who shook Goku to force him to react, but it was useless, Goku was still in a trance. What is wrong with him? Asked future Zeno upon see that his entertainment could be compromised. I'm afraid that his wife's medicine has affected him too much and now he's K.O., said Broly, avoiding all responsibility for drugging Goku, attributing the crime to Chi-Chi. I see, so this was his plan to stop Goku from doing stupid things. But now this puts us in trouble, Beerus thought as he looked at the facial expressions of the two Zenas, who showed a lot of frustration because everything wasn't going the way they wanted. This was undoubtedly a crisis infinitely more dangerous than the now famous juice crisis. Now the possibility of being extinct was more real than ever. However, Broly also thought about it. But don't worry, I can replace him perfectly. After all, I'm his teacher, there's nothing Goku can do that I can't do better. Also, I give popcorn and soda to everyone in my matches. Said Broly as he materialized the classic cinema menu to all the people in the room. Clash. This time bribing all the gods with food, a not very subtle manipulation method but extremely effective. Oh. Great, said future Zeno as he enjoyed the gourmet popcorns and accepting Broly's proposal. Yeah. Great. Said Zeno, enjoying the gourmet soda and accepting Broly's proposal too. Thus, once again Broly had resolved the crisis in a way that gave the feeling that the crisis hadn't even existed in the first place. I didn't think I would ever say this, but I'm glad I brought Broly with us, Beerus thought as he pinched his cheeks to see if he was dreaming or not. And who should I fight? I am not opposed to fighting a Hakushin, but this would go against the objective of this demonstration, asked Broly now that everything was settled and he just needed to know who to defeat, while looking at Toppo. Don't worry, your opponent will be immortal. After all, we've conveniently got Toppo here with us, don't we? Answered Daishinkan, pretending not to know that Broly would already know what his answer would be. Me? Asked Toppo, who wasn't expecting all this at all. Me parece una gran election, answered Broly, pretending not to know that Daishinkan didn't know that he had made Daishinkan believe that this decision had been 100 his. This is alright with you, I assume, Toppo. If you two will proceed to the stage, said Daishinkan, who wanted to end this as soon as possible to please his boss. This is your big chance, Toppo. Go and show them what you are made of. They won't be underestimating you for so long, said Belmond, the Hakushin of the Universe Elven, advising the newbie to show off in front of his future co-workers. As you wish, Master Belmod, said Toppo, nodding respectfully. And on the part of Universe 7 there was also a small coaching session before the confrontation, therefore Beerus approached Broly and said, Broly. Remember that you can't. Yes, I know. I have to make it fun. Come on, do you need to worry? I'm always the life of the party. I will only use a small part of my power, as always, Broly replied, cutting off Beerus's irrelevant speech as he flew to the ring. Come on, Beerus, do you need to tell me what to do? I have created this scenario precisely for me. With the exception of the bum of Zarama, who like all the Kaioshin do nothing all day here are all the main deities of this reality. I need to introduce myself properly and show them who I am before. He, Broly thought as he stood in the center of the ring and looked from side to side, placing his eyes on each of the attendees at his event, especially Zeno and Daishinkan. Chapter 265. Broly and Toppo were already in the wrestling ring and were doing their usual warm-up to avoid injuries. Kids, it's important to warm up before exercising, even if you're a Saiyan. And while that was happening, the spectators were talking to each other. Wise. Those people are mortals from the universe you are in charge of, right? Asked Korn, the angel of the universe 8 to his brother. Yes, that's correct, answered Wise. Don't you think that this one acts a little too familiar with the king of all and our father, or I mean Daishinkan? And the other one, I think he thinks he owns this place. This lack of etiquette is disrespectful, Korn said, expressing his complaints towards the inhabitants of his brother's universe at the same time that he gathered more information. My apologies, brother, but for some reason Zeno-sama became fond of Goku. And Goku is always like that, he doesn't care who he's dealing with. And as for Broly, let's say that he's a great abnormality, answered Wise without taking his eyes off Broly so as not to miss a detail of what he was about to do. Abnormality? Asked Korn rhetorically. That brief explanation didn't give him enough details to find out who the mysterious three-eyed mortal is, but the fact that his brother, an angel, has referred to him as abnormality rather than funny, interesting, or strong was somewhat disturbing. He had never heard of an angel classifying a Hakatian as an abnormality, much less to a mortal. And while the spectators talked and theorized among themselves, the two protagonists of this event, apart from the Zeniths, were about to beat each other. Who the hell are you? Are you a candidate to be god of destruction too? Asked Toppo, who wanted to know if he was in front of a future coworker. Ha ha ha. No thanks, I like to be my own boss. And the salary they offer me for that job is a fucking shit, answered Broly, utterly despising the Hakatian position. A comment that caused great outrage among the Hakatians, but that Daishinkan completely ignored, since it didn't matter to him and the fight had to start as soon as possible to not bore the two Zeniths. Now let the combat begin. Okay, I'll start testing you with my first transformation. True Saiyan, said Broly, using his first cool transformation. Therefore multiplying his current power by 10 and radically changing his appearance, being infinitely cooler. That's right, in appearance this is the coolest. And obviously the Xenos were excited to see someone transform, like every kid or adult male with culture. Oh. Broly can change. That's cool, future Xeno agreed. He has said that this is his first form, said Xeno, who understood from the context that this wasn't his only transformation. Only the first. So how many does he have? Asked future Xeno to his other self. After all, he's an inhabitant of his timeline, he should know. I don't know. It's the first time that I see it, answered Xeno to his other self, who theoretically knew the same as him. Without a doubt a very interesting conversation, which was listened to by Daishinkan, who set out to find answers from the person who could best know Broly in that room. Wise. How many transformations does Broly have? It depends on how he combines them, but if memory serves me correctly, without combining transformations he has the following ones. True Saiyan, Legendary Super Saiyan, Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power, Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power Beyond, and Super Saiyan God. A total of 15 combined transformations, answered Wise after doing some small calculations. What? He has 15. Future Xeno said, shocked to hear such a high number. I want to see them all. Said Xeno, who even jumped off his throne with excitement. As you wish. Broly. His Majesty has stated he wishes to see all your transformations. Please perform them for him, said Daishinkan, interrupting the beginning of the fight due to the whims of his boss. I intended to do it slowly during combat to create more tension. But if it's what the public wants, I cannot disappoint them, answered Broly, walking away from Toppo so he can do his solo show at the express request of the Supreme Dwarf. This is my true Saiyan form, which allows me to become a humanoid ape. A transformation that I can superimpose with the others. For example, the Legendary Super Saiyan, said Broly, transforming in his true Legendary Super Saiyan form, gaining muscle, briefly increasing his size, turning all his fur and hair in a golden color and oozing a golden and green aura from every pore of his body. Wow. He's shining and has turned gold and green, said both Xenos at the same time, excited to see that transformation in the same way that we all were as children when we saw Goku transform for the first time. Since I am activating True Saiyan at the same time that I transform into Legendary Super Saiyan, I call this combination True Legendary Super Saiyan. If I deactivated my True Saiyans it would be the same but less cool and less strong. And the next one is AH. The True Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power, said Broly, transforming into the Hulk from the Dragon Ball franchise. Gigantic, muscular, powerful, green, berserker and likes to smash things. Woo! He has become huge, shouted future Xeno, delighted with the new transformation of Broly. The change was very significant, unlike with the classic Super Saiyan 2. And his hair has changed color again. Now he's totally green, shouted Xeno, also excited about Broly's new transformation. And then would come the true legendary Super Saiyan full power beyond, said Broly, transforming again. This time making his hair grow in an extremely exaggerated way, doubling the size of his colossal body and slightly changing his facial expression, making him look more evil than usual. Yay! Broly's looks really mean and scary now, shouted Xeno, enjoying this edgy transformation like any child would do. This is super neat, said future Xeno, which after just seeing the transformations was already convinced with the idea of the Tournament of Power. However, there was still more. Broly hadn't yet shown the least visually spectacular but the most powerful and significant transformation, and now hold on to your seats, gods, because here it comes. The true legendary Super Saiyan God full power beyond. Unlike the other transformations in which he had many physical changes, in this one only his hair changed from green to blue-green. Something that didn't impress the Zeniths in the same way as in the previous transformations, however the opposite happened with the HIATUS. This presence, said Jin, the god of destruction of the universe 12, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even Helles, the goodness of destruction of the O universe 2, risked wrinkles on her face after upon reacting to that transformation. It's the presence of a god. It's not impossible that a mortal can have divine energy. After all, the Hakushinks before were mortals who ascended to gods after mastering divine energy. However, the normal thing is to reach that point after being trained by some natural deity, therefore the only mortals with such abilities used to be only apprentices of HIATUS trained by HIATUS himself. Even so, there isn't and hasn't been an active HIATUS apprentice for every universe at the same time. A HIATUS only went to the trouble of training someone when he was thinking of retiring. And what about mortals who had reached that state without being HIATUS apprentices? Those who had achieved it could be counted on the fingers of the hands in the history of the universe. As for Broly, that he had achieved this transformation without needing the training of some deity, it was even more unusual. That's why everyone was so surprised. However, Xeno and future Xeno didn't care about that reflection, they just wanted to see the transformations. Wait, that was only 5 transformations. The others, as you can see, are combinations of the ones you have seen before, depending on whether I activate the true Saiyan, Super Saiyan state or the divine energy. I have gone directly for the most spectacular ones to not bore you with such similar transformations, answered Broly, changing very quickly from one transformation to another, completing the 15 transformations, as if he was doing zapping in the TV. This guy is going to give me an epileptic seizure, said Kompa, complaining as always. Okay. I understand. So the fight resumed, with the following proposal from Broly. Well, shall we continue the match where we left off before, Tokpo? Of course, answered Tokpo, who charged towards Broly at high speed. A speed that didn't impress Broly, who remained standing, waiting for Tokpo to attack him. If I remember correctly, you were trying to hit me in the face. FLIU. But you have failed. My face is no longer here, said the head of Broly, who teleported alone to other place in the ring while his body attacked Tokpo with a punch to the face. Pum. What did he just do? Almost the entire audience exclaimed upon witnessing something so abnormal. Not every day they could see someone separate their body in that way. A space-time technique? Asked Daishinkan rhetorically, trying to unravel the mystery of that ability that was more than it appeared. And in the case of the Zeniths, they didn't wonder much, they just enjoyed the show. So funny. You have very peculiar abilities, said Tokpo while wiping the blood from his mouth and releasing a wide energy attack to encompass his entire body and thus avoid partial teleportations. Boom. However, Broly this time completely teleported before being hit. I know, I'm special. However, Tokpo didn't stop for this setback or ask for explanations. Instead, he charged once more against Broly to attack him in melee range again with the classic Dragon Ball sequence. FIU. Pam. FIU. FIU. Pum. A somewhat different classic sequence, as Broly kept teleporting parts of his body around the ring to attack, evade and defend himself. Palm. Clash. FIU. FIU. Pum. However, Tokpo also didn't play by the pre-established rules, since he had ulterior motives when attacking him at such close range. Catch. Tokpo waited for the perfect moment to grab Broly's hands and thus hold him back. In this way you won't escape. Now Broly couldn't attack him as before, and in the event that he tried to escape, Tokpo could launch an energy attack directly at his hands, which would be seriously damaged at this distance. However, his tail, shouted both Xenos. Tokpo was so focused on Broly's rocky arms and legs that he didn't realize that his wave was also a deadly weapon that came close to his chin. Broly tail uppercut. Yuyutich. Thus receiving a brutal and humiliating blow that almost sent him flying out of the ring. Tokpo. Shouted Belmond upon see that his disciple could lose. This fight is already on the level of gods, said Iwan, the god of destruction of the universe one, who started treating those two mortals like gods just like him. I can't let my guard down in your presence, said Tokpo after recovering from the surprise attack. Of course not. I have to try to make this last a few more rounds, or the public will think they have paid for nothing. Well, I will resort to the old and reliable said and thought Broly as he prepared to do something extremely monotonous that he hated so much. That's right, a frenzied Dragon Ball endless sequence of continuous punches, kicks, parries, blocks, and dodges for several minutes. Something that Broly hated, but that the public loved. Hooah! They're totally going at it. They're both amazing. Shouted both Xenos cheering on both sides like they were true fanboys. It had been a long time since they had as much fun as now. Broly is doing a good job, said Wise quite satisfied with the performance of Broly. It almost seemed like he was on par with Tokpo. If he didn't know him before, it would be hard for him to tell the difference. He's lengthening the match to make it look exciting. Even though he could finish with a single hit, said Beerus, relieved and even satisfied after seeing the facial expressions of his two despotic bosses. The combat was being entertaining for the Zeniths, but Broly was starting to get bored of always doing the same thing, so he decided to end it as soon as possible in an original way. Aya. Therefore, when Tokpo was about to hit him in the stomach. Catch and block. Broly created in front of him a block of the hardest metal of all the universes. Clank. Who was hit by Tokpo, slightly injured his hand, so hard. However, that wasn't all. Shinra Tensei. Activating one of his favorite non-ocular eye abilities, Broly forced Kachin's block towards Tokpo at high speed, sending Tokpo flying as well. Broom. Fortunately, Tokpo was able to avoid falling out of the ring at the last moment by sinking his hands and feet into the concrete. That has been close, said Belmod, relieved to see that his universe hadn't yet lost against Beerus's universe. And at the same time among the public, that demonstration of skills earned the indignation of the most undervalued gods, this time being Ro, the stupid Kaioshin of the Universe 9 shouting no sense one moment. Those are Kaioshin's abilities. How can he also perform them? However that pleased Zeno, which was all that mattered, that's new. Yes, having diversity makes it fun, said future Zeno, which was beginning to understand why Broly didn't like the Dragon Ball frenetic sequences. I see that this has liked everyone except some Kaioshins. I'll keep using it, said Broly, creating new Kachin blocks and other blunt weapons with the same material, which he threw towards Tokpo. I will have to give everything against you, said Tokpo, which destroyed his clothes, increasing in size and changing his aura and even body to perform his greatest attack against the weapons that were coming towards him. Hakai. Tokpo went into his God of Destruction mode, disintegrating all of the Kachin builds that Broly had thrown at him with the basic Hakai. Also demonstrating why Kaioshins are useless. Well, you finally get serious. Although your Hakai is much weaker than a Hakaishin, said Broly, more pleased to fight with this big and muscular version of Tokpo. It's been a long time since Broly had a chance to fight someone big and muscular like him. Such was his emotion that he tried to communicate with Tokpo through his muscles. Unfortunately Tokpo didn't seem to understand that idiom. After all, I'm just a trainee. I still need a lot to reach the level of Master Berman Asner Tokpo, who prepared a powerful Hakai energy sphere while talking to Broly. A Hakai energy sphere that he launched against his enemy just when he finished speaking unnecessarily during a fight. That's right. You are still very green, said Broly as he pointed his hand against the Hakai energy sphere, answering with another one. Boom! Boom! Both Hakai energy sphere exploded, creating a large shock wave that nearly sent several Kaioshins flying out of their platforms. A funny or even worrying event, but not as impressive as what the Hakaishins were able to witness. What? Have they performed Hakaishin skills at the same time? However, the most confused of all was Tokpo, who had heard from Broly himself that he wasn't a disciple of Hakaishin. Didn't you say that? I'm not interested in being a Hakaishin, but you don't need to be one, trained to be one or being trained by one to learn their abilities. The first step to achieving this is to be minimally as cool as I am, answered Broly, said Broly, giving free rein to his narcissism in front of the most powerful beings of this reality. That bastard wants to show off, said Beerus, annoyed with Broly's attitude towards Zeno and the others, but since he was beating Universe 11 he let it pass, since Zeno and Daishinkan weren't upset. And while the Tenshin healed the small bruises of the Kaioshin that flew off the platform, the Hakatian coalition against the Universe 7 asked Beerus for explanations about Broly and his powers. The Xenos celebrated that clash of powers. Goku was still in trance. Daishinkan kept analyzing Broly, and Tokpo focused all his senses on Broly, possibly the most powerful rival he had ever faced. Broly said while snapping his fingers, and checkmate. And then, the ground below Tokpo was disintegrated by Broly's Hakai. Claff. Falling out of the ring, since Tokpo was unable to fight due to the rules of the match. What? Shouted everyone, even Daishinkan, upon seeing that strange outcome. Thus ending the combat in a comical way thanks to a loophole either in the ring and the rules. Chapter 266. Tokpo has fallen out of the ring. Therefore, the winner of this match is Broly, said Daishinkan, announcing the result of the match, no matter how absurd the end may have been. A controversial ending, but that nobody dared to discuss. After all the rules had been followed, they weren't betting anything, and the Xenos were happy with the verdict. It was predictable, although I didn't expect this end, said Beerus, almost celebrating this victory as if it were his own. You're cheering Broly a lot today. It is very disconcerting, said Wise to Beerus, who was beginning to worry about Beerus's mental health, or if he really has talent as a politician, as Broly said. The interests of the 7th universe are above personal vendettas. Beerus solemnly replied, pretending to care about Universe 7 instead of his life, which was tied to Universe 7. A life that he appreciated too much, and that Broly could be his best defender. However, Broly did not care about Beerus, or that was taking advantage of his awesomeness to save his stupid life or gain prestige among his coworkers. He was trying to show sportsmanship with Tokpo. Make sure you don't let your guard down like that during the real tournament. Whenever you fight and talk to the enemy, make sure they are not up to something, in this case get you out of the ring, said Broly to Tokpo, pretending to give him advice, even though he was actually highlighting that he had won. I will remember that lesson, said Tokpo, who pretended not to understand the context. Well, it was fun. I hope the other universes have fighters at your level. Otherwise my universe will win without a doubt, said again Broly, pretending not to know who will be the participants from the other universes and what their level is. I have news for you. In the 11th universe, I'm the second strongest. In fact, as far as his power level goes, it's even higher than Master Bellman's. A Hakatian answered Tokpo, warning the arrogant Broly that he will not have it as easy as he thinks in the tournament. Not only did he have Jean, a monster superior to himself, all his other companions are also strong and know how to fight as a team. And although Broly was not very interested in this matter, since he knew everything beforehand, he tried to feign interest. Oh, then it will be a little more fun. Thanks for the info. He is not interested in being Hakatian like me. Right? That's right. There's no much time left before the tournament. We'd better hurry and excuse ourselves, said Tokpo, hinting to Broly that it was better to leave the ring as soon as possible. They had already fought to show what a fight is like, and in his case he had won, so his moment of glory had ended. Now was the time to take a back seat and let the gods talk about important matters. However, Broly refused to stop being the center of attention. Speak for yourself. I have never left my platform, said Broly, but his voice didn't come from the ring where everyone was watching him right now. His voice came from the platform of Universe 7, from a point between Beerus and Wise where there was no one, but that nevertheless. What the? Shouted Beerus upon seeing that a wild Broly began to appear next to him. His image began to be visible to everyone, starting with his hair and gradually spreading throughout his body. As if he were an old computer loading an image from the internet, the youngest will not understand it. In a matter of seconds everyone could see another Broly, sitting in a flying chair, crocheting and cross-legged arrogantly. Seeing this act of bravado, the gods, even those of his own side, were about to condemn him and ask for explanations. However, they resisted the urge to do so, since they sensed that that sordid show had not finished yet. There was still a part of Broly's body that had not been made 100 visible. Hit tail. Which extended out the platform in the direction of the Broly who was in the ring, and when the tail was 100 visible they could see that the tail of the Broly from the platform of the Universe 7 was connected to the back of the Broly from the ring. Or rather, the Broly in the ring was transformed into Broly's tail, which was retracted until it returned to a normal size on the Universe 7 platform to almost look like a normal tail stuck to Broly's back, who said. Although of course I was floating in my flying chair at all times so as not to be disqualified for flying or touching the ground. The what? Shouted almost every deity after witnessing this bizarre event, and those who did not shout were simply because they were too speechless or were trying to analyze the situation with all the neurons in their brains, preventing them from making sounds. What exactly had just happened? Broly through his tail has absorbed another Broly. Broly is an extension of his tail. He has always been fighting with his tail, which he has disguised as Broly. Broly put something weird in the popcorn and cola and we are hallucinating. What the hell is happening? Everything becomes very confusing when that monster appears. Compa thought, like the others who were trying to find a logical explanation about the tail issue. Although not everyone asked themselves about the strange possible metamorphic abilities of the Broly tail, some were more impressed by his uncanny ability to make himself invisible and undetectable by any mean. Had he been there all this time? Not even I had noticed it. All the angels, even Daishinkan thought while looking at Broly in a very different way than a few minutes ago. Others only cursed Broly and his obsession with being the center of attention. Hasn't he done the show enough already? Why do you have this need to always be the protagonist? Thought Beerus, mentally strangling Broly, who kept crocheting as if nothing was happening around him. Others, however, had no need to think. What happened? Zeno asked with a complete expressionlessness. I don't understand. Asked the future Zeno too, asking someone to explain it to him. Broly, could you explain to His Majesty and everyone else what you have done? Asked Daishinkan, who also wanted to know the truth behind those strange abilities. And Broly did not refuse. He loved to talk about himself, so he left the crochet hook and materialized his hologram PowerPoint. Sure, without any problem, I love explaining my skills. My tail has certain special properties, which have evolved over time as I have become stronger and smarter. Like the transformations? Asked the two Zeniths at the same time with great excitement. They liked the concept of transformations a lot. Indeed, something very similar to transformations. Answered Broly, who launched his holographic projector to reinforce his explanation with 3D images. If Goku was able to learn the multiplication tables with this method, Zeno could understand his explanation. Maybe. In its first stage, my tail could change its size almost without limits. From the size as tiny as an ant to an extremely large one, like a planet, for example. And not only that, it can also modify its shape, such as a sword, a record player, or a Renaissance statue with a considerably small penis, David of Michelangelo. And last but not least, it can copy the properties of what it touches. If it has had contact with fire, I can make my tail have the properties of fire. If it has touched steel, the properties of steel. If Beerus has touched the properties of bum who spends the day sleeping and eating. As you can see, the possibilities are endless, to the point where with some practice and artistic training I can copy whatever it is perfectly by obtaining all its properties and imitating its shape. Broly said, explaining the powers of his tail through the holographic projection and his own tail, representing all his examples. The last example being a full-scale imitation of Beerus, who began to dance the Russian polka. Wow! Ha 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 ha! It's fun, shouted the Zenos at once. Broly's tail was also funny to them, although Beerus was unable to laugh. He is like a puppeteer, said Belmod, who as a professional clown appreciated Broly's skill. And not only that, his puppets are very powerful. Are the copies of himself weaker than himself? Said Margarita, the Harley Quinn of the franchise Dragon Ball and also the angel and teacher of Belmod, that after many years of working with the clown learned about his profession. Another good point is that with my true Saiyan transformation, all the abilities of my tail also affect my entire body. As you can see, I can do the same with my hands, legs, eyes, head, well, with my whole body, said Broly, exemplifying once again his powers. Making their legs have the properties of the platform they were stepping on, his hands the fur of Beerus, changing the size of his eyes and head as if he were a Looney Tunes. Pretty impressive, but what does this have to do with your perfect invisibility? Asked Campari, the Angel of the Universe 3, which despite being impressed by the practical combat capabilities of this skill was only interested in knowing the way in which Broly had been able to ignore the practically perfect senses of his family. And of course Broly answered with pleasure, I was about to explain this matter. After practicing a lot my skill evolved, and what happened was that I became able to copy the properties and shape of everything around me at the same time. In other words, I become everything around me, the space, the time, the energy, the matter, the void, everything. I am not making myself invisible, I am not hiding my presence, I have not dematerialized my body, I am not hiding in another dimension. You simply cannot detect me because I am all that exists, at least what I can encompass with the dimensions of my body. And once again Broly demonstrated how his ability worked, appearing and disappearing all over the room without anyone being able to detect him. What an incredible ability, shouted almost all the Tenshins at the same time upon realizing the level of this skill. Conceptually it was at an extremely advanced level, so much so that it could be on par with the divine doctrines, become everything in the existence whenever you want and still being yourself, something unheard until now. When put into practice, it not only makes its user undetectable, but also makes it totally unattainable and invulnerable. Even Daishinkan found it impossible to believe that a mortal born in one of his universes could have obtained such a fucking broken ability. Wait! Isn't he practically invincible with this skill? Shouted some of the Kaiashins and Hikashins, as if they were MMO players complaining about class balancing in PvP. Not at all. There are quite a few limitations when it comes to using it. Parts that have this ability activated cannot affect reality, you can't do anything to me and I can't do anything to you. Nothing is perfect, although I can partially use this ability as you have seen before. Part of my tail was fighting and the other was hidden. Although if I take some damage the ability is easily cancelled, since requires a lot of concentration. Fortunately I was able to avoid being damaged in this fight, answered Broly, complaining that his broken skill is not 100 broken, thus minimally reassuring everyone, but not too much. This was still a broken ability if someone can use it well. However, evaluating that ability was not the important thing now, but whether the Xenos were satisfied with the explanation. I think I have understood what it is, said future Xeno, approving that explanation that even an idiot could understand. Me too, said Xeno too, although he indicated to Daishinkan to come closer to tell him something. SHSHS-ZZSHSS-CH. And when Xeno finally finished speaking with his butler and prime minister, the latter spread his word among the populace, but this time only to Broly an impressive ability, but His Majesty thinks it should be banned from the tournament. If you only hide until the end to fight against the last opponent will be very boring. It's a fair rule. Makes sense, well seen Xeno. Ha ha ha. Answered Broly, without showing any kind of frustration at being nerfed, attitude that Xeno and Daishinkan valued positively. That said, the match and the post-match interview officially ended. What have I done? Well. Was the popcorn good? Asked Broly to Wise, the only person he respected within the Universe 7 platform. Too good, as always. By the way, my brothers and the other gods of destruction would be interested in the recipe, answered Wise, who was quite happy, since his brothers and sisters had promised to do him many favors if he got the recipe or supplies for them. And Broly was also happy to know that more deities would become junkies addicted to his food and therefore at his mercy. He. My clients keep increasing. I hope these ones pay. Or else. You only think about food, said Shin, which was still babysitting Goku, who had not yet recovered. However, the moment of the talk between students was over. Class started and it was Professor Daishinkan's turn to speak. Well then, everyone. After observing the previous match, we've decided to make a change to the rules. Chapter 267. Well then, everyone. After observing the previous match, we've decided to make a change to the rules, said Daishinkan, regaining the control of the meeting after Broly began to finish the homemade wool hat for his future son that didn't finish in the previous fight. So they're really going through with it, Kampa muttered, feeling guilty for creating this situation and also depressed, since his chances of winning were very limited. Please, chose 10 contenders form each of your universes, excluding gods such as the gods of destruction. We are going to further simplify the rules. For the tournament of power, to win, all you must do is knock your opponent out of the ring. The time limit for the match will be 10 tacks, said Daishinkan, who began to explain the tournament rules, which were obviously different from the original ones between Universe 6 and 7. And Broly, who hadn't been the center of attention for a few seconds and had already finished the hat and sock, said in the Earth time that would be 48 minutes. So this tournament will be a battle royale where all the universes will fight at the same time in the same ring? That's right, it seems that Broly is quite intuitive. Everyone will fight during that time, and the time with the most members left at the end wins. Of course, if there's only one person left, even if time limit is still remaining, the challengers team will win. Don't worry, we will have a large ring prepared, answered Daishinkan, somewhat annoyed that Broly was able to read his mind on more than one occasion. Therefore the gods began to speculate about the method to win this tournament. YC. Teamwork is going to be key in this. And another few feel somewhat more relieved after hearing that good strategies, combinations and preparation will be a crucial point in this match. This is good news. The individual power of a few participants won't be the only determining factor to win. Just as with the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, the final winner of this tournament will receive the Super Dragon Balls to have any wish they desire granted. I trust you've no problems with that, Kampa. In which case, please hand over the 3 you've already collected. We shall collect the remaining ones ourselves, said Daishinkan to all the gods, but above all to Kampa, whom he extorted with a smile. And of course Kampa, a dignified god of destruction, answered to this offer that he could simply not turn down, as if he were a child who had been caught red-handed stealing cookies. Sure. This bastard. You collected them again. Aren't you tired of it? Shouted Beerus, very upset that his brother had thought to enter his territory illegally for the 3rd time in a row to steal the same thing. And while an endearing fraternal fight was taking place, the rest of the gods asked themselves a very obvious question, in fact the same question from the beginning, which they finally dared to ask. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Go ahead, said Daishinkan to Air, the Kaioshin nerd, which like every nerd wanted to be number 1 in the class, either asking the questions or answering them. Thank you. The prize being given to the winner fighter is clear, but will the winning universe receive anything? Asked Air, who also wanted a piece of the cake in case of winning. Therefore Daishinkan with a slightly more sinister smile than usual word, nothing. Huh. Wah. I see, so just for honor, answered Air after interpreting the answer with some disappointment, although for obvious reasons and without much success he tried to externalize his true thoughts. However, the brain that he was so proud of was unable to decipher Daishinkan's response this time, therefore Daishinkan kindly corrected him, you misunderstand. The prize for the winning will be that nothing is done to them. And once again Daishinkan's explanation turned out to be quite confusing. So confusing that none of the local gods understood what he meant by nothing, what the. However, some of the most experienced and pessimistic gods began to understand the context without needing to understand the message and wasn't very hopeful. I don't like that nothing at all. Something is not right. Moreover, as the proverbs usually say, think wrong and you will be right. We will do nothing to the universe that wins. But the kings of all will erase the universes that lose from existence, said Daishinkan, conveying with great coldness and good humor one of the darkest and most despotic statements in the history of animation. Such a terrifying statement that it short-circuited the brains of all the gods, nobody was able to believe what they just heard. However, after a few seconds of total silence in which everyone forgot to even how to breathe, they began to process what they had just been told. Did he just say, some Hakatian babbled with immense effort, proportional to what they were using to avoid shitting themselves. That's when the most brutal fear they have ever experienced in millions of years began to take over their minds and bodies. Erase? No, this can't be happening, babbled some of the Kayashin, who tried to deny reality as a defense mechanism for weak and pathetic people. At this point everyone was totally terrified to the point of pass out, anyone except the Teshins, who knew they were outside the law, Goku, who was still dreaming about eating, fighting and escaping from work. And of course Broly, what he said to the short-circuited Beerus. Do you remember the conversation from before? Here's what the Zeniths wanted to say. You see, I was right and you owe me an apology. And either because that irritating phrase out of place pissed Beerus even more, or because it was time to get out of the trance, either with or without Broly's intervention, Beerus shouted more than all the other gods together, WWWH. What the hell? The kings of all had been saying there were too many universes, so this is a perfect opportunity to clean house, said Daishinkan without any empathy while looking at the two Zeniths, who were proud of this decision. No way. Almost all the gods shouted, at least those who had some saliva in their throats and didn't have their mouths paralyzed to be able to gesticulate. This has become much more serious than I had thought, said Wise, who already foresaw before coming that something like this could be possible. Things are way worse than I could have ever imagined possible, answered Beerus to this sensei, who unlike him didn't come with such low expectations for personal interest. So what you're saying then? Is there will be only one universe left? Don't be offended by my opinion, but I think that's not a good thing for anyone, said Bellman, trying to negotiate just like Broly did before. After all, he didn't lose much trying, after all he could be deleted in a few hours. However, Daishinkan wasn't going to negotiate this stone-carved decision. Also Bellman didn't understand the situation completely. Not just one. Universes 1, 12, 5 and 8 will remain as well. Huh. But why? Ask some of the gods that don't belong to the universes 1, 12, 5 and 8, that for obvious reasons wanted to know the reason for such positive discrimination. The average level of the mortals in those 4 universes is over 7. So they are exempt from participating in this tournament. The spokesman Daishinkan replied once again, explaining why they don't punish the gods who take good care of the assets they have left in charge. Yeah. We are saved. It's a good thing we took our work seriously, right? Celebrated with extreme joy minimally responsible gods of the universes who had been excluded from participating. Finally doing their job correctly had been at least unpunished. Meanwhile the most lazy, incompetent and stupid gods screamed with envy and frustration. Shit. Okay, at this point everything was clear. All the universes that lose in the damn tournament would be eliminated, an indescribable tragedy in which countless present, future and past lives would be wiped out without any resistance. Something that shattered the hearts and minds of all the gods, either Hakatians or Kayashins, just by thinking about it. However, what really worried them was whether they too were included or not in the vanished universes. Therefore the pink elephant Rumshi asked Air if, by chance, our universes get erased. What will happen to us? Don't worry. All the gods, apart from angels, will be erased together with their universe, Daishinkan responded, trying to convey positivity to those sentenced to death, of which none is his son or daughter. That's quite reassuring. Right? Broly said with a big smile to Beerus and Shin, who hoped they were as happy as him to know that Wise was safe. However, neither they nor anyone else except the Tenshins shared Broly and Daishinkan optimism. The what? Why the hell should the Hakatian and Kayashink be relieved to hear that, you fucking cynical? You just proved that you don't give a shit about everyone else's lives, not even the gods. And still you expected us to feel relief because you wouldn't kill your own children. Fuck you and your boss too. This is what everyone would have liked to say, however they weren't yet crazy enough to say that. They still have a few hours to live and a chance not to die, none were so stupid and impulsive to commit suicide right now. Even so the different gods. Specifically the HIATUS had too much frustration and hatred accumulated right now after knowing that they were about to be executed, and since they couldn't vent their frustration against their executioners they did it with Goku, who had indirectly caused this deadly tournament. And the one who led these protests was Beerus, who fought with all his might not to kill the drugged Goku. Damn Goku. All of this is your fault. I'm going to. However, before the coalition of gods against Goku continued insulting, blaming and even trying to kill his favorite disciple, Wise intervened to save him. As for the exemptions, that gives the impression that the true purpose of this tournament is to give the lower-level universes, which were originally scheduled to be erased, a chance to be spared as a reward for winning this tournament. As expected of you, Wise. It's exactly as you suspect, answered Daishinkan, proud that his son had explained how magnanimous they were being with those stinking gods. And now that the gods couldn't even pay for their frustration with Goku, they had no choice but to accept the situation with all the positivity they could gather. They were screwed, no doubt. But at least they had a chance to live. Instead of using their neurons in unproductive activities such as cursing their luck, their incompetence, their superiors, or looking for someone else to blame, it was better to focus on their only chance. Unfortunately, not all gods condemned to death were able to look ahead in this situation. Shit. This cannot be happening. Our team has no way of winning, thought Kampa as he looked at his brother's platform, in which were the two mortals who had defeated the best fighters in their universe. If those monsters, especially Broly, participated, his chances of survival were less than zero. And despite that, the dramatic of his brother seemed to be the most aggrieved by this situation. Hang on, Wise. Is the level of our universe really that low? Asked Beerus, who unlike his co-workers was still looking for culprits and focusing on circumstances that right now had no solution. Well, the average level of planets with mortals on them in our 7th universe is 318, which indeed is no very good. In fact, it's second from last, answered Wise. Second from last? Shouted Beerus upon knowing that he's one of the dumbest in the class and obviously blamed others for his uselessness. This case on Shin this is all your fault. Always going on and with that. It's meaningless unless a planet attains higher levels on their own. Damn you. What about you? You spend most of your time sleeping. Do you keep track of how many times the Supreme Kaioshin have been close to death doing your job because you slept? Shin protested just like Beerus, blaming others for his worthlessness as well. Both were partly right, and that made them defend their argument tooth and nail, to the point of physically attacking each other. A situation as comical as dangerous. Since if Beerus hit him with more force than necessary due to anger, he could kill Shin and in the process kill himself, since both lives were interconnected. Guys, don't fight, said Broly, standing between Beerus and Shin to stop this fight of morons with probability of murder and suicide. You are both unparalleled worthless. Why do you think I'm always bothering you, unlike Wise? I hate your uselessness. The tournament will take place in a special ring created in the Void World. I will transport you there myself, so choose a place to gather in each of you universes. Be warned, anyone late will left behind. Also, just in case, let me stat the use of any weapons or medicine are forbidden. If you are found, your entire team will be disqualified. And with that, I shall return you all home. There's not much time, so please make your preparations quickly, said Daishinkan, ending his speech and teleporting everyone to their respective universe. FAUU. It was only when all the gods and guests were evicted from the palace that Daishinkan had no choice but to acknowledge, so that's the mortal that brings was headlong. He's without a doubt unique. Universe 7, Planet Beerus. Very good Goku, you already have your long-awaited tournament. You are already happy? Beerus asked with extreme sarcasm to Goku, who had already recovered thanks to a healing slap from Broly. Yes, a lot. Answered Goku, who didn't understand Beerus' sarcasm. Ouch. More than enough reason for Beerus to slap him on the back of the head. Stupid. That hurts. Another slap. What was that for, Beerus? Shouted Goku, who didn't understand the reason for that physical punishment, although it wasn't entirely his fault, he had been KO'd almost during the entire meeting. However, that didn't matter to Beerus. He was still one of those responsible for that situation and the only one he could hit without mortal consequences. I told you, didn't I? Don't get involved with the king of all. Thanks to you, we're stuck in this crazy mess. What? What's happening? Asked Goku, still don't understanding anything. Hang on, Lord Beerus. Based on what the Grand Priest said, we were originally set to be erased anyways. But now, thanks to Goku, we've been given a chance to live, said Wise, saving Goku again. Damn you, Wise. Of course you are calm. You will be okay whatever happens, said Beerus, letting Goku go to yell at the person he envied the most right now. Beerus-sama, please calm down. We are all in the same situation, said Shin, trying to avoid necessary internal problems at the worst possible time. Yes, whatever you say, subnormals with a 318 IQ. I'm going home, I have a family to feed. And I think that you want to gather participants for the stupid tournament, discuss strategies, practice, all that shit, said Broly, excusing himself and inviting everyone to go to his house, since they would come anyway, whether he invited them or not. After all, his wife's mansion had become the meeting point for all the important affairs of this universe. So Wise cordially accepted the invitation, with a clear goal in mind. Speaking of food. What's today's menu? Ramen and burger. Yeah, I know. Due to pregnancy, Bulma has very strange cravings, replied Broly, explaining why he had prepared such a strange and unbalanced menu today. Even so, that wasn't a problem for a cat god like Beerus, who said after calming down a little bit, grrjj. Anyway. Can I join? Since it could be one of your last meals, I'll let you. Although I shouldn't. When Bra gets a score as pathetic as a 318, I don't reward her, Broly said, using his new favorite resource to look down on the gods of Universe 7. A resource with barely 3 minutes of existence that was already exhausting Beerus' patience, which he asked Shin. He will remind us of this throughout our lives. Asked Beerus to Shin. Fortunately or unfortunately, it may not be for a long time, answered Shin, trying to use humor to cover up his depression. Can someone explain to me what happened? Asked Goku, who didn't know why he had fainted, what had been said about the tournament, why Beerus and Shin were so nervous, or why had Beerus attacked him and blamed him for something. He had never been so confused since the day he fucked with Chi-Chi for first time. Chapter 268. After the cordial and emotional meeting to organize the creation of a mortal game that urinated on Battle Royale, Squid Game, The Hunger Games and Truth or Dare with your girlfriend. Broly, Beerus, Wise, Shin, and Goku met the entire team once again at Bulma's mansion. Anyway. Again cooking for everyone, said Broly, complaining about his almost habitual routine while preparing food for his family, friends, acquaintances, regular and sporadic freeloaders and Vegeta. Moreover, while everyone waited for the food to arrive on their plates, Wise, Beerus and Shin explained the situation to everyone, including Goku. What? What the hell have you gotten us into this time? Shouted Vegeta, angry with his favorite clown for extremely obvious reasons. This idiot had once again caused a situation that could kill them all. Yeah, I know. I've been getting chewed out non-stop enough already, Goku apologized, who got too used to doing it since he destroyed an entire timeline. I can't believe you. Just how much of fighting nut are you? Said Bulma, complaining as usual and with good reason. Almost all of their problems until today had been caused by Goku and his obsession with fighting. Well. We need to hurry and decide on 10 people, said Shin, indicating that it would be better to stop blaming each other, especially him, and instead focus on the solution. Yes. However, let's finish eating before. And after talking about the tournament I'll take a little nap, said Beerus, who was stretched out in a hammock with his eyes closed, while he drank some soda. Something that began to worry everyone. I see you too, relaxed Beerus. I imagined that by now you would be very nervous and breaking everything around you, said Bulma, who didn't understand what she was seeing. Yes, is not like him, said Shin, who also began to worry. Not long ago, with everything that happened with Zamasu, everyone understood how Beerus behaved in the middle of a crisis that threatened everyone's life, including his own. That's right, the god of destruction of Universe 7 used to behave like a fucking paranoid and hyperactive madman. Without a doubt he's the typical carcinogenic idiot whose only mission in life is to make the most disastrous situations even worse with his negativity, his nervousness, his aggressiveness, his lack of cooperation and uselessness. However, today that they were in a similar situation, he was very calm without making any kind of fuss, without giving much importance to the subject of the tournament. Fuck. He even seemed to be in a good mood. Beerus-sama, are you okay? Asked Wise, who was really beginning to worry about his cat's mental health. Since they had returned from Zeno's palace, Beerus had calmed down in an excessive way, something he had never seen before. His anger was practically eternal, even from the smallest thing. It didn't make sense that in a few minutes he would be in such a good mood. Had he gone completely mad? I'm perfectly well. Why are you asking? Answered Beerus, who got up from the hammock to talk to everyone at the table. You are too calm despite the situation in which we find ourselves. You have us worried, said Krylin, who was really worried that Beerus would really go crazy and try to kill them. Are you seriously not worried that so many universes, including ours, could disappear? You should take this more seriously. Bulma screamed, protesting energetically, partly due to habitual belligerent personality and partly due to pregnancy hormones. Of course I'm worried. How could it not be? We could die in a few hours. I would be crazy if I weren't worried, Beerus said, trying to show with his tone of voice and body language that he was really worried, that he hadn't gone crazy, and at the same time explain why he was quiet than usual. But on the other hand, I also have reason to be optimistic. Optimistic? You? How? Ached Bulma, who had practically become the spokesperson for the group thanks to her character, intelligence, resources and untouchability as Broly's wife. And of course Beerus explained the reasons why one of the most catastrophic gods had reasons to think positively in the midst of a global extinction. You may not know it, I have never wanted to admit it to you, but despite the fact that our universe has the second lowest score. A 318, said Broly from the kitchen. Yes, a 318. However, despite that we have a spectacular fighting level. Do you think that all the universes right now have 6 or 7 fighters with divine scale power that would be able to become HIATUS candidates? Do you think that all the universes right now also have 6 or 7 fighters that far surpass the power of Frisia or Dabura other than the divine level fighters I have named before? And what's more? Do you think they are all friends, live on the same planet and know how to fight as a team and even fuse? I tell you. There are any, much less in the 8 lower level universes. Wah 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 wah. Said Beerus with a wide smile and evil laugh. He could almost smell the sweet scent of victory, and all thanks to a race that he ordered to extinguish and the inhabitants of a planet that he also planned to destroy, something that made him reflect about his genocide policy. And before the rest of the cast asked questions, surely questioning Beerus' claims, Wise verified that this information was true. That's right. Putting all the 8 universes together is possible to find 1 or 3 of each category, or at least that they approach. However, it's unprecedented not even being able to count them with the fingers of both hands, much less counting only one universe. And that helps us a lot considering the rules of this tournament. Even if the other universes we face had 1 or 2 fighters stronger than the strongest of you. Somewhat unlikely but possible. It would still be possible to win thanks our numbers and fighting as a team. This was very good news that came from a reliable source that undoubtedly reassured all those concerned about being fated from the very existence. That's great news. Now I am much calmer. Although there are some mentally retardeds like Goku, who was disappointed to hear that there would be few worthy rivals. Seriously? Are we that good? It's a bit disappointing. Yes, this is without a doubt a great anomaly. This planet is a box of surprises, not only because of the food, said Wise, confirming once again that the universe that came up with the idea of organizing this tournament was also the one who had the most chances of winning it. It's comforting to hear that, said Videl, the one who knew the least about these matters, while she caressed Pan, who had been sleeping for a while after flying around the world 6 times. And quite flattering, said Yamcha, the person least suited to speak. It's true. We have the 5 Saiyans: Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, Ginger and Yam. Also Piccolo, who has become almost as strong as Goku and the others. If we also add Krillin, Ten Shinhan, Yamcha, Chaos, C-17, C-18 or myself. I don't know what the teams from the other universes will be like, but without a doubt I think that our team will be the most powerful, said Mutant Rashi, pointing out which were the 7 combatants who would indisputably participate and the other ones with less luck in the genetic lottery, of which they would have to select 3 to fulfill the quota of 10 participants. However, Rashi and almost all the other Z warriors had forgotten something. Kame Sennin, you seem to be getting senile, Krillin said, pointing towards the kitchen. You forgot to mention someone. In the direction of the kitchen from which Broly finally emerged with the trays full of ramen, triple-decker hamburgers, soda and 18-flavored ice cream. It was then that almost everyone's stomach, brain and heart began to function at 100 capacity. It's true. I almost forgot. We have Broly in our universe. It wasn't unreasonable that they hadn't thought of including Broly among the participants, after all the mysterious 3-eyed dude didn't use to fight and left these tasks to them, but above all. I think we had subconsciously interpreted that this monster was forbidden to participate in a tournament in which mortals participate, said Vegeta, stating everyone's opinion. Even Beerus and Wise felt that releasing Broly to fight other mortals from the other universes in an official competition was immoral and even criminal. It was the equivalent of performing a boxing match between a doped superhuman and a vegetative, legless pug. It wasn't a fair competition. Without a doubt, if Beerus and Shin organized a tournament between mortals or even between gods of destruction, they would never let Broly participate to keep the competition fair and avoid unnecessary humiliations. However, the tournament organizers hadn't put any rules against this obvious abusive practice due to either ignorance or negligence, and considering that their lives were at stake. Is it morally wrong and hypocritical to let Broly participate? Probably, but neither of them cared. Ha 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 ha. We don't just have a team full of monsters. We have the greatest of monsters on our side. Ha 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 ha. How many mortals do you think there are in the multiverse like Broly? None. I refuse to believe that all the universes together have left or will allow something like him to be born more than once in history. Ha 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 ha. How do you want me not to be optimistic? Broly will only need to pretend that he cannot beat them all with one tail blow to allow Zeno-sama enjoy this tournament, and everything will be okay. We have already won. Hwa wa 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 hoa hoa ha. Beerus screamed with an inordinate euphoria while eating the ramen and hamburger, alternating both flavors with pleasure. On the one hand, he was extremely happy to know that he had a probability close to 100 of surviving, and on the other hand he was somewhat sad to know that many of his co-workers, including his brother, would die so that he could survive. A great tragedy that was quickly diluted with the intoxicating aroma of ramen and juicy burger, which tasted 100 times better than ever, knowing that he had a 100 chance of winning and surviving. After many problems, his life was finally improving. Who said that I planned to participate? Said Broly, who was finally able to sit with everyone else to eat. And Beerus, still euphoric, was still celebrating his imminent victory between bites. Ha 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 ha. With him on our side we cannot lose. Until his brain processed something that he didn't think should be processed, or rather, should never have been processed in the first place. For a second Beerus thought he had misheard what Broly said, since it was totally absurd to say something like that in this situation. Surely he had wax in his ear, or his age was beginning to play tricks on him. However, seeing everyone else's, he realized something. Everyone stopped eating and fell silent, as if something had short-circuited their brains. Exactly the same face that he was making at this moment. And not only that, everyone tried to confirm in the same way if they had heard correctly what Broly had said. That confirmed something. Whatever they had heard had left them in a similar state to him, and what he had heard was something horrible. So, most likely, everyone has heard the same thing. The surprise and panic spread like COVID-19 in a one-room nursing home where all inmates had the flu but any mask. This comment took everyone by surprise that many squeezed their plates. Bowls and food with too much force, destroying them in one blow. Others who sat incorrectly fell from their chairs. Others who were swallowing at that precise moment choked, and a small minority got food out of their noses. Yet everyone wondered. But, why? Shouted Beerus with a shattered heart and mind while losing more cold sweat than ever and removing the noodles that were coming out of his nose. The level seems very low. I am not motivated to participate. I prefer to design the room of my future Optimus Prime, Broly replied while stroking Bulma's belly. Chapter 269. The level seems very low. I am not motivated to participate. I prefer to design the room of my future Optimus Prime, Broly replied while stroking Bulma's belly. Yes, they weren't confused. Broly, the most powerful asset in Universe 7, refused to participate in an event to save the Universe 7. This was something that nobody expected, much less Beerus, who pounced on him and screamed like a hysterical mad bitch. Broly. This is no time for your fucking jokes. If our universe loses you, your wife and your daughter will also disappear. Do you really want me to believe that you are going to stay here doing nothing? Enough of your out-of-place bullshit. This is serious. That's the Beerus I have always remembered. Said Wise, relieved to see that Beerus was his usual self again. But jokes aside, Beerus' argument was more than coherent. If his team lost, the whole universe would disappear, and that also included him. And in the unlikely event that he didn't disappear because he's a fucking monster that defies logic, at least all the others he knew would perish. However, Beerus knew that Broly, despite being a psychopath, cared a lot for his family and friends. That's why it was impossible for him to believe that Broly, someone who likes to have everything under control, would leave such an important matter to others, especially considering how he intervened in the Black Affair. This was definitely a bad joke to piss him off as always, or maybe he was trying to negotiate the price that Beerus had to pay for him to participate. But be that as it may, neither Beerus, nor Wise, nor Shin nor anyone else, maybe Goku, would fall for that bluff. In the end, Broly on his own would ask them to participate to save him and his friends without having to be asked or forced. Or so they thought. Do you really think that me and my family will disappear if the rugby ball head dwarf head wants? Ha 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 ha. You don't seem to know me well at this point, said Broly with his usual villain smile. The smile of a maniac with many backup plans in case someone managed to derail his main plan. However, for Wise, Shin and especially Beerus that didn't make any sense. It's like bluffing playing poker when you face a royal flush, taking into account that all the cards capable of equal set score had already been discarded. No one would believe such stupidity. However, they were talking about Broly, and that made Beerus start to doubt about everything he knew about mathematics, probability, and logic. You can't be serious. Zeno-sama. When that dwarf made Trunks' entire timeline disappear, I recorded the wavelength of the power he uses to make things disappear. If Zeno is about to use his ability against our universe, I have programmed this planet to teleport to another very safe place. In fact, I could transport this planet right now to one of the universes that don't have to participate just in case, or to Trunks' timeline, where there's no Zeno, since he's here now, or another pocket dimension I have created. Whatever happens in that tournament, my family and my friends will be fine, unlike you, said Broly, explaining his great plan to survive the apocalypse as he crossed his legs on the table, hinting that his plan had no fissures. It was a logical plan, however they refused to believe that this was possible. Regardless of the absurd ability to anticipate the power of Zeno. Move an entire planet or solar system to another universe was something that not even a Tenchi could do. To do the same with the Earth, Kampa tried to use the Super Dragon Balls, which were now in Daishinkan's possession. However, Broly was saying right now that he could do all that without the need for Super Dragon Balls, so Beerus still refused to believe that anyone was capable of that. However, he's Broly this, no, you can't be serious. It's a bluff. It's impossible. In fact, I think he did something very similar long time ago, said Ginger, who couldn't forget what Broly did on the planet Namek decades ago. Broly just looked at them, laughed, and after snapping his fingers and clash. The planet Namek was transported to the ends of the universe, away from Frisia and his planet-killing attack. And now? Tell me, Whis. Where are we now? Broly said while drinking tea in his customized cup with a picture of a Broly that smiles evilly. But upon hearing that question, Beerus could no longer doubt, much less seeing how Y's facial expression distorted slightly as he consulted his almost omniscient staff. We are in the first universe, said Wise, trying to hide how shocked he was. What? Have we been transferred to another universe so easily? Shouted almost everyone upon understanding the seriousness of this matter. It seemed something impossible to believe, since they hadn't noticed anything after being teleported. Everything was still exactly the same in the world. However, something had changed, and checking it was as simple as raising your head to the sky. The stars. I don't recognize any of these constellations. I can't even find the pole star, said Gohan, Bulma, and the other people with a minimum of general culture. There was no doubt, they were no longer in the same place as before. Clash. And after snapping his fingers once more, Broly asked again, and now? Where we are? We are back in the 7th universe, answered Wise after checking with his staff, and everyone else after looking at the sky and seeing that everything was back to normal. Impossible! Shouted Beerus, who refused to believe that this was all real. Maybe he had used an illusion on them, created a long projection, or had put hallucinogens in their food. It was possible that he did that instead of transferring an entire planet or solar system to another universe, but how could they know? For now he could only trust Wise's word. You see, I have no reason to participate. Although I am open to negotiations, Broly said as he materialized a pen with fire on the cover and a paper to write contracts with ghostly faces. It was exactly what Beerus feared from the beginning. Broly tried to extort him, and contrary to what he thought at first, he had the ability to do so. What do you want me to do, Broly? Broly Samadano Senpai Sensei, corrected Broly. What do you want me to do, Broly Samadano Senpai Sensei? Said Beerus in a passive-aggressive way, trying to pretend this was being an unforced friendly agreement. Thanks for asking. Don't worry, my signing for your team will be cheap. I will have compassion for the rest of the lives of this universe as long as the venerable god of destruction agrees to my demands. Which will end the day the tournament. It will only be a few hours, nothing excessive considering that I will make sure you are still alive for a very long time. Right. Said Broly with the wicked smile of a malevolent and unscrupulous swindler with so much bargaining power and police, political and judicial impunity that could even force a child to sell his soul in exchange for a poison candy. However, that boy named Beerus urgently needed that poisoned candy at all costs. Gave. Tell me what I have to do. 36 hours later at Bulma's mansion. Bua. Bua. The famous garden of the mansion was filled with screams, snot and tears, due to a very important event. Well, it's finally tournament day. And also the day my little boy, Trunks, has born, a beautiful baby whose name has been chosen by his mother in honor of Trunks because she didn't like Optimus Prime at all, said Broly, caressing the chubby cheeks of his sleeping baby while looking at Bulma with some resentment. And with a good reason, said the coalition of Dragon Ball mothers, for obvious reasons. Bua. Bua. Anyway. Beerus, the deal is over, you can regain some of your dignity, said Broly while giving his trunks with a lot of care to his wife. Bua. Bua. However, these cries, snot and tears weren't emitted by the baby Trunks, who slept peacefully in the arms of his parents. Bua. Bua. No creo que pueda. Te detesto con toda mi alma. Bua. Bua. Beerus said, crying his eyes out as he put on his clothes, took off a necklace from his neck and disintegrated the litter box in which he was sitting. The deal he made with Broly is that during the 36 hours remaining until the start of the tournament he had to behave like a cat. This of course includes talk like a cat, dress like a cat, eat like a cat, shit and piss like a cat, play like a cat, being petted like a cat and obey his dear master Broly at all times if he didn't want to be castrated. Without a doubt the greatest humiliation of his life, which has caused him great psychological wounds that didn't know if he will be able to heal. Broly, this time you have gone too far, said everyone, especially his wife and daughters, who had to see Beerus in that state for more than a day. However, Broly didn't feel guilty at all. You don't know how to enjoy this life. Nevertheless, Beerus was finally free and no one wanted to speak to him or make contact with him. His look was scary, it was like he was looking for something or someone to unleash all his fury. However, thankfully someone interrupted this tense moment. Well then, folks. It's about time we go. Please hold hands with each other and make a circle, said Wise, explaining what was the method to get to the tournament. What? Holds hands? What an ineffective and primitive method, said Broly, complaining as always when he wasn't the one who doing the teleports. And when Beerus, Shin, Broly, Goku, Vegeta, Ginger, Yam, Gohan, Piccolo, Roshi, Krillin and Tenshinhan finally shook hands, Wise did the necessary paperwork. Great Priest. We are ready to go. Please proceed. Good luck everybody, said Bulma, holding Trunks in his arms, saying goodbye with Trunks' hand to everyone. Wait for us, Bulma. We're going to come back victorious, said Goku, more excited than ever to fight. Prepare a delicious victory feast. Please, said Beerus, who needed real food as soon as possible instead of the feed he had eaten in the last hours. Leave it to us. I'll force Broly to prepare something good just for you, said Bulma, who stared daggers at Broly, indicating through that body that the one that was in the kitchen should make first-class food for him this time. Bulma, said Broly, nodding to this wife very seriously. I'll tell you something important later. But there was no time to say anything, so that strange statement stayed in the air. Let's go, said Wise, performing the teleportation. FIU. World of Void. Site of the Tournament of Power. The participants of Universe 7 finally arrived at the place of the tournament, being teleported directly into the ring. Oh. This must be the tournament arena, Goku said, admiring the huge circular ring they were in and the stands from which non-participants would surely watch them fight. But he wasn't the only one. Krillin also leaned to the edge of the ring to feel the greatest vertigo in the universe. So we lose if we fall off of here. This is dangerous. Humph. It'll only be a problem if we're unconscious. Since we can just fly, said Vegeta, who didn't seem to have listened to the rules. You probably can't actually. Go on, try to fly, said Wise to Vegeta, Goku, and the other ones that forgot everything. He's right. I can't fly, said almost everyone, who couldn't fly no matter how hard they tried. This space has been modified so that you cannot resist its gravity. It's only natural since your goal is to knock your opponents of this stage, said Wise, explaining how this restriction was possible. However, there were still doubts about T. So how's that guy flying? Ached Rashi, pointing to a bird-man from another universe that was flying all over the ring right now. Because they have wings, of course. Just like the birds on you Earth, answered Wise, explaining that only those who are innately capable of doing so could fly here. Hey, Whis. We can fly, said Beerus and Shin, that despite the gods they didn't know why they could fly here. Therefore Wise explained again this only applies to the fighters. Incidentally, in the interest of fairness, gravity has been adjusted to each fighter according to his or her planet. They can do that? I'm impressed. Gohan said, really impressed. From a physical point of view, doing all that was very complicated. After that, Goku and the others went to greet the familiar faces of Universe 6 and Topo. In the same way the gods of the participating universes met to speak for the last time. Everyone was killing time the best they could until the organizers stated the tournament. And that moment finally came. Everyone is assembled. Good. The lords of everything are about to arrive, said Daishinkan, who appeared flying out of the ring, near a small circular flying platform which he pointed. This was a unique moment. The mortals could finally see Zeno-sama, the most powerful being of all and who rules over all the universe as he pleases. Surely a huge, imposing, rude, wise and charismatic guy who could make every god or mortal kneel with only his presence. FWIP. And on that platform the two Xenos sitting on his throne and two of his guards finally appeared. Hello everyone. Xeno greeted the participants in a friendly manner, most of whom he would kill. Good to see you all, said future Xeno 2. And obviously the disappointment was apotheosis. That's the Lord of everything, said a mortal of the second universe, who imagined something totally different. They tiny, though, said a huge mortal of the 11 universe, that couldn't believe that that dwarf is the most powerful being. And there are two of him, said another mortal of the fourth universe, asking the hardest question to answer. However, those opinions didn't matter to anyone, the tournament had to start as soon as possible, so Daishinkan without any formality said the tournament will begin shortly. All non-participants should take their seats in. However, something unexpected flew towards the center of the ring, interrupting his speech. What's happening? Shouted almost all the gods and mortals, pointing to the unidentified object slowly rising above everyone. Everyone, but especially the 10 shins, who are the ones who were aware of the impositions in the tournament, couldn't believe what they were seeing. That participant has no wings and yet he is flying, yelled all the participants who were still unable to fly even now. However, that participant wasn't just anybody, he's Broly, shouted all the Hakatians, Kaiashins, Tenshins, participants of Universe 6, 7 and Tokpo upon seeing that the biggest anomaly in history is doing something extremely abnormal. However, everyone, regardless of whether they knew him or not, asked the same question: what the hell is he doing? And how? Questions that happened to matter absolutely nothing after hearing his statement. Surely all of you are wondering, why have I gathered you all here? Said Broly with his classic evil smile while materializing a throne in which he sat and looked from the heights to all the beings in that almost empty dimension as if they were mere insects. Chapter 270. Surely all of you are wondering, why have I gathered you all here? Said Broly with his classic evil smile while materializing a throne in which he sat and looked from the heights all the beings in that almost empty dimension as if they were mere insects. No one known exactly what this strange character was doing or why. However, an unbreakable and immutable rule in this reality was verified again. The Universe 7 is creating problems again. All the gods and angels said at the same time except those of Universe 7, who didn't even pay attention to them. All his senses were focused on the greatest enigma of all the universes, their trump card and time bomb. A time bomb that looked like it was about to explode. Was he the one who brought us all here together? What the hell is he talking about? Asked almost all the participants with a lot of confusion. They had supposedly been recruited by the Hakatian, Kaiashin, and Tenshin from their respective universes to fight in a martial arts tournament presided over Xeno-sama. They haven't told them everything. Had they misunderstood something? However, those who attended the meeting in which the tournament was created had no doubts that guy has lost his mind. During the meeting Broly showed them that he had an immeasurable ego, he seemed to think that he was the best in absolutely everything. However, they believed there was a limit. The limit of declaring himself king of all creation versus the true king of all creation. Limit that had been broken right now. Even the organizer of the tournament had serious doubts. The rules we imposed say that participants cannot fly. And Broly is a participant. Why can he fly? Asked Xeno to Daishinkan, waiting an answer that would explain what trick Broly was using to fly. I don't know, your majesty, answered Daishinkan, which erased from his face his usual smile full of condescension. His surprise and disbelief were even higher than those of the others. Unlike them, he knew that what Broly was doing was totally impossible. What? Shouted almost everyone. Daishinkans, probably the most intelligent, wise and capable of all, didn't know what was happening. This answer and facial expression completely changed the mentality of all the attendees, especially that gods and angels. This was no longer a joke or a delusion of Broly, something big was happening. I don't like this at all. Wise, is time to panic and say we were right? Asked Beerus, with obvious concern, horror and relief. I think so, answered Wise, which was in the same situation as Beerus. Both were theorizing for years that Broly was up to something extremely big and dangerous. However, they didn't know exactly what he was planning, nor did they have conclusive evidence whether he was really planning anything. Sometimes they even deeply doubted about their own judgment and believed that their malevolent perception of Broly was based on misunderstandings. However, right now, they could very surely state that they weren't crazy. Broly was revealing his evil plan to all the universes. Broly, His Majesty would like to know why you are able to fly here when it's forbidden, asked Daishinkan, trying to control this unexpected and unstable situation that he still didn't understand in the most cordial way possible. However, Broly had already feigned too much cordiality in front of him, and the moment of pretending was over because I can do whatever I want. I don't need approval from anyone. And that includes you, of course. A response that again provoked a general scream. Aitich. This Broly. He has gone crazy, shouted almost all the Hikations and Kaioshians. Zeno-sama has no mercy on them when they say something he doesn't like or answer in a way that he doesn't approve of. Did that mortal think he was different from them? I don't like when someone don't follow the rules, said Zeno, quite upset with everything Broly was doing and saying. Rules? That doesn't apply to me, dwarf. Now shut up, this is my party, not yours. Shouted Broly, completely despising Zeno while showing him a certain finger. Thus creating an even greater and louder general scream. Wawa. No way. He did it. He did it. He did it. Broly had insulted Zeno-sama. He no longer had salvation. There was no turning back. Broly had dug his own grave and shitted on it. You have made me angry, said Zeno, extremely angry, as he raised his hand. He raised his open hand to realize his ability to erase things from existence. It was as if time stopped, just like everyone's breathing, because once his hand was closed, Broly, a living being like them, would disappear forever without being able to oppose any kind of resistance. And Zeno's hand was beginning to close, begone. This was the end of Broly. However. Nanny. Nobody understood why. Have you finished, stupid Stewie? Broly was still there. Imposable. Nanny. What happened? Why don't you disappear? Zeno said, totally perplexed, as he tried over and over again to make Broly disappear. Begone. 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 Beguni. However, all that was useless. Broly was still there without even flinching. Ha 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 ha. No matter how many times you try. I have already told you. You have no power over my dwarf, said Broly, still sitting on his throne while filing his nails. Beguni. 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 No matter how many times Zeno closed and opened his hand, Broly was still there, laughing at him and challenging his authority. That's impossible. I am the king of all, said Zeno, about to have a nervous breakdown while spreading his arms. And since that didn't work, Zeno was forced to use more drastic methods. Oh no. That stance. That was the ability with which Zeno completely destroyed Trunks' timeline. Oh no. Zeno-sama is going to destroy everything. Shouted all the gods, angels and mortals who knew what was happening. Everyone is going to die in order to kill Broly. However, that didn't impress Broly, who was watching the show from his throne while eating peanuts and saying, I see. If he can't destroy me individually, he resorts to destroying absolutely everything. It's quite logical. Although not everyone, or rather, no one observed this event from his complacent point of view. Damn you, Universe 7. Shouted all the gods that didn't belong to the Universe 7. Damn you, Broly. Shouted all the inhabitants of Universe 7 who attended the tournament. Everyone cursed him for extremely obvious reasons. Everything was going to disappear because of him. Beerus's theory then was true. Broly had been the cause of the destruction of this universe in the future. This present. This was the end of everything. Begone. Begone. However. Nanny. Nobody understood why. We are still alive, but. How? Nothing disappeared again except. Have you never heard that two equal forces repel each other? Said Broly, pointing to Zeno's side. Broly was pointing at the Zeno from the future, who was performing the same posture than his other self, since he had performed exactly the same technique at the same time. What's going on? The Zeno-sama from the future has cancelled the erasure of the present Zeno-sama? Shouted Daishinkan, who was finding it impossible to stay calm, like everyone was shedding cold sweat from his pores, but unlike the others, this was the first time in his long life that something like that happened. That's right, the future Zeno stopped Zeno's apocalypse using exactly the same ability, an ability with the same frequency, used at the same time with the same power. Thanks to the Zeno of the future, everyone had been saved, something that shocked everyone either by the method used, the reason, the result and the implications. However, the most shocked of all was Zeno. Why? Why did you do that? Asked Zeno to his future self. Why would he sabotage himself? This was impossible. Both are the same. They should agree on everything, as they have always been until now. Because he had stopped him when he was about to finish off Broly. Because that's what I've been told to do. Right, Broly-sama? Answered future Zeno, waving to Broly energetically, as if he were a child waiting for his father's approval and congratulations. And obviously Broly, who had his paternal senses extremely developed the day his son was born, sweared to Zeno, "That's right, Zeno-chan, you're a very good lackey. Sit down and enjoy, and of course make sure your past self doesn't get into my party again." "Yes, sir." Future Zeno replied energetically, while, on his forehead, a luminous mark began to become visible to everyone. A greenish mark in the shape of a third eye suspiciously similar to Broly's, which shone more and more powerfully every second. "Agj!" shouted some of the gods, who fainted after their brain was figuratively liquidated. At this point it wasn't difficult to interpret what was happening. Broly at some point managed to brainwash the Zeno-sama of the future, turning him into a loyal slave who was grateful to the same person who enslaved him. Broly had turned Zeno-sama, the most powerful, invincible and invulnerable being of all creation, into his puppet, his pet, his little whore. Something had just happened that no one thought was possible. "What's happening? I don't understand. Why? Why?" babbled Zeno, retracing his steps and moving as far as possible from his other self, while his royal guards and Daishinkan looked at him without knowing what to do or say to him. From the moment of his birth, Zeno-sama never had anything to worry about. He had always had what he had wanted. The existence of the universes and their gods were nothing more than a whim, simple entertainment methods to cope with his infinite time. He had always been invulnerable, invincible, and omnipotent. Nothing could do anything to him, and everything that could upset him tried not to be, or else it was eliminated. Nothing was a problem for him, and if something could become a problem, his lackeys made sure that it wasn't. Everything revolved around him, everyone paid homage to him, nothing could oppose him, everything always went the way he wanted. However, everything changed today. A mere mortal born in one of the universes he played with opposed him, and he couldn't eliminate him. That was totally impossible. He could and should eliminate anything he wanted. This is the reality of him. Everything should be as he wanted. But Broly wasn't like the others, he couldn't do anything against him. He's out of his control. And that wasn't all. He had just seen how his other self, the other most invulnerable being in all creation, was being controlled in some way by the person to whom he couldn't do anything. Something incomprehensible was happening, both in this tournament and in his own body. At this moment his chest ached, partly due to the rapid heartbeat, which had never been so accelerated. He was sweating from all the pores of his body, and the chills that he felt were making him shiver all over his body, until he lost control of his motor skills. He has never felt like this. He didn't understand what was happening or what was happening to him. And in this case, Broly was willing to resolve his doubts. "Can you feel it, Zeno-chan? This is fear." Ha 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 ha. Fear. This was an almost unknown word to Zeno. Since the day he was born he had never had the need to be afraid. Nothing could harm him, nothing could affect him, nothing could provoke him, nothing could contradict him. He was like a rich child and pampered to the extreme by his parents, who believed himself invulnerable, to be the center and reason for the existence of the universe, because that was how he had been shown since he was born. Until one day, he discovered after stumbling and falling to the ground that he wasn't invincible, that he wasn't invincible, that he was no longer the center of the universe or the reason for all existence. He could die too. He was no different from other mortals. His death could be too close. And that terrified him. "No. Help. Help!" shouted Zeno, pleading to the guards and Daishinkan like a scared and vulnerable child unable to do anything against an extremely large, dangerous and intimidating world. "Protect His Majesty. Now!" shouted Daishinkan, standing between Zeno, future Zeno and Broly. Daishinkan was more serious than he had ever been, ready to fight at any moment and without taking his eyes off Broly for a second, just like Zeno's guards, who protected him as they had never done before, not only from Broly, but also from the other Zeno, whom they also served. This was the reaction that Broly expected, for which he said with great humor, "Well, I see that I already have your attention. We could start my show now. However, I guess you want to ask a question first. Right, Whis? Since when have you been planning all this?" said Whis, who stood among all the angels to ask the question that he had rehearsed so many times in his mind. "Even before my birth," answered Broly, answering the question that he always wanted to answer. Chapter 271. "Since when have you been planning all this?" said Whis, who stood among all the angels to ask the question that he had rehearsed so many times in his mind. "Even before my birth," answered Broly, answering the question that he always wanted to answer. "Before he was born," shouted almost everyone upon hearing that absurdity. Okay, they were talking about the guy who was immune to Xeno's erasure and who was dominating future Xeno, but planning all of this inside the placenta seemed extreme even to him. However, Kampa, Shin, Vados and especially Wise believed they understood the subtext behind that statement. So you lied when you said you weren't a time traveler? Once again the theory that Broly had traveled to the past and introduced his soul into little Broly's body was plausible. No, I have never lied about that. My first time travel was done recently. And it was to beat Zamasu, and other things. Hee, answered Broly, refuting their theory about the time traveler Broly that possesses the body of babies. That completely confused the deities of Universe 6 and 7. If this theory, the most coherent theory that could explain everything that happened until now, and Broly's statement is not correct. Which is the correct one? Was Broly lying to them? Did he lie when he said that he had planned this since before he was born? But why would he lie to them now? That's why they tried to ask, so how is it? You think you know everything about the universes and dimensions, and that you are on top of all creation. However, you are but one among the infinite realities that this omniverse encompasses, said Broly, interrupting their question to answer in a very ambiguous way to create more questions than answers in their already confused brains. Other realities? Omniverse? However, these two concepts created a great alarm in certain people. Who the hell are you, Broly, and what do you want? Said Daishinkan, who began to understand that the situation was even more dangerous than they thought. And of course Broly has no problem explaining the culmination of his plan. I see you want explanations. I don't know if I should explain it, but... Well, I will be polite and give you this reward. I'm sure he's been preparing this speech for years, thought all those who knew Broly's the personality. He's a narcissistic megalomaniac bastard who loves to hear himself talking about himself and see the surprised faces of everyone when he do or say something incredible. Of course he wanted to explain everything even if he hadn't been asked. So Broly started explaining his story from the beginning. One day, due to fate, I had the opportunity to be reborn in this reality, in this timeline. And not in just any body, I was able to choose the one that I liked the most and even make modifications to it to my liking. And of course, as in all manga or anime, people in the audience began to speak and theorize without hearing the whole story. I see. That explains why the Brolys on the alternate timelines are different. Said Shin, who saw the other Brolys without a third eye on the other timelines. So, he's someone from another reality who possessed a Broly, or whatever it's called, from our specific timeline. If so, it's true that he didn't travel in time. We didn't even think about that possibility, said Vados, which understood why Broly technically didn't lie to them years ago. All their questions were focused on knowing if Broly was a time traveler or not, so he always told them the truth on this matter. However, there were two things that didn't fit despite that, and Wise wanted to know why. That explains how you could evade some of our questions. However, what the omniscient Zuno told us didn't. I forced Zuno to work for me some minutes before you audience with him, therefore he told you what I told him to say. But let's not anticipate events. I am still explaining what happened on the planet Vegeta, said Broly, interrupting Wise's speech just like he interrupted him and replaying the projection of his life history with his third eye, maybe one of his favorite skills. Damn bastard, shouted Kampa with great indignation. That son of a bitch knew that they were going to ask him and he ripped them off a second time after using the Dragon Balls to deceive them. Even his brother agreed with him. Yes, he fooled us like idiots all this time. And I'm afraid he also did the same with the story of the time lock. Meanwhile, Broly continued to explain his story. After manipulating the entire planet from the shadows in my incubator, thanks to my psychic powers, I managed to build my spaceship to leave that garbage dump. But not before meeting the god of destruction Beerus, who would come to the planet Vegeta shortly, surely to destroy it due to King Vegeta incompetence. It wasn't 100 necessary to meet him, but if I had a chance to fight him a bit it would save me training time in the future. In addition, I knew perfectly how to influence him to help me in my purpose. Is he talking about the food? Asked Beerus to Wise, a little embarrassed for being so predictable. Yes, is the food, answered Wise, who shared the same feeling. Moreover, the film continued. After that I emigrated to planet Earth, where I live now, an incredible place where there are Dragon Balls and a very nice kami, which I exploited to the maximum for years to increase my power, skills and knowledge. Said Broly, freezing the image in a photo of Kami, Mr. Popo, and him when he was a kid. Broly was very happy as he grabbed the two of them by the shoulder to take that picture, however Kami and Mr. Popo seemed to be very uncomfortable. And of course, Piccolo, who carried the memories and essence of the late Kami, said, "Those were horrible days." A comment that Broly ignored to continue with the next part of his story. And once I was ready, I used the Dragon Balls from planet Namek to travel to Universe 6 to get the latest Super Dragon Balls. Yes, these Dragon Balls, the ones you can see on my right. Which I used to make a somewhat special wish that you will soon have the opportunity to know. And that's when my nightmare began, said Compa, remembering bitterly how he met Broly. I've been insisting for years. The Dragon Balls twist the natural order of everything, said Fua, another of the deities that suffered at the hands of Broly when he came to tour the Universe 6 in search of Dragon Balls. Although I didn't just look for the Super Dragon Balls, no. During my visit I also got other pieces of my great puzzle, such as my transformations, the Hakai energy thanks to Compa, and among many other things, the powerI of a Supreme Kaioshin Fua, which were undoubtedly very helpful in perfecting my multiplication and fusion techniques. Without forgetting of course that these earrings helped me a lot a few hours ago, when all the gods were watching me fight, Broly said, this time with a more malevolent smile than usual as he showed images of different Brolys traveling to the planets of different Supreme Kais. What? Shouted all the Supreme Kaioshins in the tournament upon seeing that the greatest monster that had existed in the universe was trespassing in his house to do something very bad. These images were certainly disturbing and even criminals. However, what does this have to do with the powerI of a Supreme Kai and the... Oh no! Shouted Gaosu, the Supreme Kai of the Universe 10 and the ex-sensei of Zamasu, who was able to relate both concepts due to a recent bad experience. Don't tell me that when we were in the meeting you stole our time rings and... Gun! Ding dong! We'll get to that point later, said Broly, interrupting Gaosu's correct deduction with a gong that had just materialized. So after a silence in which all the gods and angels avoided asking questions about what Gaosu was about to say, Broly continued, later I managed to assimilate you, further increasing my arsenal of mind-blowing powers. And due to a set of misunderstandings the deities of universes 6 and 7, except Beerus, who was sleeping, almost uncovered, albeit by mistake, that I was plotting what you see I was plotting. Basically Whis and Vados mistakenly believed that I was an evil time traveler and that in some way I prevent time travels to the future. It was you, right? How did you do it? Shouted Shin, interrupting for the umpteenth time. Something that was starting to irritate Broly. The questions for later. I'm trying to sum up almost 50 years, well, actually millions, of my life. Be patient or else I'll have to sew your mouth, literally said Broly, materializing a thread and a needle that was burning with a lighter to disinfect it. So upon seeing that no one asked him anything else or obvious reasons, Broly continued with his monologue. When they tried to capture me, I beat up Compa and continued to invent alibis, twist reality, choose the questions that would be answered and coerce and brainwash their informant. So I was declared innocent of some crimes that I hadn't committed, of others that I hadn't yet committed, and of others that I did commit, said Broly, this time projecting over and over again the combat that he and Compa had, in which an elementary school boy humiliatingly beat up a Hakaishin with thousands of years of experience. A rather humiliating feature film for Compa, which the other Hakaishins took advantage of and gladly made fun of him, pathetic. He didn't beat me up. I let him win so I could. Besides, he caught me by surprise, shouted Compa, who didn't know very well how to defend himself. He was humiliated by a toddler. And although Whis was still suspicious of me and I knew that he was still suspicious of me, both tried to feign ignorance. What he didn't know is that part of me had already fled from this reality and had entered other different realities in which I acquired great power-ups, allies, and my own reality. An infinite reality made with different laws than this reality. And I am the very embodiment of those laws, said Broly again, projecting on dozens of screens his adventures in the main reality, the other realities of the Shonen Jump, and in another that doesn't belong to the Shonen Jump. And thanks to that auditory and visual explanation, Daishinkan was finally able to understand Broly's great secret. I already understand it. No one in all of this reality can defeat Zeno-sama, since he's the sovereign of this reality, which makes him immutable to everything created in this reality and can erase everything that exists in this reality. But you, although you were technically born in this reality, you became completely independent of it after absorbing the laws from other realities and creating your own. That's why you were able to affect Zeno-sama of the future and you are immune to his erasing. Zeno-sama is the game master of the Dragon Ball reality, so he can do whatever he wants with his code and his code can't do anything against him. However, the character Broly, without anyone noticing, became independent from his original code and after devouring other games, modifying himself and creating his own game, becoming another game master. And later he introduced himself into Zeno's game as if he were a virus too. Bingo! You understand quickly, Daishinkan, said Broly, who even applauded this interruption. He had several videos prepared in case no one understood that point, but he was glad that wasn't necessary to use them. I can't believe this is all true. Many times reality surpasses the wildest of our fantasies. Many still didn't understand what was happening and many others who came to understand it still couldn't believe it, but that didn't matter to Broly. If the bosses had understood and accepted it, he shouldn't care too much about the opinion of the plebs. Therefore he continued with his monologue. The subsequent decades didn't have much relevance in my plan. I just kept training and working so that everything continued as planned. I sat down with the best woman in the world with whom I have had 2 children and I plan to continue having, and I made great friends. Which I help from time to time to solve their problems and making them better than they could be, even Vegeta. But above all I got in touch with Goku, my perfect unconscious pawn for my future plan. He hadn't messed with me for a long time. I was beginning to miss it, said Vegeta, with sense of humor and sarcasm. My dad an unconscious pawn? Said Gohan, very worried upon hearing those terms directed from his teacher to his dad. Pawn? What's that? Asked Goku, who doesn't know what chess is. And without caring about the opinions and questions of his friends, especially Goku's, Broly finally reached the climax of his monologue. In short, I continued living my life. Until a certain predestined event moved my plans again. And that was the awakening of Beerus. What? Beerus yelled, sensing like all the other gods that he was once again the epicenter of every problem. Chapter 272. After Beerus' cry of outrage, surprise and fear, Broly continued explaining the most recent part of his plan. While you were sleeping I implanted in your mind a certain prophecy about a supposed Super Saiyan god. That's a lie, but if they think it was me too, I became even more evil in their minds. And like an idiot you fell into my trap, with which I obtained the perfect revenge against you for what you did to me in my childhood and thereby unleashing all the events that have led us here, said Broly, this time projecting the brutal beating he gave to Beerus on Bulma's birthday. Although this time no one dared to make fun of Beerus, any of them could have been destroyed by that monster at that time. You have continued taking revenge on me since then. Especially these last days. Son of a bitch, said Beerus, extremely angry for being mentally in this way years ago. However, nothing surpassed anger caused by the humiliation had put him through the last hours. And trying to contain his laughter as he remembered how Beerus was forced to shit in the litter box, Broly continued explaining his evil plan. With this I re-established my contact with Whis, that as I planned encouraged he adopted Vegeta, Ginger, Yam and especially Goku as trainees to motivate and help Beerus in his training and have some substitute Hikation when the official one is sleeping, therefore they spend practically all their time on your planet training. Then I just needed Kampa to knock on Beerus's door with his Super Dragon Balls to propose a tournament between universes for the Super Dragon Balls. I knew that Beerus wouldn't like the idea but that Goku would do everything possible to make this tournament possible, and in the end Beerus would accept. However, Kampa couldn't take it anymore. How? What? He couldn't accept this bullshit, he couldn't accept that Broly had been controlling everything and everyone since the beginning. How could you know all that? It's impo. Please Kampa, at this point do you dare to use the word impossible in front of me? Tell me. How did you know that Super Dragon Balls existed in the first place? Said Broly laughing maliciously, as if you were a fucking bastard who was trying to make a 5-year-old boy understand that Santa Claus are his parents with logic and solid evidence. This. A son of a bitch who enjoys watching how that child sank into despair as he tried to deny an obvious reality that was impossible for him to deny. You discovered it thanks to my trip to your universe, right? NNO. An abnormal son of Satan who also enjoyed seeing that boy's suffering by explaining that his parents would divorce in a few weeks, that he's adopted and had terminal cancer. And how did you come up with the idea for the tournament? Do the recent martial arts tournaments that are organized on planet Sarada in your universe have something to do with it? Who do you think came up with the idea for those tournaments and why? Didn't it seem suspicious that whenever you turned on the television the first thing you saw were always these tournaments? And who do you think has been subliminally conditioning you to choose that option from the many that exist to challenge your brother? Partly a lie, but that way I seem even better than Aizen. Tell me Kampa, what shampoo are you using recently? The one who sponsors the tournaments and who happens to be one of my companies? No, it's impossible. This cannot be like this. My decisions are mine alone. He was experiencing a terrifying fear. The unspeakable fear of finding out that your free will, ideas, and decisions aren't yours in the first place. The fear of discovering that your life is being ruled by others without even being forced, not even knowing that you are a slave in the hands of others. The fear of knowing that you don't even have control over your own mind and decisions, that everything was already decided before you knew you had to make a choice. Yes, of course they are your own destines. In the same way that it was also the decision of the bored and childish Zeno to observe the tournament to kill time. Was also Zeno's own decision to go see you and scold you for not doing your job. Was also Goku's decision to propose this tournament to Zeno. Was also Zeno's decision to befriend Goku, a pure person like him and with practically the same mental age. It was also Zeno's decision to give Goku many privileges and means at his disposal. I just made sure you make these decisions freely, just as I wanted you to do, said Broly with such a wicked, sadistic and creepy smile that even the angels feel chills all over their body, including the staff. Everything, he had manipulated everything and everyone, including Zeno even before seeing him for the first time. Scary, he's very scary. shouted Zeno, who was clinging like a scared panda cub to the legs of his guards and caretakers. Broly. You are diabolical, said Piccolo, the ex-demon king and one of the most smart characters of this franchise. However, after hearing that, he believed that he had the intelligence level of a Goku in comparison. None of them in their long lives had met such a manipulative sociopath as Broly. And Wise, who was already smearing as the story continued, came forward and asked so in the tournament between the Universe 6 and 7. Did you make only Goku fight so that Zamasu would become obsessed with him later? No. Broly-sensei, tell me that isn't true, said Gohan with great agony. One thing is manipulate the gods, that was wrong, but it's something more or less understandable. However, manipulate and use your friends like pawns in a sordid and evil plan is another thing. Broly, his teacher, his daughter godfather along with Piccolo, his business partner and bowling teammate couldn't be able to cross that line. But unfortunately Broly disappointed his student. It was exactly what had happened, that's right. I knew that later on, the useless Shin would meet Zamasu, since as with Kampa I would manipulate him to do it, and that Shin would mention Goku and his exploits. Why Goku and not me? Because I conditioned him to do it, and in the event that he didn't do it I would just mentally control him. I always have bodies observing each one of you, although as I demonstrated in the test combat it's impossible to detect me. Son of a bitch, shouted all the gods and angels while looking at their back, where intermittently they could see many Brolys stalking them and that once again they became completely undetectable and untouchable. Some insults that were like heavenly music in Broly's ears, which continued to explain how everyone had danced on the palm of his hand until now. I also knew that someone, maybe me, would upload and GodTube the entire tournament with the Super Dragon Ball in the background. And that someone, maybe Zamasu, would watch that video after investigating Goku and would start asking questions about the Super Dragon Balls, the time rings, and start making evil plans not as good as mine. And that would lead us in one direction. The creation of a new time ring of which I would be seemingly innocent. Why would you want to create another timeline where? A timeline where I also existed? What would you say if all of my selves on all timelines were exactly the same person and the same mind, but on different timelines? Wise, said Broly, interrupting this question as if he were Joseph Joestar to propose the correct answer. That's impossible. Why? Because none of you, not even Daishinkan and Zeno, can. It's very possible for me, although isn't very important. It wasn't a necessary step for my plan but helped me a bit. I have many other means to conquer the other timelines at the same time, said Broly, this time interrupting his answer to advance the goal of this complicated plan. A goal that, although predictable at this point, was nonetheless less surprising and terrifying, therefore everyone shouted what? Conquer. The important thing was to create the ideal situation in which Goku used the button that Zeno gave him to summon him and thus completely destroy the entire timeline. Something quite easy, especially because this situation was extremely similar to one that I implanted in his head with a very long illusion decades ago on the planet Namek. Does anyone still believe that I am taking advantage of fortunate coincidences? Everything is marked with my name here, said Broly while showing the similarities between the Tsukiyomi that he used with Goku on planet Namek and the events that occurred in Trunks' timeline. No way, almost all sides stunned when comparing one movie and another. They were practically the same and he could anticipate this many years after. Not even Goku, the main victim in this plot, couldn't be angry, just amazed. Wow. He was able to predict even this. Incredible. And that created the perfect opportunity to be left alone with a completely helpless and unsupervised Zeno in my hands. Whom I made my vassal. Vassal that later Goku, as I planned, brought him here as a good Trojan horse so that one day, just at the right moment when Goku was going to ask about the tournament, my Zeno would propose to the other Zeno to destroy many universes. And between that idea and the other, this tournament would arise. Tournament in which I am announcing to everyone right now my great plan to take over everything, said Broly, finally ending the long movie of his long plan in which there are no extra scenes like in Marvel. PLAF. 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 A movie ending that only future Zeno applauded. The others were too stunned, confused, disgusted, outraged or scared to respond positively. Any questions? Raise your hand and I'll answer, said Broly, who asked the public as it's done in all the movies in the preview, and the first question was to Vados, your turn. What about your time look that makes time travels to the future impossible? How did you do it? Asked Vados, who wanted to finally know the answer to the greatest mystery they had found for years. It was already clear that the culprit is Broly, however, no one knew how he had made it possible. Interesting question. Let's say that it's a combination of several of my abilities and that I am using a special machine in the office of a very lazy god that allows me to alter in a certain way this reality beyond the time and space. Such an incredible and paradoxical machine that not only brought me to this timeline without modifying it, has also allowed me to modify the time laws of this reality even before I use the machine, Broly said, showing images of Avalon's office, an office that he had taken over for many years thanks to his picaresque, and that Avalon is useless. Moreover, as always used to be the case with time travel and temporal paradoxes, that explanation created many questions and doubts among the public. This means that who manipulated the laws of time travels either in the past, present and future was the Broly of the future. Right? Asked Vegeta to Gohan, the most intelligent person here, to check if he had understood everything correctly. It seems like this. He surely did it so that no one would know what the current Broly was planning to do, answered Gohan, explaining what was more than obvious this time. Is something like that possible? I mean, he manipulated our reality even before using that machine, asked Shin, that until now believed that temporary paradoxes like these were impossible in this reality. Normally I would say no. But I don't know what to believe anymore, answered Wise, who like everyone else could only believe that something like that was possible even without knowing its operation. The evidence was overwhelming. However, these weren't questions directed towards Broly, only gossip between friends and acquaintances. Someone had raised his hand to ask, therefore Broly gave him the floor. Your turn, Daishinkan. What do you mean when you say that you have come to take over everything? Asked Daishinkan without moving from the side of Zeno and his guards but putting great pressure on Broly, the greatest enemy they have ever faced. However, Broly didn't feel affected from his chair, so he calmly answered while stroking his evil stuffed Beerus cat, exactly how it sounds. In a few minutes I will be your new boss and all this reality will join mine. Like every other reality. It's quite simple to understand. Do you really think we're going to let you do it? Said Daishinkan, who raised the platform where he, future Zeno and their guards were standing to speak at a height above Broly. Please. Do you think I'm a 3/4 villain in a cliché story? Do you really think I'd tell you my plan if there was a 1,000th chance that you could do something to prevent it? This is simply a formalism. A formalism with which I will let all of you witness the emergence of your new supreme god, said Broly, raising again his chair to a height much higher than Daishinkan as he finished this chapter with the biggest cliffhanger Meroman has done so far. Chapter 273. Please. Do you think I'm a 3/4 villain in a cliché story? Do you really think I'd tell you my plan if there was a 1,000th chance that you could do something to prevent it? This is simply a formalism. A formalism with which I will let all of you witness the emergence of your new supreme god. That's right. Broly had pulled out his huge, powerful, and muscular virile member on the table, splitting it in half metaphorically, showing who's the fucking boss before all the universes. He's the one. The one that can defeat HIATUS without any problem, the one who had brainwashed the supreme being of their reality, the one who had controlled the actions of all the gods and mortals from the shadows for years, fulfilling all his predictions and plans until now. Powerful, intelligent, persevering, unpredictable, unscrupulous, implacable, these were some of the traits of the person who has stated that they could do nothing to prevent his ascension. So after checking firsthand the means that he has at his disposal and that until now he had managed to carry out all his plans perfectly, the vast majority had no reason to think that this time wouldn't be different. Are he serious? Can't we do anything against him? Asked Jiren to Belmod, since he was worried that the reward that the HIATUS of Universe 11 had promised him if he won the tournament wouldn't be given if they don't defeat that monster before. A monster that was even intimidating the apathetic and arrogant Jiren. He has brainwashed the invincible Zeno-sama. And Broly can order him to erase us at any time. If not even Zeno-sama can fight him, I doubt that we will be able to do something to him. Not even your Jiren, answered Belmod, recognizing that the chances of beating Broly, especially for them, was practically nil, but without the practically. This wasn't just Belmod's opinion, all the people who had witnessed the life of Broly with all his exploits thought the same. What was the point of fighting him when even Zeno-sama could do anything but cry and hide behind his nannies? It was like Broly said, there was nothing they could do against him. Broly's strategy worked as he predicted, by declaring that he had already won. He won the battle before starting it by completely demoralizing the adversary. However, he failed to do it with Daishinkan, who saw through Broly's strategies. The reason why you were able to defeat Zeno-sama was because Zeno-sama has no fighting power. He's simply invincible and omnipotent before anything of this reality. You are immune to Zeno's abilities but not to the fighting power of the people of this reality. I'm wrong. You are quite insightful. I'm glad that you noticed. If everyone had been scared in their chairs, my takeover would have been very boring. Wahahaha. Broly answered, showing excitement and satisfaction upon seeing that finally someone had been able to spoil a small part of his plan after so long. Other villains would have annoyed or even freaked out in this situation, but it wasn't the case with Broly after all. His favorite setting was the one where his prey showed resistance. I see, said Wise and his other brothers and sisters upon hearing his father deduction and Broly answer. Only because his absolute method worked against Zeno-sama didn't mean that also worked with them, they could still win even if Broly denied it. And not only the Tenshins understood that, all the universes had regained some confidence upon hearing that Broly wasn't invincible. He was only extremely strong and had one of the supreme beings on his side, but there was still a chance to win. HIATUS, eliminate this multiversal threat. Daishinkan said, ordering his slaves to carry out a suicide attack. As any military strategist without empathy or scruples would do when facing a totally unknown enemy, he sent the most expendable soldiers that would have a chance to reveal some of the enemy's cards up his sleeve and thus get some information for his next move. Many of them could die, maybe all of them, but it's a sacrifice that Daishinkan was willing to make. And as used to be the case, many idiotic soldiers charged without question, knowing or not knowing that they were launching themselves against death itself, partly because otherwise Daishinkan or Zeno would kill them. Great, I was already tired of his voice, shouted Quitella, leading the attack with his co-workers Helles, Mule, Sidra, Rumshi. No. Idiots. Don't fight against that thing. Shouted Beerus and Kampa, the only HIATUS summoned to the tournament who for obvious reasons hadn't attacked with their co-works. Well, not the only ones. Belmod prudently stood long range pretending to be preparing an energy attack. However, it was too late to stop them, specifically the rat god Quitella, who charged against Broly still sitting in his premium chair with a very strange but characteristic motivation: if I show off, Zeno-sama and Daishinkan may decide to save my universe even if the tournament is not held. While Beerus and his irritating universes will disappear for sure. Ha 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 ha. Quitella was finally behind Broly, who was still looking defiantly at Daishinkan, without being daunted despite the fact that he was about to receive a Hakai attack on the back of his neck. Di. Zawarudo. Palm. 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 However, contrary to his expectations, he couldn't see Broly's neck being destined, since before he could perform the guild's characteristic ability he felt as if he had been hit thousands of times in all parts of the body at the same time. Plump. Crash. Seconds later, after crashing into the bleachers where he hadn't been able to sit until now, he looked towards Broly's chair, which was much further away than ever for him. And behind Broly, a quirky golden long-haired character dressed in a long white tunic with a white cape and white chaps with a gold trim, adorned with gold knee pads, gold boots and a belt with the chest covered with a white tank top and Egyptian-style necklace bearing another. D looked at him from above with contempt. "Who the hell are you?" asked Quitella to the strange and unknown person who seemed to be the culprit of the pain he felt while wiping the blood from his rat whiskers. "Kono Dio da," said Heaven Ascension Dio, who came out to greet the first because Broly wanted to premiere this tournament with a classic meme. Okay, this spontaneous is called Dio, is strong, fast, weird, and obviously he's on the side of Broly, and although no one knew his origin or how he had reached this dimension, it was clear that he's an enemy. "Don't stop. Let's attack at the same time," shouted Sidra, indicating to their co-workers that it was they should not ask unnecessary questions, they simply had to destroy another enemy, after all they had the numerical advantage. Or that's what they believed. Gourmet Slamp. Fresh. Meteor. Shinra Tensei. Almighty. Since at the moment in which they launched against Broly and Dio once again they were attacked from all directions by unknown enemies, who even attacked Belmod still in the stands pretending be about to attack Broly. Plash. Pum. Boom. Kaboom. Slash. In this way, like Quitella, more wounded Hikations looked from the stands the faces of their attackers, and just like happened with Dio, completely unknown individuals with immense power comparable to that of a Hikation gathered around Broly. Who the hell are these people? Kampa screamed as he saw how these unknown enemies had beaten fellow Hikation more fit than him. Now they didn't just have to fight Broly in a suicidal way. They had to fight in a suicidal way against Broly and also other monsters that could stand up to them. Besides, where did Broly get these people from? How is it possible that no one knows absolutely anything about those monsters? And although no one there knew the origin of these warriors, Goku did recognize someone among them, Acacia. And the others must be other friends of Broly, they seem very strong. These skills. They look like Broly's, Beerus said, who could see those strangers perform strange abilities that he had only seen Broly use. Therefore he couldn't help but wonder, did these guys get these abilities thanks to Broly or was the other way around? And as always Whis and Vados couldn't overlook a certain detail, and this was specifically on the forehead of all the royal guards of Broly. That mark on the forehead is the same as Xeno's. Not much explanation was needed about it. Broly wasn't a final boss who acted alone, like the other final bosses he had an army that would fight for him. I present my team. Team, I present to you the new future team members, Broly said, pointing to the participants from all the universes, Hikations, Kaioshin and Tenshins while FIU. 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 More and more characters appeared near Broly: Obito, Orochimaru, Kabuto, Kamaga, Najimi, Pucci, Kars, Valentine, Midora, Jiru, Ichiryu, Bu, Zamasu, Frieza, Frost, Hit, and many other. In a few seconds the sky was covered with known and unknown to some people. All of them loyal followers of Broly with the mark of the third eye on their forehead. That obviously made the Daishinkan side nervous upon realizing that their numerical superiority had lost value against Broly's army. Which despite being less numerous had better quality. And not only that, some of the members of Broly's army managed to demoralize part of the deities with just their presence. Ahich. Bu. Other Bu. Vibura. Zamasu. Moro. What are they doing here? Shouted Shin, feeling like he was living a nightmare within another nightmare after another. Frieza, this motherfucker is still alive. This Broly doesn't waste resources. Well, that's better for me, said Vegeta, who saw at this moment an opportunity to kill Frieza personally and thus take revenge. There are other familiar faces among them, said Krillin, also saw among them people who attended Broly's wedding, and that made him think how pathetic that was. Broly had to force his lackeys to pretend they were his friends. They all seem to have gotten stronger. Shouted Goku, very excited. Upon sensing the power of Frieza, he seemed to be as strong as him. And even stranger things, especially for the poor Kampa, upon realizing that his best fighter wasn't in his side anymore. Damn Broly. Since when Hit works for you? You are a son of a bitch. There are too many and all of them seems very strong, said all the Hikations and even some Tenshins upon sensing the strange power of Broly's Amri. His army made up of people kidnapped from their realities finally appeared in the Dragon Ball multiverse. Everyone was stunned and confused by what was happening once again. No one expected Broly to have so many powerful and enigmatic people under his command. And of course Broly made a small introduction and explanation about his boys and girls. This is my infinite legion. Although many of them were already extremely strong in their realities, even if we compare them with his one, I improved them with training, magic, biotechnology and motivational sessions from different realities, among them this on, the infinite energy generator of Maki Jero, and my Bulma fitted perfectly with everyone. Does anyone else have a question? Why are you doing all this? Asked Wise, who like all universes wanted to know the real motivation behind this meticulous and ambitious plan. Did he lie to them a year ago when he said he didn't want to dominate all the universes like Zamsu wanted? Most likely yes. Why am I doing it? Whis, I think I already explained it very clearly a year ago. I just hate that there are things above me. Be it social laws, physical laws, metaphysical laws, humans, gods, or whatever. Did you think that you, your brothers, your father and the dwarf were exempt? Unlike you, I have ambitions, answered Broly, who believed to explain something as simple as that 2 + 2 add up to 4, but nevertheless he had in front of him supposedly intelligent people who were unable to understand something so simple. Instead, the only thing they could think about his speech was, "He's crazy." He had been pretending his whole life to achieve this for that reason. They couldn't think of another word to define him. Broly-sensei. And what about Bulma, what about Bra and me, everyone? Have we also been just pawns in your game to get everything? Everything up to now has been a lie. Ached Gohan with an indescribable pain in his heart. Practically since he had memory, Broly had always been with him. He had possibly been the person who had most influenced him either on his way as a martial artist, as a scientist, as an entrepreneur, as a food critic and even as a person. Even more than his own parents. And not only he had changed his life, but all of them, something perfectly verifiable with Trunks' testimony. However, as everything seemed to be, was everything Gohan had ever lived with him a sham? Had all of them just been a procedure to achieve this goal? Except for hiding my true identity and this plan, everything has been true. I married Bulma because I love her madly and I had a daughter and son with her who I also love madly. I adopted you as a disciple because I really care about you and I wanted the best for you. And everything that I have helped you, all the barbecues that I have organized with everyone. Everything was and will continue to be that way, it's because I really care about all you. Even Vegeta answered Broly while wiping Gohan's tears with telekinesis, who couldn't help crying as he asked his teacher and listened to his answer. However, if all that was true, Gohan still didn't understand certain things, then why? Do you think I'm not doing this in part for you? Shouted Broly, interrupting Gohan's moralistic question to then speak to all the universes. For all of you. What? For us? He's crazier than I thought. Shouted several gods and mortals upon hear that nonsense. This guy said he wanted to conquer their universities for some kind of complex and now he said that he does it for their good? They had never met someone so demagogue, and that taking into account that unfortunately there are politicians in all universes. However, all those politicians were amateurs compared to Broly. Think about it. Can you really live comfortably living in a multiverse ruled by him? Said Broly, pointing to the scared Zeno. Do you really want to be ruled by a subnormal and almighty Stewie who at any moment on a whim can decide to destroy 8 universes at once? He has already destroyed universes before, he wants to destroy them now and nothing prevents him from doing so even if you win this tournament. You really want to live knowing that at any moment he can eliminate you and your families without leaving a trace. This speech undoubtedly overwhelmed the minds and hearts of all mortals and native gods of the universes. Broly have a great point. What were they doing here in the first place? Fight each other to decide who wouldn't be erased from existence. Why should they defend those who wanted to kill them if someone with great probability of overthrowing them appeared? That would be stupid. And seeing that the iron was hot, Broly struck again with his diabolical tongue. Wouldn't you be better off under the care of someone like me? Someone who doesn't destroy universes and all he does is create wealth wherever he goes? That's right. Until now everyone believed that the only possible way was to obey Zeno and Daishinka, so they didn't even think about this possibility. However, if Broly could replace them, wouldn't it be better for all of them? Perhaps they were in front of the only opportunity to improve their lives. After all, Broly couldn't be worse than Zeno. However. And let me guess. Will you kill anyone who tries to prevent your much-deserved promotion? Said Daishinkan, asking that question with double intentions. On the one hand, he wanted to show all those who were seriously thinking about siding with Broly that this supposed savior was actually a tyrant like them, and on the other hand, he wanted to remind all those who decide to ally with Broly about the consequences of committing treason. No, of course not. I won't kill anyone or retaliate against those who have decided to defend the position of their little tyrant. After all, if they don't fight by your side, you and the dwarf will kill them while I try to get everything, or in the impossible case I fail. I understand their concern. After all, most of them are hostages. Unlike you, I value people's lives. You can fight against me and my army, don't worry, no one of you will die, said Broly, showing to be much more magnanimous than the current leaders of this reality. This Broly. On the one hand, he manipulates us into taking his side and moments later he encourages us to fight against him. He likes wicked games, Belmod said, increasingly impressed with who he wanted to be his new boss. He could have encouraged them more to definitely side and fight for him, or he could have said absolutely nothing for both sides to fight each other to survive. However, he wanted both options at the same time. He wanted both sides to fight each other in his favor, and he had practically succeeded, at least on the part of the native habitats. Without a doubt he had a twisted and greedy mind. And how do you plan to own everything if it can be known? Doing the same thing that you have done to future Xeno-sama to Xeno-sama? Will you do the same with everyone? Daishinkan said, deftly trying to discourage other universes from aligning with Broly even if they finally end up fighting against Broly army as he was encouraging. And Broly answered without caring about the attempts of his rival in part, but not with all of you. However, let's stop talking for the moment, you will find out later. For now, let's enjoy the tournament between my reality and your reality. Chapter 274. Kaya. Boom. Fresh. Pramp. Eat this. Crash. Pum. Kataboom. Kamehameha. Slash. Son of a bitch. Crack. Prump. After the exchange of words between Broly and Daishinkan, the battle between the two realities began, although in both sides almost everyone wanted Broly's to win. Kaya. Boom. Garlic cannon. Pramp. Die motherfucker. Crash. Pum. Kataboom. All fiction. Slash. No please, I'm only a Pacific Kaioshin. Crack. Prump. In the ring prepared for the tournament, the representatives of all the invited universes fought against Broly's henchmen. And although the natives of the 8 universes had the numerical advantage over Broly Legion, their increased power and extra power system wreaked havoc on their enemies. In a few seconds the weakest fighters were taken from the fighting track to the stands, which had been sealed so that no one could advance and fight again. However, there wasn't a single member of Broly's army in the stands, all of them were fighting and defeating the fighters of the other universes until only the strongest remained. This is the best day of my life. There are so many strong guys with different abilities. Shouted Goku while fighting a weird smiling guy that always healed no matter how many times they hurt him. He seemed immortal like Zamasu. Ha ha ha. I am fighting against Goku. Said Kamagawa, which was also fulfilling one of the biggest dreams of his life. Shut up you idiots. I'm busy. Kaya. Boom. Hakai. Pramp. Die motherfucker. Crash. Pum. Kataboom. All fiction. Slash. No please, I'm only a Pacific Kaioshin. Crack. Prump. Meanwhile in the air the 8 Hikations fought against Midora, Madara, Hao, Acacia. Ihiko, Aizen, Kagaya and Dio, ones of the most powerful fighters in Broly's army. Those who won the lottery to fight against the strongest opponents in this tournament, although they were also among the few who entered the draw. And as happened below, the Hikations weren't having an easy time against the final bosses of their respective realities, which were improved over the years in the form reality of Broly for this moment. Fuck. Where the hell did Broly get these freaks from? Their attacks are extremely strange. Shouted Kampa, who was suffering more than the others due to his lamentable physical state. So you are one of the gods of this reality. This is disappointing, said the god of Earth How as he launched a concentrated supernova in his face, who chose this adversary because he looks like a cat, although a fat and ugly one, not like his Mantamune. Shut up. We have problems too. Stay calm Beerus. I just have to keep fighting and stay alive until all this shit over. And please Broly, you must win. If after this Xeno-sama doesn't destroy my Universe 7, he will never destroy it. So please, win and at least let me live, said and thought the cat god Beerus as he fought against the rabbit goddess Kagaya as he once again pinned all his hopes on his greatest enemy to date. Meanwhile at a higher level Broly was entertained with the fight between the two realities in which everyone wanted Broly to be the winner, something that excited Broly a lot, just as he had planned. And while you feel like a Roman emperor enjoying the fights between gladiators. Clasp. 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 Claps. Clasp. Clasp. 8 people appeared in front of him, blocking the view of the Roman circus he had created. They were the angels of the universes invited to the tournament: Sour, Campari, Cognac, Mojito, Kusu, Margarita, Vados and finally Whis, who detached himself from the group to approach Broly while all his brothers watched what was about to happen. Do you want another sparring, Whis? I think this is not the time for that, do you think? Broly said sarcastically as Whis advanced towards him with the most serious expression he had ever seen him perform. It was evident that he wasn't coming for more food as usual. You are right. This time won't be a sparring match, Broly Whis responded, declaring his practically murderous intentions towards the best cook that surely ever find, something that hurt him deeply. And Broly, without feeling any kind of surprise, continued using his sarcasm seriously. I thought that you Tenshins couldn't and shouldn't fight, that you were just Hikations servants, teachers, spies and advisors. Normally yes, but this situation is different, Whis replied while pointing his staff at Broly. That's right, the Tenshins were forbidden to fight except to train others and to some extent affect the order of the universe with their powers and knowledge. The problems related to the creation. Management of the universes should be in the hands of the Kaioshin's, and eliminating threats that could affect the balance of the universe was the responsibility of the Hikations. He couldn't interfere in the matter of mortals or perform the role of the 2 deities of the universe he supervised. However, this situation was radically different. The threat that had to be eliminated threatened all of reality and no Hikation was a match for him. I see. In some way you knew that this day would come, right? I listened to the conversations you had with Beerus, even the telepathic ones, said Broly, showing among other reasons why he had also planned or at least predicted this situation. And Whis, without being surprised or angry when confirming that they were spied on all the time, since he expected it to be so, replied. I'd be lying to you if I said this never crossed my mind. But it seemed highly unlikely. Well. Test me. Sensei, said Broly while transforming from the beginning into true Legendary Super Saiyan full power beyond. In this way, the fight between Broly and Wise finally began. Boom! It began with a large shock wave created by the confrontation between the two attacks with which the experienced combatants were able to measure the strength of their adversary. Good strength, especially considering how thin your arm is, said Broly, smiling like a lunatic warmonger. His Saiyan blood hadn't burned like now for years. But Whis didn't say any cool or witty phrases, he was too focused on the arm with which he punched Broly, an arm that was still numb even now. Such power, those huge muscles aren't just for decoration. However, there was no time to talk or think. AH. Broly, partially influenced by his Saiyan berserker genetics, charged at Whis, who even now continued to use a defensive combat style. Wise, after the first attack, understood that it was impudent to block Broly's attacks and that it was dangerous to parry them. Therefore, he opted for his specialty, dodged a powerful punch at the perfect moment. Clash. FIU. Wise not only avoided being hit by that powerful attack that even warped the space of that strange dimension. He positioned himself behind Broly, whom he attacked on the back of the neck with his hand to knock him out as he always did with Beerus. FIU. However, that attack failed to hit Broly's neck. Wise's hand went through his body as Broly had teleported the part that was going to be hit to the formless realm. Nevertheless, Wise didn't have time to feel frustrated at missing his favorite attack, since Broly's tail changed his shape and enlarged to hit him in a blind spot. FLAU. Crash. Fortunately, Mr. Wish was able to block the attack in time by protecting himself with his staff, which was about to break after absorbing the impact of that attack Hat sent was flying. Flew. AH. And without giving Whis time to stabilize, Broly charged once more against his effeminate sensei to hit him with another mighty punch. Clash. FIU. Another punch dodged by Whis thanks for his innate Megat no Goki despite the situation he was in. FLAU. However, this situation was already predicted by Broly, who teleported the fist he failed connect at the point where Wise was dodging. Clash. FIU. And once again Whis dodged this attack at the last moment. He had seen Broly fight on many occasions and knew how much he liked to perform this ability, so he was prepared in case something like this happened, to counterattack with a powerful kick when Broly believed he had won. Slash. However, Whis's attack passed through Broly's body without hitting anything except air because once again Broly had teleported part of his body to another dimension so as not to be hit. Slash. Automatically Broly with his other rocky arm attacked Wise, who was in a very complicated position after his second consecutive dodge. Broly's fist was getting closer to Whis's face, who seemed unable to react in time to that brutal attack that could undoubtedly cause him almost fatal damage. Clank. Flew. However, something extraordinary happened. Whis's staff, as if it had a life of its own, flew from Whis's hands at full speed in the direction of Broly's fist with a large amount of ki on its end to impale Broly's arm. Broly was about to hit precisely with that part, so he couldn't teleport it to another dimension if he wanted to hit him. He would either continue with that attack taking considerable damage or teleport his arm, causing Whis to avoid that attack. Shaw. Clack. UMH. However, Broly always had more options. Broly deformed his arm to create a hole at the precise point where Whis' staff was about to pierce, causing the staff to pass through him without teleporting his arm or taking damage, and also grabbing Whis' staff to that he couldn't use it. FIU. SLAH. Strips. Nevertheless, Wise was able to dodge that attack as well, although not completely, as his flawless hair was partially destroyed by that attack. In addition, he had no choice but to get as far away as he could instead of counterattacking. You dodge beautifully. However, that way you won't be able to hurt me, said Broly as he walked slowly in the air towards Whis. I've been fighting this way for so long it's hard to get used to. But I promise I'll try not to hold back, replied Whis, who also slowly in the air towards Broly while teleporting the staff caught in Broly's arm to his hand. In a few seconds both were face to face again, not literally. Broly is much taller, reading the intentions of his opponent to anticipate his movements even before they were made. Until. Clash. FIU. Boom. Slash. FIU. Crash. Kaboom. Brom. Both started attacking each other at frenzied speed. Attacking each with their arms, legs, heads, teeth, rods, tails, in seemingly the simplest way possible, without performing flamboyant abilities, without energy attacks, without very elaborate strategies. Hit. Grab. Dodge. Parry. Block. This was all that could be seen. Simply martial arts that, although they seemed simple, were closer to being a true work of art. It was so incredible that even the gods and mortals fighting below couldn't help but stare in awe at the incomprehensible battle that was raging between Whis and Broly despite having their own problems. And of course those who weren't fighting and who could better understand that battle spoke to each other. This Broly. He not only has the ability to ignore Zeno-sama's powers, said Mahito, who still couldn't believe that someone was capable of fighting one of them on equal terms. Obtaining an ability to disable Zeno-sama was an impossible thing, but they didn't believe that it was also possible to obtain the martial ability of the most powerful beings in this reality. If we only talk about raw power, he is even stronger than us, said Sour, terrified by the physical ability of the giant and intimidating Saiyan. He had grown up knowing that having bigger muscles didn't mean having more strength and being a better fighter. However, watching Broly fight, he was beginning to change his mind. We thought Whis was exaggerating, but he was right. Although Broly doesn't master Magat no Goki, he uses various abilities to achieve a similar result, said Campari, analyzing in more depth the reason why Broly, without being using any of the doctrines of this reality, was able to fight face to face against a Tenshin, someone who is born with one of them active all the time. Seeing the future, reading minds, some kind of omniscience, maybe all at once. With this he's able to fight even against Whis at a similar level, said Kusu, that although she looked like a loli was actually the oldest of the brothers and sisters. Thanks to that experience she was able to guess some of the abilities with which Broly was predicting the offensive and defensive actions of his brother before they occurred, thus achieving an effect similar to that obtained with the Migate no Goki. Although we still don't know if he's showing all his power now. Don't underestimate him at any moment, said Vado, the other Tenshin aside from Wish, who knew Broly better. She felt compelled to remind her siblings that they were facing a monster beyond logic that surely had them and his martial power in mind in his plan to conquer this reality. Don't worry, sister. Whis still hasn't used all his ability yet, said Cognac, that he was confident that his brother could sort out his unfinished business with the monster that emerged from the universe he oversaw. He had never seen one of his race lose to someone of a different race, and neither believed nor wanted that to change today. And even if he can beat Whis, if we fight together we can defeat him without problems, said Margarita, who couldn't believe that Broly could beat 7 or 8 angels working together considering what they were seeing right now. Although they were concerned about Broly's impressive power and intelligence and the danger his brother faced, the Tenshin's brothers believed they had this situation under control, just as their father said. However, that started to change when Chapter 275 Clack. For the first time since the fight between Broly and Whis began, someone was finally injured. It was only a superficial wound produced by not having completely dodged a punch. A small wound that barely bled on Whis' cheek. Wahaha! Shouted Broly like a maniac upon see his first successful hit. The first success of many. Clack. 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 Broly's power grew and grew as the combat lengthened. Every second that passed Broly became faster and stronger and Whis had a harder time evading his attacks. And although for now he was still able to avoid being collided directly by his deadly attacks, from time to time he was unable to completely dodge them. Little by little, his hair, clothes and even skin began to receive small cuts produced by the tiny frictions and atmospheric pressure that produced by Broly's brutal attacks. Clack. 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 Slash. 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 Clack. And it didn't take long until Whis, despite not having received any direct attack. Plock. 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 He was covered in his own blood from head to toe. His condition was pitiful, while Broly still hadn't been injured in the slightest. Broly kept attacking, increasing his speed, power and size of his mane every second, while Wish used his full potential beyond 100, barely dodged the most deadly attacks, adding wound after wound to his already battered body. He wasn't even finding opportunities to counter him anymore. He could only try to survive a little longer. Shit. We have to help him. It was only a matter of time before Whis was beaten and Broly became so powerful that even they together couldn't defeat him. They had to act as soon as possible. Stop here, Sour! Shouted Kusu, stopping his brother, grabbing him by the shoulder. A decision that Sour didn't understand, so he shouted, "What are you doing, Nei-san?" Whis is still fighting. Shouted Kusu while grabbing her brother's head to make him look at what she wanted. Those are the eyes of someone who knows he has lost. Do you think those are the eyes of someone who only struggles to survive, knowing that they will die in a few seconds? Wish still haven't lost, have faith in your brother. With these words, Sour and his other brothers and sisters who were about to follow him to help Wise stopped in their tracks and, following Kusu's instructions, waited to see what Wise had up his sleeve. Slash. Clack. 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 One after another, Whis dodged Broly's attacks by adding more superficial wounds to his body, which grew wider, deeper and in number with every second. Slash. Clack. Slash. Clack. Slash. Clack. Until, after seeing a small opening, Wish attacked Broly punch at the exact moment that he was going to attack him. With that, clash. Poff. Broly finally directly hit a part of Whis, his left arm, which was ripped from his body with a single blow. Whis! Shouted Sour upon seeing that his brother was in serious trouble, escaping from his sister's grasp. However, seeing that the light in the eyes of Whis hadn't subsided, he stopped in his tracks. Was the fight not over yet? You have disappointed me, Whis, said Broly, feeling some pity for Whis in his condition. He expected more from this fight, he hadn't even managed to hurt him. However, Broly understood, expectations were always difficult to meet. However, that moment of disappointment started Whis' masterpiece now. Rewind. Thanks to Broly giving Whis a break, he accumulated almost all of his energy in his staff and at the same time used his innate ability to revolve things for up to 2 minutes. With that, the memory and position of Broly rebounded at the exact moment in which he tore off his arm a few seconds ago. However, he didn't restart himself, he was right in the same position he was now. The perfect position to touch Broly's materialized fist with his staff, which contained all of his energy. As if time had stopped, Whis changed his position and with his staff touched Broly's fist, the one that should have shattered his arm just right now. Masho no Tenshi. With that, Whis performed one of the most powerful, difficult to use techniques that an angel was able to perform. An ability that uses almost the divine tension energy to create a chain reaction to transform each atoms or what's touched into divine energy, thus killing any enemy by transmuting it into his own energy. Glang 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 glang. A non-destructive energy that dispersed in the environment, energizing Whis and the other tensions. See. Whis had it all planned, said Kusu, relieved to see that everything had ended well for Whis. Whis, are you okay? Said Vados, who quickly came to where Whis was to heal his wounds and regain his energy with his angelic abilities. Yes, big sister. Thank you, answered Whis, glad to see his arm in his right place, but also sad. After all, he had ended the life of someone quite important to him, someone who, despite everything he had done and intended to do, with good or bad intentions, had been generous to him and Beerus, broadening their culinary horizons as they had never dreamed of before. He would miss him so much. Congratulations, Whis. You finally managed to hit me. I had promised myself not to use this until you did it, said Broly, who also joined that fraternal celebration as if he were part of the family. Whis and Vados yelled in surprise and even panic as they leapt as far away from the origin of that familiar voice as possible. That's right, Broly was alive and without any kind of injury. Any other living being would have perished in this attack, but not Broly. It wasn't the first time that someone used a similar attack against him. That's why he had all kinds of countermeasures prepared if that happened. No way. Shouted all the tensions upon see that Broly was still alive and well without any kind of sequel. However, what impressed them the most was his appearance. His height and titanic muscles had been shrunken, as if he were in his normal true Saiyan form, his almost infinite mane that he needed to teleport in the formless realm to not be a nuisance when fighting also shrunken, going back to the standard size of true Saiyan. However, both his mane and his fur were different. They weren't black and brown like in his true Saiyan transformation. Nor yellow as in his true Legendary Super Saiyan transformation, no green as in his true Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power transformation, neither bluish-green as in his true Legendary Super Saiyan God Full Power Beyond transformation. Now he was pure white. You were also hiding this from me, Broly? Said Whis, who despite having recovered from all his injuries and energies felt more defeated than ever. Broly had been playing with him from the beginning, he never fought seriously against him. That appearance and type of energy that Broly was displaying to everyone was too familiar not to recognize it. Broly was also a Megat no Goki user. I wanted to give you another surprise. Although it was quite obvious that I had learned it. I'm a fucking genius, so I learned something extremely fast just by looking at it. I have touched you on multiple occasions with my tail, with which I have been able to copy your properties and study them perfectly. And of course I have had multiple opportunities to extract your DNA to study it. It's easy to obtain it with the hair that I once plucked from you while we were training or from the saliva left in the cutlery you used at my parties. You have always been eating in the palm of my hand, literally and figuratively, even if you thought you were watching me, Broly said, feeling extremely evil as he explained that even those moments were part of his plan to obtain this interesting award. And was trying to recover from the surprise and trying not to let Broly's sociopathy affect him, took all his courage and said, congratulations, you have mastered the Migate no Goki, a technique that all angels master and always use. Nevertheless. Boom. However, he didn't have time to finish his speech. The last thing his brothers could see was Whis knocked out against the ring floor. They didn't even see how he was attacked. Whis. How is it possible? He has sent Whis flying with a single attack. His brothers and sisters screamed upon see that one of them had been completely defeated and teleported to the stands, where even there he was still unconscious and wounded. But at least he was alive and out of danger now, being healed by Rin, who preferred not to fight in this tournament. Why are you surprised? Not sure how your own ability works? Said Broly, taunting the 7 remaining angels while warming up. And obviously, having no other alternative, they accepted that invitation. Brothers, sisters. Let's attack at once. Shouted Kusu, leading the coordinated attack against Broly. Slash. FIU. Clash. FIU. Slash. FIU. Clash. FIU. Slash. FIU. Clash. FIU. Slash. FIU. However, between the Megat no Goki and his other abilities to see the future, read minds, know everything he wanted, sense the danger, change the shape of his body, teleport parts of his body in the formless realm, his absurd speed and many other of his obscure skills, their coordinated attack was being totally useless. I can't believe this. Shouted Margarita, because no matter what she was doing, she was unable to touch Broly. It was like fighting a mirages. Don't waste your energy talking. Keep attacking. Said Cognac in a somewhat paradoxical way as he increased the rate at which he attacked Broly. However, didn't matter how many times they attacked him, or how they coordinated to hit him, they were unable to touch even one of their white hairs. And despite all this, Broly was extremely relaxed while dodging that perfect storm of attacks that were unable to touch him, so much so that he even had time and concentration to talk. This ability not only allows me to fight automatically using the best movements I can perform and always taking the best possible strategies that my brain is capable of thinking about. Also, catch. Broly at incomprehensible speed, while still dodging all the other attacks, grabbed the heads of Cognac and Campari. Crash. Crack. Smashed them into each other as if they were nuts, almost destroying them. F-A-U-U. Boom. And threw them against the ring floor just like Whiz, from where they also were teleported to the stands receiving immediate medical attention. A surprising, brutal and humiliating attack that stopped the coordinated action of the 5 remaining brothers in their tracks for a second, and once again charged with more fury. Fucking monster! Shouted Mojito and Sour with a hatred they have never experienced before. His only goal in life now was to destroy Broly's head in the same way that he had destroyed his brothers. Also makes your body bring out all its hidden power in a perfectly balanced way. Exactly what this body needs the most, Broly said as he paused momentarily to let Mojito and Sour's vindictive kick and punch could hit him without any impediment. Boom. However, right now Broly's power was infinitely stronger compared to them. Crack. Therefore, when they hit Broly's head, knowing that whenever two objects interact, they exert equal and opposite forces on each other, the limbs of both angels broke into pieces. Boom. They didn't even have time to feel pain or realize that Broly was saving them by dodging their attacks before being slammed into the ring with the same energy they produced by colliding with Broly. No way, babbled Vados, Margarita and Kusu, who stopped fighting while looking at their defeated brothers in the stands. They could believe it, they had all lost by receiving a single attack, and worse, by attacking themselves. Understanding that, they felt great despair as they wondered over and over again, barely able to move, is Broly invincible? Although my power is technically infinite, I have never been able to reach that number through my Saiyan transformations. In my true Legendary Super Saiyan God full power beyond, I simply kept increasing my power and main size infinitely but without reaching the infinite. But with the Migate no Goki, it's another story. My power, energy, speed, endurance, everything is 100 infinite. Even if I don't have super muscles now, said Broly while looking at the 3 remaining sisters and wing. He winked at them with his 3 eyes. Crash. It was a simple wink enhanced by his physical ability, nothing more, and only that was necessary to create a shock wave so powerful that he knocked it out and sent it flying 3 angels at the same time towards the void. Ahich. This fantastic ability perfects my infinite abilities and capacities and allow me to use them perfectly. We may use the same technique to fight perfectly. However, your perfection and mine are infinitely distant. It's not that you're weak. I am simply too strong, Broly said to the 8 angels and to all the other secondary actors participating in this tournament while teleporting them all forcibly to the stands. The evidence were clear, they were on completely different levels, even if they all fought against him at the same time the result would be the same. Broly would win. I can't believe it. He has defeated all the angels in no time, said Beerus, taking care of Whizes for first time in his life. He couldn't believe that the difference in power between them was so exaggerated. I knew he's monstrously strong, but this. I never had a chance, said Vegeta, who finally gave up on pursuing Broly as the target of his revenge. Quite the opposite of Goku, who only felt more motivated. This is unbelievable. I want to fight Broly as soon as possible. And now that the stadium had been emptied and the 8 universes who attended the tournament were in the stands watching the show, Broly turned his head to start the final act. And now. Only your remains, Daishinkan. Once I defeat you, the strongest fighter in this reality, I will have nothing left to do here. Nothing except to unify all this reality and make it part of me. There was no need to ask any more questions or deliberations. Broly's objective was quite clear and he had the means to achieve it. His power, skill, and intelligence were a threat even to the same Daishinkan. Take Zeno-sama to a safe place until this is over. Until now they had stayed there for several reasons. In part out of pride, since fleeing from the enemy in this situation would be practically equal to a defeat. Because until a few seconds ago was still unclear if Broly had overestimated himself after obtaining the ability to be immune to Zeno-sama and didn't take into account that he would need more than that to supplant the current hegemonic power of this reality. In view of the situation, the safest place for Zeno was next to Daishinkan, since Broly is able to be in more than one place at the same time, so he could be waiting to ambush them when fleeing. They couldn't lose sight of the other Zeno-sama controlled by Broly, who for now only watched the combats. However, the situation had now changed. Daishinkan didn't think he would be able to protect Zeno-sama while fighting Broly. That's without thinking twice why Zeno's guards grabbed Zeno-sama and... "No, you can't," shouted future Zeno, raising his hand to vanish their nannies before his other self left the tournament both organized. "Ouch!" shouted Zeno, who fell headlong onto the platform after his babysitters carrying him disappeared. "Damn!" shouted Daishinkan, losing control of his temper momentarily upon that happened what he had feared most, that future Zeno could eliminate people following Broly's orders. However, this wasn't Broly's plan. Since it wasn't necessary, they could never have escaped from here. I'll have to resurrect them later. It wasn't necessary to do that, Zeno-chan. After all, no one can leave or interfere in this place. How many universes that haven't attended the tournament have made it here so far despite all the times you've called them Daishinkan? None. This place had been sealed by Broly since the first moment in which all the participating universes arrived, and now it would be even more reality invasion. "What have you done?" asked Daishinkan, who felt something extremely strange and unpleasant around him. "You feel it, right?" "Everything has started to change," answered Broly as he walked slowly in the air towards Daishinkan, with the feeling that everything was under his control right now. Chapter 276. Reality Invasion. "What have you done?" asked Daishinkan, who felt something extremely strange and unpleasant around him. "It's like everything is the same as before, but at the same time everything has changed." "You feel it, right?" "Everything has started to change," answered Broly as he walked slowly in the air towards Daishinkan, with the feeling that everything was under his control right now. And Daishinkan, as he watched as Broly slowly approached him, examined with all his divine senses the suspicious and uncomfortable changes he and everything was undergoing. "I feel as if everything I know has been mixed with something totally alien. Everything became weird. What you are experiencing is an offshoot of my supreme KIEN ability. With this ability I am able to superimpose my reality with any other reality in which I come into contact. It doesn't prevent you from using the skills that you are capable of using in your reality either due to of your ability or authority, at least not entirely. However, it allows me to use almost perfectly everything that I can do in my reality. And in my reality I am the absolute sovereign," Broly said as he continued advancing towards Daishinkan with tranquility, the tranquility before the greatest of storms. As Broly advanced towards his last great fight in this reality, he activated his KIEN abilities to his greatest level. Spatial Invasion. An area around Broly that can be activated with the true Science transformation with the ability to interfere with the laws of space by bringing these laws from Broly's reality and increasing the gravity of things weaker or equal than Broly and function with the difference of power. Time Invasion, an area around Broly that can be activated with the Super Saiyan's transformation with the ability to interfere with the laws of time by bringing these laws from Broly's reality and slowing the time of things weaker or equal than Broly and function with the difference of power. Causal Invasion. An area around Broly that can be activated with the God Science transformation with the ability to interfere with the laws of causality by bringing these laws from Broly's reality and decreasing the effect of every cause of things weaker or equal than Broly and function with the difference of power. And finally, Reality Invasion. An area around Broly that can be activated with the Megat no Goki transformation with the ability to interfere with the laws of reality by bringing these laws from Broly's reality and imposing the laws of Broly's reality of things weaker or equal than Broly and function with the difference of power. The laws of space, of time, of causality, the same reality, have been modified. No, he has imposed some new laws, thought Daishinkan, one of the primordial beings of this reality who used its laws directly, as he watched as Broly approached him. Among all those who were in that dimension right now, only him and Zeno-sama, totally traumatized and crying behind his chair, were able to feel that change, and only he was able to begin to understand its consequences. And he understood that Broly was even more dangerous than he had ever imagined. That abominable monster that he had almost before whom he seemed to have been born with the sole purpose of taking over this reality, hadn't left any loose ends. And that monster, after walking triumphantly from top to bottom, finally came within inches of Daishinkan, whom was still looking down on. "Do you want to say something to your future boss before your job interview starts? There's a point in prolonging this situation," Daishinkan said as he floated vertically up to talk to Broly face to face, preventing the invader with superiority complex from looking down on him, literally and figuratively. Daishinkan, unlike his sons, has infinite physical stats just like Broly, therefore they were both on equal terms, at least only considering that. If anyone had the audacity to catch up with Broly Megat no Goki in fighting capacity, he was only one. And Broly, as he rubbed his long imaginary beard, after thinking about it for a moment, replied, "Maybe not, but what about? Go. Boom. Boom. Crash. Crash. Burujad Fayod Fayafod Fnalden Fod Foed Foed Fact de Byte Kai 8 Barikoffendian Fanma Jane Fosjan Fishenfew." The combat began with, "What the hell was that?" asked everyone. Nobody understood anything. Neither of them moved, and yet there was an explosion that practically destroyed the same space and time. This was the result of seeing beings with infinite and incommensurable speed move at their maximum speed. The cause and effect perceived by the observers with ordinary abilities becomes chaotic. It was as if both fighters were fighting in stop time, in the past and in the future at the same time. Sometimes they perceived the effects of the battle that came from the past but that happened in the future, sometimes they perceived the causes but not their inexistent effects, sometimes they perceived millions of effects at the same time without any cause, sometimes they were unable to perceive anything and everything at the same time. This battle is beyond. Brujad Fayod Fayafod Fnalden Fod Foad Foad Fact Debite Kai 8 Barikofendian Fanma Jane Fosdian Fishenfew. Boom. Brujad Fayod Fayafod Fnalden Fod Foad Foad Fact Debite Kai 8 Barikofendian Fanma Jane Fosdian Fishenfew. This is the result that occurs when two beings of infinite and power clash each other. Every punch, every kick, every headbutt, every tail hit, every bite destroyed, created and transformed the fabric of space-time and the same reality in ways no mortal mind could even imagine. The only reason the viewers hadn't died yet due to the collateral damage from their confrontation, the only reason why all the dimensions of this reality hadn't been swallowed up by a giant black hole created by the clash of their unstoppable and immovable powers, was because Broly and Daishinkan were mitigating the damage they caused and could cause around them at the same time that they fought, transcending the same logic. This battle is beyond our understanding. They hit each other before attacked, they moved before accelerated, they healed before were wounded. A battle incomprehensible to the minds of mortals and beholding deities. It was as if they were ants trying to understand a space war, no matter how much they saw, no matter how much they heard, no matter how much they suffered the collateral effects of that war. Even if someone explained to them every strategy, technology and meaning behind every action, they were unable to understand anything at all, something totally alien to them, like imagining a 69-dimensional reality for three-dimensional beings like them. Brujad Fayod Fayafod Fnalden Fod Foad Foad Fact Debite Kai 8 Barikofendian Fanma Jane Fosdian Fishenfew. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. They, although incomprehensibly, could only perceive certain physical causes and effects produced by Broly and Daishinkan, but weren't able to perceive the almost infinite metaphysical skills the two almighty gods were using. In an immeasurable fraction of time, Broly and Daishinkan, before they could physically hit each other, performed abilities that canceled the actions of another, abilities that canceled those abilities. Abilities that transcended the defense of the other, abilities that disabled all attacks, abilities that changed the perception of the other, abilities that changed in the mood of the other, abilities that automatically countered other abilities. All this happening without pause in such a minor interval that it even seemed not to exist, where Daishinkan and Broly planned their movements in advance based on the predictions they made of the opponent, as if it were a complex chess game instead of a combat. There was simply no way of understanding or words to express everything that was happening. This battle is beyond our understanding. Our father never showed us what he was capable of, just like Broly, they've only played with us until now. As living beings they are in another dimension compared to us, said Kusu to all her brothers and sisters as she tried by all means to understand, even if it's just an infinitesimal fraction of what was happening around her. And while mortals, gods, angels, Broly's team and even the two Zeniths tried to understand the combat that had started a few seconds ago. In the same place, but as if it were a separate dimension, Broly and Daishinkan kept fighting. An extremely even combat that, although it started a few seconds ago for the others, for Broly and Daishinkan, whose speed surpassed every obstacle, it was like it lasted an eternity. This is the first time that I can fight with all my power against someone, something that I never thought possible even with any of my children, said Daishinkan, praising Broly, his only rival until now, while he kept fighting. And Broly, who's a gentleman above all else, answered like a gallant, I have the same opinion. I have never been able to fight at this level against anyone except you. Although, unlike you, I do hope that my children can reach this level at least. When you have more children, like me, you will realize that this scenario is extremely complicated, even with your direct help. Said Daishinkan, boasting of having more children than Broly, something in which he undoubtedly beat him and with which he would surely anger the narcissist of his enemy. Something that angered Broly a little, but not too much. After all, he had time, energy and motivation more than enough to surpass Daishinkan in this matter. That's why he said yes, whatever. Don't try to compare your past failures with my future successes. Both kept fighting, on a physical, metaphysical and mental level for a short and at the same time infinite interval of time, so long that even Broly and Daishinkan had time to talk about life and even become friends while hitting each other indefinitely. Broth trying to beat an opponent with an extremely similar level while playing by the same rules until both determined that they already knew all the strengths and weaknesses of the other after that long fight. I had a great time, but if we continue like this we will never end. Since we started we've barely been able to hurt each other, said Daishinkan, who despite having fun like never before with this match with his new friend, it began to get too repetitive and long. What do you want me to say? It's difficult that beings of our level can be defeated by such a primitive kind of combat, but that's what makes it exciting. At the end of the day in this reality it's the usual way to fight, and in which you specialize. I would like to beat you this way, said Broly, openly stating that his intention was to beat Daishinkan on his own ground, so that there would be doubts about who's the best at absolutely everything. Intentions that Daishinkan understood pretty well. He was proud to know that Broly recognized his power, especially since he was unable to defeat him. Although he couldn't defeat Broly in the same way, certainly this would be the most appropriate way, but I have another specialty apart from hand-to-hand fighting. Oh, is cooking? Asked Broly partly sarcastically. Although he really would like it to be so, he would like to have an assistant at his level. However, obviously Daishinkan wasn't talking about cooking, but about another discipline parallel to his favorite martial arts. Magic. Fractal sealing, Daishinkan said while making a strange hand gesture. And suddenly after doing that, Broly's body began to light up, with strange marks that looked like runes. Even Broly showed surprise at being the target of this strange ability. What the hell? However, no one had time to enjoy Broly's surprising expedition, because suddenly, clank FIU. Broly disappeared as if he had been swallowed by a drain, but in this case, the drain was himself. And after 5 seconds of great tension and perplexity, Broly still didn't return. Had he been defeated? How? What's that? WH. But before his children bombarded him with questions, Daishinkan answered, this is the most powerful sealing ability in existence. Fractal sealing. An ability that marks an enemy's body and seals it on itself, making it to disappear from existence. Or at least technically. Broly now has become a fractal of his own concept, being sealed over his very essence in an infinity of layers of himself, without any concept of time or space, only himself and his great ego. And in the unlikely event that he manages to break a seal and escape from one of those fractal layers, he will need to do the same with a fractal infinite numbers of seals, making it impossible for him to escape from himself. A fitting fate for someone so narcissistic. I haven't understood anything. Can someone explain it to me? Said Goku, this time representing everyone who doesn't know what the hell a fractal is. However, apart from that there were also productive questions and comments, such as Whis' one moment father. Broly has countless other bodies, sealing just one of them isn't enough. We have to. Don't panic Whis, the fractal sealing is considered the most powerful sealing ability not only for its power, but also for its range. The runes that I inscribed on Broly as we struggled to create the seal weren't only etched on his body, also in his soul and concept itself. If all Broly bodies share only one of these characteristics, they must have been affected as well. All the Brolys of this timeline, and of all the other timelines, since as he said in his case they are a single entity, have been defeated by an unknown ability for him. After all, is the first time I use it with someone, said Daishinkan, satisfied after having done his job perfectly. He had managed to eliminate the greatest threat to his reality since reality itself had existed in a single movement. Now he just had to worry about Broly's soldiers, that although some could pose a threat to the HIATUS and even his children, they didn't pose a threat to him, eliminate future Xeno brainwashing and investigate about the other realities that Broly had mentioned. This had been the first attack from an alien reality, however, nothing guaranteed that it would be the last time. After all, for now they know nothing about other realities. Not even where to start investigating, much less how to create countermeasures to prevent others. However, one thing was clear, they would have to totally change their priorities. And while Daishinkan began to make plans about how to organize and strengthen this reality to prevent, detect and counteract other cases like Broly, Xeno-sama, who until now was hiding behind his throne, finally poked his huge melon head and asked with fear as he looked from side to side looking for the bogeyman with 3 eyes. Has Broly gone? Will he no longer come back? That's right Xeno-sama, you don't have to be afraid. Broly is gone forever, Daishinkan said to reassure Xeno-sama and all other deities and mortals. However, those of Universe 7 weren't calm at all. Not for having lost one of its inhabitants, friends, family, chef, inventor, advisor, investor, teacher, pornography dealer, YouTuber, comedian, student, enemy. Not for having to explain to Bulma what had happened or for the possible retaliation against them for having raising the worst criminal in the history of all this reality. But because they didn't believe this was the end. This has been too easy. I refuse to believe that Broly lost in this way, all the members of Universe 7 thought, regardless of whether they were deities or mortals, sympathizing or detractor of Broly. They had lived with Broly long enough to know that his twisted mind would have devised a plan in the event that he fell victim to such an ability. Besides, the face of future Xeno and the other members of Broly's army didn't show any concern. And the mark on their forehead with the shape of a third eye was still there. For all these reasons they couldn't help but think while looking from side to side something isn't right. And they were right. "What's up, Doc?" said Broly, who appeared behind Zeno-sama stroking his melon head with his feet. Chapter 277. "What's up, Doc?" said Broly, who appeared behind Zeno-sama stroking his melon head with his feet. Yes. That's right. Broly not only had returned against all odds. He was on top of Zeno-sama's head, massaging his melon head with his toes in a very disturbing way. Something that took everyone's breath away, but especially Zeno's. He couldn't assimilate what was happening, it was too surreal, random, gross and scary. Therefore, when he was able to accept the situation after a few seconds in which he was paralyzed, the first thing Zeno did was Kaya. Scream and cry like a faggot as he ran in circles on the platform with two chairs while Broly was still on top of his head. "Shut up, crybaby," Broly said as he came down from Zeno's head. However, his disturbing and random entry didn't end here. He grabbed the two Zenos by the head, one with each hand, disintegrated their thrones and created in the middle of the platform a much larger, majestic and imposing one and plof. He sat on the sofa, a Zeno on each knee, whose heads he stroked like cats. And although future Zeno didn't complain because he was being controlled and in part he liked it, the present Zeno simply couldn't move or even complain due to the deep fear he felt. "Did some cat eat your tongue? I'm sure you have a lot to ask instead of looking at me like I'm an extremely attractive ghost," Broly said to everyone, but especially to Daishinkan, who looked at him with perplexity. "How the hell did you broke my seal?" Daishinkan said, feeling complete incomprehension and fear for the first time. His best ability and probably the only one he believed could defeat Broly had failed and that monster was holding the two Zenos as hostage. Everything that could be going wrong was going wrong. Interesting question indeed. "You have played your cards very well, Dai. Can I call you Dai? Come on, we are already friends. Anyway. That ability took me by surprise. You did an excellent job hiding this strategy in your mind and replacing my visions of the future with others so that I couldn't read or see what you were doing. This would have worked for anyone, but not for me. After all, this ability only seals all Broly that share the same essence, but my true essence is my own reality. You have only sealed some avatars that I use to physically manifest myself here, so with some outside help of my own was easy to get all of my Brolys out of this annoying seal. Although sooner or later I would have succeeded and break it on my own, it would only have taken a few minutes, but of course I didn't want to wait that long. I said it from the beginning, there is not a single future in which I don't own this reality," answered Broly, flaunting his superiority before Daishinkan as he continued to caress the Zenos, showing that for him the kings of this reality were nothing more than his evil pets. A terrifying image, mostly because it was true, but Daishinkan still wanted to know if there was any chance that this was some kind of performance. Then, why did it take me so long to appear if it was so simple? Because I wanted to appear just when you thought you had one. It's the best time to sink your morale. An implacable enemy that returns one time after another, no matter how, after being defeated using all your power. It's terrifying. It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Said Broly, answering Daishinkan's question before he could ask it. Yes, that's what I wanted to know, said Daishinkan, buying time to plan another strategy to beat Broly, a strategy with little chance of success, but he had no choice but to try one after another until the end. However, Broly had no intention of extending this unexciting fight any longer, so without getting up from his chair and without stopping to caress the melon heads, he said, "I wanted to have a man-to-man match with you, without resorting to seals and other more indirect and unexciting tactics to win. But I see that we don't share the same intentions. It's been fun fighting like a Saiyan, just using my powers to counter yours. It's a shame to have to finish so soon, but I can't stay here all day. I have a reality to own." And after saying that, suddenly across the whole null realm, even in the heads of those with the ability or not to perceive sounds, could hear. "I'm the bone of my Broly. Godly my body and legendary is my blood. I have created over 1,000 Brolys. Unknown to loss. Nor known challenge. I have withstood training to create many cheat skills, yet my hunger for battle will never be satiated. So I pray, unlimited Broly works. In honor to the user Space Wizard, who post this in the chapter 56. And after these words that froze and made the blood of all those who heard them burn. FIU. 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 Countless Brolys appeared everywhere in the null realm until it became impossible for anyone to see a single trace of the infinite void of that dimension. Right now, if someone came to this dimension and investigated it from cover to cover, they would undoubtedly call it Broly dimension in honor of the most predominant element in it. An infinite amount of Broly looked from all directions towards all the participants, and especially Daishinkan, an image taken from hell itself that shrunk the already drowned hearts of all those who were in that dimension. There are millions of Brolys using the MIG-8 no Goki, babbled Margarita, unable to believe what she was seeing. A single Broly had managed to blur all his reality. What would happen if? Which of them is the real one? Asked Belmod to Beerus to know if this technique was a hoax, had weak points, or if it really was as terrifying as they believed. Unfortunately for them, Beerus was unable to deliver any good news. All are real, and each one of them is as strong as the one you have seen fight so far. This can't be real, babbled Rumshi as he fell to his knees. This was too much, it was too crazy to be true. Our father can win. Right, Whis? Asked Kusu desperately to his brother, but Whis didn't answer. He was completely in shock, as he looked at all the Brolys. Whis. 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 Until finally he was able to move his lips to express his thoughts. This is a nightmare. These are my other bodies created thanks to my Broly body multiplication technique, a technique that I have popularized with all the scions of my universes. An ability that uses the potential of the scions S cells to create clones capable of being as powerful as the user's base form, thus creating approximately 500 clones, which can be fused together to add all their power to a single body. The only downside? Not being able to transform into Super Saiyan by permanently using all that potential to create the bodies. However, my S cells have infinite potential, so I can create an infinite number of bodies and still use all transformations on any of them, since the potential of my S cells will never be exhausted no matter how many bodies I create. To overcome rivals that may seem minimally difficult to me, I can merge some of them to achieve a higher starting point in my marathon towards infinite power thanks to my transformations, but that's not necessary now that everyone is using the MIG-8 no Goki. They all have perfect power. Do you get it? Broly said from his throne, smiling confidently as he showed to a whole reality that he surpasses everything both in quality and quantity. Everything was useless before his perfect infinite army of his perfect himself. That was something Daishinkan understood well. Even so, he couldn't throw in the towel yet, he had to fight to the end. This certainly has become very troublesome. He didn't know if he could defeat Broly, but was still not 100% sure if Broly would be able to defeat him. After all, there were still many skills that he hadn't shown yet. And suddenly among the army of Broys one of them entered the ring where Daishinkan was preparing to face the entire army. However, instead of fighting a crowd, would he once again fight a single Broly? Would he fight one Broly after another until he died of exhaustion or until he gave up? Would more Brolys join the fight when one of them was about to lose? Would the other Brolys assist this Broly to win quickly? Those were some of the thoughts that went around Daishinkan's head while they saw that Broly advanced towards him. Not enough, for you, said the Broly sitting on his throne at the same time as the Broly who was advancing towards his enemy, disappeared. Has he teleported? No, he has disappeared. This is the skill he showed us on the previous occasion, Daishinkan thought as he looked from side to side waiting for the Broly that disappeared to materialize parts of his body to attack him. He hadn't forgotten this ability that came from his tail, an ability that allowed him to be undetectable and invulnerable except for the parts he used to attack, an annoying and dangerous ability, but one that he believed to be able to counteract. And while Daishinkan kept searching for the invisible threat, Broly said while putting his fingers in position to be snapped, you know, I wasn't entirely sincere during the conference. Actually. Clash. Boom. Wah. Shouted Daishinkan, who received an attack of unknown origin throughout his body, causing him to bleed for the first time in his life. What the hell? That Broly hadn't materialized at any time to attack him, and he didn't even know who, how or with what he had been attacked. It was as if literally everything had collided against him. And the next thing he could verify is that he had been injured, and that he couldn't heal said wound. Actually I can attack while I melt with everything. When I become everything, said Broly as he poured milk into his coffee cup, mixing the milk with the coffee and with telekinesis he brought the contents of the cup to his mouth. Delicious. However, Daishinkan had no time to enjoy those little pleasures of life. Because he was being hit all over the place without being able to defend himself at all. It was as if time and space had become a weapon that Broly was using against him. However, this wasn't the worst for Daishinkan. He became extremely weaker the more injured he was, and all this was due to the reality invasion of Broly. What happens when two equally powerful super predators at least statistically meet and fight to the death? Without doubt an extremely complicated fight in which it's almost impossible to predict its outcome. In theory both have an equal chance of killing each other. However, what happens if one of these predators is specialized to hunt in icy climates and the other in hot climates? One in the sea and the other in the desert. One at night and one during the day. The answer becomes a little easier. The one who is able to drag his opponent into the environment in which he has a natural advantage. And that's exactly the role of reality invasion. Against Daishinkan in the Dragon Ball reality, Broly was fighting in the field of his enemy, putting him at a disadvantage or at least not at an advantage, while his enemy enjoyed all the advantages that the reality that created that supreme being as the incarnation of some of the laws itself has. And right now as the power of both grew distant, Daishinkan lost more and more connection with the laws of his reality, being plunged into the laws of Broly's reality, losing connection with the source of his power. My heavenly Strauss Requiem not only allows me to merge with all that I can encompass, but everything becomes part of me. All matter, all energy, all time, all space, all void. Everything. Shouted Broly while enjoying the show from his throne, explaining his ability to everyone with this practical example. Daishinkan was wounded and confused, but not defeated. Broly had merged with time and space and was using them as a weapon against him, something brutal and that he believed impossible until now. However, there were still ways to counter that brutal ability, he just had to distort time and space to keep suffering, since the same space-time distortion that Daishinkan had created to defend himself had turned against him. Broly was able to merge with everything, even with his own attacks. Everything becomes a weapon that I can use in the most imaginative ways possible. I like this irony. All this started when I lost my stands and now I take over everything with one, Broly said as he looked at Daishinkan feeling desperate, not knowing what the hell to do. Only one of these Brolys using this ability had left him in this state. What if he used all of them at the same time? However, he could no longer know, Daishinkan had been completely defeated. Broly's ability cannot only merge with time and space to attack Daishinkan, he could also merge with Daishinkan himself to attack and manipulate Daishinkan with Daishinkan itself. And prevent him from being able to do anything, not even heal. There was nothing he could do except kneel in front of Broly against his own will, which was even being manipulated by Broly's stand. My three realms and my Strauss have a limit on what they can cover. That limitation is the power I currently have. And that power, as you should already know, is infinite right now, so each of my bodies can fully encompass all the existing dimensions in this reality, Broly said from his throne as he sent the formless realm to the scared Zeno of his right hand, making him disappear. Contrary to what Broly expected at first, no one shouted when they saw their leader disappear, as if everyone had already accepted that end some time ago, so he continued with his monologue. I have bodies in every divine dimension, in the universe and in every timeline. Some have been there for decades and others were recently implanted. And they all have one purpose, Broly said as the Brolys around him project for everyone what was happening in every dimension. All the Brolys scattered throughout reality used their definitive stand, merging with everything and creating links between all the Brolys through the three realms and their stand until everyone and everything was connected. Our Strauss and our three kingdoms is the same. Now everything has become part of me and my will, and at the same time my reality has been superimposed on everything, the link between the two has been created in a perfect way. The time has come for the final touch. The Super Dragon Balls, thanks for gathering them for me and bringing them here, and my own legendary Dragon Balls. Said Broly while with telekinesis approached the Super Dragon Balls towards him and made his own Super Dragon Balls appear. What the hell are those green Dragon Balls? They are thousands of times bigger than the Super Dragon Ball. Shouted Kampa, Beerus and everyone who had used the Dragon Balls in their life. They understood the implication of that color and that size. Those are Broly's Dragon Balls and they are the most powerful that exist. Broly didn't lie when he said he had seen bigger ones, said Ginger, remembering the phrase that Broly said when they saw the Super Dragon Balls for the first time. It's something unnecessary, since I could do it myself, but I find poetic that this story called Dragon Ball could end precisely with the collaboration of the supreme Dragon Balls of my reality and this reality. Broly said wryly as one of his bodies summoned the two giant dragons. Wooa! Wooa! Two giant dragons appeared in the dimension plagued by Brolys, which scattered to make room for them, and obviously this caused a commotion in the public. If the appearance of the Super Dragon Balls caused a commotion, how could dragons not? Especially the super muscular dragon of Broly with many faces, mouths, spikes and other extremely cool details. That's your dragon? Shouted Kampa, Beerus and everyone who had used the Dragon Balls in their life. Although they were impressed by their appearance, weren't surprised at all that this was their dragon, they were very similar. He wasn't lying when he said that he had seen more impressive dragons, said Yam, that like his sister also remembered Broly's comments the day of the tournament between the Universe 6 and 7. How cool. It looks very strong. Shouted Goku with a dangerous gleam in his eyes when witnessing the dragon, his Saiyan blood kept telling him that he should have a fight right now. Clank. Something that earned the disapproval of the entire Universe 7. Do you seriously want to fight with that dragon? In this situation. However, while that comic gag with Goku took place, Broly was still taking over his reality in an official way through a simple wish. Ask your wish, asked the two dragons, in their respective languages. And two bodies of Broly each in a different language said, from this moment and irreversibly this reality belongs to me and becomes part of mine. Wish granted, both dragons replied, lighting their eyes red to activate their Deus Ex Machina ability. In this way, using as a medium the same abilities that Broly could use to unite both realities, the two dragons of wishes, one from the Dragon Ball reality and other from the Broly reality, joined with this wish so easy to grant to Broly, since they only needed to give him the push he not even needed. Broly used his reality invasion, imposing his laws on all the reality, the Heavenly Strauss Requiem, to become one with everything and modify that everything to change it to his liking, making it part of his own reality, and irreversible damage so that that action couldn't be undone. From this moment on, the reality of Dragon Ball became part of the three realms of Broly. Broly had won. Has everything finished? Haven't I noticed a big change? All the gods asked, since they didn't notice any change. They waited even if it was an earthquake or something, after all their entire reality had been displaced to another place and had been radically modified. A good god is the one that when performing a miracle nobody realizes that it has been a miracle. Young Padawan, said Broly, teleporting the deities of the stands to his feet. At the same time Daishinkan, wounded and defeated, disappeared from the ground, and moments later he appeared healed by his side, with the mark of the third eye on his forehead that all the other Broly lackeys had. Then the same thing happened with Zeno and with Zeno's nannies, who Broly resurrected. The entire court of gods was gathered around the new supreme god whom no one could defeat. Deities, kneel before the new king of all Broly, the true legendary Super Saiyan. Said Daishinkan, Broly's new loyal lackey to all his children and slaves, indicating that the power in this reality changed and that they now owed loyalty to another despot. And that they, like everyone else, should show loyalty to Broly and kneel in his presence, even Beerus, Shin and Whis. Plof. 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 This is funny, Broly said, enjoying this moment as he continued stroking the melon heads of his new pets. Okay, you can get up. Surely you will have many questions such as, what am I going to do with you and your universes from now on, right? Yes. That's a good point, said Beerus, representing all the deities who dared not speak. At this point he was no longer afraid of anything, he had already been humiliated by Broly in any way possible, nothing he did to him now could top him. You don't have to worry, I will never eliminate any universe, in any case I will create new ones, but never eliminate them. And you are also safe unless you commit very serious crimes, such as not putting onion in the potato omelet. I'll send you a list tomorrow, said Broly, downplaying his takeover. Unlike Zeno, he would be a kind god for now. That greatly relieved all mortals and native gods of the universes, who finally saw some hope in their existence in the long term. Broly could be many things, many of them very bad, but not a genocide. So just to make sure they wouldn't be harmed, Shin, one of the gods who knew the hatred Broly felt towards the gods, asked then. Will everything continue the same as until now? Well, some things will change. From now on we will demand from the gods better results in their work, proof that they are doing everything right, that they aren't abusing their power. Basically I will demand a little more efficiency from you, something that you lack, as I have been able to verify after all these years of spying on you. The following Monday that comes you will start using the Agile method and will impute the hours in Jira. I will send a Teams meeting to your Outlook to explain all this, said Broly, who had great plans to make the Dragon Ball reality a solvent, efficient and effective reality. None of the gods knew exactly what Broly was talking about, but they understood the context. That son of a great bitch would make them do what they hated the most in the whole world. Work. Something horrible that didn't happen with their previous boss, but they couldn't complain too much. It was better to have a demanding boss than one who kills you out of hand. So they avoided asking more about that matter for now and moved on to another topic: what happens to the universes that haven't attended the tournament. They are also aware of all this, and will they have to follow these rules as well? Don't worry about these guys, the other universes will have to do the same as you. I could have forcibly teleported them here to enjoy the lathe, but I preferred not to do that. Those poor gods who believe themselves to be in a privileged position will soon see that they have missed the most exciting event of their lives. Ha 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 ha. When someone tells everything that has happened, they will be unable to believe it. Ha 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 ha. Said Broly, who prepared in his mind jokes directed at the gods of the universes 1, 5, 8 and 12. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Any other question? Said the counselor Daishinkan, seeing that Broly was busy with his evil plans and the gods didn't dare to ask anything. What about the tournament? Goku asked from the stands. So Broly stopped laughing and answered, since he had been waiting for that question for minutes. The tournament. Ah yes, in a moment we will repair the ring, we heal everyone and you can start the tournaments if you want. The mortals who won the tournament can make me a wish. The gods of the winning universe will be exempt from working for 4 years and there will be no penalties for the loser. And at the end you will have a magnificent feast with food made by me just for having participated. Could this tournament be held on more occasions? Asked Goku, and his obsession about tournaments again. Therefore Broly answered again, yes. I plan to summon all the universes every 4 years to play, and maybe later we will also do the same with other timelines or realities, whether they are parallel to this or not. As you have seen, there is no disadvantage or punishment for participating, only advantages. So I am waiting for your voluntary participation. Maybe we could even make a business out of this. Yes. Long live the king of all Broly. All hail the king of all Broly. Goku said, praising the new supreme god that suited him best. He was so happy that forgot that Broly had used him as a pawn in his plans. Well, I guess everything ended well for us, said Gohan with extremely mixed feelings, especially after knowing that Broly had lied on them all his life. Time will tell, said Piccolo and Vegeta, skeptical and pessimistic about everything that was related to Broly. Meanwhile in the Capsule Corp mansion. So now I'm the king of all. And that's all my history until now, Bulma, said Broly, who since the beginning of the tournament had been being completely sincere with his wife, explaining in great detail all his life up to this moment. And Bulma, very understanding while pampering the baby Trunks, replied, so, you are a man from another reality who reincarnated here to take control of the entire reality and marry me, the most wonderful woman in the world and your first love since you were little, despite being a fantasy character. I am right? Yes, sorry to have hidden all this until now, Broly replied, a little worried that Bulma is very, very, very angry right now for having lied to her for so many decades. And after a long pause in which she thought what to say next, approached Broly, still carrying Trunks in her arms. Well, I can't say that this surprises me too much. We all had theories about your true origin, some of them even weirder, but this doesn't change anything of how I feel about you. In any case, it shows me how much you love me. So you're not mad? Broly asked as he bent down to receive a passionate kiss from Bulma, who approached him in a flirtatious and sensual way. No, of course not. Said Bulma, who suddenly changed her attitude and instead of giving him a kiss handed Trunks to him, turned her back on and went to the shower to clear her thoughts. However, from now on, it's up to you to do all the chores around the house and help the children with whatever. Starting by changing Trunks' diaper. Are you really not mad? Asked Broly to his wife with a certain tone of sarcasm. No, of course not. And hurry up, you have a dinner to prepare for your family, friends and Vegetas whom you have lied so far in few minutes, answered Bulma, destroying with that phrase the sarcasm detector that Broly had recently built, and that was at the other end of the mansion. Prom. Yes, your mother is angry, little Trunks. And believe me, a woman's resentment is almost as infinite as your father's power. Hopefully she will have forgiven me before the day of my next business. Oh. Ha ha ha, you have another Saiyan tale, my little champion, said Broly, the new king of all that would surely sleep on the couch tonight, punished by his wife while changing the diaper to his newborn son and thinking about his next master plan. Chapter 278. Millions of years after the events of Dragon Ball Super. In Origin Reality, or more specifically at the official headquarters of Origin Entertainment Company, the annual meeting between the directors of the company had begun. All those with responsibility in the company were together in a large boardroom with a long and immense table in the middle, chaired by President Ricardo at one end and the other directors who sat on both sides as always. However, this time there was a special guest sitting at the other end of the table, a guest who was looked at by everyone with hostility, disgust and even pity. And Abalon was, extremely intimidated, cowering in a chair and room too big for him. "Hi, Abalon. Do you know why you are here?" asked the President Ricardo, starting this corporate meeting, but that seemed more like an interrogation. So Abalon, having no other alternative, answered to his boss, the most powerful person in all reality despite not wanting to do so. This President Ricardo. Origin. President Origin, said the eccentric President Ricardo, interrupting Abalon to remind the questioned and all employees how they should call him. Therefore, Abalon tried to confess again in a more correct way. "Why, yes. I think I know President Origin." How could he not know why was sitting there? A few days ago, for some reason, the company discovered that not only he, but many other employees had been using the doubles to work. Since this became known, there was a great internal commotion about the lack of professionalism of the employees, the lack of security in the facilities, but above all, that they were paying very high salaries that could be fully mechanized thanks to the doubles that their employees used. After that discovery, many employees who used the doubles were fired, although not all of them. According to the legends, the employees who only used the doubles to work remotely but who performed their tasks normally, those who demonstrated that their work couldn't be 100 automatable, and those who didn't comply with some other rules weren't fired. And now Abalon was praying to be one of the few chosen ones. After all, his work was very artistic and couldn't be 100 automatized, so he still hoped that they wouldn't fire him a few years before his retirement. Great, that saves us from wasting time with unnecessary explanations. As you may have already heard from some of your colleagues, those whose work cannot be 100 automated haven't been fired. And you happen to be one of those who fall into that category. Besides, you have been with us for a long time and you will retire in a few years. For these reasons we had thought not to fire you, said President Ricardo, relaxing his serious facial expression to convey to Abalon that he was out of danger. A message that filled Abalon with joy, who metaphorically passed from the deepest purgatory to the most idyllic paradise with only one step. Oh. Aha. Thank you, sir. Huivavir. Certain things that we have found in your double and complaints from other co-workers have made us change our mind, said President Ricardo, changing his facial expression back to a darker one while projecting on a boardroom screen a folder called Abalon Case. A message that plunged Abalon into utter misery, who metaphorically passed from the most idyllic paradise to the most terrible and dark hell with a single kick in the ass. What? We have received many internal sexual harassment lawsuits against you since a few years ago from Ms. Bromley. Lawsuits that the internal team couldn't verify, since the majority were doubles who didn't do their job correctly, and that's why they have been fired, and because they were difficult to verify. After all, you work in a room with no one else and with rigged security cameras. However, thanks to the fact that we have been able to access the history of your double, we have been able to verify that they were true, said President Ricardo, playing on the screen videos that demonstrated without any doubt that Abalon is unrecyclable scum. Inappropriate comments, indecent propositions, exhibitionism, eat pizza with pineapple, harassment, touching in forbidden places, abuse of power, burp the alphabet in French, all that and much more was perfectly recorded and documented. A criminal material, or at least sensitive, controversial and easily misunderstood, that almost made Abalon jump out of his chair and shit himself in fear. Holly shit. How's that possible? I'm sure I deleted all this from my double. But that's not all. Your double synced to your corporate account, ahem, has given us access to all your internet history and all your files, downloads, conversations. You know what that means, right? Said President Ricardo, making real the nightmare that every living being with an internet connection has ever had. A nightmare that metaphorically had just exploded against Abalon's scrotum. Oh God. I'm dead. Everyone can do what they want with their private life, whatever they want. We aren't going to judge you and fire you for the videos you watch, but things like these conversations where you insult the entire board of directors of this company, these emails in which you sell company information and other cyber illegal activities that compromise our security, that you've been stealing office supplies. And above all, the fact that we have found, I will try to say it with some tact, certain videos in which you tricked the daughter of Mr. Fernando, one of our controlling shareholders here, into thinking that you were a cute boy of her age with a lot of money, has made us change our minds about whether is good or not keep you in the company, not counting all the criminal material that piles up on your computer that would be of great interest to the police, said President Ricardo, again, trying to hold Mr. Fernando, who was about to pounce on Abalon's neck. Clank. My daughter is only 369 years old. You fucking pedo pervert trash lolicon. shouted Mr. Fernando, appeasing his almost unlimited fury by insulting and hitting the table instead of Abalon's testicles, as he would like to do. Although those blows weren't very necessary, living by this situation was already hitting the soul of Abalon, who despite being immortal seemed to be losing years of life every second he spent in that torture room. Yes. I'm dead. Very, very dead. Okay, for the color of your face I think you understand your awful situation. However, don't worry so much, at the same time is your lucky day. Mr. Fernando and Mrs. Bromley are good and understandable people, and they have promised not to report you or the company to the police if you are fired immediately, and pay them the corresponding compensation. In addition, our company also promises not to send all the evidence found to the police as long as you sign this contract voluntarily. It's a good offer, don't you think? Said Olivia, President Ricardo's secretary, who delivered the contracts that Abalon must sign if he didn't want to live the rest of his eternal life in a cell. Flap, flap, flap. However, the more Abalon read the contracts, more appealing the option of life imprisonment seemed to him. These abusive compensations to the company, to Ms. Bromley and Mr. Fernando, were far superior to all the savings of his life. To pay this, he would have to sell all his properties and go into debt, and also renounce the pension for the entire life of the company, with which he had to have his golden retirement in addition to all the insurance and acquired rights. And what was worse, finding a job in your specialty to continue paying compensation will be extremely difficult, since in the entertainment industry Origin Entertainment Company practically monopolized everything. It was like Disney, but more evil. Signing that was almost worse than going to jail. It's like being a slave to himself, so Abalon tried to bargain a bit by appealing to his loyal years of service. But this is... Don't worry about the film. Mrs. Bromley can finish your work, although it would be more appropriate to call it her work. As we have been able to verify, almost all the work on this film has been produced by her. We wish you good luck in this new stage of your life, said President Ricardo, subtly hinting that these were no negotiable terms and that this was his only alternative. Yes sir, said Abalon, signing the contract in front of the entire board of directors with one of the worst sensations a person could feel. The feeling of digging your own grave and still having no choice but to keep digging. Especially if that tomb is an abusive document that practically turned you into a slave for all eternity, signed with contractual magic that could never be broken and had to be fulfilled whenever you want or not. Years later. I hate my life. Abalon, after many years of suffering, was finally very lucky. Finally he was able to find a job to only pay the millionaire compensations. Thanks to technological advances, the beings of Origin Reality enjoyed an eternal life and an unlimited and free amount of basic necessities thanks to the unlimited amount of wealth thanks to the creation magic and technology. Without money a person could still survive without any problem and have a standard of living infinitely higher than that of the richest person on planet Earth in the 21st century. The money was spent mainly on entertainment, art, purely exclusive and elitist events, or on products not very necessary for daily life that were difficult to extract, manipulate, or obtain. That's why getting money was so complicated in this reality. Having and being able to get money was something rare and a sign of status within that reality, which separated the nobility from the common people. Until recently Abalon was like a minor nobleman on the verge of having the golden retirement that he always dreamed of, surrounded by unnecessary and extravagant luxuries with absolute tranquility that showed his status and power in front of others. Abalon. You have finished the movie of the dwarf sticking his head in the ass of the other dwarf with a dummy head? And now, he was forced to work giving 100 of his salary to those who had ruined his life, in one of the few marginal entertainment industries in which the Titan Origin Entertainment Company wasn't involved with for now. The fetishist midget gay porn industry. Yes. In no time. A job he hated in exchange for a reward he would never enjoy, something that depressed Abalon as he never imagined. Or so he believed. Hey guys, today is the premiere of the new film of Ice-Guy of the ERA saga. Is anyone going to see it? Asked one of Abalon's co-workers to the rest. The premiere day? That's practically impossible. Not only do you have to buy the ticket thousands of years in advance, the price is astronomical. It's not worth it, I'll see it another day, or download it illegally, answered other of Abalon's co-workers. Yeah, I know. But there are many leaks that say that this new Ice-Guy of the ERA, the true Legendary Super Saiyan, could be the best so far. I just wanted to know if any of you had bought the ticket and for some reason cannot go to the cinema today, said the first coworker, using the puppy eyes technique with his companions. A skill that didn't affect the second coworker at all. Ha 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 ha. Stop dreaming. Even if that happens, no one will give it to you for free. Much less us and much less to you. In addition, the tickets are linked to your identification number so that no one else can use or sell them. Ha 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 ha. You are absolutely right, said the first coworker, giving up with a sense of humor. That's right. Abalon not only had to work like a slave in a job that he hated. He also had to endure being reminded about his old job, that the best film of the saga was the one that he hadn't produced and that now he couldn't even go to see the movie when billions of years ago he had always free tickets for the premiere day. Not even finish his workday cheered up the depressed Abalon, who walked into his small and almost empty apartment devoid of the premium equipment that could only be obtained from the Origin Entertainment Company. I hate this. This was the routine that Abalon had followed since he was fired thousands of years ago. Get up from his filthy apartment, go to work, come back to his filthy apartment, waste time playing video games, reading books and watching free series and movies, sleep and start over again. However, today something changed. What's this? A movie ticket? Said Abalon after see something new. His mailbox. A numbered ticket for I Sky of the ERA, the true legendary Super Saiyan for today. Has the company sent it to me by mistake? Is it an act of mercy? Or maybe mocking? Nevertheless, I have nothing better to do today. At the very least I can boast of having gone to see the damn movie tomorrow. Abalon left his shitty apartment and teleported directly to his seat in the cinema using his technological advanced movie ticket. Now he just had to wait for the movie to start while he enjoyed the all-you-can-eat buffet that he could materialize from his armchair. Until the movie finally started. Welcome number 999,999,999 of the promotion. 87, 890, 984, 393, 038, 374, 859, 593, 676, 576, 576, 345, 432, 568, 970, 080, 889, 978, 953, 464, 547, 676, 521, 313, 644, 443, 585, 390, 473, 762, 937, 494, 673, 920, 179, 374, 947, 893. You could say that today is the luckiest day of all your existences. The movie started exactly at the beginning of it all, when Abalon gave his powers to Broly. Luckily I removed all the evidence of the cheating I did with the stands the same day. If I had procrastinated there would be another crime on my long list, said Abalon with relief upon see that they finally used film fragment that he had created instead of the real one. The movie was pleasing the public a lot. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed by the jokes that Broly played on the Vegeta family, his father and a lot of Saiyans. Yeah. Everyone was excited about his first fight against Beerus and how he managed to manipulate them to get his power up. He's too OP. Everyone was surprised to see how powerful Broly had become in such a short time and about his trip to Universe 6 to get the Super Dragon Balls. He trolled us. I didn't expect this. Everyone was utterly shocked upon seeing that Broly on the Salada planet had been pretending to have lost control in addition to everything he had planned to achieve his goal of obtaining the Potera, the Hakai energy, his transformations and the Super Dragon Ball. That's an interesting misunderstanding. Let's see how Broly resolved this. What the hell is happening? Has this been done by Broly? But when has he done it? Everyone were excited to see this setback in Broly's life. The deities of Universe 6 and 7 believed that Broly was a time traveler when everyone in the room knew that he wasn't and that Broly couldn't explain the truth and also wondered about the new mystery about the temporal block that prevented the gods from traveling to the future. Everyone asked questions, but among all of them, there was someone who asked something totally different from the others. How weird. I was able to see the entire history of Broly until the Z saga began. However I didn't see any of this. Did Ms. Bromley make it up? Said Abalon, that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember the events he was seeing on the screen. What you never expected is to hear the answer to that question. That's why I kept all of this from you, Abalon. Kept all of this from you. What was the man sitting next to him talking about? Instead of soda he was drinking alcohol. Abalon. Did the guy sitting next to him know him? Is he a former co-worker? An admirer perhaps? These were some of the thoughts that haunted Abalon's head as he turned his head to the right to see who that person was, and when he could finally see that person, he was stunned. What the? The man next to him was extremely huge, with incredibly large and defined muscles. His hair was totally white, the same color as the simian fur that covered almost its entire body, the same color as his long ape tail with which he held his popcorn that was reflected in the sinister third eye of his forehead. Impossible. Abalon thought, looking stunned at the character who sat next to him and the child he was seeing right now on the big screen. There were some differences, but without doubt they were exactly the same person. However, before jumping out of the chair, scream like a faggot as suffer a heart attack after seeing Broly, he tried to use the logic and keep calm. Wait, this has to be a joke, it's impossible that this is happening. This must be a joke of President Ricardo, this must be why they have sent me an entry for this movie, yes, this must be a hidden camera. Keep calm Abalon, don't get upset, don't give them that satisfaction. Or that's what he tried to do, until he heard something that couldn't be part of President Ricardo's joke. Where are my stands, Abalon? Stands? Wait. He had removed all evidence about his initial scam about the stands. There should only be two people with knowledge about this. He and... No way. What the hell are you doing? Shouted Abalon, who finally realized that this wasn't a joke and tried to run away. However, he was instantly gagged and tied to his chair by an invisible force. Ugh. Yes, I know. You have many questions. Many of them will be answered in the next few minutes, but if you insist so much I will make you a spoiler. But telepathically, we cannot disturb the other people who are enjoying my movie, said Broly, showing good manners and respect for others in a movie theater by speaking telepathically with one of his archenemies. What the hells is happening? Abalon asked through Broly's telepathic channel after calming down. And of course Broly began to explain everything how he liked. From the beginning you'll see. After you ripped me off and in compensation gave me another opportunity to choose less incredible powers, in theory I chose my rewards wisely. I chose a reality with a Deus Ex Machina power open to everyone. With which I could achieve everything I wanted quickly, a body with an infinite potential modified with the Juggin that I bought from you to remove all its imperfections, then that in conjunction with my infinite potential I was able to create the ability I wanted and a certain single-use item that could save my life at the right time. Acquisitions that would only give a great advantage to be the fucking master in the Dragon Ball reality if not everything went as I wanted, or conquer all Dragon Ball reality and return here unauthorizedly to, among other things, enjoy my own movie, if everything went the way I wanted. There was no need for Abalon to ask too much about what happened. The fact that he was here with him indicated that everything had turned out as he wanted, so he didn't interrupt Broly unnecessarily and let him continue with his evil genius monologue while stroking his stuffed cat in the shape of Beerus. With the help of the card I bought and all the powers that I got and created thanks to my talent, mind, perseverance, and the Dragon Balls, I managed to get back to the same office from which everything all started. From there I began to adapt to the laws of this reality to be able to fully use my powers here, and eventually I went to other realities to increase my power and probability to conquer everything, and take absolute control of your work and life, Broly said while stroking Abalon's hair, as if he was also his pet. What? My life? Yes, your work and life. It all started when you voluntarily acquired great product whose market target are lazy workers like you, the double, that I and my team invented to control everything you did and incidentally what a lot of your colleagues did, but that isn't important now. Every time you were at home jerking off frantically with your double in automatic mode, I was the one working for you with the aim, of course, of eliminating all my suspicious activities from your registry, replacing those compromising images and audios for another ones, and use your facilities to do what I wanted with my reality or others. Every time you decided to take direct control of your double, you could only see, hear, smell, taste and feel what I wanted, and in the same way, you only did what I wanted, although from your perspective you seemed to do what you wanted to do. And every time very few you physically went to the office, everything was prepared for you to only do what I wanted you to do. A documentary film of me with false scenes made by me that would never be used for anything. Your uselessness has served me well, you were a great pawn, until you stopped being necessary, so I caused your dismissal, said Broly, explaining to Abalon how for millions of years he had been constantly controlling and monitoring him. A revelation that shocked, scared and angered Abalon like never before, who tried to rush against Broly to kill him. You did all. Wait. You are the however, once again he was held and gagged in his chair. Oh come on, don't be angry. It was necessary to erase you from the equation in the same way it was necessary for you steal my stands. The delivery date of the film was getting closer and closer, and therefore you would be more annoying to impersonate, but you also had to get a replacement before your retirement. Therefore, through your double I create a fictitious selection of staff that never left your office. Yes, all the people you interviewed were my creations, such as Miss Bromley, said Broly, who momentarily transformed his tail into Miss Bromley while striking an extremely sexy and suggestive pose. A pose that would excite Abalon in other circumstances, but not now. Now he only felt an existential emptiness while trying to relate all that to the greatest misfortune he had suffered in his life. No way. That's. I have access to your internet history and therefore all the porn videos you watch. In this way was easy to know how your perfect woman prototype looks like, so I created Mrs. Bromley, one of my avatars, for you to choose her as your successor. With Ms. Bromley within the company officially to do whatever I wanted, and taking into account how incompetent and perverted you are, I had more than necessary tools to cause your dismissal. To provoke your dismissal, at first I thought about creating false evidence of many crimes, among which sexually harassing Miss Bromley, but, damn. That wasn't even necessary. You alone committed so many crimes that it was unnecessary for me to create false ones. Ha 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 ha. Said Broly while isolating the sound produced from his armchair and Abalon's, so that no one could hear his next screams. Fucking bastard. Was you. You alerted the company about the existence of the doubles and gave them all the illegalities that I thought I had erased. Son of a bitch. You ruined my life. shouted Abalon, unleashing all the frustration that he had accumulated throughout his life and all the hatred that he never believed to be so abysmal towards the responsible for the greatest misfortunes of his life. Yes, that was my goal, get my revenge and leave a free pass for Ms. Bromley, me, to take control of the movie that you are now watching thanks to the ticket I sent to your apartment, bought with the money you send monthly to Miss Bromley. Any question? Said Broly with great satisfaction upon seeing Abalon's face full of hatred and tears. Yes, that was the face full of despair that Broly had been dreaming of for years. However, for Abalon the hatred and desire for revenge were far superior than his fear or despair, so while cursing his mortal enemy with all his soul said with bloodshot eyes, okay, you have taken revenge on me and have produced your own movie. And now what? Do you think that President Ricardo and the others will never notice? Sooner or later they will discover everything and eliminate you. Doesn't matter in which reality you hid. You will have no escape. It didn't matter if he erased his memory or killed him after this, the Origin Entertainment Company would one day realize that something strange had happened and they would eliminate him, and even if that didn't happen, Broly would live in constant fear of being discovered by them from now on. This was Abalon's pitiful and desperate revenge and consolation. However, his screams and curses didn't scare Broly in the least, only made him laugh, ha 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 ha. Sooner or later. Abalon, my friend, they are going to find out right now. While Broly and Abalon had been talking, the movie progressed, and now they were in the exact point in which Broly undertook his most dangerous journey. Magnetic force on. Abalon. Broly on the big screen had started his journey to Origin reality and... Yuh. No way. Kaya. Incredible. Insane. The audience went crazy in the same way that we all went crazy when in Endgame, after all the portals were opened, the Captain America said, Avengers, assemble. This cinematographic saga had an extremely long history in which practically everything had happened. However, this was the first time that a protagonist of Ice Guy of the ERA that hatched a cunning plan to return to Origin Raylit. The leaks were true, this could be the best movie of the entire saga. And possibly one of the best fiction stories until now. What's the meaning of this? None of this happens in the movie we approved. However, the opposite was happening with the directors of Origin Entertainment Company and those responsible for the Ice Guy of the ERA saga who were watching the movie right now in a cinema. None of this happened in the movie that Miss Bromley gave them, and what was being shown in all the cinemas of the whole reality was a company secret that should never see the light. A secret that the Broly from the movie, breaking the fourth wall, explained to the whole public. That's how it is, my friends, these movies were never fiction. There are infinite realities below this one, and every time you play an Origin Entertainment Company video game you are in reality going to one of these realities with an avatar that exists in that reality with the secret purpose of increase the power of top-ranked executives and employees of the company with the powers of that reality. At the same time you pay them for that. You are only machines for the processing of abilities, technology, powers, information, physical and metaphysical laws that also generate benefits. And right now the President Ricardo is. Kra. However, before more dark secrets about Origin Entertainment Company by using some skill, the time stopped in the whole reality. What the hell is happening? Shouted President Ricardo, who stopped the time in the whole reality after realizing that something absurd was happening. Unlike many others directors of Origin Entertainment Company, the President Ricardo didn't see the film before its premiere or in pre-production. He wanted to enjoy in secret his favorite saga without knowing anything about this movie before the premiere. That's why he didn't use any of his information gathering skills as long as they were related to the movie. When he saw that Broly returned to Abalon's office was shocked at first, but after that initial scare he thought this was just a master move of the new director, Miss Bromley, to make the movie more interesting and demonstrate her importance to the company in her first job. However, seeing how Broly, breaking the fourth wall, began to explain the truth behind his company and his plan to become the absolute god of all realities, he understood that the film couldn't continue being broadcast. For this reason, he stopped time, to gather all his advisors and decide what to do with all this without anyone interfering. Erase everyone's memory. Turn back the time. Maybe both. Whatever, but no one must find out about this before his Origin project had ended, and thereby achieve total omniscience, omnipresence and omnipotence over all the realities. However, all those thoughts were interrupted when he heard President Ricardo. It's present Origin. President Ricardo protested for not being called as he wanted. But after that semi-automatic answer he realized it must have been impossible to hear that. After all, his ability to stop time was still activated, so no one in all of reality should be able to say anything right now, one moment. Therefore, he leaned back and focused all his senses on the chair that was right behind him, where he could see a familiar face, staring at him as he tried to get up from his chair without success. And after seeing his face and analyzing the situation, Ricardo drew certain conclusions about what happened. Abalon. This you're doing? Have you broken the unwavering contractual magic and revealed everything in the firm? Is this your vengeance? I don't know how you have done it, although you will tell me shortly. Oh, you will wish being eliminated instead of fired. No. No. It wasn't me. It was him. He has done all this shit. He even created false evidence of all those crimes that you accused me of. I am innocent. Shouted Abalon, pointing to Broly, his mortal enemy, the cause of all the problems of the Omniverse at the same time that he lied to impute his crimes to him. No way. You are the Broly from the film. Everything is true. Said President Ricardo, now truly understanding what was happening, but still had a hard time accepting that this was real. Broly had really arrived at this reality and had caused all this? And Broly, without giving importance to anything, answered as he continued eating popcorn and drinking soda, yes, more or less. Can you cancel that ability? I want to keep watching my movie. You aren't aware of what will happen to you, right? Said Ricardo, more angry than ever as he flew towards Broly to beat him to death and rip out his brain and soul to know exactly what he had done so far, and after that delete all his existence from every dimension, in this reality or another. However, Broly was still undeterred, as if the most powerful being in this reality didn't want to torture and kill him, you see. In other circumstances I would have played with you a little, fight at a level similar to yours, make it seem that you had defeated me, come back from the dead with much more power and defeat you in a practically humiliating way, showing that you never had a chance against me. But I'm too old for this shit. And at the end of that phase. Crash. Slash. Wah. Ricardo suddenly felt an indescribable pain throughout his existence that made him lose consciousness almost immediately. Clash. When he woke up he was back in his chair, with the movie running once again and being unable to move or use any king power. He couldn't even speak except through Broly's telepathic channel. What the hell? How is this possible? I am the President Origin, the most powerful being in this reality. How can you have power over me? Ricardo, if you hadn't stopped the movie you would know. I traveled to many Shonen Jump worlds to get extra powers, an army to use in the tournament, the ability to ignore Zeno's powers, and I also traveled to a non-Shonen Jump world for this occasion. Specifically to an anime called Tenchi Mayo Ryo-Oki, Broly replied telepathically while still enjoying his snacks. Wait, no, babbled Ricardo while remembering why he visited Abalon's office millions of years ago and began to fear the worst. And Broly, without paying attention to the dark expressions of Ricardo and Abalon, because he paid more attention to the film, began his monologue again. Like you, I also sought to obtain the absolute omniscience, omnipresence, omnipotence and existence in the whole omniverse, and not only that, being also capable of see the own omniverse and reality from above. Something that couldn't accomplish in the Dragon Ball reality with the Dragon Balls or in another Shonen Jump world. That's why I needed to acquire from other animes the powers of someone or something with these characteristics in their realities, and there are only two methods that can accomplish this. You method, also called Origin Project, with you copy the laws of this kind of being without them noticing from this reality. Thus you will be able to use them in this Origin reality and the other realities below this one. An extremely safe but at the same time extremely slow method therefore was discarded for me. After all, you would realize if I used the same technology, and also you would get the prize before me. And my only method: go to a reality from an anime or manga world, defeat that being, kidnap it and absorb it to get all its powers and loyalty. However, that tactic that had worked for me with the other character had a very big problem now. How the fuck I can defeat and absorb a conceptual being like Lord of Nightmares from Dragon Slayer with my powers in his reality when I don't have that level? It would be impossible. I know my limitations. But fortunately in the anime industry exists a character called Tenchi Mayo. No, this can't be happening, babbled Ricardo again, collapsing before Broly could finish his monologue, because he already knew what he would say to him without the need to use an ability. Even so, Broly finished his explanation, if only so that Abalon understood why he was completely screwed. Tenchi Mayo, that later would become Kami Tenchi, the most powerful being in the anime and manga. At a certain point he was more or less human, and this was all I needed to be able to take his power. For thousands of years I was hidden in that reality, absorbing the laws slowly. Since its laws were harder for me to digest for not being this a Shonen Jump world, I waited patiently until I could make myself perfectly compatible with the laws of that reality and preventing the three Chosen Washu, Tsunami and Tokimi from detecting me until Tenchi Mayo was about to be created. In the same way that Abalon did with me in the beginning with Broly's body, I introduced my consciousness into Tenchi before he was born, and thus I became him without anyone noticing. From there I only needed to evolve naturally until I released my true power, something I got a few thousand years ago. And now with all these powers and my perfect compatibility with Origin reality, after having been feeding on its laws for millions of years, I have become the absolute being before you. That's why you can't do anything against me, and your Origin project has been looted and all the realities have been unified with my own reality while you were watching the movie. Now and forever I'm the one in charge. In short, Broly since a few thousand years ago had become the absolute existence above all realities after creating the Brawliverse without anyone noticing on Origin reality, and now no one could dethrone him ever again. His initial plan was to make that conquest after fighting Ricardo during the premiere of his movie, taking all the realities of the Omniverse in front of him. But, too many complications, he was too old for this shit. Broly only wanted to see his film with peace of mind and return home with his grandchildren's. However, unlike him, Ricardo could only despair, cry, feel empty inside and out and think about suicide. Damn it. I only needed 100,000 years to become the perfect being. This can't be happening, thousands of ages wasted for nothing, the work of my life the only thing I wanted. I can't accept this is. No, this is a nightmare. Whatever, you better start accepting the reality, my reality. You can cry on Olivia's skirts later, she would be pleased. Now I want to see my own movie and stay tuned, we'll discuss how cool it's later, said Broly, the supreme being, as he gagged Abalon and Ricardo and watched the movie made by himself about himself. Few hours later in the Dragon Ball reality, in the Kame house. After Broly officially got revenge on Abalon and declared to President Ricardo that he had been ahead of him in becoming the supreme being who was above all realities, our protagonist had finally fulfilled absolutely all his goals in life. Nothing in all of existence could challenge him and could achieve and know everything when and how he wanted. After getting everything, any being would feel a great emptiness, but Broly was different. He still had many great and ambitious plans. Excellent. Now that I am the most powerful being that exists in the Omniverse and the absolute sovereign as I had always wanted, I can finally reward myself properly. I will finally allow myself to see the end of One Piece. So many millions of years of abstinence will finally end today, said Broly, raising with glory a gold-colored hard drive that contained the complete anime of One Piece, specifically the perfect remastering of the year 2169, where they improved the image, sound and composition of each episode, eliminating all the filling scenes and censure. Each episode has such a quality that all of them seem to be directed by Megumi Ishitani. However. Ding. Dong. Someone rang the bell at that time. Honey, it's Bra and Vegeta Jr., they have come to leave Bulma Jr. and Broly Jr. in our charge for a few days. Do you mind entertaining your grandchildren a bit? Said Bulma, telling the love of her life that her daughter and her husband had brought their youngest grandchildren. Yes, of course, no problem. Tell them I'm in the movie theater, answered Broly, who already knew that they would come, that's why he had already prepared their favorite snacks. And as if there was an earthquake inside the mansion, a boy and a girl of about 10 years old entered the family's private cinema running at full speed. Grandpa. How are you? Shouted Bulma Jr. and Broly Jr. hugging his favorite grandfather as if they were koalas. Ha ha ha. Great as always. Are you happy to see your favorite grandfather again? Said Broly while pinching their cheeks and handed them money on the back of their parents like every great-grandfather does with his grandchildren. Yes. Of course. Ha ha ha. I'm glad to see you too. Fuck you, Vegeta. I win again. Said and thought Broly, as always taking every opportunity to bully Vegeta even when he was not present. Grandpa, what do we do today? Will we travel to another universe? To another dimension? To another reality? I would like to go to a place with cute animals. Asked Bulma Jr. that he had been dreaming for weeks about the next adventure his grandfather would take them on. I want to destroy another Death Star. Said Broly Jr., who was unable to forget about his previous trip to Star Wars reality. However, Broly had a different idea for this occasion that didn't imply traveling to another reality. I have a better idea. How about watching your grandfather's favorite story? A story called One Piece. Okay, we'll give it a try, said Bulma Jr. and Broly Jr., who weren't very convinced about this plan. They were more excited about living new exciting adventures instead of sitting in an armchair. However, they did not voice their complaints. They didn't want to disappoint their grandfather. After all, they loved him very much. And he said that this is his favorite story, didn't want to hurt his feelings. 2,000 chapters later. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Blah. This is the best thing I have seen in my life, I cry and laugh at the same time. Said Broly Jr. grateful with all his soul for having seen this anime, but above all its incredible ending, which made everyone who had seen it with him laugh and cry at the same time for so many reasons impossible to express with words. Me too, IFF ha ha ha. Grandpa, is this the best story in the Omniverse? Asked Bulma Jr. while hugging her grandfather, thanking him with all her heart for showing them this great masterpiece that would change their lives forever. Yes yes yes. Of course, is it even better than my movie? It's too perfect even for me. Answered Broly, the perfect supreme being, unable to stop the tears from his eyes while showing humility for the first time in his long life. However, as all otaku knows, there was a great curse after being blessed with a wonderful manga, anime, or satri in general. Now I feel a huge existential emptiness, said Broly Jr. feeling that something was missing in his life after the end of One Piece and wanted more. Yes, I know, brother. I want to see more One Piece, but at the same time I don't want a continuation that will destroy this perfect ending, said Bulma Jr. upon realizing about the great contradiction that existed in her mind and heart. An unsolvable contradiction that his brother also shared. Yes, is asking for something impossible. However, in front of them was someone who loved to make the impossible possible. You know, I think I have a solution for this problem, said Broly, who had a great idea although a not very innovative one. The end.